Good morning, everybody. My name is Joe Lissette, and I'm here to... Wait a minute. No, it's not. I'm Anurag Das, and we're here today in Lansing, Michigan at the NRG Series Modern 10K Trial event. We've got an exciting day here today. We've got some guest commentators, Drake Sasser and Devin O'Donnell, who have been covering with us 9 rounds of action-packed Modern today. Also, we're going to get into the top 8 a little bit, and tomorrow there's a 5K Pioneer Trial as well to cover. Let's welcome in Devin and talk to him about some of the Modern things going on as our subject matter expert on the format. Devin, what's up? How's it going?
If you're Joel Lissette, then who am I?
Ooh, you could be Tanner Grace. We could be like
I'll be Tanner then.
The dream team, but like number 2 or whatever. You know what I mean? Like aspiring or whatever it is. Yeah, it's great. We were actually casting together an event last week, or maybe it was the weekend before. I don't know. Time just out the window for me at this point. And I was so impressed with your commentary that, like, when Norman was asking, like, hey, we're looking for casters and things like that, I was like, this guy, get this guy. And already I could tell people in the chat, people watching today, super excited to have you here. And honestly, me too, because you make it easy for modern coverage. I don't have to worry. I don't have to sweat about any of the details. You feel me?
Right. Yeah, no, I'm happy to be here. Thanks again for everybody who reached out. And yeah, it's going to be a good time today.
Absolutely. We got a lot of stuff to cover today. As players are getting ready for the feature match, let's just go over some of the things. There's some slides to go over as well. So today's event is a 10K Modern Trial with first place getting about $2,000-$3,000, but more importantly, 30 points for the Grand 22-23 Championship Series. I guess I'd call it the race, the points race. We already have a couple players queued up for the invitational event coming in, I believe, January, maybe next year, early next year, same like we had this year. So you see Piper Powell, Joe Bernal, Andrew Ellenbogen, and Ivan Espinoza, who was last year's champion, also qualified. You can see there, it's a pretty close race here. 71 points, Zoe Riederman, pretty popular name, Max McVety, Christoph Schlamm. Got a lot of people here playing today for those coveted spots and for a chance at the highest event, for the championship series. So I have a question for you. Let's talk about the modern metagame. Streets of New Capenna is what the latest set that has really impacted the modern metagame. Anything interesting from that set that really strikes you? Like, we've got a couple events in the bag already. I think our last event was won by something like Amulet Titan, which is kind of a crazy thing to hear. Where's modern right now? What do you like about it?
So, well, regarding Streets of New Capenna specifically, I think the card that is on everybody's mind right now is Ledger Shredder. This is a card that came in pretty high. I know Aspiring Spike's been working a ton on it, and you've even seen some of the Murktide lists in recent Magic Online challenges and league results actually trim on Murktide region. I've even seen some lists that have cut Murktide region entirely. Now, I think that's a little crazy, but Ledger Shredder is incredibly powerful. The deck is just full of cheap, the blue-red Murktide deck, excuse me, that's the deck we're talking about. Full of cheap cantrips, cheap removal spells, cheap creatures, and it's a way to keep flowing. Yeah, it's been an incredible card in that deck. As far as the metagame at a glance, we're looking at, traditional 4-color Omnath. We're looking at potential Hammer Time, Yawgmoth, various Cascade decks, whether that's Living End or Crashing Footfalls, and then the Murktide decks. I think that's kind of like the 5 quote-unquote pillars, if you will.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, no, I think Ledger Shredder is actually just phenomenal. I mean, everybody who knows me knows I play a lot of Legacy, and I've tried it in that format, and even in that format, it's doing stuff. Like, that's a format where people are calling to ban Murktide region. So when you say that people are, like, cutting Murktide entirely from their modern list to play Ledger, to me, that's, like, red flags, like, everywhere. I'm just like, oh, my goodness, do I need to, prepare for, like, round 3 of, like... And also, can we just talk for a minute how, like, why does blue always get the best things? Can we give, like, white, like, a great card every now and then? You know what I'm talking about?
White got, in MH2, white got Prismatic Ending Solitude. I guess MH2 had a little bit for everybody, right?
That's true.
But yeah, blue does tend to get quite a few of the bangers, Expressive Iteration as well. I guess that's an Izzet card. But yeah, the format is pretty set in stone. I know you mentioned Amulet. Amulet's maybe on the outside looking in, I would say. But yeah, should be a really good tournament today.
Okay, yeah, for sure. Let me ask you this question: is if you could pick a deck to play today, what would you be playing?
I'd probably run back the same deck that I played in the DreamHack Dallas event last weekend, which was the Teamer Crashing Footfalls deck. I just think that deck is, I don't think it has any horrendous matchups. It's kind of like I would even akin it to like the Jund of the formats, just like no bad matchups, but no insane matchups. And it's just a way to kind of punish people for it's the deck that gets to play the most free spells out of the MH2 card pool, and when you're that's something, that's when you have a good deck, is when you just can jam a bunch of free spells in it. So I would play the Team of Crushing Footfalls.
I think the biggest piece of wisdom that I ever got, like playing any Magic just over the years, is like the less mana you have to spend on your spells, arguably the better your deck is going to be, because you just you get to cast more spells, do more things. And so it sounds like the Footfalls deck is basically almost exactly that. I think for me personally, I would see, like in Legacy, I play a lot of like soup. Like I drink my soup. I'm a healthy boy. I play my Uros and all that sort of stuff. So naturally, I would say like 4-color elementals, which the Yorion money pile decks, a little bit snooze fest at this point, but that might be like my top competitive list. I think if secretly what I would want to be playing is something like Tameshi Combo or something, because that deck looks. You played that last week as well, and it looks like so much fun.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. It's a deck that I actually watched Gabe Nassif's stream yesterday. I know he was talking about potentially playing Tameshi in the Showcase Challenge this weekend, so we'll see if he actually does that. But yeah, that deck is a lot of fun to play. I also like his version specifically because he's gone a lot more fair cards, and he's like focused less on the combo, so he's kind of more of like just a 4-color soup deck that happens to have a random combo in it, which is, I think, a good way to approach the deck.
Gotcha. Yeah. If you had to guess about the metagame today, what do you think people would be playing mostly?
Murktide, 4-color, Cascade in some fashion, I think, are going to be the top 3 decks.
All right. Well, looks like we're ready to go in. So let's see if you're right on that. Let's see what we got from round number 1 here. And it looks like we've got Max McVety on Azorius Aggro against Will Kwalczyk on Amulet Titan. Now, keep in mind, Will Kwalczyk did win our last trial. So very, very well versed with the deck, which I think is something that's really interesting about Modern and Eternal formats in general. Is like, I was going to say, you've been playing a lot of Crashing Footfalls just over, not just like months, but like I would say like even like the past year, you've done a lot of that, right? And I feel like that sort of experience gets much more rewarded in an Eternal format than say like, Standard, for example, where you have a lot of rotations,
Right, I've even gone so far as to just start putting Yorion in my Crashing Footfalls deck. Like the way to make your deck better is just add 20 more cards, right?
Yeah, for sure. And just to clarify, when I say Azorius Aggro, I mean that can only mean one thing, by the way. Like it's hammer time, baby.
It's got to be hammer, right?
Yeah. So talk to me about this matchup. I think I'm not sure who's on the play or the draw just yet. We'll find out very shortly. But what are the key dynamics in this matchup? What are the decks trying to do? And what do we want to see like on turn 1s, 2, and 3?
Well, it's going to very heavily depend on who is in the play versus draw, because if you take a look at these deck lists, the Hammer Time and the Amulet Titan deck, there's not a ton of interaction from either player, so it's really just kind of two ships passing in the night. I mean, obviously, Will is looking for the namesake card Amulet, and Max is looking for a turn 1 creature followed by a Sigarda's Aid and a Hammer, and it looks like Max does have Sigarda's Aid Hammer in hand, so we might be in for a quick one here.
Yeah, so it looks like Will going to lead with Boseiju and Expedition Map. Any notable Expedition Map targets that you like? Boseiju is also going to be pretty relevant in this matchup, right? You can cycle it, destroy artifacts like Colossus Hammer, and even like cards like Urza's Saga if you need to.
Right, yeah, I don't know. We'll take a look and see how many Boseijus Will has access to. But Boseiju is certainly a card you could map for. Bounce Land, if you already have the Amulet, can get you some more mana, so it really all kind of depends on what's in Will's hand here, whether or not he has that Amulet of Vigor.
Right. And keeping in mind, Will is on a mulligan here. We're going to see a Simic Growth Chamber come in, bounce Boseiju to hand. That's pretty sweet. You get to bounce a removal spell, put it back into your hand.
That's a nice interaction, for sure.
Although
but unfortunately, we didn't have the Amulet, so we don't have the Boseiju up this turn, so that's going to be a bit rough.
And for me, that's like, I'm sweating bullets right now. I'm just like, ugh, it's a Memnite, but Sigarda's Aid is in play. So literally this turn, you could see move to combat, turn sideways, hammer, lethal on turn 2, right?
Right, and you see Max thinking a lot here because he does have the Colossus Hammer, but he knows about the Boseiju. So if he, for instance, goes for the Colossus Hammer on the Memnite and he doesn't have the immediate kill, well, he is going to do it anyway. So he's doing this knowing full well that his Memnite is going to get destroyed by that Boseiju, but maybe he's just okay with that.
Yeah, and that's kind of interesting, right? The concept of just like playing tempo in the matchup, getting in those 10 points of damage. Now, your Esper Sentinel, which, is a wibbly 1/1, but, 1 point of damage over 9 turns, it will be lethal at this point. And you can also see Yawgmoth Nexus in play, as well as Will's got something of a slow start here. Valakut coming into play tapped on the 3rd turn there.
Yeah, that should be the game. Max is a Stoneforge Mystic, so he can just go Stoneforge, get a hammer, attack with both, force the Boseiju, and then after the Boseiju resolves, hammer up the Esper Sentinel, and that should be lethal.
Jeez, I mean, it's turn 3 on the draw, and that is quite insane. Like, I wasn't expecting that. Okay, all right, so that's pretty brutal, but I mean, that is the power of this Azorius aggro deck, if you will, blue-white hammer time. That's kind of interesting, though. Blue was not really, like a namesake to this deck. I mean, going back in time a little bit, there was a certain cat. Yeah, and you can see Will's going to pick up the cards here, sees the writing on the walls. We're going into a game 2, and let's take a look at deck lists if those are available. We can talk about like sideboarding potentially, or if you have any thoughts of your own of sideboarding in the matchup. But yeah, blue in the Hammer Time deck seems to be like an evolution from just like the Luris ban, whatnot. Oh, perfect. We've got the Amulet Titan list here.
Deck lists.
Yeah, so I see 2 Endurances, 2 Trackers, 1 Emrakul, the Promised End, a load of Dismembers, Force of Vigor, Explosives, a lot of other cards, Alnysis, Hearst, Boseiju, and Cavern of Souls. What do you like in the sideboard here?
So from the Amulet Titan side, we are definitely looking at ways to kill artifacts and enchantments and creatures. So we have 2 copies of Explosives, 1 copy of Force of Vigor, and 3 copies of Dismember, along with an additional Boseiju. Those are definitely all slam dunks. From as far as what we're cutting, I'm not an Amulet Titan expert, but I think you tend to trim on. I guess they only have 1 copy of Explorers. The Explorer's probably going to go. Maybe the Colossus is a bit slow. You could probably trim on some lands. Maybe you can cut the Relic. You don't need that in a matchup like this. But yeah, cut the main deck Endurance. But yeah, just anything that can kill a creature, we definitely want access to.
Okay, let's take a look at the Hammer Time list as well. We'll talk about sideboard options for that. But it's very interesting. I see 3 copies of Hushbringer. Wow, 3 copies of Lavinia. Yeah, 3 copies of Blacksmith's Skill. This is a sweet card. March of Otherworldly Light, Path to Exile, Spell Pierce Needle, and Relic. What do you like in this matchup?
From the Hammer Time side, this is a bit interesting. So there's not. I think, at least in my opinion, I think Hammer is generally going to be favored in this matchup. It's just doing it's a little bit faster. So I don't think that Max has to do a ton here. I'm also not really that much of a fan of any of these cards in particular. I mean, I guess you could, if you expect your opponent to bring in a ton of removal, you could, consider something like Blacksmith Skill to protect you against Boseiju. The nice thing about Blacksmith Skill is it actually, unlike Spell Pierce, as it gets around Boseiju, obviously you can't Spell Pierce at Boseiju, but you can Blacksmith Skill it. So that might be one that Max considers. The Path to Exile potentially good against the fast Primeval Titans too.
Okay, yeah. Anything in the main deck that you'd like to cut going into this game, the first post-board game?
I would probably cut the Reality Chip. I think that might be a little bit too slow for this matchup. And I kind of want to keep the Cauldron. I want to keep the Nettlecyst. Giver of Runes. No, probably want to keep Giver of Runes because your opponent's going to bring in a lot of removal spells. Spell Pierce, Reality Chip are cards that I'm looking to cut. I'm not really sure. Possibly a couple Esper Sentinels. Maybe you could trim a couple of those. Yeah, that's probably where I would want to be.
Okay, so you've seen both deck lists now, and I want to know, as someone who has played Modern for I don't even know how long at this point, who do you think is more likely to be ahead in this game too?
I do think that the Hammer Time deck is a little ahead. It's just a lot faster than the Amulet deck. Now, obviously, they do have a ton of removal to bring in: Dismember, Force of Vigor, and Explosive. So maybe that changes the dynamic a little bit. But you have to remember, if you're kind of filling your curve with a lot of those removal spells, especially something like Explosives, which kind of requires more mana to activate, you might be kind of stumbling yourself a little bit because you're kind of playing off curve with those removal spells. So I still think I like the Hammer Time side of things.
Okay, gotcha. Well, players going to drop here. Let's see again if there's going to be another mulligan here on Will's side, or if we get to keep 7s on both sides and get to play some fresh early morning Magic. By the way, to anybody here, any of the champions in the chat, thank you so much for being here. We got 300 viewers already. If you haven't already, I'll say it once, I'll say it many times. Hit that follow button. Show NRG Series your support right now. We got a lot of paper Magic for the day. Max McVety going to take a mulligan down to 6. There are 9 rounds of Swiss here in our 315 player paper event. Let's go. It's awesome.
A lot of, yeah. I believe that it was capped, and then it even went a little bit past that. So a lot of people wanted to
That's so nice.
Modern today.
When you feel like you're not going to be able to make it into the tournament, and then just like Tio's like, you come on, you're here.
Yeah,
let's play some Magic. We're here to play.
You showed up. All right, we'll let you in.
Let me ask you a question though. How do you feel about the Batman sleeves?
The Batman sleeves. I hadn't even really registered that. Those are awesome. I know that when I was on camera for your stream last weekend, I had some SpongeBob sleeves. The verdict
I
on those was
saw
a little
those.
not great. They didn't shuffle that well, but they were they were fun.
The presentation was clean though. It does send a message, when you just
It
I don't
really
know.
does.
I've seen those SpongeBob sleeves, and I look at them, and it's just like you lock eyes with SpongeBob in a way never before. It's like a hypnotic, like you get possessed, and then
Yeah.
it's yeah. I don't know. It's crazy. It's good. You should I love that. So Max is on a mulligan to 6 here. Now I feel like what you mentioned earlier was that these are basically like two matchups where the game plans are like sailing in the two ships sailing in the night, right? That's what you had said. So these
At least game
mulligans.
one.
Okay, game one. So game two may be where the mulligan might actually matter a lot because now that you have interaction, you actually do want to have raw card count. Oh, and there it is. Turn one, Amulet of Vigor. Let's go.
In my experience, when I play against Amulet Titan, they always have they never don't have double amulets. So I'm actually kind of surprised that Will didn't have one in game one. I've never seen that before. This is new to me.
Yeah, it's also that and like Tron as well, right? Your opponent keeps 7. You're like, oh, there's no way they have natural Tron on turn 3, and there's the Karn staring you down in the face. So, I feel you on that one.
Yep. 1-2-7.
Now I think we'll get to also see just like a difference. Okay, so this is good for a mulligan to 6. This is a very, very good start where you have the Sigarda's 8 on turn 1.
No creature
want to
though.
have no creature.
No Memnite or Ornithopter.
I do
And
see
we do
an
see
Inkmoth, right?
Oh, Yawgmoth. Yeah, I believe so. Also, notably, I did see a blacksmith skill as well in Max's hand, so they did bring those in.
Okay. All right.
At least it
Very
appears.
interesting. I mean, bringing in the blacksmith skill means that you are expecting to play. I mean, Force of Vigor at this point is a known quantity in the matchup.
Yeah, and Dismember, I believe, as well. I think stock amulet lists usually play 2 to 3 copies of Dismember, so.
Okay, yeah. So that's just like doing your due diligence on the format, knowing that blacksmith skill will be good here. And honestly, with the Inkmoth Nexus, the Urza Saga can like fetch up a hammer. With Inkmoth Nexus, you could have a very, very fast kill on this mulligan to 6, which is terrifying, actually.
Yeah, Max definitely really wishes they could play a creature this turn, something like a Stoneforge or an Esper Sentinel, even an Ornithopter, a Memnite. But it does look like they also have, I think I saw March of Otherworldly Light.
That's an interesting one.
Because we're gonna hit the amulet with that, which is not too bad.
Big oof if I'm in Will See here because we didn't get any real value out of that amulet.
No. Yeah.
Which also makes me wonder, right? This start from the amulet side, the Titan side, is quite slow. I mean, we played a 1-mana artifact, and then we went land, nothing else. So what do you think is going on here? Why is explain this play pattern?
If I'm in Max's seat, I'm assuming that Will's hand is just stock full of interaction and Titans, and that's probably why he kept that Will kept their hand. Is okay. Azusa is not too bad. That actually bridges the gap nicely, and it's really awesome because you can't die next turn because there's no creature in play, so you don't have any fear of double hammer or anything like that. So this is kind of a turn where Will can just kind of play, set up shop as you see a couple lands here, and now we're setting up Titan mana for next turn. But yeah,
again, by the way. Yeah, I love that. The bounce land returning to Beseiju, Castle Garen breaking play. Can we see Titan next turn potentially?
We definitely could. There's that castle in play. Also, it's really worth noting Beseiju gets a nice little discount because the Azusa is legendary. So that's kind of cool.
I like that. That's awesome.
So you could see something will play 2 lands, activate castle, play Titan, hold up Beseiju, and that might be a little rough for Max if that's the sequence next turn.
All right, well, Urza Saga going to tick up to 2 here. I still see the Inkmoth Nexus. You mentioned the Blacksmith skill. What is the perfect play here for Max on this turn 2?
It's weird. Max's kind of just has to play setup here. He has his Steel Shaper's Gift, Blacksmith skill, Springleaf Drum. I think that might have been 2 copies. Yeah, 2 copies of Blacksmith skill. So there's not really a lot going on in Max's hand. I mean, we could see a Steel Shaper's Gift for a Colossus Hammer, and then the Saga can get another Colossus Hammer, but Max is really just playing setup this turn. I think Max is debating on whether or not they want to make a Saga token. Personally, I would probably just play some other spells and not want to make a token. I don't think the token is worth much on this board because you're going to be killing with Inkmoth Nexus. You're not killing with that token, I think.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, there's already a ground blocker here. Yawgmoth Nexus has that really sweet interaction with Colossus Hammer, right? So normally Colossus Hammer will remove flying from your creatures, but Yawgmoth Nexus has the ability to activate again after being equipped to regain the flying, I believe. So it is technically a very evasive threat here, and you can see that great call here. Max agrees. Time to play this Springleaf Drum. We're actually going to try to
Not
develop
going to
our
play the
board here as much as
gift, though.
possible.
Interesting that Max didn't want to play the gift there. I'm curious as to why.
What
I
line
guess
would you have
maybe
expected?
it's possible Max is trying to represent interaction here to maybe potentially, unless I'm not seeing it correctly in Max's hand, but I thought I saw a Steel Shaper's Gift. But yeah, I wanted to see Steel Shaper's Gift for, I think, Colossus Hammer. I guess if you already have the Saga, then there's really no reason. Well, you're kind of choked on mana is the issue, because Max doesn't have, like, think about a scenario where Max goes Saga Trigger on the stack, float mana, activate Nexus, Saga Trigger Resolve, get Hammer, equipped to Nexus. He has 1 mana floating to activate the Nexus. Yeah, I guess you have exactly enough, right? So you don't have enough to cast the Sagardazade next turn is the issue. That's kind of why I want to see it to save
You're
mana.
like in the Matrix right now. I can see all those, like, you know, like the math meme with all the calculations going on. I love it. Like that's the kind of like I can understand modern like a very like high level, but like breaking it down to this degree is exactly why you're here today. We're gonna see Will sort of kick up the heat here. Summoner's Pact is gonna get an old bordered Primeval Titan. Respect the art very much, and that's in
The
play
only
now.
acceptable one.
Yeah, there you go, there you go. I love it. Does that come in foil, by the way? I wonder. I don't. Yeah, it's beautiful. I feel like they should old border a lot more cards. In whatever future sets come out, because that for me was a slam dunk. You know, when I saw like Urza, Force of Negation, etc., all those
Mm,
cards was
yep.
nice.
Yeah, people have been clamoring for old border Shocklands for a while now. I think that would be a nice addition.
Oh my goodness. Now you've said it, and that's all I could think of.
Yeah.
So from here, do we have a lethal setup potentially on Will's side, or is this going to be a pass the turn play?
With no Amulet of Vigor, there's no way to untap the lands. I believe Will is just kind of resigned to passing here, and given Max's hand of double Blacksmith Skill and Steel Shaper's Gift, I mean, I believe that Max is dead, because I think Max can even play around Force of Vigor because of the Blacksmith Skill. So I think we kind of have everything covered here.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, that's actually a little bit absurd, right? Because I feel like once Primeval Titan comes into play, very well, I mean, in my experience, very rarely do I like, you know, get to see people like survive that. So it's kind of cool that not only are we surviving the turn, but just like having the potential counter kill as well. Which just goes to show like the absurdity of this hammer deck. I think also another thing to think about is, you know, this deck when Luris was legal was like basically the deck to beat, right? It was so
Mm-hmm.
ridiculous, and despite a massive nerf here, you can sort of see it still has such incredible potential. Wow.
Right. The Luris ban didn't really kill Hammer Time. What it did is it prevented it. Sort of brought back Hammer Time's late game. Right. So the Hammer Time deck was always going to be really good at assembling these fast kills in matchups where your opponent didn't have a ton of interaction.
Yeah.
So the only matchups where it really lost its luster was in fair matchups like Jund and Blue Eye Control and stuff like that. So here we see a
Wow.
Dismember that's going to be met with a Blacksmith skill. And I believe
Okay.
that is, oh yeah, because Max still has the mana floating from the Saga, so you can just
Right.
reanimate the
So
Nexus. So
as a
that'll do it.
recap, for the turn, yeah, basically upkeep, tutor up the hammer with Saga. You can equip that with the Sagardazade to the Yawgmoth Nexus, and then excuse me, swing in for a lethal shot here. And yeah, that's kind of absurd. Keep in mind, this was also on a mulligan on the draw, so
Right.
that was really a lot there. I mean, Max McVety, one of the most talented players here on the circuit. You saw, Max's name on the leaderboard there with, maybe 60 plus points, very much so in contention. Round one win is an excellent start for the day here. And like you said, like Hammer Time. Oh wow, it's powerful. It's definitely powerful and favored. That blacksmith skill came up huge.
Right, yeah. And as we talked about during sideboarding, you really expect a lot of free or cheap interaction from the Amulet side, Force of Vigor, Dismember. So the Blacksmith skill does make a lot of sense in the post-board games where like we talked about, game one is really just two ships passing in the night, but games 2 and 3 is where there's a lot more interaction. So the Blacksmith skill definitely does make a lot of sense.
All right. Well, there's no time to wait. We've got a backup match ready for you guys, everybody. Let's switch to it right now. We'll find out where we are in the game and what's going on here. So, it looks like we get to watch it from the very beginning. We have Nicholas on Esper Death Shadow against Kora on Amulet Titan. Some more Titan. Also, trivia. Today is Kora's birthday. So, chat, be polite. Wish Kora a happy birthday. That is awesome. Esper Death Shadow is kind of an interesting color combination. You know, I'm very familiar with the keyword Grixis Death Shadow. What's going on with an Esper list? I kind of want to know what's in this list. I see an Esper Sentinel.
Esper Death Shadow. Well, I'm gonna have to pull up the deck list now. You got me intrigued. But yeah, Esper usually means, I would say, Prismatic Ending. The other really nice white card that you get to play is Ranger Captain of Eos, which can also find you more copies of Death Shadow. So that is probably something that we're going to be able to see here.
Yeah, it looks like the deck also has 2 copies of Teferi Time Raveler and 2 Kaya Ores of Usurper. This is a crazy list. I like it.
Oh, Ledger Shredder too. We got some Murktide regions. Okay.
The word is the word.
Ledger Shredder in every deck.
All right, so it looks like
at what point is the Amulet deck going to play Ledger Shredder?
That's it should have probably already happened, you know, like. Oh, also, I'm actually gonna have to issue a game loss here to Nicholas. That is a basic planes in the hand, and that version is soft man.
No! Oh no! Is that like the Dryad Arbor?
I would, maybe, yeah. I could definitely see that. This is the basic planes, like the secret layer. I think that has like basically like the Oracle text.
All
for
text.
Yeah, and I'm just like, oh no, you know what I mean?
What's on Kora's sleeves? I can't really tell. It looks like a video game of sorts.
Okay, I'm gonna put I'm gonna put my guess in here. Well, first of all, we're gonna see a turn 1 Amulet, which is a great start here for the Titan side of things.
Oh yeah.
Is this like, all right? I don't know. I'm gonna shoot my shot. Advance Wars. I can't tell if that's like a little like robot on the patch.
It's hard to see.
Yeah.
Are we gonna Thoughtseize?
Oh my goodness! I also
we're
just
working
registered.
with from Kora's side.
Fully foiled out deck here on the Esper side.
Oh, there's a lot of foils.
Yeah. Thoughtseize is going to take a Primeval Titan. The hand looks to be 1 Arboreal Grazer
and some lands. 2 Grazers.
Yeah, and some lands. Yeah.
So not a lot of action from Kora's side, and the Prismatic Ending for the Amulet. So wow, that was a good turn for Nicholas.
This is exactly where you want to be when you're in any position against Amulet Titan. Turn 1, take your Titan and your Amulet, and now your deck, you're like, just what? Put the whole deck archetype in the graveyard. So kind of crazy.
Kora does have a couple of Grazers, so we can see. Yep, we're gonna make green mana. We can play another Grazer, so we're gonna get to put a lot of mana into play, which is good because obviously then any top deck Titan will be ripe for playing there. And we have the castle too. So funnily enough, even though we got Thoughtseized and Prismatic Ending, if we draw a Titan, we can still cast it.
Yeah, and we
actually no, we don't have a second green to activate the castle. Never mind.
Okay, maybe a land off the top 2 would help there. It's not like we're super under pressure here. Well, I say that.
You say that, and now there's a Death Shadow. So.
Yeah, my bad. Caster Curse 2 real. I forgot.
What is that? Looks like a promo of sorts. Is that a Zusa? I think it's a Zusa. Okay. I think so. That's your guess is as good as mine on that one. So
I'm so sorry, but this is the one thing that I realized. Like casting Paper Magic is like there's so many like new arts to like get adjusted to that. Yeah, like if you say it's a Zusa, I'm gonna trust you here. I'll be real with you.
Oh, chat's saying it's Dryad. Okay.
Dryad Arbor, right? No, I'm kidding.
We got that wrong a lot last weekend.
Yeah, this time Dryad of the Elysian Grove, but that's a good blocker. It's got 4 points.
It is a good blocker. Shadow is currently a 4/4, so we're going to hit in for 4.
Take it back. Maybe it's not a good blocker then.
And another Shadow. Okay, so we're kind of amping up the pressure a little bit. Kora really needs to find that Primeval Titan. Basic Forest, basically the same thing.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, I mean, this is one of the reasons why I think Death Shadow is just so scary, is right? Because you could put on a fast clock out of nowhere. I mean, this is like what, turn like 3, 4, and we already have a crazy board, 2 4/4s.
You know what's really interesting about naturally drawing the Dryad is if Kora finds draws the Valakut, which was that a Valakut?
Oh no.
Oh, Nicholas is at 9, and now we have Valakut plus land, so we can deal 6 damage to Nicholas. That was actually a really interesting top deck. Now, question is, so here's the awkward part, right? If you go upstairs with the Valakut, you make the Death Shadows bigger, which then makes you have to chump block. So it's the question of, where do you go here? Do you go upstairs with one? Okay, it looks like we're going after the Shadows.
Okay. All right. I can get behind that, right? I mean, in theory, what you could do is just like try to draw in, win the game next turn. But this is a lot more, I would say, controlled,
it's risky.
Disciplined. Yeah, exactly, right? So I do like this play here by Kora. One thing that I will note is that we do see a copy of Ledger Shredder in the hand here for Nicholas, but unfortunately, no blue mana. In fact, no third land at all.
I believe Titan should definitely be game here. Let's see if we drew a Titan. We probably would have cast it by now, yeah.
Yeah, it was just a windmill slam it, you know?
Yep.
I love the no manners windmill slam. It's always makes me feel good, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Nicholas is on all blue cards, no blue mana. And Kora's on all lands, no Titans. So who draws out of it first?
This is going to be kind of tricky because we see a copy of Amulet in the land.
So the Shadows are 4/4. So what we can do is we can Gruul Turf, trigger the Valakut, pick up the Gruul Turf, and then replay the Gruul Turf, kill the other. We're not picking up a land with the Gruul Turf. I don't know if it matters, but
yeah, I don't think it really matters because I mean this Death Shadow is going to force a chump block here, and then unless we draw maybe exactly, Titan, we might just be out of it. Yeah.
The issue is, it looked like Nicholas found blue mana, so now we're just going to drown the Dryad, and then we have lethal with the Shadow.
Okay. Yeah.
Picked up Forest. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yep, so that is going to do it.
All right, well, let's see if we can take a look at deck list here. I want to know what's going on in this Esper Death Shadow list, because
Me too.
That color combination is like absolutely sweet. We'll take a look at the main deck really quickly. I see 4 Death Shadow, 4 Esper Sentinel, okay, 3 Ledger Shredder. We see the 4 Planeswalkers, a couple Murktide regions. Like you mentioned, there's also Ranger, Captain of Eos, and then the generic disruption in the form of Drown in the Lock, Thoughtseize, and removal, Fatal Push, Prismatic Ending. In the sideboard, Sanctifiers, Torox, Solitude, Unearth. That's a sweet one. 2 Dovin's Vetoes, 2 Force of Negation, Akaya's Guile, and then Chalice of the Void and Engineered Explosives. What do you like to bring in here?
From the Esper side against Amulet, definitely want access to these Solitudes. And potentially the Chalice of the Void. It's an interesting one because you can shut off Summoner's Pact. So I would consider bringing in the Chalice, but definitely the Solitudes. I don't think there's a ton that I like from the Esper side, though.
Okay, yeah. It's kind of interesting, too. You were talking earlier about like how Murktide is or Ledger Shredder is taking the place of Murktide region, and this literally, it's actually happening. You're like a prophet of sort. I don't know. We'll take a look at the Amulet deck list, too, if that's available. And then I want to get your thoughts on sideboarding here. So 3 Dismembers, a list of a number of endurances. Again, a lot of what we were seeing in the earlier deck list, too. Tireless Tracker, Emrakul, Force of Vigor, Engineered Explosives, Relics, Beseiju, Cavern. I mean, it looks like it's almost like the exact same deck, maybe 1 or 2 cards off. How would you board in this matchup with this sideboard?
I think it's at least the exact same identical sideboard. But from the Amulet side of things, in this matchup, I definitely want access to the Engineered Explosives, very good at killing Death Shadow. Relic of Progenitus is something you can talk yourself into because Drown in the Lock, Relic is very good at kind of mitigating Drown in the Lock to an extent. Dismember is probably something you want access to, but you got to be careful with Dismember because Shadow can get out of Dismember range, relatively quickly. And Endurance as well could be something that you want to bring in again to fight the Drown in the Lock. So I'm looking at potentially those cards and maybe the Tireless Tracker.
Okay, well, I think we might be ready to go to game 2 for our time-shifted match here. Again, if you're just joining in, we are in Lansing, Michigan this weekend. We've got a Modern 10K trial and a Pioneer 5K trial tomorrow here, sponsored all by Nerd Rage Gaming. Check out their website, follow them on social media, and hit the follow button here too. Show some love. We got Turn 1 Amulet, namesake card in the deck for the green side of things, and time to disassemble on the Death Shadow side.
Amulet's definitely where we want to start, and then from the Shadow side, we're looking likely to curve Disruption, maybe like Shockland, Thoughtseize on the first turn or two, and then try to play a fast Shadow. The Amulet, this is one of those, definitely a racing situation for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Street Wraith cycles, Bobble checks the top of the deck. Okay, Godless Shrine.
That's our best start.
Yeah.
And we see a second Amulet, a map. That's the promo. A Pact and an Engineered Explosives. Okay. So pretty good hand for Kora. Well, now that we've taken the Pact, Kora's hand was basically all rolled up, but now that we've lost the the payoff. Now we have to find another payoff. Now, notably, Kora does have Expedition Map, which can get Teleria West. The issue is we don't have any blue mana for the Teleria West, so we need to potentially find something like a Simic Growth Chamber with these double amulets will give us a ton of blue mana to be able to transmute the Teleria West and so on and so forth.
Well, this is kind of big here. We've got a bounce line coming into play this turn, generating a number of mana, and it looks like Expedition Map, the promo one coming down first. I like that sequencing. And with the floating 4 or 3 now down to 1, we're going to tutor up a land. Let's see if it actually picks up the Teleria West. Looks like we're skimming right past it, but that's an Urza Saga.
Okay. Saga's not a bad one.
Land drop is made for the turn, though.
So I guess Kora is planning on just trying to go beatdown mode with the Saga tokens. I guess it's probably better than getting a Teleria West because, again, if you get Teleria West, you're kind of under the assumption that you find blue mana, like something like a Simic Growth Chamber. I guess there's also the potential of just not sacking the map this turn, but the only problem I have with going Saga beatdown is it's not the best against a Death Shadow because Death Shadow can kind of outsize the Saga tokens pretty easily.
Okay, makes sense. Looks like Thoughtseize number 2 going to come down, take care of an Engineered Explosives, and that's bad. There's no second land here from the Death Shadow side of things. I see a hand of Dovin's Veto and Teferi and Ledger Shredder, and while these cards are all cool, if you can't cast them...
Oh, another Dovin's Veto. Yeah, Nicholas has got nothing going on. No shadows. It's just their hand is just all Shredders, Vetoes, and Planeswalkers, so...
Meanwhile, here, Kora going to go full on here with the Urza Saga attack squad. Another Urza Saga coming down here. Endstep making a 3/3 construct.
That Saga plan looking a lot better now. Remember how I said it wasn't the best against Shadow? Well, when they don't draw the Shadow, it looks a lot better.
Yeah, Oof. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of damage coming through. I mean, is this a 2-turn clock potentially?
Nicholas is at 12, so yeah, I would assume so. Because I see looks like we're at 5/5 right now with the constructs, so 5 and then 10. Yeah, definitely a 2-turn clock.
Okay, yeah. And then even so, the Saga itself could tutor up another artifact and potentially make the numbers work out even better. So like that's quite incredible here.
Thoughtseize. Might as well cast it for some free information.
And that's a game 3 right there.
All right, game 3.
All right. Well, we will take a quick break from that match. I wonder if we are... Okay, yeah. So we, I mean, I want to know... Well, okay, so the most important thing is you got to cast your spells. I think that's very much so. Do you think if based on that hand, I mean, I saw a couple copies of Dovin's Veto come into, from the sideboard. How do you feel about that card in this matchup?
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I'm not the biggest fan of Dovin's Veto from the Esper side of things. It's really, I think, not only, it really only answers stuff like Summoner's Pact. It doesn't answer Titan directly. It does answer Pact, but the issue is you don't want to flood on a ton of those expensive reactive cards because it is a very high pace matchup.
Yeah, like you mentioned earlier. Yeah, like, I mean, it's just about getting down to business and putting those large mana creatures into play and just like turning sideways, ending the game ASAP. And I do think that Dovin's Veto doesn't exactly mesh, but I wonder if there are better or worse cards that may have come out instead. Again, I think what really does matter though is, just making sure that you have mana to cast your spells here. Let's take a look at game 3 when we do get a chance. I do want to see the resolution of this. I think now with Death Shadow on the play, potentially it'll just be a lights out, sweep the leg, Amulet of the Titan getting O2'd in the first round of the event sort of thing. I don't know.
Yeah, you saw Nicholas kept a hand. I think it was 1 land Street Wraith Thoughtseize. I think Nicholas probably had a couple Thoughtseizes in their opener, so probably a reasonable keep from Nicholas's side. But let's see if we can get some more lands going on here. I see at least
Solitude.
1. Yeah, there's the Solitude.
Yeah, looks like Kora's going to take a mulligan down to 6 here potentially, and I see Street Wraith. What I'm assuming is a Flooded Strand, a promo art, and then
yes, that's a Flooded Strand. I know that because I have 4 copies of those.
Oh, okay, wonderful.
I like that art.
Nice. Is that old bordered card? Is that? It looks like I'm not sure what other old bordered cards there are. It might be a Prismatic
I think it's
ending?
A Ranger Captain. Yeah, it could be ending.
Okay. That would be kind of cool. So now here's what I'm curious is like, do we have the same level of cheap interaction in the early game from the Esper Death Shadow sort of thing side of things? And if not, does that mean that the Amulet player will be able to steal a game here on the draw? Because being on the draw is against a very, very aggressive deck, not exactly the best feeling.
Yeah, on the draw, mulliganing against Thoughtseize. I mean, at least you get to be on the draw, so you kind of, you're not down as many cards, or you're not down an extra card. So we see a cycle of Street Wraith here. I don't believe Nicholas had a Thoughtseize in their opener. No Thoughtseize, so we're gonna probably play a Sentinel here.
Okay,
So
Sentinel's
that's good for Kora.
Yeah,
Because now, then if we have an Amulet, we can just kind of slam that.
which is kind of interesting too, because I feel like Sentinel was the kind of card that I originally like very much so underestimated. I used to think that this card, like, okay, it's fine, you just like wait a turn, but then when you combine it with these like hyper aggressive decks, you really do get to leverage the passive like income of Esper Sentinel to just draw all these extra cards, which I think is just beautiful. Like forcing your opponent under the gun to. I mean, maybe that's how this card was supposed to be played. We even saw this card in the hammer list as well. Just taxing mana from the amulet side of things. And I wonder if in this kind of matchup, you probably don't bring in. Okay, well, you do bring in engineered explosive. That's pretty good, but not like force of vigor and things like that.
No, definitely no Force of Vigor, but it's especially nice as the format gets a lot more spell based. Like you see all of these like Murktide Regent decks they're going a little bit lower on creatures. As more people play spells, and you have an Esper Sentinel on turn 1, your opponent's gonna trigger that thing a lot.
Mm-hmm. And here we see it finally, Ledger Shredder into play, turn
First
2.
sighting.
And Simic Growth Chamber going to bounce. Okay, land, and then we still have this Engineered Explosives on 1 for the Esper Sentinel. So maybe we just sit on this EE for a little while. It's hard to say. Depends on the rest of the hand here. But who do you think is ahead so far in this early game?
Well, that might change my opinion. I believe the Shadow player is. It looks like we also have a lot of good leftovers. There's a Shadow. Wow, trigger the Shredder. Yeah, and with Kora without any access to amulets so far, I believe we the Shadow player is definitely ahead, and then we have a Street Wraith as well. That's pretty nice. Yeah, so we're going to be able to put a lot of pressure into play, and then at least the nice thing is the drown's kind of turned off. There's no cards in Kora's graveyard, so that is kind of cool. You see a nice interaction. I think Nicholas was at 13 when he played the Death Shadow. So what happened was Nicholas played the Death Shadow, trigger Connive, and then still with the Death Shadow on the stack, they cycled Street Wraith.
That's pretty sweet. So that's so cool. Yeah, get a little bit more information for the Connive before committing to the -2 life loss here. And now suddenly this board is looking really terrifying. 3 creatures, but here comes Azusa. Maybe some hope.
Dryad.
Oh, it's Dryad.
Dryad.
All right. I feel it. I feel like the inner Joe in me coming out here. I mean, I know he's not here, but that's perfect. Now that he's not here, we just can take so many jabs at him. Like, it's great. Yeah. I'm so excited. All right. No, but this is the caster. I feel it. I feel it. Beautiful. Don't get me wrong. But
now, what happens when somebody has Dryad Arbor and Dryad of the Elysian Grove in their deck? What do we do?
Oh, it's over. I put that in my contract. I told Norm I'm just out. I'm out the door if that happens.
All right, so we're gonna a fetch shock here to grow the Shadow. Trying to see what we have left over. So it looks like Shredder, Solitude, Ranger Captain, and I think another Shadow as well. So we're probably going to see an attack for. We're gonna go Shredder into Shadow. God, that's such a good turn. We get to trigger both Shredders. Ooh.
Also,
and we even. Go ahead.
I was gonna say if we could like Solitude somehow this turn, that'd be pretty sweet as well. Just like really put the pressure on here. Yeah. It looks like we're gonna do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say our leftovers were Solitude white cards. So
yeah. Conniving twice in one turn.
Yeah, I know. This is way too much for me. It's too much value.
Oh, I love it so much. Now I mean, Kora's at 16, which doesn't look like a low life
Kora's
total.
At 18 from the Solitude, and then we can go 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, well, now we're going to go to 10 and play another Shadow. I don't realistically think Kora has any outs here. It definitely starts with explosives, but the thing is, we're not going to play the other Shadow. Maybe I missaw that, or maybe Nicholas just wants to hold it to potentially try to play around that explosives up the top. That's what I was going to say. Is Kora, if Kora draws explosives, maybe they're back in this, but
I don't think I saw. I think I saw another top deck Dryad here, which is not where you want to be facing down this much pressure.
A Pact, a Dryad. I mean, if that Dryad survived, we did have Pact for Titan, which could have got Valakut's, but because that Dryad survived, we're in a much worse position. Or because the Dryad died.
Yeah, and I guess in this situation too, like there's not even a real reason to play the second Death Shadow. You literally have lethal in play right now. Like 2, 2, 1, 5. Quick math. Yeah, there we go. Good job, Anu. Yeah, nice.
I was thinking if this happened, where you'd want the second shadow to be able to attack, right? So you
Wait a
have
minute,
Titan
what?
blocking the shadow.
I literally just
Yeah.
closed my eyes and there's a Primeval Titan in play. What the heck just happened?
Also, connive, because
Oh,
packed into Primeval Titan.
oh, this it just doesn't stop.
It
Ledger
just never
Shredder's so
stops.
good.
It's so good. I also get that a lot when I play a Cascade spell into a Ledger Shredder. That's not the best feeling. But
Oh, I heard about that. Yeah, I saw it that that must really feel bad, like if that ever does happen. I mean, but you get rhinos as compensation. That's pretty nice.
true. I guess I'll live with some 4/4s.
My
Misset
highlight
trigger.
reel with Ledger Shredder, I was playing it in Legacy, so that's how you know already. But it was a 6/8, and on the other side there was a 6/6 Murktide, and I was just like cackling internally. I was just like, "Yes, this is justice."
Yeah,
Okay,
see, who
so
needs Murktide Regent when you just connive 7 times with the Ledger Shredder and just,
yeah,
it's bigger than
and like
Murktide.
that's what happens in these style of decks, right? You design them so that they're very interactive. You can slow the game down so that Ledger Shredder actually gets to connive, gives you selection passively. Like feels it's just it's poetic. It's so poetic.
Yeah, and then the Shadow deck has a lot of cheap spells, right? Obviously, Prismatic Ending, Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, Death Shadow. It also has Ranger Captain Evios, which, if you have 4 mana, is a double spell turn, so
Mhm.
something like that too.
It looks like Primeval Titan going to tutor Valakut and Radiant Fountain, I believe, getting 2 life, going up to 10 here, which means we're probably not dead on this exact spot, but board is still very menacing. Now, okay, now we're going full circle. Maybe that Dryad that we top decked last turn could be good.
Does Kora have to block here? 8, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, no, yeah, Kora definitely has to block. Because if you don't block, you die to Straight Wraith, right? 7, 10, 13. Yeah, so you do unfortunately have to block. I was going to say Kora's in a pretty good spot if we don't have to block the Death Shadow, because we can go play Dryad, attack with Primeval Titan. But, okay, so what does Kora need here?
How
Yeah,
about
pay for
Dryad into double
Pact.
land?
Ooh, is that lethal? Oh my
One time?
god, that's crazy! Wow, drew the second Valakut. I guess actually, I think we had lethal anyways because we can just play a second land. So yeah, that was crazy, crazy
Oh, I
game.
love Magic the Gathering so much. I love it. I love it. I love it. That was so crazy. I mean, you're playing Magic on your birthday, and round one, your opponent puts like 20 points of power, and you're just like,
All right,
burn,
Riot.
it's so good. That's so good.
Yeah.
That being said, though, yeah, I think it was really close, and I think like based on what I watched there, two things. First is Ledger Shredder looks so good. Even though you didn't necessarily win, the value that it provided was immense. And then the second thing is, man, these aggressive decks are really scary from the Titans perspective of things.
Right, and the nice thing about that matchup specifically is in order for Death Shadow to present a fast clock, it has to pay a lot of life. And you get into these situations where even if you're on low resources, as long as you have a Dryad and a Valakut, it's usually enough to just kill your opponent.
Yeah, that brings me back to I remember when I was first looking at Death Shadow, one of the most interesting matchups to me personally was like Death Shadow against like Burn. I was watching Jarvis, you play this a long, long, long time ago, and he was like, "Yeah, you just have to really delicately like dance. It's like ballet almost. Like keep your life total high enough, apply enough pressure, but then don't die to all their burn spells." And then from the Burn side too, is just like how much can I sling at you, to get away with this. And I think that was yeah, super, super interesting. All right, real quick, let's take a look at some of the future events that we've got going on here on the NRG series. We've got a lot of paper magic coming up here. So this is our event in July. This is a $15,000 weekend, as you can see, and it's split up into 2 events. Got another 10K modern trial on Saturday, followed by a 5K trial that is legacy on Sunday. And this is going to be at the end of July, 30th and 31st in the Chicagoland area, aka Mundelein. I bet the future paper magic, the home for all that sort of stuff, which is super awesome. You can see below here also the season 2 schedule. We got a lot of events coming up here. With the showdown 2 on at the end of August, and actually it's kind of sweet. Yeah, perfect. This is the season 2 schedule for what we got. So we've already had our event here today in Lansing, but then end of July, and then end of August, and then also end of September. So keep your weekends open. You got the schedule. You've got no reason not to be either at these events or at your seat watching. It's going to be sweet. A lot of magic here, a lot of paper. $70,000 in total prizes here for the season 2. So I want to give a massive shout out to NRG Series, Norman Cohen, Max Kahn, Matt Monte, all for putting this stuff together here. It's great to have paper coverage. I'm so excited. Yeah, super excited.
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to NRG doing a ton of the coverage, and really appreciate the opportunity here. It's going to be a lot of fun today.
Yeah, I actually wonder. So we have a modern trial coming up at the end of July. Are there any sets coming out for modern that might, shake up the format just a little bit? I know recently we had a B&R announcement for
Mhm.
the state of the metagame for many formats. So we had, for me personally, Legacy, which was interesting. We saw modern, and then notably, Pioneer was just like flipped upside down. So for any Pioneer fans, tomorrow is going to be a big day. One of the largest events right after the ban. We're going to get to see how players adapt to it. But just as a heads up, if you are living under a rock, no worries. They're cozy. Expressive iteration banned in Pioneer,
Get it out of here.
and then Winota as well banned in Pioneer. What are your thoughts on these? Because I know you've dabbled in Pioneer a decent amount. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I've been playing a pretty good amount of Pioneer over the last couple of weeks. As far as the Winota ban, I think that was kind of a foregone conclusion at that point. I think it was, it had obviously already been banned in Explorer, and while their argument was Explorer had much less of a smaller card pool, so potentially Pioneer could handle a card like Winota, it just got to be a little bit too much. The expressive iteration ban, I'm a little skeptical of, because in their announcement, they did mention that they wanted to kind of build the format around the Delve cards. I don't think it's the best idea to maybe try to build the format around those broken Delve spells. So it's possible that maybe you're better off just getting rid of those. But it is nice that I think that the problem with expressive iteration, specifically in the Izzet decks that it was in, is it really offered them a way to play, like really have these really good card advantage engines through graveyard hate. So you had Shredder, you had iteration, you had stuff like that. So when they lose iteration, they're definitely a lot softer to graveyard hate, which is nice.
Okay. Yeah, I think I like that a lot too. I mean, personally speaking, I think expressive iteration is one of the most foulest cards that's been printed in a decent bit. Okay, so I mean, okay, look, there are a lot of different types of Magic players. You got your Magic players out there that, like me, I play my Tundra, I brainstorm, and I top deck my Terminus. Classy, very, very, handsome, good looking. Then you have the other types of players that will just go like him to Torok, just straight up,
Mhm.
sucker punch you, take the
Wow.
2-for-1, that kind of thing. Expressive iteration gives me a lot of those vibes where there's just like, it's one of those cards where you don't really need to put any like play effort into leveraging the card. You just play it and you take your 2-for-1 and you move on, right? And it really does reward a certain style of deck, which I think is cool. You can build around it with a very like, low to the ground, cheap deck. But I think those decks generally, I have found that in the macro perspective of things, I like that those decks you can sort of go over, and iteration really just like raises the bar on those decks. Like you get to play a long game with some of the best cards, cheapest cards. So you have an strong early game, strong mid game, strong late game. It's a bit too much for me, honestly.
Yeah, it's the best card on turn 2, and it's the best card on turn 20. That's
Yeah.
when the card is really powerful. It helps you find your land drops. It helps you gas back up in the late game. It does everything, and definitely probably a little too efficient for what it offers.
All right, so it looks like our round is going to conclude shortly. We may come back to a break at some point, but I mean, I'm having fun here talking. I mean, I wanted to ask you another question. Oh man, so if you had to, I mean, I'll just follow up on the Pioneer conversation while we're here and just waiting for more content. If you had to play in the 5K trial tomorrow, what do you think you'd pick up? What do you normally pay in Pioneer? Actually, that's something that I'd love to know. And then, what do you think is going to be good tomorrow? Who wins from the band? I mean, obviously we know who loses, but who comes out ahead?
So personally, I've been focusing a lot on the Mono Green Devotion deck. I think that is, with Winota gone, I think Mono Green Devotion is probably the most powerful thing you can be doing. Nykthos in some spots feels kind of like Tolarian Academy. I know you're familiar with that card, but Nykthos Shrine to Nyx is extremely powerful. The format as a whole, honestly, I think the biggest winner might actually be. It's weird because one of Winota's best matchups, or one of the decks that Winota beat up on the most, was I think the Lotus Field deck. And it's because it was just like a turn faster than the Lotus Field deck. But the thing is, with Winota gone, I think there's going to be a lot more people gravitating towards Mono Green, which also happens to be a bad matchup for Lotus Field because they get to main deck Karn the Great Creator, which gives them access to Damping Sphere and Godpharaoh Statue. The format as a whole, I think that the top tier decks are Mono Green, some form of Izzet. I think Izzet is still a really good deck, even with the expressive iteration ban. You still have access to Treasure Cruise, all of the enablers like Piece of the Puzzle, Lighting Axe, all the blue cantrips, Arclight Phoenix, those kinds of things, Shredder. So I think blue-red is still going to be good. I'm a big fan of Heroic. I think Heroic's in a pretty good spot. And I like the Greasefang decks as well. I think the Greasefang decks are going to get a little bit of a tick up in popularity.
Interesting. So I'm kind of excited too to see how the top cut of tomorrow's event does shape out. I kind of get the feeling that everything you said is spot on. I mean, so far, like I don't think you've said a single wrong thing. So par for the course. I'll just you know I'll follow the cues. I think we're gonna cut to break now. We'll be back in a little bit for round number 2. It's gonna be pretty exciting. Are there any matchups you are interested in seeing?
That Esper Death Shadow deck looked pretty sweet. As far as the format as a whole, I'm interested to see if anybody decided to pick up one deck that I feel like has been kind of thrown by the wayside is Gruul Ponza. I know that some people have been playing on Magic Online to some varying success, but I think that deck is a little underplayed, and potentially also there's a version that's also been playing the Vivian combo that's been doing well in challenges. So I want to see if anybody's playing some Vivian combo this weekend.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah, okay, sweet. All right, sit tight, hit the follow button, get your popcorn. Actually, it's a bit too early for, no, that's not true. It's never too early for popcorn.
It's never.
Grab a coffee, and we'll see you in a little bit for round number 2. All right, well, everybody, welcome back to the NRG Lansing, Michigan Modern 10K Trial. My name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Devin O'Donnell, aka the Doomwake. I'm going to do that I'm going to tell you right now, I want to do that many times. I don't know if you get that a lot either. But
I actually, funnily enough, I have a Doomwake Giant sitting right here. So
oh, that's so great. The origin is that it? Like, is the Doomwake like tag based off of Doomwake Giant?
So there was a PT that we were testing for. This is actually I actually tested with Andrea Mangucci for this PT, and he's the one who coined the nickname. We were doing some practice drafts in the hotel room, and I opened it was that format, and I opened that card in 3 consecutive drafts, pack on pick one, and that's it. That's the story.
That's so crazy. I mean, it's small things like that. Like, I mean, okay, so like my tag is a lot less interesting actually. It's related to the Lion King. There was like a hyena, like the hyenas from Lion King. That's where my username comes from or whatever. It was in the 4th grade, admittedly, but it's stuck for like 30 years now. Or oh god, that's painful to say out loud. But there it is.
We can
It's
cut that part out. It's fine.
fun stuff. Yeah, I outed myself, didn't I? So just to catch everybody up, if you're just tuning in, we just finished round 1 and we got to watch our primary, which was Blue-White Hammer against Amulet Titan, Blue-White at the hands of Max McVety, who won against Will Kwalczyk, I believe, on Amulet Titan. Will won the last Modern Trial, so that was a really fire match to begin our event. And yeah, the backup was also more Amulet, but this time against Esper Death Shadow, which is a really cool take on the list here. And it was a pretty climactic. It was pretty hype ending. I'm not gonna lie. So if you missed that, be sure to check out the VOD. If you just got here, also, I think it's my 4th time saying it. I'm gonna go for like 15 times saying this, but hit the follow button. Seriously, high energy. I'm not joking about this. Hit the follow button. Show the channel your support. Love it a lot. What do you want to see for round 2? What do you think we're gonna get?
I was looking through some deck lists and I found some interesting ones. Chat was talking about the Vivian combo that I'd mentioned briefly before we cut to break. There was a deck list that was actually a 4-color Yorion version of the Vivian combo deck list that finished in the finals of the challenge. I think it was last weekend.
Mm-hmm.
So that it was basically just kind of like a 4-color Yorion deck that kind of slapped the Vivian combo in there. So I'd be interested to see if there was any people that brought that to the table today. And I mean, obviously, I'm down to see some rhinos anytime. So
hey, you mentioned the Vivian combo. Now, me, I'm like somewhat into Modern. I know a little bit about it, but not too much. So I'm gonna just ask you point blank, what is the Vivian combo and how does it work?
So Vivian on the Hunt is basically a 6-mana planeswalker that allows you to Birthing Pod. So it's +2, sacrifice a creature, you get a creature from your deck with 1 higher CMC. So essentially what happens is you assemble Vivian plus any 3-mana creature, you uptick the Vivian, get a 4-drop, which is Felidar Guardian, blinks the Vivian, uptick the Vivian again, sack the Felidar Guardian, get Karmic Guide, which brings the Felidar Guardian back to then blink the Vivian again, uptick the Vivian, sacrifice the Felidar Guardian, get Kiki-Jiki, copy the Karmic Guide, get back the Felidar Guardian, and then you've assembled Kiki-Jiki plus Felidar Guardian.
That's sweet. That's so cool. I mean, just attack for oh my god, it's Splinter Twin all over again. I mean, let me ask you an ethical question. Are you a Splinter Twin fan? Are you on the unbanned Splinter Twin train?
I'm indifferent. I didn't play. I played a little bit of Twin back when it was legal, and I think it does some good things for the format. I wouldn't be unhappy that it got unbanned, but I'd be fine either way.
All right. Well, I'm definitely on the bring back Twin, please, because I love it a lot. But I'm also on the let's get to round 2 and talk about what's going on here. This is great. We've got Holden Leffman on Izzet Murktide against Sulaiman on Azorius Control. This is going to be sweet. We see the Kahira revealed as well.
Yeah, so this is, I believe Raja plays a ton of blue-white control, so definitely a very skilled pilot with the deck, and then we got some Izzet Murktide here. This is an interesting matchup. I tend to believe that I like the Azorius control side of things, because you have Solitude for Murktide Regent, you have a lot of prismatic innings to deal with the cheap creatures, but it all kind of depends on the way that Holden's deck is situated with regards to kind of the flex spots, which is some people play Spell Pierce, some people play, there's some different things that go along with those flex spots, so we'll have to see how this plays out.
Okay, wonderful to know. So what I'm going to just double down on that. What are some of the flex spots that would be better in this matchup, and what would you play them over in otherwise?
Specifically Spell Pierce, which that's the reason I mention that is because I see a copy of Spell Pierce in Holden's hand, but that card is exceptional in this matchup. For 1 mana, you can hit a Teferi Time Raveler. You can hit Teferi Hero of Dominaria if that is something that Raja has access to. So it's just it's a really good way to trade up on mana, and that's all you really want to ever do with the Izzet deck.
All right, well, looks like Raja was on the play here. Unfortunately, missing third land drop, which is a big deal here. On the other side, Holden in Holden's hand, I can see 2 copies of Counterspell and 1 Spell Pierce, so those seem pretty incredible in the matchup. Lightning Bolts and Unholy Heats, not so much. I mean, they do go after Planeswalkers, but in this situation, I do really like the Counterspells. We're going to see here Expressive Iteration from Holden's side. Raja did find the third land on turn 4 and is considering counterspelling this Expressive Iteration. How do you feel about that decision?
Um, the thing about expressive iteration here is Holden has a lot of cards in hand, and they haven't been playing any threats. Like obviously, the way that the Holden's best path to victory in this matchup is playing a cheap threat and kind of riding into victory, and we don't have that. So I'm kind of down to counter this iteration because there's a very likelihood that Holden is just going to keep playing land go, and that's kind of a spot you really want to be in from the Izzet side. Is you just want to keep playing land go with no pressure in play.
Okay, well, Archmage Charm on the stack here. Not sure what mode it's actually choosing, but I think it also just doesn't matter because it's going to get Spell Pierce, like you mentioned. That's kind of a big deal, right? Like, imagine if the Archmage Charm was either countering or trying to draw 2 cards, just play tit for tat, if you will. That's like a very good answer. And then you can see the follow-up here, too. There's Ragavan. That's a very strong follow-up here.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're looking for from Holden's side. If now I do see a prismatic ending in Rash's hand, so looks like we're gonna go for Teferi. Okay. Interesting here that we don't want to just I guess because we're missing a land drop, that makes a little bit more sense. I was gonna say we wanted to just prismatic ending the Ragavan, but because Roger's missing a land drop, they really wanted to try and hit that land, so that does make a lot of sense. The only issue here is, I mean, I guess your Teferi is most likely dying regardless. Yeah, we're gonna see a heat on Teferi.
Yeah, Unholy Heat, not so great in this matchup, but this is one of the best ways you can actually leverage the card, just getting rid of Planeswalkers that are on lower loyalty. And that gives the opportunity here to potentially dash the Ragavan while also holding up counterspell. So Holden's position looks very solid here, advancing into the mid game.
Right, that Ragavan was huge because, as we talked about earlier, Holden didn't have any pressure, and you can't really afford to just keep playing Drago with the blue-eye control deck. That's not how you. That's not how you're winning from the Murktide side. You're really winning by a cheap early creature pressure, and then back that up with some counter spells. So this Ragavan definitely a huge pickup for Holden.
Okay, it looks like the monkey's going to make a treasure token, flip a copy of Counterspell here. Can't cast that one, so sigh of relief here from Raja. Bounce back to the hand, pass the turn. I'm not going to lie, though. This looks like some work is going to be left work is left to be done here if you're going to dig out of this situation with the blue-white side of things, so...
Yeah, I think Raja picked up a copy of the Wandering Emperor and is now just passing. Obviously doesn't want to just run that into 2 open mana. Pretty, pretty fair to assume that Holden does have a counterspell, which we definitely have a couple copies of.
Mm-hmm. Although one thing I see, drawing Archmage's Charm for the turn here in Holden's hand, but I don't see another land, so there's a real chance, I mean, maybe capping out at 6 cards, 7 cards in hand. Soon we may discard. Note, okay, March of the Otherworldly Light going to take care of the Ragavan, and the game proceeds.
Okay, I might have lied there. I saw a promo. I thought it was the Wandering Emperor. I think it might have been that March.
Okay, that's a good time. I mean, Wandering Emperor, I think, is a fantastic card. I've realized that not only in like standard or whatever, but in Pioneer, in Modern, and even in Legacy, that card is starting to really impress me. I was like, oh, you can never play a 4-mana Flashwalker in this format, and then bang, like so in Modern, especially, I imagine it's going to be wonderful.
All right, so we're going to fight over this prismatic ending. Definitely makes a lot of sense. As we said, Holden really, really wants to keep a creature in play and just kind of keep protecting it. So definitely makes a lot of sense here. And, Holden does have a lot of counter spells in hand. You see another counter spell and an Archmage's Charm. So definitely want to try and trade for this Channeler for sure.
Yeah, this is a play that I don't think we see very often. I mean, I think protecting your threats with counter spells is like, I mean, for me, I always think of like Delver of Secrets and like using your counter spells to protect your tempo. And I think in this situation, that's exactly what we are going to get because, Raja's at 14 and from Holden's side, like you can have all these counter spells, but eventually when the dust settles, Raja will keep playing Planeswalkers and keep trading 1-for-1 with the counter spells. And then suddenly, if you don't have any pressure going on, eventually Raja will just draw out of it. That's what the blue-white deck is going to do. It has a very, very strong late game in this matchup. So here we're going to see, part of that Raja's tapped out. Holden is tapped out. So we're going to resolve our Memory Deluge. And with only the Dragon's Rage Channeler in play, I feel like this is going very well for the blue-white side of things.
Yes, for sure. I'm just going to assume we have Delirium. There's a lot of cards in the graveyard. I know it's at least maybe we don't. I think it's an instant sorcery land. I don't know if
Yeah,
there's
I
a
don't see a
creature
creature or an
or
artifact.
artifact. Yeah. But yeah, like you said, it's really the onus is on Holden to really end the game. The blue eye control deck has a significantly better late game than the Izzet deck in this matchup, with things like Castle Vantress, Teferi Hero of Dominaria, Flashback Memory Deluge, various creature lands. So we definitely want to try and end the game. So you see a lightning bolt here, just going upstairs because we really want to get Delirium. Now Holden did keep a card, which means that either didn't want to, maybe it wasn't Delirium, maybe it was a card that they really wanted access to.
Yeah, I don't know. This is kind of tricky for sure here. I mean, I'm not even sure who comes out ahead here when you get just like randomly lightning bolted down from 14 to like 11 or something like that. Is it the blue-eyed player that's fist bumping, or is it the Holden on Izzet Murktide who's just like, yeah, I mean, I'm getting some selection and some value out of this. Hard to say.
Yeah, I think Raj is definitely pumping the fist here. I mean, the nice thing is you do see that Holden does have a second channeler, and they didn't deploy that, which is pretty smart. You don't want to, it's one of those things where yes, you want to end the game, but you can do it one creature at a time, right? You don't have to expose a second creature to something like a Supreme Verdict. So I definitely like that play from Holden.
I also like it too because you're keeping up 5 mana for both of your counter spells here. That's good patience. I like that a lot. When you're playing these blue mirror matches, you want to make sure that interaction is critical, right? And in this stage, you can see here, okay, Teferi on the stack. So now we hold up the counter spell. That gets counter spell back, but now we can Archmage's Charm and win the battle. We also get these Surveil triggers. Teferi Time Raveler, probably one of the more important cards in the matchup. No.
We're not going to. Yes, Teferi definitely one of the more important cards in the matchup. I'm kind of interested in why Hold didn't fight over that. I guess we want to hold the charm to sort of divination here because we're kind of out of gas.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, very interesting. I feel like personally, I kind of wanted to counter the Teferi there, but
Yeah, perhaps our plan might be to use another Unholy Heat to double Lightning Bolt. Wait a minute. Could we just be going to
oh,
face with all of these burn spells? That'd be kind of sweet.
okay. And we're close-ish to Delirium.
That is
Again, we're
certainly a
still
plan. I will tell you that much.
missing a creature or an artifact here. That's an
Banger.
artifact. Okay. So now we have 9 damage now?
Okay, well, 9 is not
Or
10.
did you said you saw a second bolt, right?
I think I see Bolt, Darcy in the hand. Or maybe it's Bolt Heat.
I think it's bolt heat. Okay.
Okay,
That's a little worse.
that is certainly a little bit worse. But the Heat will be able to take care of the Teferi, which is a very good exchange.
Oof. Prismatic ending there. Okay, so now you can heat the Teferi and then probably just hold up counterspell. I know see, this is the awkward part, right? Do you want to play the channeler or do you just want to hold up the charm? And that was kind of you noticed you saw at the end of Raj's last turn, Holden sacrificed that fiery islet, which is really awkward because if we had 1 extra mana, we'd be able to hold up the charm here. So maybe an oversight by Holden, or because they did have the charm in the hand at that point. So
Right. Very, very, very like tense game. I think we're at the point where like I think Holden is starting to feel the burn, right? This is exactly what we were talking about earlier, is how as the dust settles, Roger's going to keep jamming threats into play that will take over the game. Holden is required to answer these threats. So the way to capitalize on this is to push through damage while you're trading resources. And unfortunately, Holden was not able to do that in the earlier stages of the game here. So now we see Raja having, 6, 7 lands in play, being able to, play very, very powerful spells. Actually going to pass the turn here. No, sorry. Did Teferi just get countered? 3 mana's tapped.
no, we picked up Kahira.
Okay.
Raja
Gotcha.
picked up Kahira.
Makes sense.
Then we're going end of turn bolt here. We'll see what Holden picks up here. I think Holden's leftovers are Charm, and there's another blue card. I didn't quite get what that was. Oh, it's a Murktide. Okay.
Okay. Well, this is sweet. It's about to happen. We were talking about Wandering Emperor looking great, and this is the exact situation that I'm super excited for.
Yeah, so Wandering Emperor is going to meet an Archmage's Charm, unfortunately. Yeah, that's the quickest charm of your life. See what we can surveil into. Now, the question here, do you play the Murktide? So the Murktide, if you play it, you can beat a single removal. Okay. Well, now the answer is definitely yes, now that we're solituding. And Raja pitched the Kahira.
Okay, so that makes a lot of sense, yeah.
This is a lethal Murktide. Raja is at 6. So we'll have to see if Raja has an answer to this Murktide Regent.
I wonder if I saw Teferi 5 in the hand at some point, or maybe I'm just hallucinating. Oh, it's an 8, a 2 mana 8/8 flyer. Okay, perfect.
Tapping 3. I do. Ooh, I think we have. I think our hand is just Teferi Teferi. Yeah,
That's
I think you're
kind of
right. I think
crazy.
we have the 5-mana Teferi too. Okay, and now we have Archmage's Charm. I think Raja drew Charm to be able to counter this Murktide on the way back down, which is going to be pretty good.
Dash
Okay,
Monkey here,
Dash
that causes some
Ragavan.
problems.
So the question is, do you counter this or do you save the counterspell for the Murktide? I think you just save the counterspell for the Murktide
I'm just
personally.
gonna rules question. Dash
Mm-hmm.
Monkey and you steal it with Archmage's Charm. What happens to it?
I believe it goes to the hand end of turn. I don't think that text gets removed, so I think it goes
Okay.
back to Holden's hand.
All right. So at home, if you're thinking about that, don't take the monkey if it's dashed, because you'll be very sad. That being said, Murktide Region going to come back down as a 7/7, and
Yeah.
Raja.
Oh
might
yeah,
have
this
some
is
difficult-
definitely better because now you can just Teferi 5 and tuck the Murktide. Yeah, definitely. This is definitely a better sequence. Oh,
Gotcha.
the Chalice too. Ooh.
This is great. Yeah, I mean, if you're a blue-white fan, this is exactly where you want to be here. As Murktide Region going to leave the board here for a couple turns. Chalice on 1 locks out a number of potential cards here: future Ragavans, future Dragon's Channelers, even Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, and then a really good pickup for Holden here. Definitely, it drew an Archmage's Charm, so now we can go Charm and immediately cast that Murktide region, and neither of the Planeswalkers can bounce it. The question I ask is, do we have enough spells left over to make the Murktide big? And I don't think we do, because you saw the last Murktide region was only a 7/7, so I think we've exhausted all of the instants and sorceries in our graveyard here, so it might be a small Murktide region.
Okay.
I see at least 2.
That's not lethal though.
Oh, no. There was more up there because I think.
Okay.
I was kind of confused by the way that Holden was separating the graveyard. All right. It is lethal.
It is. Ooh, that would
So
be
Roger's
crazy.
got a top deck here.
Teferi still gets to draw a card, so it's not completely done yet. I think that card that we just drew was not an answer.
And don't forget that Raja does have the. Oh, did he draw Salt? Did we draw Solitude? No, we're going to Castle. There's a Verdict. That would have been a good draw, but.
That should do it, right?
Oh, that actually works. Yeah, because you can go Teferi, Raveler uptick, and then Hero uptick, untap 2 lands, then instant speed the Verdict.
That's so cool!
He bottomed it?
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, I'm confused. There's a Jace. That doesn't work because you can't cast a Jace at instant speed.
I wish. Oh, if only you could.
Am I missing something? Couldn't you just go Raveler uptick? Yeah, Raveler uptick, untap 2 lands, then instant speed the Verdict, yeah.
The Verdict may have done the job there. We're going to see what happens. Maybe there's a card that we're not 100% sure about, but either way, it's going to be a very clutch turn. Okay.
Wow.
Crazy
that was
game.
Crazy game.
Yeah, Holden didn't have the most aggressive start there, but this is the power of the blue-red archetype, is where you can leverage, all these like haymakers, honestly. Ragavan, Murktide, even Expressive Iteration showed a lot of value there. And then, like you mentioned, some of the critical flex spots in the form of Spell Pierce came out to be very good in this matchup. And this is a matchup where, honestly, in game 1, I would say the blue-white might be a little bit favored, just with access to the main deck Chalices, access to a very strong late game in Emperor, Teferi 5, Teferi 3, Jace the Mind Sculptor. So very impressive to see that Holden was able to take that game 1. If we have access to deck lists right now, which we do, let's take a look at the blue-white control side of things here. As in the sideboard for game number 2, I see a Subtlety, a March, number of Aether Gusts, Dovin's Veto, Tail's End, Test of Talents, Force of Negation, and Mystical. There's a lot of counterspells in the sideboard.
Yeah, 4 copies of Aether Gust, too. Raja came prepared for all those Amulet decks we saw previously. As far as this matchup is concerned, I definitely want the Mystical Disputes. Very, very good at answering Expressive Iteration, Murktide Regent, Archmage's Charm. Just really, really good card in this matchup. Subtlety and Force of Negation. I don't think you want to be in a spot where you're trading 2 of your cards for 1 of their cards. So I'm not a big fan of those. Dovin's Veto, very good. I would definitely bring that along with the March of the Really Light. And then I believe that's it. Tail's End doesn't hit enough stuff. And then Test of Talents is, it is a 2-mana counter spell, so maybe Raja wants access to that. That one I'm a little less sold on, though.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. If you Test of Talents an Expressive Iteration or a counterspell or an Archmage's Charm, how do you feel about that? That seems like a decent position to be in, but it also does require a decent chunk of setup. Let's take a look at the other deck list here. Izzet Murktide. Now, this deck is no stranger to the modern format. We were talking about this earlier in the day here. In the sideboard, I see 2 Subtleties, a Fury, 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor, Flusterstorms, Mystical Disputes, Engineered Explosives, 2 Dress Downs, a Soul Guide Lantern, and 2 Unlicensed Hearses.
So from the Izzet side of things, I definitely like the Jace, the Flusterstorms, the Mystical Disputes. Those are all slam dunks, definitely coming in. Fight counter wars, Jace for additional threats. Unlicensed Hearst is interesting because the cool thing is Hearst does a couple of cool things. One, it is a threat in air quotes that doesn't die to Supreme Verdict, right? So you can kind of let the Hearst sit in play, keep activating it, and then you always have this thing in play where even if your opponent has a Supreme Verdict, you have a decent threat post board, right? So that's something to consider as well. And then the other thing that Hearst does is it gets the what's the flashback spell? It's memory deluge, right? So Hearst can kind of mitigate the memory deluge a little bit. So I don't hate the Hearses, and I'd be interested to see if those come in.
Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. I really do like the idea of also like leveraging summoning sickness to a degree. Like you can play a 3/3 Dragon's Rage channeler and actually get damage in that turn. Or maybe late game if you have like a Ragavan that's not so good, you can convert that into damage as well somehow. It's weird. Unlicensed Hearse has been like a very impressive card every time I've seen it, just by virtue of, attacking a lot of uh previously, I guess, left unchecked zones, the graveyard, basically. I feel like it's actually good graveyard hate that you can play in, a variety of matchups that, normally we wouldn't see. Like before, we would have seen like cards like Relic of Progenitus. And while Relic is good, you can easily outspeed a Relic of Progenitus, right? This card, though, not only is it good, by virtue of just getting rid of 2 cards a turn, which is 100% better, I guess. Yeah, math, right? But also it's a threat. Like it could close the game, right? Like that late game top deck Ragavan could convert to like 6 points of damage. Like, and especially when you're doing, your draw go game plan of, hold up my counter spells and things like that. That's where this
Yeah.
card shines because it does damage over time, I would say. Like you make it into a 10/10 and then just like one shot your opponent in a very, very effective manner. So that's exciting. Post board, I'm going to spin a question on you. Who do you think is going to be ahead here? Who gains more from the sideboards, the blue-white side or the blue-red side?
Well, if look at the sideboards, we both have a lot access to a couple counter spells, so I don't think the matchup changes a ton. I still think blue white is a massive favorite. We have chalices, we have just better late games, so I still like the blue white side of things.
Okay, makes sense. Yeah, I almost wonder if being able to sideboard out some number of like unholy heats and lightning bolts, like we saw those in game one, and they didn't look so great in the face of things. I wonder if being able to get rid of those cards means that you technically you improve more, but maybe not enough to actually win the matchup as consistently as you want to. That being said, both players on 7, and we got Raghavan on turn 1, so heat's already up.
Yeah, yeah. The pressure's on Raja to have, one of their answers. Could be a Solitude, could be a Prismatic Ending, could be a March. But yeah, Raja is definitely under the gun here. It looks like they're fetching now, so we might see a Chalice of the Void here, which is also a very good, turn 2 play. It doesn't directly answer the Ragavan, but it does mitigate the effectiveness of a lot of Holden's cards. So definitely,
Oh
definitely
yeah,
a good
look at
play
that.
here.
Consider Dragon's Rage Channeler. Both of those cards do nothing now. That is wonderful.
And you have to, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember Holden actually having an answer to Chalice in their 75. I don't
I didn't
remember
see
seeing one
something
in the
like
sideboard. I don't remember like a Brazen Borrow or anything like that.
no, as far as I remember. So now that this is in play, maybe it will be. Actually, it's funny. Maybe Holden's answer to Chalice of the Void is actually in Raja's deck somewhere, depending on how well the monkey
True.
actually does.
Yeah, I'm pulling up Holden's list right now. I don't see engineered explosives if that came in, but I don't think Holden. Well, maybe Holden would bring that in because you saw the Chalice from game 1, so.
Yeah. All right. So looks like Archmage Charm going to be met with an Archmage Charm of Holden's. I love that the Mystic Gate is tapping the planes to reasonable effect here. And Ragavan going to connect a second time, whiffing again Castle Vantris, but you still get the token. So, that is something. But the way this game has played out so far, this is a great draw here. Great play.
Yep, and now that we've bounced the Ragavan, we can't recast it because there's the Chalice in play, so this is definitely in a very commanding position for Raja.
Absolutely. And I think this is why, like, one of the reasons why the blue white deck is so powerful is that you have a lot of modal spells. When I say modal, I'm talking with regards to like mana value. So, March of the Otherworldly Light is an X spell, Prismatic Ending is an X spell. And then you somehow, as a deck that wants to play like a very low curve, actually get to facilitate Chalice of the Void very well in your list. So I think that's a huge draw to the deck. And Chalice of the Void seems pretty good against a variety of other, decks out there in the form like Living End, for example, or even like some like Cascade. That's something that you might be familiar with, right?
Yep, definitely from the rhino side of things, never happy to see a Chalice on the other side of the field. Also good against hammer time, very, very excellent against them. So, the hammer time curve is very, very situated at the 1 minute slot. So
All right, I'm gonna say the second time. Bird is the word. Okay, got that out of the way. Ledger Shredder finally in play here. That's a threat you can play through Chalice.
yes, that is one. It's also one where you don't mind dumping your 1 drops into Chalice because you can loot them away. We see a prismatic ending. That's not going to happen anymore. But yeah, that is another thing that you can do with excess 1 drops through a Chalice.
Yeah, so actually Ledger Shredder seems fantastic as far as threats go, and so that's probably why Raja immediately gets rid of it using Prismatic Ending and then spends the rest of his mana collecting the Kahira. Here's Iteration.
Be iterating into. I mean, at this point, I look at Holden's graveyard. I don't think we have enough to even come close to casting a Murktide quite yet. But
Oh, it's
that's
on
kind
the
of what
answer.
Holden's really looking for. It did find Otawara, which is actually an answer to Chalice. It's also the nice thing about Otawara is it's uncounterable. You can't stop the Otawara from happening. So
I don't
we
like
might
that
see a
word a
sequence
single
here.
bit.
What's that?
I don't like that word a single bit. Uncounterable? That makes me sad.
Yeah, we gotta be able to beat the control players somehow. So. But yeah, we might see
I'm
something
sad.
where Holden does kind of take quote unquote take a turn off here, and then we'll see like an end of turn, bounce the Chalice, untap, do something that way. But
Yeah. And the crazy part too is here is that, I think why I like Odawara so much is it being instant speed means that you just get to dump your whole hand into play and you don't even care if the Chalice comes down because you've actually just converted all your 1-drops. So like Chalice is really good when it's doing its job and keeping the 1-drop stranded in the hand, but if they're already in play, then it's pretty tempo negative. So there's a world where we just don't even see Roger recast the Chalice if we don't have a good answer to the board. It's all contextual, depends on the draws here. We're going to see shortly what happens as Mystical Dispute is the draw from Holden's side.
not the best against that active Teferi. I didn't catch a glimpse to see if Holden has a removal spell, of like an Unholy Heat or something. Because what the awkward part is here, you get to go end of turn, bounce the Chalice, but that Teferi is still in play, so you can't fight over any of your stuff with the Mystical Dispute. So that's something to keep in mind as well here.
Yeah, this Teferi card pretty good.
Yeah, probably one of the, if not the single best static ability on any War of the Spark Planeswalker. It has to be the best. That
I think
ability
so
is
too. Yeah,
is
yeah.
kind of out of bounds.
Reminds me of I used to think about what is it? I think Grand Arbiter. Is that the white card, which was like your opponent can't
Yes.
play? Yeah, yeah. That used to be like my like guilty pleasure, and then they printed Teferi, and I was like, well, okay, now I can be cool about it. Yeah,
It's the fairy, but no, or it's Grand Abolisher, but nobody can kill it.
yeah, exactly right. Teferi going up to 4 loyalty, which means now it's out of lightning bolt range. What do you think is better in this matchup, lightning bolt or unholy heat?
Probably on Holy Heat because both of the Teferis go, are outside of bolt range when they uptick. So I think Unholy Heat is generally going to be a little bit better. Although there are some games where you can deal some chip damage and then finish off the we saw game one, Holden drew a couple of lightning bolts and that was almost exactly enough to close it out. So
Makes sense. Well, I'm going to start off this turn with a Consider. Now, able to resolve that Chalice has, since Chalice has been bounced back to the hand by the Otawara. And this is what I think we're just going to see literally 5 spells get cast this turn as. Oh, wait, change of plan?
well, there's a Jace. I kind of like playing all your 1 minute spells here for sure though, because you can just play
Yeah.
the Jace next turn after the Chalice gets resolved.
What's actually terrifying too is that despite the Chalice being in play, this whole time Holden has been casting cards like Expressive Iteration to just keep a very, very stocked hand. And, I really genuinely did feel like Raja was very ahead, but now not so much. I'm not so sure.
I think Holden has 3 copies of Ragavan, so not
So
exactly the
JK, I take it
best
back.
leftovers here. Not exactly the best leftovers. I think our hand is 3 Ragavans, a Jace, and a Charm, or Jace, Charm, Dispute. So that's our six card hand right now. So yeah, like you said, it definitely was cantripping, but the problem is when the Chalice is in play, you're just cantripping into more 1-drops that you still can't cast. So
Okay, yeah. It's a weird situation for sure. Chalice, very good in this matchup, yeah.
So it looks
And
like Raja's gonna start with a second. Oh, yeah, because we just go to Fairy, bounce to the Channeler, replay the Chalice, and Holden is done.
Wow, yeah, and that's kind of interesting. You see that with the Teferi on 3, we uptick, so we have the passive ability as well. Then we play the second one, we get the down tick, we get the best of both worlds, and I think I do like that concession. I think it's kind of interesting with regards to how long matches can be and time and things like that. What I've learned as a blue player is sometimes you just need to like understand when you have when the time is worth more than the win percentage chance that you have. Like, let's say in that situation, Holden had like a 25% chance, but the 10 minutes that it would take to get through, I'd rather just go to game 3 and have a very strong game 3 opportunity to win the match decisively than risk a draw or something like that. So I think it's a veteran decision. Good choice there. Also, looking at 3 Ragavans is kind of writing on the wall as well.
Yeah.
Talk to me about the matchup real quick, though, going into game 3. What dynamic will change now that we're going to shift the play draw sequencing?
So with Holden on the play, definitely the one drops are going to be a lot more impactful. If Raja doesn't have something like a prismatic ending or a solitude, you can kind of see the sequence of, as we've seen many times before, turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 attack, and then hold up all your mana, potentially play a second threat and still get the hold up counter spell. So, Holden's definitely going to be looking for those one drops while they're on the play, and Raj is definitely going to be looking for the 1 or 0 mana answers now that they're on the draw.
Fair enough. Yeah. Let's take a look at the deck list one more time, real quick, too, just to keep ourselves, me specifically. I know I need all the help I can get with remembering stuff here. But yeah, looks like in the sideboard again. Anything that strikes us to come into game 3 now that we've seen some sideboard cards from the other side?
Nope, I think everything else is going to stay pretty much the same. I still kind of maybe the hearses aren't quite as good as I thought they were, but the way that game played out, hearse. Oh, the other thing, well, the nice thing about hearse is it's a threat you can cast through Chalice. So
That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, we saw Leisure Shredder come down there, and while Prismatic Ending was able to take care of it, I mean, overloading the Prismatic Endings, there are only 4 of them, is a nice thing. But I guess March also can kick in, and it becomes very tricky for sure here. Looking at the Azorius deck, we may try to reconfigure going from game 2 to game 3 play draw dynamics. What changes?
play draw, I think pretty much the same thing. One thing that I will mention, I wouldn't ever consider cutting it, but Chalice, in terms of mulligan decisions, Chalice is significantly worse on the draw because you could see a situation where, like, let's say you keep a hand that's really relying on Chalice and your opponent just leads Ragavan into Channeler, and then you play a Chalice on turn 2, but you're already so far behind that it's good, but is it going to catch you back up? No.
Okay, yeah, I could totally understand that. I want to talk to you about when you sideboard in this matchup, right? Talk to me about something like, well, it's interesting. I feel like in this matchup specifically, one thing that really matters is just the concept of mana in general, right? Like the more expensive your spells, obviously, the more you're going to suffer at the hands of cards like Spell Pierce or a lower curve and counter spell. So if I had to ask you a question like, how does Memory Deluge factor in this matchup? It's a 4 mana instant speed spell. Just an update, we're going to see Raja and Holden both take mulligans potentially here. Do you think those kind of cards like, Jason Mind Sculptor and Memory Deluge are worth keeping in games 2 and 3 when you know you're going to be playing against like Spell Pierce and a very like cheap curve?
You have to keep some number of that in. You can't cut all of your late game, right? You want to make sure you have access to something if and when the game does go long. But I don't mind trimming on that stuff. Like you might see trim a Deluge, trim a Teferi, things like that, just to kind of, like you said, lower the mana curve. But you have to keep some number of that into your deck for when the games go long.
Gotcha, yeah. And then talking about critical cards in the opener hand here. So we're going to both see a new set of 7 for each player. On Holden's side, what are the cards you want to see on turn 1? And similarly, on Raja's side, what do you want to see on turn 1?
Ragavan from Holden's side, and then Prismatic Ending or Solitude from Rush's side.
Okay. I'm going to ask you another tough question. I've got a list of just like this notebook in my head that just keep adding questions in. What do you think is a better start on turn 1 in this matchup? Would you rather start with Ragavan or Dragon's Rage Channeler on turn 1?
In this matchup, I think the mana advantage from Ragavan is more important than the card selection from Channeler.
Okay. Are there situations where you would say the inverse is true for like maybe different matchups?
So think about the Murktide mirror match, right? Where a lot of your cards are pretty cheap. So the extra mana is, it's relevant, but it's not as important as I think making sure that you draw the correct card. So I think maybe that's one of the few matchups where I would consider having Channeler on one. But there's also something you have to consider where, if you have both in your opening hand, what do you bait with? Because if your opponent has a removal spell, which one would you rather have them kill? So there's a lot of, layers upon layers upon layers of thinking there. So it really kind of depends on where you want to be in the matchup.
Layers like an onion. Shrek fans, rise up. What we got? No, I'm so sorry. I want to say though, I want to say thank you though, because like these are questions that like I personally did not know the answer to. It wasn't even like when you do commentary with someone, you'll throw them questions that you know the answer to, easy to answer. These are like legitimately skill testing questions. So Devin, you're doing a fantastic job at teaching me more about this format. We're gonna see Holden on a mold
There
of
it is.
5, but there it is. Yeah, the turn 1 monkey. Gonna get down to some animal business, and both the cards you mentioned there.
Yep. That is the exact start that we had talked about. Turn 1 Ragavan meets a turn 1 Prismatic Ending. So, trading resources, but obviously trading resources when one player is down 2 cards, pretty disastrous.
You see Scalding Tarn fetch here. Probably pick up a Shockland. Nope, just a basic island. And in the hand for Holden, I saw a Ledger Shredder and a counter spell. Is one better than the other this turn?
So you are kind of worried about exactly Chalice the Void. Right, that's Raj's pretty much only powerful 2-drop. Once you get the 3, you're okay. You do play the Shredder. It's going to be kind of awkward if Raja does have a Chalice because Counterspell is something that you would want to hold up for Chalice. But the other thing is you're down a lot of resources. You multi 5, so it's in a situation like this when you mulligan to 5, you kind of you can't really. There's some things you can't really afford to play around.
Okay, yeah, I like that assessment as well. Right, this is like just cost benefit analysis, and in this situation, I think you have to literally only wait for Chalice. And okay, unfortunately, Raja does actually have it. But your hand is not too bad here. You've got Ledger Shredder to get rid of these 1-drops that you now can no longer cast, and the Flusterstorm technically gets through Chalice of the Void.
It does, yeah. The other thing you can do is you can actually build up your own storm count, right? You could see like an Unholy Heat and then a Flusterstorm to be able to pump up the storm a little bit. Obviously that's not the best exchange, but okay. Well, Holden did find it explosives, which isn't out the Chalice. Okay, we're cooking with gas now.
Good to see that it was actually boarded in here. I think that is a lot of respect here for exactly, Chalice of the Void. Potentially, actually, I guess it cannot kill Teferi because we don't have a 3rd color to pump into the engineered explosives. But
Ragavan though.
Oh, there you go. Treasure tokens. Okay, so perfect. It's beautiful. I love all of this.
Yep. So looks like Raja's hand, I think, has a couple of Solitudes. Is a blue card. I can't quite tell what that is. Maybe a counterspell? Yeah, counterspell. So Solitude, counterspell, some lands. Raja's just playing patient here. We're going to wait till we get the 5 mana to hardcast the Solitude. I like that a lot.
I like the motion there, too. Every time the Ledger Shredder goes into the red zone, it's stylish. I think Cardistry, the only player that I've seen, I think it was Feline Longmore, who used to play High Tide with and just had incredible dexterity, like casting cantrips and things like that. It's beautiful to see it. I'm kind of interested in the decision here not to play the engineered explosives though on 0. What would be the reason to hold on to it this long?
Potentially waiting for. It's a good question. I mean, so I'm not really sure. I mean, I guess like the thing is, if you play the explosives, if Raja decides to fight over it, you get to actually fight back and trigger the Shredder. So yeah, maybe I don't mind just kind of running it out there. The other thing is, well, here's the issue, right? If you play the explosives and your opponent, let's say, fights over it with a prismatic ending, then you have to counter it back, and then they can basically prismatic ending is the reason to hold it. Okay. But yeah, now we have, they were also saving it for the second Connive, which is kind of cool here. So we get to Connive twice. And now we see discarding the Unholy Heats, which are, quote unquote, dead cards through the Chalice.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think that assessment makes a lot of sense to me too, because if you're, so I would say that Holden is probably just waiting for more mana in order to play the explosives, hold up counterspell, but then also activate the explosives all in the same turn, because keep in mind, right? This Chalice is definitely dictating the pace of the game right now. And if it stays in play, if your one answer to the Chalice fails, you're in a bad spot for the rest of the game. So I think it's you can see it here, right? So engineered explosives is going to get counterspelled, go to the graveyard. You can't really afford to, I don't know. I feel like you can't really afford to play like they have no interaction. If in a perfect world, you'd be able to play the engineered explosives and then just like end step crack it while also holding up counterspell. But like in a min-max world, your blue-white opponent is definitely holding on to counter spells and removal spells and things like that. So I like the wariness there. I think that is somewhat of a disciplined call to actually sit on the engineering explosives for as long as he possibly can.
Right, and then you could imagine a situation where if Holden, like let's say for example, Holden didn't play the Shredder, right? Let's say Holden just played the explosives, and then Raja fights back with a counterspell. You fight back with your own counterspell, but now you don't have mana to pop the explosives, and then you're exposing it to something like a prismatic ending. So if you wait till you have 4 mana, you can go explosives, counter back, and pop it. So.
All right. Well, main phase Solitude going to take care of Ledger Shredder with the counter on it. The second Shredder, still a 1/3, as we have now 4 lands in play here. Now, keep in mind, Holden on a mulligan to 5 this game, Raja on a mulligan to 6. No attacks.
Yeah, this is a really, really rough spot for Holden. We have a Solitude in play. We can even pick up Kahira to pump the Solitude. We can start getting in there for 4. Also give Solitude Vigilance, which makes it a really good blocker against Ragavan. So this is definitely a really bad spot for Holden to be in for sure.
And if you want bad to get worse, I see another copy of Solitude in the hand here for Raja. So it's going to be really hard here for Holden to come out ahead. But we saw that game 1, so anything is possible.
Yeah, we saw a wild sequence game 1 for sure, where Holden had a couple of bolts and was able to exactly cross the finish line with a Murktide region. That could be something that Holden's looking for, but then like you said, Raja does have access to that other Solitude.
I do wonder though, would you say that this game is basically wrapped up, or do you think that it's possible that Holden has draws that can get them back into the game here? Because right now the board state looks devastating for Holden, and I have to wonder if it's have you heard of the demonic tutor challenge?
What's that?
Okay, I told this to Joe once, and he kind of just like looked at me funny and was like, "I don't, you kids and your whatever." And I was just like, "Okay, Grandpa, it's time to go to bed." That's jab number 3 if we're keeping count. Anyways, the demonic tutor challenge is basically where, like, let's say you're allowed to draw any card from your deck, for the draw step every turn. Can you win the game? So, or it's actually the other way around. It's like if you let your opponent draw any card from their deck for the turn, can you still beat them? Right?
I was going to say that's their best draw steps. So expressive iteration is definitely a good start here.
Okay.
Yeah,
all
but
right,
it's going to involve iteration into other, potentially more iterations into something like a Jace. But, I think Holden does technically have outs, but I would probably put the percentage at probably around less than 10.
Okay. Well, check it out here. We see Solitude number 2 flashed into play here. Counterspell. Going to trigger the Ledger Shredder. That is sweet.
This is actually going to work out really well for Holden. So we're going to get to connive off the Shredder, counter the Solitude, and then potentially also resolve the iteration. It's a really good exchange for Holden.
And check it out. There was another expressive iteration. So the timeline that you were talking about where we just chain iteration into iteration, the prophecy is coming true. This is like the second time like that you've said something and like we've seen it happen in play here as Steve Ben's going to get exiled to the iteration. Now, one thing I will say though, so now that Ledger Shredder is a 2/4, the board doesn't look so bad.
Right, because you can block the Solitude. Now remember, we can pick up Kahira, and Kahira does make the Solitude a 4/3. So Kahira would allow Solitude to attack past the Shredder. That's something that Raja might be interested in doing, depending on what his leftovers are. We'll have to see. But yeah, like you said, Holden definitely picked up another iteration there, and that is exactly what we're looking for Holden's side.
Is that a Planeswalker in the hand here for Raja? Because if so, that might just completely seal the deal.
It's hard to tell. Maybe. Teferi Time Raveler? Maybe it's Teferi. So maybe you go Raveler, bounce the Shredder, pick up Kahira, attack for 3.
Other thing to be cautious about too is the Wandering Emperor. I mean, I know we're holding back the Ledger Shredder just to save damage in this race, but it seems tough sometimes to attack with the Ledger Shredder into open mana that could represent a 4-mana flash Planeswalker.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the Shredder attacking into the Wandering Emperor would be a disaster.
Not like Teferi's any better though. We're gonna see Teferi downtick on Solitude.
Yeah, bounce the Solitude, and then main phase the Solitude. That is a connive, so we do get to loot here.
2 spells.
Pick up some Bauble. Probably discard the Spell Pierce. Also, Mize gain an extra life. Why not?
A value. We'll take it. Look, we may be losing this game, but the amount of value that we've gotten off this Ledger Shredder, whether it is holding back a Solitude attacking or gaining that extra point of life, I'm in for it. I'm so in for it.
All right, so this needs to be Murktide and something else. What is that card between?
Island, Subtlety, and Counterspell.
Oh, Subtlety. Okay. Not exactly what we were looking for. It's not terrible. We do get to play the Subtlety this turn, but to hold it up. I guess we have to main phase it because of the Teferi, but... So we're going to bobble, see what's going on over there, and then likely just main phase the Subtlety. Nope, never mind.
Maybe we saw something off the bobble that changes our opinion on what to do with the Subtlety, but I do agree, no longer having Flash definitely does make Subtlety a worse card. I mean, if you imagine it being printed without Flash and then having the same text.
Yeah, wouldn't exactly do a lot. I mean, I guess you could still blink it, but...
Okay.
All right, so we're going to Kahira Town. That lets us attack for 4 with the Solitude.
8-point life swing in the totals. That's crazy.
Yeah, Kahira. The nice thing about Kahira is it also makes Solitude a blocker for Ragavan. Not that Ragavan's an issue with the Chalice, but something to at least consider. Is that a Murktide? No, it's a Shredder.
Okay.
So we're going to main phase. Okay, we get to main phase of Subtlety, trigger the Connive.
It's like the third or fourth time we've triggered Connive, and even every time it's looked very good, given that there's been a Chalice of the Void in play, this entire match. Like it's actually kind of absurd.
Right, getting to loot away those 1-drops, and that's another exceptional thing that Shredder does. Chalice is really powerful in this matchup, but getting to discard those 1-drops when you don't have access to them is really nice as well.
Yeah, I have to wonder if this game was really just decided by the engineered explosives getting counterspelled, sequencing on that one critical turn where you could have, played the EE on 0 first, given up Ledger Shredder value, but then held up counterspell to protect it. Could have been a big deal. It's really, really hard to say. I mean, on a mold of 5, obviously, you need to make aggressive lines sometimes to come out ahead, but it's tricky. I mean, Magic is complicated.
Right, yeah, Holden, remember that turn that you're talking about, Holden decided to play the extra Shredder, where they could have, instead of playing the second Shredder, just had explosives hold up Counterspell, and maybe, in a situation where you're mulling to 5, you have to value what do you value more? Do you value the extra card off Shredder, which is also, when you're on low resources, that is really important, or do you value resolving the explosives more? Given the fact that a lot of your outs involve sequencing, or, chaining a lot of 1-drops, probably the Chalice at that point is more valuable.
All right. Well, looking at the hand here for Raja, I think I see a copy of Odawara. I see another Solitude and one extra card as well. No matter how you spin this or cut this cookie, rather, just feels like Blue-White has locked up the game now. Both on the stack, both with permanents in play. And then even now, life totals, cards in hand. By every metric, I think Raja is just ahead.
Yeah, Raja is definitely, still in a commanding position. We said this a couple of turns ago, but, Holden did kind of find back-to-back iterations, and, without those iterations, this board definitely would have looked a lot worse for them. So maybe we just need to draw another one.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a good draw here. I mean, even Murktide Regent, is not the worst thing in the world here. I mean, but you can bait a Solitude by attacking with Subtlety. The Teferi is definitely very important, and I have to imagine here that Raja will try to protect the Teferi if possible.
Right. The other thing you want to make sure that we point out is that Raja does have a Colonnade hanging out in the lands there, so that can actually profitably block the Subtlety as well.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. What is the creature type on an animated Colonnade?
I believe it's an elemental, but don't quote me on that.
Is that Kahira value?
That is what we call Kahira value.
Okay, all right. Let's try to move aside. Kahira and Celestial Colonnade are my new best friends.
New best friends. Yeah, chat's confirming it's an elemental, so yeah.
Oh, wonderful. Okay. Speaking of chat, 700 champions in the chat right now. Appreciate you all being here, covering some Modern in this 10K trial. If you're just checking in, my name's Anurag Das, and I'm here with the one, the only Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwake. You see some combat going on here. Ledger Shredder and Subtlety coming into the red zone in this matchup. Izzet Murktide versus Azorius Control. We are in game 3. 5 minutes left in this round.
All right. Yeah. Holden has decided to tap out. Makes a lot of sense. I think that it's one of those like spots that you talked about game 1 where Holden's in, basically 5 to 10% to win that game. So.
Yeah. And I'm going to be very honest with you. As a blue-white player, I understand the kind of chokehold that you can place on an opponent. Having played Sensei's Divining Top and Counterbalance for many, many, many years, you understand that, like, I mean, from the other side, it's just very frustrating. Like, I can't play my Flusterstorms. I can't play my Spell Pierces. I can't play my creatures. I'm just going to go and get like a 5-minute fresher up before the next round so I can win those, because this one is totally gone here. So congratulations to Raja for winning this in 3 games. And yeah, I mean, 2-0 is a very strong start here to the event. And that was a pretty good look for blue-white in the Izzet and Murktide matchup. You mentioned that, Murktide is probably one of the more popular decks in the room. So perhaps, I mean, how do you feel about blue-white in the metagame? Because this looked pretty convincing.
Blue-white, I think, is definitely ahead in the Murktide matchup. The one issue I have with blue-white is I think it's if people decide to show up with the weird one-off combo decks, like, something like a Goblin Charbelcher or the, what's the other one? Calibrated Blast. Those, maybe Calibrated Blast is a little bit worse, but specifically Goblin Charbelcher, traditionally very, very good against these kind of all-in control decks. So, might be a good metagame call if you expect a lot of Murktide, but I think it's also not the best in the 4-color matchup.
Okay. Interesting. Um, okay, so we have 2 options here. We could either cut to break, or we can check the end of the backup match. And I'm sorry, Devin, but I'm going to override we're going to the backup match. Let's check it out here. I think it's wrapping up very soon. So let's try to get a glimpse of what we can here, catch you guys up with the situation, because I have no idea what it is, but I'm excited to find out.
Yeah, especially if they're going into this deep into the round, then
could be very tense, right? Very close match. Yeah. But yeah, no, that's kind of interesting that you're saying, that blue-white. So maybe it's just like a week-to-week metagame thing where, blue-white can shift. You can pick it up for 1 week and maybe not the other. Okay, so here's the our backup match here, and it looks like it's 4-color elementals against Izzet Murktide. And walk me through this board state. Who's actually ahead here? I mean, I see 4 mana, Bolt, and Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Well, can I say Daniel's ahead?
Okay, yeah, very good. Yeah, it looks like a lethal Dragon's Rage Channeler coming in here. I see Kahira exiled. I see Omnath and Fury all in the exile, and Utopia Sprawl. So maybe this was more of like the 60 card elementals version. Oh man, who am I thinking about from the Champions event of this year? Elementals. Anyways, whatever it is. Yeah, so that's kind of an interesting matchup too. We haven't seen any 4-color just yet, so maybe push that off until like Drake's here, because I don't want to. It's too early for me to fall asleep just yet. But yeah, that's kind of an interesting matchup. Check it out. I guess, okay, so now that we saw that, I guess now we'll actually cut to break. We'll come back for round 3. Devin's going to still be here with me. I'm excited for it. We'll see who's doing well in the 2-0, 3-0 bracket, and then catch you up there. All right, see you guys in a little bit.
Follow the NRG series on social media on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram. You'll find information on upcoming events, important announcements, event recaps and VODs, plus behind-the-scenes photos and videos directly from the NRG series. Connect with us today.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Modern 10K Trial, hosted by Nerd Rage Gaming. Here we're in Lansing, Michigan. My name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Devin O'Donnell. We got some exciting stuff here for you for round 3. But before we get into that, I want to talk a little bit about the setup for, the trial, and then the showdown, and then the larger Nerd Rage Gaming series. So, as you know, there's going to be a championship series coming up in January, and for that, players are accruing points over the year, also playing in showdown events. Those are the larger ones we saw earlier, that there's going to be one at the end of August. I believe it's going to be a 20K teams trials event. Let's take a look at the points leaderboard right now to see. Yeah, so here's the schedule for season 2, where we've got Modern and Pioneer. Next, at the end of July, we've got Modern and Legacy. And then at the end of August, my birthday weekend actually is going to be Modern on the showdown. So we've got a lot of players that will be qualifying for the end of the year event here, and the leaderboard is the first thing that you need to learn about in order to understand who's qualified. So you can see 4 players are already qualified today. Ivan Espinoza for winning last year's event, Piper Powell for winning the showdown, and then the at-large slots for season 1 go to Joe Bernal and Andrew Ellenbogen. So congrats to all 4 of them for making it. But now you'll notice it's very competitive still. 71 points to Zoe Riederman, Christoph Schlamm at 69 points. One thing that we've got today for you all is actually player interviews to get to know the people on this leaderboard, the regulars of our series, a little bit better. And today we have an interview with Sean Gallagher. You can see ranked 12 right now with 46 points. And this is awesome, hosted by Matt Bamonte. Let's check out that interview if we can. Love to see what Sean Gallagher has to say about the series, the events, Magic in general.
Hi everybody, I'm Matt Bamonte. I'm joined by Sean Gallagher here. We are in Lansing, Michigan today. So take me through a little bit. So you're number 12 on the leaderboard,
yeah,
which is pretty amazing. Being up there, a lot of great players in the room. We just qualified 3 players last season.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like you're going to make a run for the championship also.
Yeah, I'm going to make a run for it. I have a little bit of driving to do. I mean, I drove 10 hours here, and then I have Chicago, which is like 6 or 7 hours at the end of July. Okay. But depending on where we're at there, I mean, I'm going to keep driving to all these.
Very cool. Well, we're happy to see. I know I've seen you a bunch, and we've kind of gotten to know each other a little bit. Just, in passing, I come check in every so often. Like, hey, how's it going? Hey, how's it going? You know,
right.
You and I are pretty easy to spot. You're in this outfit. I'm in this. So we're probably like 2 of the easier people to spot.
Right.
So tell me a little bit about you and I just talked a little bit. We've seen this money pile deck. Now you've played Modern Horizons 2 makes your deck possible, right?
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah. So for this year, Modern has been pretty good to me. Modern Horizons 2, I got second place at Milwaukee playing Murktide, which is almost exclusively Modern Horizons 2 cards. And then I decided that deck wasn't expensive enough, so I decided to play 4-color.
Perfect. You gotta have 80 cards. So why not, man? If you got the money, spend it.
Exactly. So I don't have a lot of friends, so I have a lot of money to spend on Magic cards. So I have my Modern deck money pile, and then it just plays all these busted Modern Horizons 2 cards, and then the talk of the town is what's going to get banned next. Yorion, Renin 6, who knows? But
yeah, it's really interesting. So I came over actually and watched a little bit of your match at the end there.
Yeah.
If I'm on the opposite side of the table trying to play against Solitude, Fury, Force of Negations, it's really difficult. Now, back when I was playing a bunch, it's pretty heads up. I thought to use you, and I'm like, oh, cool. I know what we're playing around for the next several turns.
Yeah.
Nowadays, and if you have mana up available, nowadays it's like, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to bounce my stuff? Are they going to cycle? Are they going to, all the evoke cards and stuff like that?
Yeah.
It's really difficult to play around your deck. It's probably really difficult to play too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty difficult to play, but the one nice thing about the deck is even when you're pretty far behind me, my opponent last round had 5 creatures in play, and I just got to blink my Yorion with an Ephemerate, blink out 2 creatures, and cast a Supreme Verdict.
Sweet.
Like a 5 or 6 for 1. So you have a lot of these cards that kind of just maximum value. I mean, Expressive Iteration, we all see how busted that card is. So when you're just playing 2 for 1s, it's really easy to come from behind. That's one of the powers of playing Money Pile for sure.
Yeah, it's a sweet deck, that's for sure. So tell me a little bit about the team you're on, Arclight Gaming.
Yeah, so I've been a part of Team Arclight now, co-captain with Nicole Callahan, Lady of the Crease. We have a couple of people who are actually playing on the NRG circuit. Piper Powell, who won, I want to say, in Milwaukee, I think, maybe. She won playing Living End, which was awesome to watch. And then she ended up top 8ing the next day playing Blue Red Delver. So she did really well. Team Arclight is mainly about our team working together, kind of making sure everyone's able to get to the next goal, less about the individual accomplishments and making sure that we're all working together to help each other get to that next goal.
Very cool, man. Well, we got one qualified for champs. You're probably, hopefully, next, man. Number 12 is a great spot to be. And, you know, obviously today's the start of the next season, so making a good push for it. Got a great deck. How do you feel about tomorrow? That's the one thing I want to ask about, too.
Yeah, so I'm playing Yorion today. I figured, why not play it again tomorrow? So I'm playing Blue-White Yorion tomorrow. The reason I like the deck is because it has a reasonable Phoenix matchup, and I think that with Winota being banned, people are going to kind of gravitate towards Phoenix being like one of the better decks. So why not play a Broken Companion in that format too? I thought so.
Very cool. All right, man. Anything else you want to chat about? Any shout outs you want to give before we wrap it up?
Yeah. So I mean, shout out to my friends in Minneapolis who are watching. They'll probably make fun of me for this interview, but
hey, that's fine. Me too.
Yeah. And then one last thing, I wanted to shout out to Eric Hawkins who helped us make top 8 last time with an awesome top 8.
Oh, yeah. That has to be one of my all-time favorite moments I've ever seen because I'm sitting like probably, 50 feet away, and Eric's like rubbing the top of his deck, and I'm like, oh, man, he's going to hit it. And it's a no-look, just slam down. So if you get a chance to go watch that match, I mean, the called shots are so cool. Like, how often does it really happen when someone knocks their deck and they actually hit the card? Right?
Yeah, it was wild, honestly. It was a miracle on 4th Street for sure.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. So, all right, well, Sean, thanks for the time, man, and good luck the rest of the day.
Thanks.
And I'll catch everybody next time for a good interview, and we'll sit down and get to know some more players on the NRG series.
That was awesome. I love, something about like just esports in general is getting to know the players. I'm a huge fan of a lot of players in other games, and I'm also a huge fan of players in Magic. Getting to learn about people on the leaderboard is, to me, quite fantastic. And I have a lot to say about this, but most importantly, we actually have round 3 ready to go. We're going to be watching Sean this round, all the way driving from, there's a 10-hour drive from Iowa. That is commitment to the craft, commitment to the leaderboard. I like to see it. And I think he's got a pretty classy opponent too, who we saw, I'll say it, right? Sean's ranked 12 right now on this leaderboard, and Will Krueger is the opponent, ranked 13. So a little bit of humble bragging right there, but you can see the matchup is going to be Living End, piloted by Will Krueger and Sean Gallagher on the 4-color blink deck that he was talking about. So Devin, give me the high level on this matchup. We haven't actually seen either of these decks on camera today. Maybe tell me about what's going on in these in these decks as well.
So this is a fairly interesting matchup where the Living End deck is obviously trying to assemble a lot of cycling creatures and then resolve a Cascade spell, which is going to cascade into Living End. Now, there's a couple, interesting interactions in this matchup. Specifically, I mean, obviously there's Endurances, whether or not Sean has those in their main deck, and Endurance obviously very powerful because it can, remove Will's graveyard from, for a turn. And the other thing is Solitude. Now, there's going to be spots where Will potentially is going to be in a situation where he wants to fire off like a mini Living End, as it were, only a couple of creatures. And if Sean has a Solitude in hand, Sean can pitch the Solitude in response to that and then get the Solitude back off the Living End. So kind of watch out for that as well.
Okay, yeah. Well, both players are here 2-0 today. Great start for the event. 12 and 13. Honestly, it's kind of crazy because they're so close in the leaderboard. This match is actually going to mean a lot because potentially whoever comes out ahead here is effectively like close to knocking the other person out, putting them further away from a top 8 while getting yourself closer to a top 8. We see her on turn 1. Will did cycle. I believe that's the Sidewinder, right? Forcing the mana. And now Grief pitching Architect.
Yeah, so we're going to do a check here to see whether or not Sean has any interaction, like Endurance. 2 Teferis. Well, can't take both of them, so we'll definitely go ahead and take one of them. But yeah, that is really, really good for Sean because Teferi is another one of those cards that, the static ability on Teferi, rearing its ugly head yet again, preventing Will from being able to, it stops Cascade essentially because the spell is in the stack, which means you can't play the Living End because it is technically at instant speed, so.
Yeah, and I do want to give a shout out to Will here. That was a tight play here. You on the draw in this game, and you understand that Teferi is one of the critical cards in the matchup. So playing it on turn 2, very important here to potentially get rid of Teferi. Now, Sean Gallagher, maybe game 1 deck just built a little bit better, has 2 copies of Teferi in the opener, and so this is going to be a huge element coming into game. Into the upcoming turns. Let me ask you this: now that you know the Teferi is there, how are you preparing for it? How does your game plan change going from this board state to potentially one that is winning?
So Will's got a couple of ways around it. First and foremost, he could have Force of Negation, which there it is. Just picked up a copy of Force of Negation. That is an incredible pickup. So now we can just, that's our cleanest answer to Teferi. Just go ahead and force it, untap. Hopefully, maybe Will has a Cascade spell. But yeah, that was going to be my, the other interaction is Otawara. Will can set up a spot where he can go end of turn, bounce the Teferi, untap, play a Cascade spell. Just kind of do it like that.
Yep, and here it is. The confidence that you will play this Teferi much high, but I mean, when Will draws that Force of Negation, I want to know what exactly how he felt when he must have been like, oh, I actually have a game that I can play here. You're going to see him cycle another card here, Sphinx, I believe, and then what are we going to exile to this Force of Negation? Do we have another blue card?
Okay, I was just going to say, I might have noticed a copy of Subtlety there as well. So I didn't realize that Will had Subtlety's main deck. That was, something I didn't notice. But that is another answer to Teferi, because removes it from play for a turn. All you need is that one turn to resolve the Cascade spell.
Yep, and the upside here is that you get to actually put a creature into the graveyard, that creature being the Subtlety. And so that's why you might see the Force of Negation in exile. Explains a lot there. There it is, Living End. Goodbye, Iceman Quaddle. Hello, like 15 points of power, maybe? I don't know. That's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is almost. Yeah, I'm going to say this is all she wrote. I don't really think Sean can get out of this one at this point. Especially the Grief's going to resolve. We take a peek at the hand. Okay, potentially a bit of a misstep there, because we could have Solituded before the Living End and then got the Solitude back. Now, granted, I think Will has a big enough board where it might not have mattered, but something to keep in mind there.
Yeah, super interesting. What did we actually exile to the... it looks like we may have exiled... can't tell what's been exiled to March. Okay, that seems about right. But yeah, potentially if we had gotten rid of maybe another creature, then we could have used the Teferi to bounce something else. But even then, it's just the losing proposition here. So I do agree that one way or another, it's going to be quite the wrap there, as Will Krueger takes this game as fast as turn 3, Living End up 1 game against 4-color Blink here. The 13 seed in Will Krueger against Sean Gallagher, the 12 seed. So talk to me about sideboarding here. I mean, Living End is honestly one of the more powerful, proactive, but linear strategies, especially in game 1. You get to leverage, it's got so much interaction. We saw the Grief, we saw the Subtlety, we saw the Force of Negation. So in game number 2, how do we expect Sean's deck to change from the 4-color side of things?
It all kind of depends on what sideboard cards Sean decided to show up with today. You've seen there's a myriad of different answers to Living End. Endurance, some play Flusterstorm, some play Chalice. Sean already has the copies of Teferi. But as you said, the Living End deck is really good at answering 1 or sometimes 2 of those specific interactive permanents. You see there, that game is a perfect example. Sean had 2 Teferis, Will had 1 Grief and 1 Subtlety, and that was it. The game was over. He answered, the first 2 Teferis, and then pretty easy, smooth sailing from there. So it really is all going to come down to what specific sideboard card Sean has access to.
Speaking of sideboard cards, let's take a look at the deck list now so we can see what sideboard cards Sean has. I do remember seeing in the main deck somewhere 1 copy of Endurance with the 4 Eladami's Crawl. In the sideboard, though, I see another Endurance, a Knight of Autumn, a Fury, the Companion Yorion, Aether Gust, Flusterstorm, Disputes, Supreme Verdict, Chalice of the Void, and Boseiju. What do you like in this matchup?
So as we were talking about the sideboard, Sean definitely came prepared for this matchup. So we're going to be bringing in the Endurance, the Flusterstorm, the Mystical Disputes to help fight over Force of Negation and Subtlety, the Supreme Verdicts because it actually can beat or resolve Living End, and then the Chalice of the Voids as well to be able to set those on 0. So a lot of good options here for Sean.
Anything you don't like? One thing of interest is that Sean is playing 2 copies of Time Warp. That is a card that I've seen, phase in and out of the deck over time. What do you not like in the matchup here from the 4-color side of things?
The spot removal is generally pretty bad. Living End is not trying to go 1 threat at a time. They're trying to put 6 or 7 creatures into play. Spot removal generally pretty bad. So Prismatic Ending, March, and Bolt are all, I think, easy cuts. And then you could, if you have, if you need room to bring in other cards, you could consider trimming on some of the more expensive stuff like where'd it go? Oh, yeah, they actually have 4 endings. So 4 ending, 2 March, 2 Bolt. That's 8 cards. Probably enough, but maybe a Witness, maybe a Time Warp.
All right, well, ship it. Let me see the Living End deck that Will Krueger is playing today. Keep in mind, Piper Powell actually won the showdown with Living End and is on Team Arclight that Sean Gallagher is, I believe, at the head of. So talk to me about the sideboard here. I see 3 Foundation Breakers. I see 2 Subtleties, Living End, in the sideboard, that's kind of interesting. Mystical Dispute, Force of Vigor, Leyline of Sanctity, Leyline of the Void. Wow.
Yeah, very interesting that Will has an additional copy of Living End in the sideboard. Okay, so they decided to go with 2 main deck and the third the sideboard. As far as what we're bringing in here, I like Subtlety to answer Teferi. I like Dispute as well to answer Teferi and Counterspell. And then I also kind of like Leyline of Sanctity. It all depends on whether or not Will knows the contents of Sean's 75, because you notice there's not that many Endurances, but Leyline of Sanctity is one of the better cards at answering Endurance.
Okay, right, because Endurance does target the player, and Leyline says, hey, you can't target me. So that's a pretty good interaction to be aware of. Let's see how mulligans are going to be resolved here. Sean on 7, Will on 7. Will looking pretty confident there, at least with the generic gesturing and things like that. Sean,
yeah, Will looking pretty, pretty happy with his keep. So we're gonna start with an Abundant Growth here.
I'll be totally honest with you. When my Living End opponent is confident like that, I got to be a little bit worried, because it means their 7-card hand might be just way too good.
Yeah, when Living End looks, whenever a Living End player keeps 7, even if they're not that confident, that's the gut-wrenching sigh. You just, not again.
Yeah, because there are certain hands that the Living End deck could have where you just can't do anything, right? Like, no matter how much hate you have, like, I can Grief, I can, like, Force some Negation, I can Subtlety, like we saw in that game 1, very powerful, and still kill you on turn 3.
Right, game 1 was a perfect example. Sean had 2 copies of Teferi, which is, I think, probably the best card in the matchup from Sean's side, and Will was able to answer both of them, and there was just literally nothing Sean could do.
Yeah, all right, well, Stomping Ground, Abundant Growth on turn 1 for Sean. Will plays Botanical Sanctum, I believe, and passes the turn here. Most likely going to cycle on the end step here, but I see a copy of Teferi in Sean's hand, and that's another question I want to ask you then is, what are the critical cards in the matchup here for Sean? What are we trying to play towards in the early game?
Teferi, Endurance are definitely 2 of the better cards. We noted during sideboarding, Sean has a plethora of counter spells as well. The other cool thing is Ella Domri's Call, because it can find more copies of Endurance. But yeah, those are the cards that Sean is really looking for here.
Makes sense. Yeah. One thing I did not see in Sean's list, which could be a big deal. Never mind. I did not see them, but they are there. Is 4 copies of the card Counterspell. That's also probably very good in this matchup. In general, all the stack-based interaction here. I wonder if we're going to see a repeat of the turn 2 sequence where we'll cast a Grief to potentially turn off a turn 3 Teferi. That would be pretty good.
Yeah, let's see if Will does have the Grief. I think I noticed, Will has a copy of Subtlety, so we can at least answer the Teferi that way. So that's definitely good for Will. And we'll have to see if Sean has anything like an Endurance or something. That would definitely be the one card that Sean is definitely looking for here.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool because Subtlety also does respond to creatures as well. So, it seems like the perfect card to handle both Teferi and Endurance, which are, in my eyes, the most important cards in the matchup from the other side. So I could definitely put priority on having Subtlety in my deck, in my Living End deck, and then that makes the you go deeper down the rabbit hole there. Then Mystical Dispute gets really good, so on and so forth, etc., etc.
Yeah, so Dispute. So now we can dispute the Teferi and then potentially also have Subtlety still left over for the Endurance.
Really good.
The one thing is here, Will has a small graveyard, so he's not going to, want to just cast a Shardless Agent for a 2/2 and a 5/5. That's a board. Remember how we talked about earlier, where there's sometimes where the Living End player is going to try to jockey for position and set up a small Living End. But I think this is one of those things where it's too small of a Living End.
Okay, yeah. It's, in the words of other gamers, comebackable, and I totally get that. You want to make sure that your board presence is, whether it is like, having threats that are...
Oh, wait. Okay, there's two River Winders. Never mind. With the Dispute was over the second one. I didn't notice the second one, so 2 is a little bit different.
I think about Striped Riverwinder too is that because it has hexproof, it's a lot more justifiable to just put 2 of those into play because they're a little bit tricky to answer. And even if you do get Supreme Verdicted, which I think it would be the best solution to double Striped Riverwinder, you just bring it back with another Living End, right?
Yeah, so Will's going to pass here. The other cool interaction there was if Will suspects that Sean has endurance, what you could have seen was that Will cast Shardless Age and puts Living End on the stack. If Sean goes for the endurance and you get to play the subtlety on the endurance, you then get another body off of it. So if it's one of those situations where if you suspect your opponent has endurance, it's actually probably better to go for it than to not go for it because you get an extra body out of it.
Okay, yeah, that's like next level, like playing the player or playing the deck. I like that. That's the kind of calculation process that you use to, I don't know, win events and things like that. I like that a lot. Now, that being said, going back to this match, since Ren and 6 doesn't seem to be generating like as much value. I mean, actually, now that I think about it, Ren and 6 in this matchup, how do you feel about it?
It's interesting. It's not going to. It is a slow card. It is nice to be able to hit all of your land drops. So the cool thing about Ren is you can keep kind of a land light hand. You know that most of the time Will's not going to fight over it with something like a Force of Negation. So you know that Ren's pretty much always going to resolve. So you can kind of keep these land light hands that tend to have more interaction.
Okay, well, Ren is on 6 right now, so it's getting very, very close to, using the ultimate, getting that very, very powerful emblem that lets you rebuy instants and sorceries with Retrace. Although I wonder, in this matchup, what kind of cards would you even be buying back with the emblem there?
Counterspell is the big one. That's one where if Sean has access to Counterspell in a Ren emblem, that might be good enough.
Okay. Yeah, you mentioned that, we're trying to cut all of our targeted spot removal, like Lightning Bolt or Prismatic Ending or March. And in that situation, then I have to wonder is like, what else is left in the deck that you can actually buy back with Ren? I suppose Eladamri's Call is a cool one, but Counterspell seems very important, like you mentioned.
Yeah, Eladamri's Call, because you can have continuous access to more endurances as well, which is definitely something that Sean would not mind. Having more, not just endurance as well, but even just getting more threats to get the game over quickly. So,
you know what?
We'll see some action here.
Yeah. So Shardless Agent on the stack here with the Cascade trigger. We're going to find the only cascadable spell, which is Living End, guaranteed. And that might just be enough here. Now, I wonder, we waited till turn 4, so potentially there's the chance that Will Krueger is holding up like another counter spell, something like another... Oh, we are going really deep here trying to find this Living End. It's still in the deck, just double checking.
I think I saw a Mystical Disputes in Will's hand.
Okay, so that was the reason probably waited till turn 4.
Yeah, chat also points out Time Warp is a card in Sean's deck where that can go infinite with Ren and 6.
Okay, that is a good one to have. There it is. Okay, so we got to see a lot of the deck there. I think we saw like Foundation Breaker, Mystical Disputes. I wonder if...
There's like 4 cards left in Will's deck.
That's actually fun. Yeah, I was wondering, do you think Will like boarded in the second or the third rather Living End? Like, do we just have 2 in the deck?
It's one of those things. I haven't played enough Living End to know how many copies of Living End you should have in certain matchups. So my inclination would... I don't know. I'd probably lean towards having 3 in my deck, I think.
Okay. Well, Sean is ever so politely breaking down this deck for us, like for what we're seeing in the Exile Zone. So now we get to know some of the exact numbers there. And seems like a lot of the cards that we were suspecting did come in. I see Foundation Breaker is in as well. That must just be to respect Chalice of the Void.
Yes, Foundation Breaker. So Will, that's actually a really good point. Will must know Sean. You said that you mentioned that you think they were teammates. Will must know Sean's deck list because otherwise, I don't know if you would 100% bring in Foundation Breaker in the dark unless you knew for a fact your opponent had Chalice.
Okay, well, double 5/5s in play with Hexproof, and now things are looking somewhat suspect here from Sean's side. I mean, a Supreme Verdict would be a very clean answer, but then you're on the back pedal should another Living End come into play. Banger. There it is. Okay, that's good.
Wow, yep, that's a verdict. And then you asked me if we had good spells to cast with this Ren and 6. Well, Supreme Verdict is a pretty good one.
What's funny, too, is that we know that like the second Living End or the third Living End is probably like in the top of Will's deck, right? In the top 4 or 5 cards.
Yeah.
What if there's a real chance that he just ends up drawing that like Living End, not cascading it into this? There's like a 20% chance that the game could just go absolutely... Okay, we have a fetch line. Never mind.
Oh, we could shuffle. Okay.
All right. I was going to say that would be so evil if that actually just ended up happening.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could have seen there if Will didn't have a fetch land, he was, basically 25% to draw Living End, right?
And just like lose on the spot if we didn't, well, not on the spot, but like be in a very bad position if we didn't board the third one in. So that's kind of funny.
But yeah, that Supreme Verdict is a really, really good one for Sean, because I don't really know that Will has an out to Ren Emblem plus Supreme Verdict. I don't think we have any play at that point.
Did we draw it? I think we drew it.
What, Living End?
Yeah, he just he drew the living in
yeah.
and just like scooped. Wow.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know if he revealed 2 or just 1. Possible maybe he didn't bring in the third one and just drew the second one. So
I mean, I've talked to Will a lot, and I know for a fact this is just going to be like a highlight of this event, which is like, I mean, I had another Cascade spell. I had double hexproof 5/5 threats in my graveyard, and I was going to win, and then I drew the only other living in. And I mean, if I'm going to be completely honest, first of all, Bill, 2 things. I think this goes to show why maybe you do want to have the third one in the deck. There's a lot of like tension between deciding whether I want to take the consistency, more consistent approach, which is to have, the 2 copies only. Because if you draw any copies of Living In, you are probably behind in the matchup. You want to have a lot of interaction. You don't want Living Ins in your hand. I don't really know how you would recycle them otherwise. Is there a way to buy back Living Ins once they're in your hand or in the graveyard?
In your hand, unless you're discarding to hand size, I don't believe so. But when they're in their graveyard, you can endurance yourself.
Okay, yeah, so that's like a nuance thing. And Endurance also is just like not the best card in the matchup, so I don't even know if those are technically in the deck post board. We did see Foundation Breaker, for example, that could have been like a 1-to-1 swap, but then, and also we saw Leyline of the Void in the sideboard too. Speaking of, we should check out sideboards while we can. But then the other option is to like just keep the 2, keep the deck lean, keep it consistent, try to be interactive. I mean, if you look at that situation, Will literally flipped over so many cards in his deck that he was like starting to just like, he's like fatigued, like, oh, all right, here's one more. And then we saw Living In on the bottom, like in the bottom 5 cards. So like, is that really going to happen again? I mean, I feel like that just should not happen, right? So reevaluating the sideboards, do we think we're going to bring in anything else, specifically the 3rd copy of Living In, if that is, something we'd be interested in?
Yeah, so I was going back and thinking about it again. I think the 3rd Living In is for the grindy matchups where you're trying to resolve multiple Living Ins. If you expect the first one's not going to be good enough, I think that's definitely potentially a spot where you would want it. I don't know if that's what this matchup is about. I think Will's just trying to be as fast as possible. Potentially, it could be something where you maybe want access to the 3rd one. I'm not 100% sure, but I think most of the same stuff.
I'm so sorry, by the way. I'm going to correct myself here. I see 3 copies in the main deck already, so this is actually the 4th copy in the sideboard, which means
the 3rd one was hiding out down there. Okay,
yeah, which means that if you think about that game 2, it's even worse that Will like he drew both copies of the other Living Ends, so that's like giga bad luck if you think about it. So like, yeah. I think I would just, going from game 2 to game 3, just like try to like reset my mental and be like, okay, this won't happen again, and try to play on. But I think if it'd be a lot more interesting if there were only 2 in the main deck and a 3rd one at the sideboard.
Yeah, that's actually more interesting now that so he has 4 in the 75. I wonder when Will wants access to the 4th one. I'm very curious about that.
Yeah, very good point. Because I feel like 3 is stock most of the time, right?
Yes, yeah, 3 is definitely stock. So maybe, like I said, if he's expecting to play against like a really grindy matchup where you need to resolve multiple Living Ends, you just can't afford to. You have to have all 4 copies in your deck somewhere. So yeah, that might be where it is.
All right, well. Looks like we're keeping 7 on both sides here. Steam Vents and a tapped Breeding Pool. And Sean also going to be fetching up here. Is that a Triome of some variation and a Hollowed Fountain?
Petria.
Oh yeah, perfect. Now you have all your colors. I guess you can't cast Ren and 6 off this color combination, but mostly everything else should be fine.
Yeah, we're fetching main phase, right? Unless this is Sean's turn, right? So we're fetching, I believe. So we might fetch main phase, pass.
To me, that screams something like a counterspell. Oh, okay. Maybe you're trying to get counterspell mana right now so that your opponent can't do anything in response to the fetch, like Violent Outburst, perhaps. So I kind of like that.
No,
actually.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Because you don't want Will to be able to respond to the fetch.
And yeah, wow, look at that, right? Violent Outburst right there. So heads up, play that.
5/5 hexproof.
Yeah, I mean, do you think this is going to be enough to win the game? This is kind of a risky proposition because not only do we have Supreme Verdict like we saw earlier, but if we get a couple more like snow-covered basics into play, Icewind Kwalczyk could literally flash into play and profitably block the Sidewinder. So this is, I'm going to give major props to Sean here for the way that he played that turn sequence. Also going to say, Will, understanding like this threat is so good in the matchup that I think I'm just going to go for it and see where it goes. I mean, do you believe in the Sidewinder that could?
It's definitely good. Like you mentioned, the Ice Fang Codal can be a little bit awkward here because Sean currently has no snow basics. The other thing that this kind of tells me that if Will's willing to fire that off, it could tell me one of two things. Either, like you said, he values the Riverwinder as just the single best threat in the matchup, or maybe this is a spot where he wants the fourth Living End, where he figures he can fire off an early one, maybe get in 5 or 10 points of chip damage, and then the second Living End is the one that's going to end the game.
Okay, yeah, those are really good points here. And it looks like Eladomri's call actually tutored up an Ice Fang Quaddle from what I can tell, which is, not the best on this board state since it doesn't have Death Touch just yet. But, you can play towards it. You're at 17 life, and if you draw into more Ice Fang Quaddles, you might even be able to speed run your snow-covered mission, whatever you want to call it. I don't know, just acquiring Death Touch on the Ice Fang Quaddle, I suppose, and do it that way.
So Will's, it feels like Will's, you're gonna think this is a weird, just throwing out the grief. Will's trying to play kind of like a Delver of Secrets type game where it's just protect the queen. He's gonna put one threat into play. Now, maybe Stripe Riverwinder isn't quite Delver of Secrets, but
I mean, it did come into play for 3 mana, and here's the grief too. You get the hard cast. This is a lot more of an alternate approach where rather than this is unconventional. I wonder how often this happens in this matchup where you just is striped. Sidewinder. Sorry, is it Riverwinder or Sidewinder?
Riverwinder, I think.
It's Riverwinder. I keep calling it the Sidewinder. I don't know why I think that. But the Riverwinder seems so good at this stage that maybe you could just write it to a tempo victory. I mean, you see the grief there to potentially get rid of Ice Fang Quaddle or other options here. The fact that it's a 5/5 hexproof card is what I think makes it really good in this matchup, right?
Right, exactly. Verdict is the card that I'm a little bit, that's the one card that Sean could definitely have here as a slam dunk to be able to answer the Riverwinder. But then even if, let's say, for example, Sean has a Verdict here, now you put a second creature in the graveyard for Will. So if Will has something like a Shardless Agent, you just get back the Riverwinder, and now you also get the grief back too, so.
Okay, well, 4 mana in play here from Sean's side. I see a copy of Teferi in the hand, but that doesn't really do anything. But we're passing the turn. It means we might have something. Maybe we just value the Ice Fang Quaddle?
It's very odd because Sean got the Codal and then didn't fetch a basic last turn. So I guess he's just content with chump blocking. Maybe he felt like he didn't have enough or they didn't have enough access to fetch lands to get more basics.
Yeah.
Interesting thing there.
And okay. That's cool too. Yeah, having a second one. Life total is at 11, so it is relatively low. I don't blame that sort of analysis where maybe you just can't get it online fast enough, the Death Touch, and then you just have to play it this way. But it could be kind of tricky. I mean, a 5/5. I guess if there are any copies of Fury left in the deck, you could also block with that. We're slowly developing our mana base to the point where perhaps we can rely on some of our more expensive answers or threats to stabilize the board here.
Yeah, Fury being able to trade 1-for-1 with the Riverwinder is nice. Let's see what Sean's got. We got a growth here. But yeah, it's one of those things where, Will's in a spot where Will has presented a threat that Sean has to answer. You can't just ignore a 5/5. It's going to kill you at some point. It's not the easiest threat for Sean to answer. And even if Sean does answer it, Will can just follow it up with another copy of Living End if Will does have the additional Cascade spell.
Okay, well, the tempo aspect here, Subtlety coming down to counter Teferi. Mystical Dispute going to protect Teferi from the Subtlety, and the Planeswalker is in. Cascade? No more.
Yeah, and now we're going to go up with Teferi. See if Will's going to go after Teferi or if we're going to go after Sean's life total. I mean, Will's in a spot where he has enough mana that he can just start hard casting threats. I might just ignore Teferi. Okay, we're going to go after Teferi. Grief's not too bad. What do we got? What's that?
Eternal
I see a
Witness
Solitude. It's a Witness? Okay.
Yeah. Witness doesn't even seem that great here. Maybe you just take the Solitude and try to keep the grief around.
Yeah, Sean's graveyard is 2 Ice Fangs, a counterspell, and a Dispute. Yeah, you probably have to take the. I mean, the thing is, if you take the Solitude, then Sean can just Witness back the Solitude, right?
Yeah, okay, that's true. That's not that great. It's just somewhat tricky. I mean, maybe it's a forced play. Maybe you're just forced into taking the Eternal Witness here because I think this is one of those things I read in a PVDDR article a long time ago. Is you don't want to give your opponent options. And in this situation, if you take the Solitude, you give them the option of getting back Solitude or something better than Solitude. So just take that off the table, get rid of the Eternal Witness. The problem is they can hard cast the Solitude for 5 mana at this point. Sean can hard cast it. That would get rid of the Grief. And then, I mean, even blocking the Sidewinder with the Solitude is not that bad. But yeah, you can see Will comes to the same conclusion, says, let's get rid of this Eternal Witness. What you got?
Yeah, and Will's also only on one card here. Will's almost pretty much out of gas at this point. So yeah, we'll definitely get a rough spot here. The 4-color deck is certainly ahead this game.
The Riverwinder might be able to get there, though. I mean, we're still in the abyss, if you will, where every turn we put a creature into play on Sean's side and block this 5/5 menace, and then, I mean, speaking of menace, Grief also does have menace as well, which is not nothing, right? Grief is actually a decent threat to cast for 4 mana.
Right, exactly. Yeah, Grief is pretty hard to block. It's probably going to eat the Solitude here. Maybe if Will drew something like a Mystical Dispute. No, it did not. That would have been a really good draw step. Dispute the Solitude. But
I would laugh in Teferi then if that happened, actually. I mean,
there's Teferi. There's Teferi in play.
The static passive will haunt us forever, I promise you. Yeah. I will, even when Teferi goes, like in the year 20XX, when we finally realize that Teferi's passive is just too broken and it's going to be with Ren and 6 in the trash can, like, I'll still wake up in a cold sweat. I know I will.
Teferi always gets you. All right, we got some Abundant Growth here. We drew, I think it was a white card. Couldn't quite tell what it was, though.
I do like not blocking with the Solitude here, because, I mean, the lifelink that we can get from attacking here will mitigate the race, or the pacing of the race a little bit, if that makes sense. And this Yorion is going to be very, very impressive. Not only will it allow you to draw multiple cards off the Abundant Growths in play, but you also get to reset the board.
Oh, okay.
Nice. Okay, Ephemerate, sure.
That was the white card we drew.
Makes sense. But you also get to reset the board, and you have a 3/2 and a 4/5, and that can block the Sidewinder very well. So Sean Gallagher now looking like he's in a very commanding position of this game. Planeswalker ticking up high, board controlled here against the 5/5 with a pair of your own creatures. At this point, Will's luck, I mean, maybe it's just Otawara to bounce to Fairy and Cascade again. That might be the best thing we've got going. I don't even know if there are very many creatures in the graveyard, too, because actually, no, Living End is not even good anymore because there's 2 Icewind Quaddles and an Eternal Witness in the graveyard for Sean. So that's bad.
Sean,
that's not where you want to be.
Sean definitely gets the better end of the deal if a Living End resolves.
Which is strange. This whole game has just been super, I would say, convoluted. Almost, it's not how I really expect traditional Living End verse 4-color to play out. And maybe that's why we're in this position where we're drastically behind on board from the Living End side.
Yeah, Will's draw just kind of didn't come together. You notice Will didn't have a ton of cycling early, and then also was kind of under the gun with that Teferi pretty quickly. So, Will's draw just really kind of just didn't come together this game. And Sean just kind of did a lot of cantripping and eventually found his powerful cards.
Yeah, absolutely. So EOT, both Abundant Growth's going to come back into play. Draw 2 cards here. We've got a 4/5 and a 3/2, and I would not be surprised to see right now Will Krueger maybe going to pick up his cards. Get some lunch, get some food. Yep, there it is. There's the handshake. And the Iowa local going to go up to 3-0, keeping that 12th ranked spot on the leaderboard here. Literally, I think it's so cool. Rank 12 versus rank 13 in a highlight match for round 3. And Sean going to take it out ahead here. So storyline continues. And honestly, this begs the question, as we're going to try to find out if we have a backup match available or not. But this begs the question, do you think that the Yorion deck, I mean, we saw what happened to Luris, right? Luris was around for so long. And quite honestly, I think that companion was absurd. Do you think Yorion is going to eventually meet the same fate?
I think so. I think it's just the companion mechanic as a whole is just kind of I would say a blight on Magic at this point for the most part. It really fundamentally changes the way that you have to build your deck. Even if you're not playing companion, you have to respect the fact that a lot of people will have access to it. And I think Yorion will, maybe it'll take a year or two, but I think it'll eventually bite the bullet.
Okay, professional opinion right there. I wonder if people who are watching agree or disagree. If you do, let me know. And if you do, or don't. Either way, hit the follow button. Would really appreciate it. We're here in Lansing, Michigan. Going to get into the back of match right now. Let's check it out. See what we've got going on here. I'm pretty excited for our 6th match of Magic here, as we've got Scott Pulera on Esper Reanimator playing against. We'll find out shortly. I think I see more Yorion.
Yeah, that's definitely a Yorion. I'm gonna guess 4 color.
Looks like we're Skylar Warfield. Okay, on 4 color control. So
4 color.
that is the Mythic Meebo.
With some Skylar. Nice.
All right, so talk to me about this matchup. Esper Reanimator is a deck that I feel like I've seen a while ago. I don't know if it's as trendy or as popular, but it is in the 2-0 bracket. What does that mean? Oh, as we're mulliganing maybe down to 5 now? And this is game 1, right?
5, yeah. I believe so. Yeah, game 1. I generally I think that the 4 color control deck is probably a little bit ahead. The thing that the Reanimator deck is a little weak to is the card Teferi Time Raveler. The Esper Reanimator deck is really trying to play at instant speed because they have their own Teferis which can set up instant speed persist. It's also trying to enable or set up like Faithful Mending to, I assume, Tainted Indulgence as well. So Teferi is a big issue for the Esper deck, I think.
Okay, understood for sure. I'm going to take a look at the Esper Reanimator list to see if there's anything exciting here, but I think overall, let's see, 4 Archons, 4 Grief, 4 Solitude, 3 Priest of Fell Rites. That's a card for Modern Horizons 2, and I'm assuming we've also got, 4 Ephemerate, 4 Mendings, 3 Tainted Indulgence. Now, that is a cool card from New Capenna. Blue-black, basically. Draw 2 cards, discard 1, unless you have, I believe, 5 or more mana values among cards in your graveyard. It's called, so Tainted Indulgence is the New Capenna addition to this list. And I think it's kind of cool as an early game, I would say, enabler, where you can maybe bin an Archon or something else, even like I guess, honestly, any of your creatures for that matter, and then use that to set up, your follow-up Persist or Unburial Rites or whatever it might be. I don't know. I am a huge fan of drawing cards, so I like this a lot. And I wonder if this deck specifically gets to break Tainted Indulgence in some capacity, because you have a variety of mana values, whether it is Archon being 8, Grief being 4, Solitude being 5. You get it at this point, right?
Right. The really, really nice thing about Indulgence is there's 2 things that Indulgence does. 1, it makes your deck a lot more consistent. Previously, you only had 4 copies of Faithful Mending to set up the turn 3 Reanimate. Now you have 7 to 8 copies of that. The other cool thing that Indulgence does is in a long game, you mentioned Grief and Solitude. Now, the thing about Indulgence is it's not that trivial to put the requisite number of different mana values, but Grief is 4, Solitude is 5, and they both are free spells, right? So it's really easy in the late game to have a spot where Indulgence is just a 2 mana draw too.
Okay, yeah. Now, in this matchup, though, talk to me about some of the key cards in game 1. I mean, deck lists are closed, so for viewers in the audience who are watching, neither player knows what's going on. I mean, okay, if you reveal the Bird Serpent, I think Scott might have an idea of what's going on the other side, but I'm sure Skylar, just has a generically good hand. It's possible that even on this mulligan, that Scott might be able to sort of steal a win, but is that a mulligan to 3?
That's a mulligan to 3 cards.
Okay, well, you know what?
It's gonna be rough.
I don't know about you, but just like from a let's talk about this from a competitive perspective. Like if I'm in Skylar's seat, I just say we take those. We take the free wins when we can get them. Tournaments are long. This is a 9-round event. For just a Swiss portion, and especially when you're playing a deck as complicated and grindy, and with matches as long as they are, as 4 color control with Yorion. If I can get a free game in, I'm not complaining.
Now, it's funny because you saw, I don't know if you noticed that, but Scott kind of flashed their hand to the camera there. Scott's hand is really good. Scott has Unmarked Grave and Persist. Now, if Scott does find a land and Skylar doesn't have it, and maybe it potentially doesn't have an answer to this Archon of Cruelty, we could still see an Archon. Now, there's no land, but
yeah, that is I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be a crazy game. I mean, this is one of those like highlight reel sort of games where, like, if it happens, it's gonna be like written down in all of history. Now, statistically speaking, it's probably not gonna happen, but I gotta say, I love rooting for an underdog. I don't know. That being said, this is a pretty good start here. Skylar has played Ren and 6 on turn 2. That will set up the infrastructure for future turns. And there's a number of cards that Skylar could have. If they draw into like Solitude, or like you mentioned, Endurance, or just things like that. A lot of ways to answer Archon in this deck.
Okay, there's the land for Scott. Now, again, I don't have a good look at Skylar's hand, so I'm not sure exactly what they're working with in terms of removal spells or answers for a potential Archon of Cruelty, but we do have Unmarked Grave and Persist from Scott's side, so potentially we might have a bit of a game on our hands.
And just to double check, I do believe that is a Forest in play on Skylar's side, so there will not be a counterspell coming down here.
Correct.
Which means, okay, the gates are open. We see Archon of Cruelty in the graveyard.
I'd really like to see take a peek at Skylar's hand here to see what they're working with, whether or not we have an answer to that Archon. And okay, that's an answer, unfortunately, for Scott. I say unfortunately. I'm trying not to be biased, but anytime I can root for
you don't have to try. Don't worry.
So.
It's a mulligan to 3. I totally understand it. All right. That being said, though, so the reason why Teferi specifically is scary is because even though the Archon gets to come back into play here, it does have a number of effects here where you have to sacrifice a creature or a planeswalker, discard a card, blah blah blah. 2 planeswalkers, so we're going to sacrifice the Wrenn 6, discard the Misty Rainforest that the Wrenn 6 got. So basically, like, Archon's completely mitigated here. Now the Teferi can just bounce it back to the hand, and we are suddenly, for a mulligan to 3, it's not that bad, but like the board state is very favored for Skylar for sure.
Yes. Yeah, 100%. I was trying to think of, mull to 3s in Modern. What's the best mull to 3? Obviously the correct answer is probably just Tower, Power Plant, Mine, but, Land, Persist, Unmarked Grave has got to be up there.
Now from this stage, okay, so we see potential, what is this? Maybe Omnath? Okay, there's Omnath. And that'll gain 4 life, maybe go up to 17, potentially gaining 4 mana as well if we fetch. How do you feel about Omnath as a card? I think it's like super sweet, but I wonder if it's a bit too strong for Modern.
Potentially, it does. The thing about Omnath is it is a card that allows you to... It does kind of everything, right? It gains you life in the aggressive matchups. It allows you to press your advantage against control because it gives you a bunch of... essentially, it's a free spell if you have a fetch land. So it is, good in essentially every single matchup, and it provides you a ton of value. Maybe not that Omnath, but Omnath is incredibly strong, for sure.
For sure. I like that there's like a nerfed version on Arena that just like costs 1 mana extra, doesn't draw a card, but scries one. That to me is a great sign of, I don't know, just like Magic design in general, like all the directions you can go with all these sort of cards. Now, that being said, looking at the board here, the fact that we get to untap with Omnath is a big deal, because if we get another Archon in play using Omnath's mana generation ability, we could just get the Yorion to our hand and then maybe even flicker the Solitude using the extra mana from Omnath to get rid of another Archon. So, I have to wonder, if there were 4 more cards in Scott's hand at the beginning, it could have just been a complete wipe, because Scott had so much stuff going on for him here that even on a mulligan to 3 that I don't know, I'm color me impressed with this mulligan to 3, I guess I should say.
Right, yeah, Scott kind of had the nuts, right? He had to, or if Scott did have the land, they would have just went turn 2 Unmarked Grave, turn 3 Persist. If Skylar immediately doesn't have a Teferi or a Solitude, that's probably all she wrote, right? You have to kill that thing immediately. Maybe it's possible that the amount of time that Scott gave Skylar by missing those land drops maybe let Skylar draw into that Teferi. So, like you said, it would be really interesting if, what would have happened if Scott had a full grip.
So Teferi going to bounce the Solitude. Anyone wondering where it went? Because I know I was. In the hand here, Teferi also gets to draw a card. And this is the stage of the game where I think once you have access to all your mana, it becomes the case where the 4-color control deck just gets to do all these absurdly powerful tools. And I think here's something interesting too, right? So we're going to see Counterspell take care of the Solitude. This is one of the reasons why I really like these elementals in this format, is that early game, they're a bit cost intensive, but late game, when you can hard cast one and get full value out of it, the duality of these cards is just so incredible.
Oh yeah, for sure. They definitely scale a lot better. Solitude is a card that it's coming from the other side of things. Like when your opponent plays a Solitude on turn 1, like let's say on your Ragavan, you're not that unhappy with that exchange. Your opponent's down a card. But as far as the Solitude player is concerned, it's something you probably have to do. You don't want to let them have their turn 1 creature. But once you get into the late game, Solitude feels, casting it for 5 mana is really powerful, because you get keep the body and all that stuff, and that is gonna be enough.
Yeah, I mean, top deck endurance there is going to cause us to go to a game 2, which, honestly, good. More magic is a good thing here, but wow, that match was, I mean, I was hoping, but we can only go so far on a mulligan to 3 here. I've heard of games won on a mulligan to 4. I've never seen anyone win on a mulligan to 3. I don't know. Have you ever had that? Like, I wouldn't even call it like luxury. I would just call it like a miracle experience almost, because it just seems so impossible to happen.
There was one situation that you might get a kick out of this. I was playing Legacy. For whatever reason, I was playing Manalist Dredge, and my opponent mulliganed to 1, and they put a ley line into play, and then I conceded.
That is not how I thought the story was going to go, and that is great. Okay, that is hilarious, actually. Okay, so we're getting an update right now. Okay, so just hearing what's going on right now, Scott has actually, so we're watching a time-shifted match. There's only 2 minutes left in the round, so I'm going to use the powers of technology to tell you that Scott won game 2. We're going to go into game 3. It's a little bit more a bit more of stakes on the line here. So let's get into the game 3 and see what's going on here. Since there's only 2 minutes, we'll probably skip the deck list, but I can tell you already from the sideboard here for Skylar, I see 3 Veils, 3 Chalices, some Verdicts, Endurances, Yorion, obviously, Beseiju, Force of Vigor, Emrakul, and Flusterstorm. I would imagine Endurance is definitely going to be great here. And we're into the madness here. Wow, this board looks pretty crazy.
Deep into the madness.
Yeah, so catch me up. What's going on here?
A lot of Planeswalkers for Skylar, and not a lot of non-land permanents for Scott here. So I would have to imagine Skylar is in a pretty good position here. We got the Red and 6 Sokensen loop. That's kind of cool.
That is pretty sweet too. I think Sokensen is the kind of card that I think even more so than looping Beseiju and looping Otawara for some reason, and this is completely unexpected because I'm a blue mage through and through, but looping Sokensen with Red and 6 makes me happy. As you can see here, six hasty 1/1s coming into the red zone. Scott at 5, Skylar at 27.
Right, and the cool thing about that is it essentially turns your Ren into a game-ending threat. Sometimes Ren and 6, sometimes you don't have a spell to go with it, or you don't have a good land to go with it, but this actually pressures your opponent, so.
All right, so Faithful Mending going to gain 2 life, put Scott up to 7. However, Sokenzan can put 2 more tokens into play, and yeah, that's going to be the writing there. So Skylar Warfield going to go to 3-0. In what seems to be a pretty convincing victory here for 4-color control. Yeah, I mean, honestly, the 4-color control deck is just so good. I think at the beginning of the cast, I mentioned that if I was to play a deck with the goal of just like super try hard winning, like I would play probably the 4-color elemental deck. It's got a lot of vibes that I really do like. A lot of good answers, good counter spells, good threats. Looks like time was just called in the round here, but obviously I'd probably try to play something more fun too. Like you mentioned, like the Nassif Tameshi combo deck. That one to me speaks very well. Why don't we then go ahead and cut to a break right now? We'll be back in a little bit as the next round does start. We'll have more feature matches, more magic. Hopefully we can get another interview. I really, really like the interview. Getting to know the players on the series is great. Don't go anywhere. And if you haven't already, go get your snacks, go get your drinks. That was round 3. We've got 9 rounds today, and we're playing the first round of the top 8. So get committed. Let's be back. Welcome back, everybody, to the Modern 10K trial here in Lansing, Michigan. My name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Devin O'Donnell. We are here thanks to NRG Series hosting this wonderful paper event. If you haven't already, be sure to hit the follow button. Check them out on Twitter and social media as well. Looks like our round 4 feature match is all ready to go. So for anybody who's waiting, we got a pretty cool one here. It looks like the matchup is going to be Golgari Yawgmoth against Mono Red Prowess, I believe. Now, Devin, I don't know too much about the Golgari Yawgmoth list in general, like how this matchup would play out. I mean, Mono Red Prowess, I think, is pretty straightforward. You put creatures into play, you turn them sideways, you light up your opponent. But when it comes to Golgari Yawgmoth, talk to me about the matchup. Talk to me about some of the critical cards. Because, I mean, I know the generic strategy, right? You've got Yawgmoth, Ran Physician, and it synergizes very well with all the Undying creatures. You've got some infinite combos. But in the context of this matchup, how does it play out?
So, excuse me, the Yawgmoth deck, as you said, is trying to assemble the namesake card Yawgmoth with some Undying creatures to potentially kind of loop them back and forth, draw a bunch of cards, eventually find a Blood Artist for the kill. Now, as far as the matchup goes in particular, the number one card we want to look out for is Lava Dart, because Trevor does have a significant number of mana creatures, as it were, Ignoble Hierarch, and Birds of Paradise. Yes. So Lava Dart is a card that can, stymie some mana early. But as far as this matchup, we're looking to try and, the red deck is really good at killing creatures. So we're trying to set up more of the mid-range stuff like Grist and things of that nature.
Okay, looks like we have turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler off a basic Mountain Mishra's Bauble, going to Surveil card to the graveyard, and now Ignoble Hierarch on turn 1 for Trevor. I'm not 100% sure. I think I see that Trevor might be on a mulligan here, which could be a big deal when you, have to worry about cards like Lava Dart, like you mentioned. But Mana Dork on turn 1, very good start here for the green-black deck.
Right, exactly. Another one of Trevor's really important cards in this matchup is Wall of Roots. It is a way to kind of jump the curve, get some mana acceleration in play, but also dodges basically all of Brian's red base removal spells. It's going to be really hard to kill that one.
Yeah, and this is the nightmare scenario here. You see Dragon's Rage Channelers. Going to get into the red zone shortly after a Lava Dart is going to take care of the Ignoble Hierarch. And just as a heads up, Crash Through was the card that was milled by Dragon's Rage Channeler earlier on turn 1. That one is kind of a sweet card, I'm not going to lie, for the Prowess deck. Overgrown Tomb going to be followed up by Wall of Roots and another Ignoble Hierarch. So this is, okay, recovering from what may have been a rough start here. Obviously, Lava Dart can flash back to get rid of the Ignoble Hierarch, but game is still close. What draws does Trevor need to come out ahead here?
Trevor is going to be looking specifically, well, it all kind of depends on whether or not we have Delirium. Now, if we do a quick check, I believe we have Sorcery Instant Artifact. Is that a Mesa? I think that's a fetch land, so we might already have Delirium online here. So the awkward part about that is Yawgmoth normally very good against 1/1 creatures, but now that the channelers are Delirious, not going to be quite as good because it's going to take a lot more resources to be able to kill them with Yawgmoth. So I think the card that Trevor is looking for the most here is probably Grist. It's one of Trevor's main ways to kind of 1-for-1, and maybe not 1-for-1 per se, but it's one of Trevor's best ways to kill a turned on channeler. The other thing is Trevor has a copy of Endurance in the main deck along with some evolutions and callings. So if we can, we have Unholy Heat for the wall. Endurance would be quite good here.
I'd love to see the attacking the mana here from Brian's side. I'd also like to see that Lava Dart get flashback to take care of the Ignoble Hierarch. Seems like you've got a really good advantage right now, and I just want you to push down at the pain point right now and just get the aggression in. And you can see Brian also agrees here. This is an incredible start here from the mono red side. One thing I also want to give a shout out to is we have blue in this deck technically with Fiery Islet, but we're not playing Expressive Iteration. Instead, we've got what I would like to call Expressive Iteration at home, Reckless Impulse. That's how we got 2 cards exiled from the top of our deck. Very good stuff here. And honestly, I wonder if that's a card we might see in Pioneer tomorrow, because that is a Pioneer legal card, right?
Yeah, so I talked about this a little bit last night with one of my friends. We were talking about, how do we replace Iteration in Pioneer? I think that the Prowess decks will look to play a card like Reckless Impulse. The Control decks might not want a card like that as much because it doesn't play with counterspells that well. But yeah, it's definitely a card that will I think, see an uptick in Pioneer for sure.
Yeah, well, okay, it looks like getting rid of 3 of the Mana Dorks is just enough to make Trevor Pick up the cards. We're going to go to a game 2. Perhaps we can see deck lists now. I want to take a look at the Golgari Yawgmoth list first and sort of analyze what sideboard tools will be very good in this matchup. I mean, we did talk about endurance. Are there any cards that you generally expect to see? So, oh, perfect. We have the list here. So in the sideboard, Outland Liberator, Scavenging Ooze, 3 full copies of endurance to probably round out the playset. One, oh goodness, what is this?
Tessin Petitioner.
I have never seen that card before in my life, and I'm glad you're here to tell me exactly what it does. But 4 Thoughtseize, 2 Necromentia, 2 Force of Vigor, and then 1 Crime Punishment, which is a card you also talked to me about earlier. What comes in this matchup, and what comes out?
For those of you at home, Citizen Petitioner, just a quick overview. It's 1 green, 2/2, enters the battlefield, gain life equal to your devotion to green. Potentially a pretty good card in this matchup because the red deck is trying to put a lot of pressure on the Yawgmoth player. We have 3 copies of Endurance. Now, normally the mono red is not necessarily a graveyard based strategy, but you noticed we played 2 copies of Channeler along with 1 copy of Unholy Heat. So Endurance is really good at not only providing blockers for all of the 1-drops, but also can be really backbreaking. Like, let's say, for example, the mono red player goes for turned on Unholy Heat, and you Endurance in response, you get it's kind of a big blowout. So I like Endurance, I like the Petitioner, I like the Scavenging Ooze to gain some life. Potentially Crime Punishment because the mono red deck does have a lot of 1-drops, but I don't know if we quite have enough time for that. Also, it kills our own 1-drop. So
okay, good to know. From the mono red side of things, we're going to see. Looks like Bedlam Reveler, that's cool. Smash to Smithereens, Kozilek's Return, Tormod's Crypt, Alpine Moon, Pyrite Spellbomb, Dragon's Claw, Roiling Vortex, and Void Mirror. Anything you like in this matchup?
So I like Kozilek's Return to clean up the mana dorks. I like Tormod's Crypt. It's not the best answer to Yawgmoth because, the Yawgmoth deck does have the capability of winning games outside of its graveyard. It has a lot of mid-range tools like Grist, and sometimes Yawgmoth itself can provide enough value that you don't care too much about losing your graveyard, but it does prevent the fast combo start, so I don't mind it. And then potentially Pyrite Spellbomb is another removal spell, and I think that is probably about it.
Okay. Yeah, that's kind of interesting. I mean, with regards to Tormod's Crypt, a card that I think that would be really cool against maybe Yawgmoth in general is something like like Unlicensed Hearse. Like in these sort of decks, being able to pivot is something that we talked about earlier, but also giving the versatility of being able to attack the graveyard seems quite nice here. In the first post board game, we're going to see Golgari Yawgmoth on the play. Who do you think is ahead based on the sideboards that you've seen and based on the play draw dynamic that we'll expect out of this matchup?
So with the Yawgmoth player on the play, I definitely like the Yawgmoth side of things, especially given that we get to go up to 4 copies of Endurance. I think that is one of, if not the best card that Trevor has access to in this matchup. Really great blocker, really good at stopping the Delirium stuff that we saw game 1. So I like Yawgmoth in the play. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Brian was in the play for game 1, and that was kind of just a runaway for Brian. And so I like Yawgmoth in the play.
Yeah, makes sense. Especially when you have mana dorks and things like that, you want to be able to untap, leverage the power of these mana dorks, accelerate your curve, get your 3-drops, your 4-drops online ASAP. I expect this bird to get bolted, though. I mean, I feel like that's one of the very easy ways for the mono red decks in general to fall behind is when your opponent does have access to their mana and they do start to scale earlier rather than later. You do want to be able to handle it. And Lava Dart is a great turn 1 play, to answer something like an Ignoble Hierarch.
It is, but at the same time, you have to realize that the reason the play draw matters so much is Trevor gets to put a mana creature in play. Brian is essentially required to answer it, but that means Brian is not developing their board this turn, right? So it's, yes, answering the Hierarch is good, but you're not putting any pressure on them, so you're giving the Yawgmoth player a lot more time.
Okay, yeah, and that could be a big deal, right? Because we saw early in the game, and we have no removal for the Ignoble Hierarch, so I think it's a win-win here for Trevor. But Soulscar Mage is kind of one of the cooler prowess cards, I think. It's not something that I had originally really understood, but, red decks, Lightning Bolt, it matters a lot. And this is an explosive turn 2 here for Trevor, first leading off with Wall of Roots, then following with a Young Wolf and a Dryad Arbor, finally. This is really good, yeah.
Let's try it at the Elysian Grove, right?
Oh my goodness, not I had to double check. You said it and I was just like, oh, okay, maybe it is. Now that being said though, no access to black mana outside of the Ignoble Hierarch, so there's a chance we might not even be able to play our premier 4-drop threat next turn. If we do though, I think we're going to see a lot of fireworks for sure.
Right, exactly. And the cool thing that might come up here is Soulscar Mage does work interestingly with Undying creatures and -1/-1 counters, so might see potentially some of that come up as well.
Can you explain the interaction?
So the Undying ability says when this creature dies, if it had no +1/+1 counters on it, return to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it. Soulscar Mage says your red sources deal damage in the form of -1/-1 counters. But the way that they change the rules is -1/-1 counters and +1/+1 counters sort of cancel each other out. So for example, if let's say you have a Yawgmoth, right? It's a 2/2 with a +1/+1 counter on it. If you shock the Yawgmoth, it now, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe it dies with no +1/+1 counters on it. I might be a little bit wrong on that. We'll have to maybe check with chat or a judge, but I'm fairly certain that's how it works.
That would be so sweet. That's a profitable interaction for the Yawgmoth player, right? Because by those rules, will the Yawgmoth then come back?
I believe so. Chat. Somebody in chat saying if I shock it, if it's shocked, it will be dead. So maybe I'm a little bit wrong on that interaction, but
No worries. Whatever it is, we'll find out very shortly if the interaction does come up. But that would be cool if it played out this way. It looks like though we do have finally multiple black sources in play now off of the Twilight Mire, I believe, and that's Geralt's Messenger coming to play tap this turn.
it's like chat saying counters don't see each other. Okay, so it's possible that maybe I had that a little bit wrong, but
Yeah, Magic is a hard game.
We went from having only one black source in play to having 3 to be able to cast that messenger, which is pretty, that Twilight Mire doing a lot of work here.
Yeah, Geralt's Messenger, I thought it was one black for a second, and then I realized it was actually just triple black, like Necropotence level difficulty to cast. And I was like, well, you don't have Dark Ritual. How are you doing this? And Twilight Mire, the perfect land in this situation then.
Right.
Now, one thing about the Yawgmoth deck is that it is secretly pretty grindy. First off, you have like your Undying abilities, but then once you actually get Yawgmoth into play, then you get to start drawing cards and pulling even further ahead, putting counters on things like that if you really need to kill creatures, and you just drastically pulling it. So having cards like Reckless Impulse to sort of stay alive, and oh my goodness, is that a Battle Rage?
That is a Teamer Battle Rage.
Oh my god! I haven't seen that
couple of copies of those in Brian's list. There's a creature that goes along with Teamer Battle Rage. I don't want to spoil it, but we'll see if Brian eventually does cast that creature. Maybe chat can guess it.
Okay, I'm gonna.
But yeah, go ahead.
Follow through and not look at the deck list, so I don't know what the creature is. But I'm kind of nervous now. I wonder what it could be. I saw Bedlam Reveler earlier, but I don't think it's that.
Yeah, Bedlam Revelers are, I believe, just in the sideboard. But yeah, there's some, a lot of spells here. Definitely a huge attack. Now we'll see what see what Trevor has. Excuse me. There's the Endurance. Okay. Now, funnily enough, Endurance a 3/4. The Prowess creatures have 2 Prowess triggers, so not going to be able to eat a Prowess creature in combat, but still a decent blocker.
What's kind of absurd is that this is 9 points coming in now into the red zone, and I feel like if there is even one more spell that you could cast. I mean, I don't know if there's like gut shots and things like that, but that would be kind of crazy that you'd have just so much offense in this one Alpha Strike, I guess. It looks like we're actually blocking.
Even something like a Lava Dart, Lava Dart to potentially deal a damage to a creature, sacrifice the Lava Dart, or sacrifice the Mountain to flashback the Lava Dart, and all of a sudden that's 4 more Prowess triggers if 2 creatures are unblocked. So could be potentially a really, really big swing here for Brian.
Yeah, which means that these blocks that I don't really like blocking with the Wall of Roots here if I don't have to, because it still has a couple more counters worth of mana that you could spend. Same thing with the Endurance. I mean, if we get blown out here by like another spell, because then we had 3 Prowess triggers, so the Skull Scars and the Swift Spears would be 4 5s, and that definitely feels a lot worse. And there's the Unholy Heat targeting the Ignoble Hierarch. Wow.
Yeah, we're just going to. It looks like Brian's just going to try and mitigate Trevor's mana as much as possible, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Again, just like finding a pain point and then applying pressure there. I really do like that. Fortunately, there is the Twilight Mire on the Golgari side of things. This is a potential turn where we could see some crazy stuff happen if we have Yawgmoth, but doesn't look like it. That is a Scavenging Use, though, drawn for the turn.
Okay, that's not too bad. Makes a 3/3, and then you have two decent-ish blockers with the Scavenging Ooze and the Joust Messenger. So, okay, we're gonna go with Wall. Yeah, okay, we can go Wall, Scavenging Ooze, then activate the Scavenging Ooze on Brian's turn because we get the mana back from the Wall. We're actually getting aggressive here. Interesting.
I like this. I like attacking here. I mean, you did spend a reasonable number of resources getting those 3 prowess triggers, so potentially, Brian at 9 might not be able to fire off an assault that is just as powerful as the last attack. That being said, gotta respect the mono red prowess deck. Sometimes it can just be very, very explosive. Let's see, how many spells do you actually need to have guaranteed lethal here? Way too many.
Well,
So yeah, you worst case scenario, you can like chump block a couple times and survive, but that's not
the
a good
issue
feeling.
here is the Teamer Battle Rages face up too, so you gotta remember that as well.
Oh yeah, you're right. And is this crash through?
Yeah, it looks like a crash through. Which that plus the TBR does not quite get us to 4 power to trigger the Ferocious on Teamer Battle Rage. Manamorphose here would be quite a card for Brian, because that pumps the prowess trigger and also lets you cast the Teamer Battle Rage. That's huge.
Oof. Okay. Well, I was slightly joking about not having to worry too much about attacking aggressively here, but I mean after blocks. Well, no. Okay. I guess your mana doesn't go from face to face, so you have to use it now. Your battle rage if you are going to use it. So we get the block, but then I guess trample damage will still go through.
Right, so let's assume Brian has no other spells. They just cast the Teamer Battle Rage on one creature and go to combat. So now we have 3 4-power creatures. One of them has Double Strike and Trample. Ooh, so we're casting in Holy Heat, which means Brian likely found a land here. And I think that's got to be enough, right? 2, 3, 4. That means they're all 5. That's 20. Yeah, that should be that. I have to imagine that's more than
20?
enough.
That's
Yeah,
so
well,
much damage.
Yeah, because one of them has Double Strike and they're all 5 power, right? So one of them's 10, the other 2 are 5.
Oh my goodness. Okay, yeah, and the whole team has trample thanks to crash through. So this is I'm just gonna say it, like this match did not feel particularly close. And there's a lava dart, and we can buy back the lava dart, and it's yeah, I mean the whole team versus one wibbly wall of roots. And the -2 counters, the counters actually matter here too, and factoring damage. So I guess
Yeah, I
did we
think
just
with
not
Trample, this should be lethal. Well, remember, all of our creatures have Trample anyways.
did we not cast the Teamer Battle Rage? Because I still see it in exile.
Yeah, we didn't have enough mana, so we didn't draw a land off of the Manamorphose. But it still should be enough, I believe. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's more than
15,
enough.
18, -2, 3, or whatever it is. Yeah, that's just I'm literally in shock because that is not how I actually expected this game to play out. I mean, I think the whole match was about like under 10 turns or so. Game 1
Something
was a
like
little
that.
bit unfortunate because we saw Trevor with the mulligan, didn't actually have great mana, but then in game 2, we sort of saw a large commitment. I mean, in both games, honestly, we saw a large commitment from the mono red side to just keep the mana under control while also being, pretty deadly aggressive. So that's congratulations to Brian Mono Red going up to 4-0 now. We might have a backup match ready, but yeah, that was pretty sweet. I mean, we haven't really seen this is the first truly like red burn aggro deck that we saw. I think earlier we saw like Hammer Time, which is technically an aggro deck, but it's got a lot of combo elements, whereas this is mostly just like light them up. You know what I mean? Light them up.
Right, the Hammer Time is an aggressive deck on a little bit of a different scale, where it's just trying to get in a giant attack for 10 or 20. The Prowess deck it can do that, like it does have the ability, especially with something like a Teamer Battle Rage, but it has the ability to play a much more kind of, maybe not grindy is the word that I'm looking for, but kind of like a 1-for-1 style game, and it just gets in some chip damage here and there.
Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. Looks like we do have a backup, so we'll get right into it right now. I wonder what the matchup is. We got Opps all spells, which definitely means something different to me as a legacy expert than to the modern players, but against Jesse Robkin on 4-color Blink. And looks like we're actually in game 3. So exciting stuff. Apologies. We're actually in game 1 right now. So we are watching the match from the very beginning, which means we get all the action. Talk to me about this Opps all spells deck. This is not something that we've seen today.
So Now, I wonder if this is Oops All Spells or Goblin Charbelcher. Typically, at least from my experience, the Oops All Spells version of it, the one that's utilizing the graveyard, doesn't play the red flip land, so we'll have to double check on that. But the Oops All Spells deck is essentially whatever version. It's utilizing these double-faced lands, which don't count in your deck as lands, but you can play them face down as lands. So there's two cool interactions depending on which version. One is Goblin Charbelcher. You flip your entire deck. It sees that you don't have any lands, and your opponent takes a lot of damage. The other is either Undercity Informer or Balustrade Spy, which that's probably the one that you're used to in Legacy, which essentially flips your entire deck, puts it into the graveyard, and then from there you can kill with Narcobeepas. There's a weird kill condition that involves Vengevine and Salvage Titan. Maybe we'll get to see that, but yeah, that's it. Basically, just flip your entire deck.
All right. Well, looking at the deck list specifically, Jonathan Frendo is actually playing Goblin Charbelcher, like you mentioned. So, heads up, good awareness on that. Just by looking at a single land, that's cool that you could tell like the entire deck. I mean, that's awesome. Like good awareness, commitment to the format, so on and so forth. And I guess this is something that I'm a little bit stressed out about because are we going to see Jonathan have to flip every single land that they put into play? Because that's a lot. That's a lot of like pulling sleeves and maneuvering. But I understand it. I definitely do understand it. Jesse Robkin, on the other hand, gonna have 2 lands in play on turn 2. Good start with the 4-color Blink deck.
Now, as a Legacy player, you're probably familiar with a card called Doomsday, right?
Oh, yes, baby. I mean, I've played it a couple times. I've gotten as far as Dark Ritual, Doomsday. Okay, Doomsday resolves, and then everything crumbles to shreds after that.
Did you know that Doomsday is actually legal in Modern? You just have to work for it a little bit.
I call your bluff. Explain.
All right, so Recross the Paths is a card in the Goblin Charbelcher deck, which essentially says reveal cards from the top of your library until you flip a land. That's the joke. There's no lands. And you get to put the card into play, and then you get to reorder your entire library. So basically, you flip up your deck, and then you could stack your deck in any which way or form. Typically, they're trying to set up the Miracle of the card, Reforge the Soul, which is essentially Miracle Wheel of Fortune, and they're trying to assemble the perfect 7-card hand with Goblin Charbelcher and some rituals.
Okay, that makes sense. That's super sweet. Okay, and probably a little bit more straightforward than like Doomsday piles that I'm used to, because like a lot of stuff to think about. But I guess you get maneuverability with Recross the Paths in this deck as well. Looking at the board again, Icewind Quaddle in play coming in here. I see Pyretic Ritual.
Oh, we're doing something. Up
Storm
to 4.
is 2 or 4 mana in the pool.
Oh.
Is this it? Iron Crag into
lethal.
Oh, and there's the counter spell.
That's a blowout.
Yeah, that's a solid. I mean, and when playing against like these sort of storm decks or Belcher decks or whatever it is, that I mean, counterspelling the payoff, you get that nice little 3-for-1 pay, like value or whatever. And I'm just like in the back of my mind, I'm like, oh, that feels so good. Majority of the time, I'm losing though, so it feels really bad. But when this sort of situation happens, I'm excited.
Right, and it's also especially backbreaking. So normally these Goblin Charbelcher decks will have a card like Pact to Negation to kind of back up the turn they go for Belcher. The issue is with Ironcrag Feat, the wording on that specifically says it's 4 mana, you add 7 red, but you can only cast 1 more spell this turn. So yes, it's perfect to set up Belcher plus activation, which is 7 mana, but it means that you can't cast the Pact to Negation if you have it, because that's your last spell is the Belcher.
Okay. So from this board state, then I personally think Jesse is pretty ahead. But how can the Belcher player come back into the game? I mean, is something like Recross the Paths good enough to maybe win?
It kind of depends on what Jesse's leftovers are, if they have access to another counter spell or something along those lines. One thing you want to keep in mind here is we keep talking about Teferi Time Raveler's static ability. It's actually pretty important in this matchup because, as I talked about, one of the important things about setting up the Recross pile is enabling the Miracle, right? The Miracle Wheel of Fortune, and that actually also gets stopped by Teferi.
Okay, well, looks like the reason that we were so confident about the first wave is that we actually had a backup Charbelcher. So Frendo's going to put Charbelcher into play now. Let's see if Jesse has an answer for this. Maybe something on the stack that could help work. Fetching up Hollowed Fountain, going down to 12. We'll see what's in the hand here.
Notably, I believe correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's a basic forest untap for Jesse, so I don't believe they have access to counterspell here. Yeah, looks
she
like
won't be able to
I think
cast
it's a forest.
counterspell in this situation, but instead it's an Ice Fang Coatl. Okay. Oh, and it passed the
Coatle's
turn.
not
Okay,
too
so
bad.
well, with 4 colors in your mana base, you could potentially Prismatic Ending the Goblin Charbelcher, but if not, things are going to get kind of rough here.
This is a March. Yeah, we're gonna March the Belcher. That's a beating.
Okay, solid answer here. Just have the main deck removal for it in March. Prismatic Ending. Even like Teferi could just bounce it for a turn. March of Otherworldly
Yeah,
Light
that
from
too. Ooh, you see
Kamigawa.
the pause in the draw step here for Jonathan. Yep, that's a miracle.
I am so for this play right now. Love me some miracles. And this is how you get back into a game when you've basically used all your resources, because
Yeah.
you're down so many cards and now both players get to draw 7 here from this miracle. And that's like fresh air. 2 Charbelchers have been used though, so I don't know, how good the hand will be that we draw into, but
It's
got a
it's
game.
truly a miracle. Sometimes with Recross the Pass, you stack it on top of your deck, you know it's going to happen. This one, an actual miracle. We that was unexpected for sure.
Yeah, and one thing that is kind of interesting too, I got to give props, right? Because I'm notoriously bad at this. I think there was a time where I was in a feature match many years ago, and Joe was watching off, just at home, and the next day he's just like, I cannot believe Honorag didn't check the top of his deck for a miracle way back when. So I really respect Frendo, and I'm sure Joe also respects it. Just pausing momentarily to check if it was a miracle. The most diligent person. I don't know if you've ever watched like Reed Duke play, but every single card he draws, he will always like look at first and then put it into his hand. I like that discipline. I like, when you have it in your deck, it might be like a 1 of or something. How many are there? There's probably, yeah, just the one. And so playing around that, kind of sweet, not gonna lie.
Yeah, just one copy to go ahead and recross the paths for. You don't usually need the second copy. So, but yeah, really, especially when like you said, even if Reed has no miracles in his deck, you always want to keep him honest.
All right. So game somewhat reset here. We see a tap land come into play from the Belcher side, and I see a Pact of Negation this time. What's interesting about Pact of Negation and Charbelcher in this deck is that you could technically untap with Goblin Charbelcher and, just kill your opponent with the Pact trigger on the stack. So that makes Pact even better in this style of deck.
Right. The turn that Jesse played the March of Otherworldly Light, that was a turn where if Jonathan had the turn where Jonathan resolved Belcher, if Jonathan did have the Pact of Negation, like you said, they could have cast the Pact of Negation and then upkeep, respond to the Pact trigger, activate Belcher, and then your opponent dies before the Pact trigger resolves.
All right. So from here, Teferi now in play. That's going to shut down Pact of Negation pretty nicely. Down tick as well. We still have Yorion in the tank and many, many, many cards in hand. Here's a Fury.
We're going to ephemerate it. And this is just to put pressure on. We don't want to give Jonathan a ton of draw steps. So I like this play a lot. Just basically put Jonathan on a 2-turn clock. The Fury is obviously not really going to do much on the ETB, but it does put a 3/3 double strike into play, which is important.
Right. I remember watching a match from the NRG Championship Series earlier this year where turn 1 was literally Fury on an empty board and then just ephemerate, and you have this 3/3 double striker just coming in every turn. Literally turn 1 on the play, and I was very, very impressed with that. Love to see the same thing here. Plus, you actually get ephemerate value on the way back, blinking something like an Ice Fang Coatl.
Right, exactly. And even if you blink an Ice Fang Coatl, it's still the same clock, right? The Fury itself is the 2-turn clock, so you don't have to worry about, the 1 damage that you're missing from ephemerating the Coatl.
So based on the play that we're seeing here, I don't know if we're going to see Goblin Charbelcher come back down on this turn, but Teferi is now taken care of. So Pact of Negation back online. I guess this is something that is a little bit worth being cautious of. Oh, wait, never mind. Land into play. Okay, here's another ritual.
Okay.
There's the Belcher.
No Iron Crag feat to activate the Belcher immediately, though. So if Jesse does have another answer, something like a Teferi Time Raveler or a March of Otherworldly Light, the Belcher gets answered. Pretty smooth sailing from there. And I think I saw a Prismatic Ending.
That's big. Okay. Wait, did we just top deck a counterspell as well? 'Cause then we could Prismatic Ending the Goblin Charbelcher, Pact of Negation comes on the stack, and then counterspell the Pact of Negation, and we actually get to stabilize, potentially win the game right there.
Oh, because Jonathan has the pact, right? So Jonathan can just pack the prismatic ending. We'll see. I don't know if Jesse drew a counterspell or not.
Maybe not if we're tapping out like this. Ethical question. Okay, I'm just going to ask you this. What is the most amount of damage Goblin Charbelcher can do in this game? Is there a way we can
Well,
gain enough life?
it all depends on how many cards Jonathan has left in the deck. At 14, yeah, definitely enough. But you did, like you mentioned, with Omnath, if the game goes, if you have Omnath in play for a couple of turns, you could potentially gain a little bit of life to potentially get maybe by a turn. But all right, there's the pact.
Okay, Pact of Negation, and then Beseiju.
Ooh, Beseiju had two
And
answers.
here's a problem. You can't pay for the pack with that mana base. You see all red and green, no blue.
Yeah, and you notice Jesse let the pact resolve and then cast the Beseiju. So, well, I guess the pact resolving anyways. But yeah, can't pay for the pact, so that will do it for game one.
That is devious. All right, excellent play there in the very end to cinch up the win here. Whether it is through applying massive amounts of pressure with the Fury and the Ephemerate, or just the sequencing there with the Pact of Negation to put Frendo under the gun with the Pact of Negation, saying, hey, if you don't pay for me, you're going to lose the game here. We have a game 2 and we have a game 3. So let's take a look at the sideboard there. I am kind of curious to see what tools both sides have. I generally feel that in game 1, the combo deck should be more ahead than behind because you have a very proactive strategy. You have a lot of tools to defend your proactive strategy. But post board, Jesse's going to be bringing a lot of answers. And then that's where we get into this sort of like rabbit hole of like, well, I have this answer and this answer to this answer and so on and so forth. So let's take a look and see what we can find here. I'm also kind of curious, going into the sideboard, any cards that you're particularly excited about from the Belcher side of things? I mean, we see 4 copies of Veil, 3 Force of Vigor, Leyline of Sanctity, Fury, and Magus of the Moon. What do you like in this matchup?
So Magus of the Moon is interesting. The 4-color deck does have access to a lot of basic lands as well as abundant growth. So I don't think it's something that we want to necessarily lean on. Also, the fact that it's a creature means it's a lot easier to kill if Jesse does keep in things like Solitude and Fury. So I'm not a big fan of those. The card that I'm mostly looking at is Veil of Summer because Jesse does have access to Counterspell and potentially I don't really know exactly. Yeah, I'm not a Belcher expert, so I don't know when this Pyromancer Ascension is supposed to come in, but potentially maybe this is a matchup for it, but definitely the Veils.
Okay, yeah, I think I could stomach the Pyromancer Ascension as well in this matchup, only because you really want to be able to keep up with cards like um, what is it called? Expressive Iteration and like any card advantage you get from Teferi and this, and that. So maybe this is the matchup where, you get to like put a couple rituals in the graveyard and then suddenly start, doubling up and getting more value here and there. But that way you can like, more reliably or invest fewer resources into each of your combo attempts and then pull out ahead later. Let's take a look at the 4-color side though. I want to see what's going on in the sideboard there because, I feel like Goblin Charbelcher is the kind of matchup where like if you know that it's going to come in a huge force, if it's a large percent of the metagame, or if it had a very good showing in a recent challenge or something like that, you can get some pretty specific answers for it. But on the by and large, I feel like it's not one of the most played decks. And when it goes under the radar, that might be what I like to call the dredge effect is like, it's the best time to play it where nobody has hate for it. And then you get to do a lot of things here. So talk to me about the sideboard here. What do you see from the Blink deck that you like to bring in?
So the card that I definitely like access to. Actually, I was gonna say I thought I saw some additional Beseiju here, but I definitely did not see that. So there's not a ton here. I mean, Veil of Summer, you could maybe justify to fight over Pact of Negation, but maybe that's a little bit too narrow. Endurance is not doing a lot here. Eladamri's call, but we're not really calling for a ton of important cards, so. Just trying to glance over the list here. Yeah, I mean, there's not really a ton here. I don't know if Chalice of the Void is something you want, because if you Chalice on 2, it does stop the Desperate Ritual and Pyretic Ritual. So potentially, if you think you're going to have time to Chalice on 2, that could be good. But other than that, there's really not a lot here from the 4-color side.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to hope, I guess, in this situation because I'm generally very terrified of combo decks. Looks like we have an update coming in from the production site. Okay, so getting the update in from production, what we're going to do is actually just wait a little bit. We'll talk a little bit more about the matchup as players are wrapping up the second game here. And what we're going to do is then get to watch the whole game from the beginning. So rather than give you just the tail end of game two, what we're going to do is just watch the whole game two because I mean, I just want to watch more Magic, and I'm sure Devin wants to watch more Magic. And I want to see from the start to finish because I think, especially for combo decks, the very beginning is where the first few turns are very, very important, right? You want to make sure that you're able to sequence your rituals around counter magic and things like that. Now, like you mentioned, looking at the sideboards, there isn't really a lot to come in from the four color side. So, in that sense, maybe we need to be somewhat worried about a card like Goblin Charbelcher. Now, we did see what happened in game one, where we had, March of the Otherworldly Light and Prismatic Ending to basically handle resolved copies, even Beseiju to handle resolved copies of Goblin Charbelcher. So, there is game if I would say, Jonathan doesn't actually kill the same turn. If there's a play the Charbelcher, pass the turn, hope that you don't have anything kind of play, then maybe Jesse will be favored in those situations. But I think when Ironcrag Feet comes into play, that's when things get a little bit scarier.
Right, exactly. And the thing you gotta remember is Jesse does have a lot of answers to the card. Goblin Charbelcher, like you said, if there is no Ironcrag feat, we have a couple Beseijus, we have some Teferi's, we have Marches, we have Prismatic Endings. So the matchup is really going to come down to whether or not the Belcher player has an Ironcrag feat or maybe a Pact of Negation to back it up with, but Jesse also has a lot of answers to Pact of Negation, and whether or not Jesse has the counterspell on the spot for the Belcher Ironcrag feat, which she did have game one.
Yeah. One question I want to ask you is, in general, in this matchup, who do you think is favored? What are the elements that would determine, who's ahead? What cards matter?
It's tough because I think the general consensus is that Belcher is favored in the matchup, but there's also some deck building concessions that you can make from the four color side, as you saw, Beseiju main deck, Counterspell main deck. So those are probably the two most important cards from the four color side. Imagine if you can set it, like, I know this is a little mana intensive, but if you can somehow set up Ren and 6 plus Beseiju, you can just destroy every single land the Belcher player has, because remember, they don't play any actual lands.
That's amazing. Oh, I love that. I want to see that happen. Game two is ready to go. Let's dive right into it. I think I know what I want to see and who I'm rooting for now. That's kind of crazy. That's a very, very good point going here. But looks like I'm not sure if we have any mulligans in our first game. Okay, looks like Jonathan is going to be on a mulligan to 6 on the play. And honestly, let me ask you this question. So when playing combo decks, I've generally found the concept of like there being a critical turn, and a good example is like in Legacy, you have a deck like Show and Tell, right? The critical turn for something like Show and Tell, as we're going to see Strike It Rich on turn 1 from Jonathan, is like turn 3, where you have like 3 mana or 4 mana to play Show and Tell plus, some sort of protection. That's when you want to make sure, if you're playing against Show and Tell, that you have your mana open, your Flusterstorms, your Pyroblast, whatever it is, right? What is the critical turn, the critical combo turn for the Belcher deck? What turn does it normally combo off?
Well, I would say normally probably turn 3 is kind of the crucial point, because that opens up a couple of avenues. Basically, obviously Jonathan could have a stack of rituals and a feat and a Belcher and make it easy. But turn 3 is also the turn that Jonathan can cast Recross the Paths without having any access to rituals. And Recross the Paths is in a lot of circumstances, depending on what Jesse has access to, suspend 1, you're going to die next turn, right? So that's definitely the crucial turn. But Belcher can kill on turn 2. It's very rare though.
Okay, gotcha. Out of curiosity, when you say they can kill on turn 2, what has to happen there? Like turn 1, Strike It Rich. Turn 2, can you even Strike It Rich on turn 1? I don't know. Do you have any untapped mana sources in this deck?
Shatterskull Smashing.
Okay.
But as far as turn 2 is concerned, it involves 2 of the 2 mana rituals to get you to 4, feat to get you to 7, and then Belcher, which is 4+3 to activate.
Okay, so that is like very rare though, compared
Yes.
to your average. Okay, cool. So then in that case, what I would say, the final takeaway is how that impacts how the four color side would be playing in the early game. We see here right now, just land, go, which is totally fine, but this is potentially a turn where if you're on the draw, you absolutely want to make sure that you have your shields up and that you're ready to fight over whatever might potentially happen. Whereas maybe if you're on the play, you have the luxury of tapping out on turn 2 for like a red and 6 or something like that, and then on the untap is where you play draw go for the rest of the game.
Right. As long as Jessie has something like a counterspell in her hand, then she's just going to keep playing defensively, which definitely makes a lot of sense. I don't know if I saw a counterspell, though. I think I see a
Okay, well,
Teferi, some other stuff going. I definitely saw a Teferi. I'm not exactly sure of the rest of the contents. All right, well, here's the Recross the Paths. This is
that's
the
one thing
Doomsday.
definitely do see. And now we're gonna go through the entire deck here. I mean, this is kind of cool. I've never actually seen it like in paper before. This deck was definitely when was Belcher like first? When did it first show up under the spotlight, like in the modern format? Was it pre-pandemic?
It was right around when the Flip Lands came out, which I believe was Zendikar Rising. So, was that 2020? Was that? I think it might have been early 2020. I can't recall.
Okay, because if it was early
Chat
2020,
will tell me.
yeah, this is one of those questions where you can always rely on Twitch chat or you just the audience in general. Yeah, but if it was 2020, then the cool thing is this might be like one of the first few times to see this actually taking place in paper. Like I don't know, I genuinely have not seen this before in paper, so it's kind of good to see like what it actually looks like. And so walk me through again what's going to go on here. So Recross the Paths is resolving, and that means we get to sequence the top of our deck in some capacity or the other.
Yeah, Recross the Path. So you flip cards until you flip a land. The joke is that Jonathan has no lands, so you get to basically flip your entire deck. And then once the rest of the spell resolving means you can rearrange your deck in any order you see fit. So basically, Jonathan is going to stack his entire deck. What's likely good, the usual sequence here. It depends on whether or not that Jonathan brought in the Pyromancer Ascension. But typically, the easy, quote unquote, easy way out is typically you start with Turn Timber Symbiosis to guarantee that you win the clash, right? Because then you can push that symbiosis. So you win the clash, push the symbiosis on bottom, get the recross back, and then the next card that you stack is usually the card that I'm going to forget the name of, the Wheel of Fortune, Reforge the Soul, I believe it's called. So then you draw that for your next turn. It's a miracle, and then the 7 cards below that are typically some form of untapped land, ritual, Ironcrag Feat, and then a Goblin Charbelcher.
Okay, cool. So that is very scary, and I'm not gonna lie. You said it earlier, right? Suspend 1, you're dead next turn. How can Jessie come out of this situation? What needs to happen in this next turn for her not to die?
Well, if you remember our conversation earlier, we talked about how Teferi Time Raveler really messes with Reforge the Soul, and Jessie does have land 3 Teferi Time Raveler. So it's really going to come down to whether or not Jonathan decides to play around Teferi. Now, obviously, there are some probably plenty of piles that Jonathan can set up that don't involve Reforge the Soul, but it's just a question of, does Jonathan have the read that Jessie has the Teferi?
How do you play around Teferi in this situation then?
It probably involves like some form of stacking. Well, it all depends on what Jonathan's leftovers are in his hand too, right? If Jonathan already has access to, say, a Belcher and a Ritual, you can maybe top something like, a Metamorphose into another Ritual, potentially cast the Belcher. Depending on what Jonathan has left over, he might not be able to set up an actual kill next turn. It might be one of those Belcher go situations where you just hope they don't have the answer.
Okay, I see. So it's possible to play around it, but it would basically slow you down in some capacity. It also just depends on what you have in hand and things like that. So let's see. The clash is going to resolve here. I think we did see the Turn Timber Symbiosis, which is Reforge. Should go back to the hand. Okay.
And on top of all of what Reforge does, then at the very end, you clash with your opponent. If you win the clash, you get it back.
Okay, that's kind of cunning / devastating too, but looks like, oh, wow.
This is actually a really, really good play by Jessie, and I'm assuming, I don't know what that permanent that Jonathan just got off the table, or it was the treasure. So the reason this is really huge is, let's say for whatever reason Jonathan did set up Reforge the Soul, right? So you have to tap 2 mana on your draw step to play the Reforge. Now, obviously, Teferi makes that a moot point, but basically you need 2 additional mana after that. And if Jonathan only has Jonathan has to tap out to play the Reforge the Soul, the best case scenario is you go untap land, but then you don't have 2 mana to start the ritual chain.
Okay, so this is basically buying a turn. This is saying, hey, in case something goes wrong with the Teferi, you also just can't kill me next turn. So I like this. This is like another level of insurance that Jessie is buying here. And Top deck?
Really curious to see what Jonathan draws here. It was okay.
Oh.
So Jonathan did play around Teferi. Very, very smart.
I like that a lot. I like the cautiousness. I think once you get to like the deeper into the tournament, you see players just planning ahead. This is a very good thing to plan. I mean, like naturally, now that I think about it, you said like recrosses suspend one, and Teferi just absolutely demolishes suspend anyways. So I would kind of expect to see Teferi on the other side. This is good. Respecting that. What has to happen now?
Well, it'll be really curious to see what else Jonathan has going on here. Looks like so basically, I think Jonathan stacked 2 copies of Shatter Skull Smashing. Now, I'm curious to see what the leftovers are. I see a Pact, I see a Recross. Not exactly sure what else we're working with, though. Very, very curious. We see an end of turn expressive iteration with the Teferi Plus.
That's kind of cool. I mean, not the best since you can't play the land off of iteration, but you do get to keep your mana open. And to me, what this means is if I'm in Jonathan's seat is that there are answers in Jessie's hand. That must have been why she did not tap out this turn, to the point where she's willing to give up an extra card from the expressive iteration. So I'd be a little bit nervous. I'm not going to lie.
Right, and I believe Jessie picked up a copy of Counterspell if they didn't already have one. So definitely a good spot for Jessie.
Yeah, and this is pretty absolute now, right? Teferi plus Counterspell means that you can cleanly answer any number of spells, because Pact of Negation, Veil of Summer, these are all turned off by the Teferi. So now it's just the heads up. 1v1.
Well, Pact of Negation, yes. Veil of Summer, not necessarily, because you can just lead on Veil of Summer.
Good point. Very strong point. Yeah.
And especially given the way that Jessie played last turn, you kind of expect her to have it. So if Jonathan's in a spot where he has something that he can potentially set up, then he'll definitely want to just lead with that Veil of Summer.
Well, for sure, Jonathan did play around something like the Teferi on turn 3. I would not be surprised to see then, based on that, whether Jonathan also is going to play around, Counterspell here. I mean, definitely not just slamming the Goblin Charbelcher, which we saw drawn for the turn. So maybe we're thinking, why did we play this expressive iteration in such an unorthodox manner? And yeah, this is it. Yeah, good read here by Jonathan. Jonathan is playing very, very solidly. Let's see if that's enough to get around the haymakers that are Red and 6 and Teferi Time Raveler.
Yeah, I'm really curious if Jonathan has Ironcrag Feet, because I saw Belcher, I saw potentially he could have stacked a Veil of Summer on top. But something you could see is, let's say, untap land, lead with Veil of Summer. Jessie may or may not counter that. And then if you just go, land, Ironcrag Feet, Belcher, if the Veil resolved, then there's nothing that Jessie can do. So.
All right, here's an Icewind Quaddle. The Fairy maybe going to down tick on the Icewind Quaddle if you want to draw a card, or tick up just to get to 8 loyalty. Actually, how much is too much loyalty on a Teferi? I wonder.
There's never enough. There's never an amount.
Fair enough.
Okay. There's the Ironcrag Feat, so we'll have to see if Jonathan does have land plus Veil of Summer. If I got a good look at Jessie's hand, I believe she only has 1 counterspell. So,
okay,
we're going to flashback Strike It Rich. Okay.
I really like this. I like that Jonathan is playing this game so slowly. I mean, there isn't like a real clock in play, so you do have some time to just like draw into some of your answers. Ren and 6 is a little bit scary here, because if it does ultimate, then it can buy back Counterspell any number of times, and that is something that you would not like to have to deal with. As we see another end step, expressive iteration, draw a card, exile a land, and honestly, I don't even mind these, because Ren and 6 makes drawing the extra land somewhat redundant anyways, so you're happy to just get your mana that way. You don't really need it off of the expressive iterations.
Yeah, you have plenty of lands along with the Ren pluses where you don't really care about missing a land off of the iteration. So Jessie did bring in Chalice, which Chalice on 1 is interesting.
That's a pretty good bring
shuts
in.
on Veil of Summer.
Yeah, that's huge, right?
That is huge. Yeah, because as we talked about before, this was the turn where Jonathan was going to potentially get the 5 mana to be able to go Veil into Ironcrag Feat. Now that Veil is shut off, Jessie's Counterspell is live again.
And if I had to guess, I don't think Chalice of the Void is the kind of card that you would really sideboard answers in for in this specific matchup, because there's just so many. You have to see it to believe it. You know what I mean? Like, and looking at the sideboard here, it seems like Force of Vigor is the only real card that Jonathan has in the sideboard to answer something like Chalice. Now, I have a question for you, which is, How does Pyromancer Ascension work against Chalice? Okay. Sorry, action happening on the board first. Ironcrag Feet into Goblin Charbelcher, sort of realizing with Chalice in play, it's not going to get any better than that, and I like that decision.
Yeah, and you mentioned the Ren and 6 emblem rearing its ugly head. I mean, I believe if we get to Ren and 6 emblem with Counterspell, I think that's a wrap.
That's a very powerful interaction. I like that a lot. Oh my goodness, I would definitely be playing 4-color. I know it's kind of like little resident sleeper, but like I am definitely like about Ren and 6 emblems. I remember my favorite interaction was with Ren and 6 and 7's Reclamation. Once you get the emblem, you can retrace 7's Reclamation, and you don't have to flash it back. You just retrace it for 3 mana, and you get 2 permanents. I thought that was the coolest thing, and ever since then, I've been a fan of both cards. But understandably, Ren and 6 is just so powerful. I don't think they'll ever print another 2 mana Planeswalker after this card.
I think, yeah, I know, right? They may have learned their lesson on this one. Oh, and you saw. I don't know if you saw what Jesse picked up this turn, but it was a copy of Besage with the Ren and 6. That is, I mean, if it already wasn't good enough, we're probably approaching point of no return.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm thinking of that Elmo Fire GIF right now with his hands in the air and just like the flames in the background, and I'm just so for it. Let's go. Besage the green source, then Besage a red source. Did we also just get rid of the treasure token from the flashback Strike It Rich? I don't know if that was played last turn or not.
I think Teferi bounced the treasure token.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, this one seems like it will be very hard to come back from. As you see, Besage take care of the green source. No basics in the deck, so... Or actually, sorry, not basics. You don't even need... No mana in the deck. No lands to search up.
And no actual lands. Yeah, that'll do it.
Jonathan is going to scoop it up there. That was a very powerful interaction. Kind of like, I mean, look, Eternal formats are just sweet just because when you have access to like the history, a history's worth of cards, you get to have insane, crazy interactions like that. I mean, obviously, Ren and 6 Besage on the newer end of things, but it's just like the combination of old cards and new cards that allow us to sort of have these sort of crazy things. So Jesse going to take this match 2-0. 4-color beating up on Goblin Charbelcher. Pretty exciting games, and the fashion that we saw it in 2 was pretty exciting. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to be back for round number 5 with more Magic. Don't go anywhere. And also, I'm going to remind you guys one more time, hit that follow button. Show some love for NRG. We're doing some great stuff out here. Be back in a little bit. We're not even halfway through the day yet. Round 5 coming up here. My name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Devin O'Donnell, aka Doomwig. We're here in Lansing, Michigan today, playing, watching, commentating on the NRG Series Modern 10K trial. A lot of stuff, exciting magic to have. A lot of stuff, exciting magic has happened already today. Devin, are you ready for round number 5?
I am. Let's see if we can maybe get some more Red and 6 Beseiju loops going, huh?
Red and 6 Beseiju was super sweet here. We're going to jump right into our match in the 4-0 bracket. We've got Harry Chaklader on Izzet Murktide and Kyle Maloney on Jund. Now, Jund is an archetype we have not seen in a hot second, but, I've heard very good things about its recent performance, just the red-black archetype in general. These are two very popular decks, I would say, or two very, high-tier decks. Talk to me about the matchup. And we've seen Izzet Murktide already. Jund is something that I want to familiarize myself a little bit more with.
So this is something that me and you got a good glimpse of at the DreamHack event last weekend. There was 2 Jund decks in the top 4 of the Modern Finals, one traditional Jund and one more of the Urza Saga Jund. Basically, it's pretty straightforward. The classic Jund deck is just all 1-for-1s. It's got discard spells, removal spells, and then some powerful, cheap, efficient threats, right? So it's the Jund deck is looking to just trade, and then kind of close out the game with a haymaker.
Makes sense. Yeah. I'm looking at the Jund list right now, and while we will get a better look at deck lists going into game 2 and 3 while we talk about sideboarding here, I see a couple spicy ones in this list. So we do have the generic discard spells like Inquisition and Thoughtseize, but more notably, I see Fable of the Mirror Breaker in this list, and that is a sweet one.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well. 3 copies of Fable, along with 3 copies of Riveteer's Charm. That's another new one from Straits and Duke Penna, which has a lot of good utility, right? It's, graveyard hate for matchups where that's relevant. It's also potentially, a pseudo draw 3 where you just exile the top 3 and then you can play those. So really, really powerful. Also, just a removal spell. So some really cool, interesting deck building choices from the Jund strategy. We see a copy of Thoughtseize here. We're looking at big shreds. We got a Ragavan, a counter spell, a Consider, and an Iteration. Pretty good hand from the Murktide player. My guess is we're probably going to take the Expressive Iteration, but it all depends on what Kyle has in hand.
Yeah, that's interesting. First of all, I just want to take a moment and pause here. You said big shreds, and I'm going to remember that. I'm going to write that one down in my book for later. But yeah, Thoughtseize going to take care of Ragavan, which we saw dashed on turn 2. Could be a problem if we don't have any more instant speed removal. I did see a copy of Tarmogoyf in the hand here on the Jund side. But yeah, this is this is a hand here from the blue-red side. I mean, it's exactly the sort of tools that you see. I feel like the decks somewhat operate. I mean, they're both very, very grindy decks, so they must have a lot of similar tools. It's just a matter of how you choose to 1-for-1 in this matchup. And, both sides do have good removal. But then, let's see, from Harry's side, from the blue-red side, you have, Expressive Iteration to pull ahead. And then from the Jund side, you have not only, Ren and 6 and Liliana to sort of control things, but then, we saw the Riveteer's Charm, and then we saw, Dark Confidant is a card that I kind of remember as a relic of the past. I guess that's no longer playable. But yeah, you do have the Riveteer's Charm and then the Planeswalkers and even cards like Kroxa. That's another one too, to sort of pull ahead.
Yeah, Ren and 6 kind of pushed Dark Confidant out of the format. That was, a card that before the printing of Ren and 6, you definitely saw a lot of these Jund strategies employ that. As we talked about, Jund is all about 1-for-1, and Dark Confidant is a way to kind of gas back up once you've cleared the way with all your discard spells and things of that nature. One card that I will point out being incredibly important in this matchup is Murktide Region. So the sizing on threats is really important here. So Murktide Region specifically gets to dodge Lightning Bolt and Fatal Push. Now, it's not that Kyle doesn't have answers to it, because we do have Liliana the Veil, if we can kill all the other creatures, and then also Riveteer's Charm, because if I recall correctly, maybe just pull up Riveteer's Charm. I believe it is the highest mana value. Yes. Okay, so Murktide Region's always going to be the target there. So, some good answers to Murktide Region.
Makes sense. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of it reminds me of Gurmag Angler, back, when Shadow was playing that kind of card, and just how the reason that Gurmag Angler was so powerful is because it just dodged a lot of removal. Sure, Path to Exile hits, but Path to Exile hits everything. But in the Lightning Bolt matchups and the Abrupt Decay matchups, having that sort of almost, I would say, evasive threat just by virtue of having an insane stat line and then high CMC made it really good. It's interesting to see here. I mean, Riveteer's Charm is, the more I see this card and think about this card, the more it really does grow on me. And correct me if I'm wrong, but that is a copy of Riveteer's Charm in the hand right there, right?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, we take a look at Riveteer's Charm. Again, a lot of utility here. Basically, there's an Edict effect where they sacrifice a creature or planeswalker with the highest mana value. A form of draw 3 here where you get to exile the top 3, play them until the end of your, I think it's next end step. And then the third mode, exile target player's graveyard. Very relevant, especially against Murktide Regent.
Yeah, so this is crazy. This card is like applicable in 3 major ways in this matchup. It's almost like this card is like the anti-blue-red deck, anti-blue-red card, by virtue of it. Well, first of all, it provides you more card advantage than Expressive Iteration. That's kind of sweet. It gets rid of Murktide Regent. That's kind of sweet. And then it also just affects the graveyard, which matters. It's anti-Murktide Regent. So we're going to see here Tarmogoyf come into play. Ledger Shredder going to tick up to a second counter here, discarding a redundant copy of Ledger Shredder. And got the Goyf counter. Love it.
Love it.
I need to get one of these for my own, just personal collection, but everybody likes a good Tarmogoyf die, right? It just makes me happy.
Also, I'd like to point out that so far every card we've seen from Kyle is foil. I don't know if you have this experience, but every time I've seen a Jund person or a Jund player play Jund, and their entire deck is foil. I think it's just kind of the Jund way of life.
It's like a Storm in Legacy, but it makes sense, right? Like Jund is a way of life. Once you Jund, you never go back, I guess. I don't know. I just made that up. But I give that like a solid 6 out of 10 for phrasing. But no, Jund, you just commit to it, right? Like that also means to me that Kyle may have been playing Jund for like a long time, which means we're gonna get a really good match here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, we see Ledger Shredder putting in a ton of work here. Definitely, allowing Harry to filter through, find the cards that he's looking for, along with just growing. The Ledger Shredder has very, very quickly grown out of Lightning Bolt range. It doesn't usually take that much to get out of Bolt range. But yeah, we're definitely seeing some Shredder action here. Definitely a really powerful card.
It's funny because I can't tell if this Tarmogoyf die is for the Goyf or if it's for the Ledger Shredder now, because they're both 4/5s. That one was a better joke. All right, I'll give that one like an 8 out of 10. That's kind of temporarily. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting because Ledger Shredder also just like punishes most decks from, doing what they want to do, which is just like cast their spells. You know what I mean? Like, and that's why intrinsically I think it's such an insane card. I mean, the fact that it's a flyer that can get big. I mean, we're going to see the Riveteer's Charm cleanly take care of the card as Harry is tapped out, main phasing an instant speed spell. I like that a lot. You're playing around things like Spell Pierce, playing around things like Counterspell. But yeah, the bird is it's just so good. It's so good.
It is really, really powerful. Yeah, you mentioned that Kyle did want to main phase that Riveteer's Charm. Definitely want to play around the multitude of counter spells that Harry has access to. We'll see if Harry has a follow-up threat. I do see, I believe it's a Dragon's Rage Channeler, so that is not a bad one. Now, we'll have to check and see if Harry has Delirium. That is good, because I believe Harry's last card is a copy of an Unholy Heat, so Delirium can kill the Tarmogoyf, otherwise won't be able to.
Yeah, at this point, I have to imagine, Ledger Shredder is the creature, and then you have instant and sorcery. So Tarmogoyf will be contained. Unholy Heat, also kind of a crazy card to be printed in red. I don't see any copies of Unholy Heat in the Jund side of things, but I guess you have Fatal Push, Riveteer's Charm, Terminate. You don't actually really need that.
I like Harry doing this now. You already saw the Riveteer's Charm. If you get into a spot where let's say you let Kyle untap and Kyle has another copy of Riveteer's Charm, Unholy Heat on the stack, in response, Riveteer's Charm, exile your graveyard, that is a massive beating.
Yeah, for sure. You already know that there are at least 4 types. I mean, that's actually kind of funny because it seems like Harry's graveyard is doing all the work here for the Tarmogoyf. So you could just oh, never mind. No, you're saying exile. Okay, I'm with you. My bad. Exile Harry's graveyard, and then you don't have Delirium, and then Goyf is still going to be big because you have Lightning Bolt and some other cards in the graveyard to make sure that it doesn't die to like the shock. Yeah, sure, I'm with you.
Yep. All right, so looks like Kyle maybe doesn't have any leftovers here. I couldn't get a good look of what Kyle had. I believe it might have been a spell, but
it didn't look like a land. If it's another Riveteer's Charm, I would be so excited.
That's probably one of those things. So I believe the wording on Charm, let me just pull it up real quickly. I believe it says until the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
Your next end step. So in a situation like this, if Kyle's last card is Riveteer's Charm and he wants to get a draw 3 out of it, you would likely do it on Harry's upkeep to avoid the potential of Harry drawing a counterspell.
Yeah. That's a good time to do it too. If you really wanted to do, what happens if you do it on your end step? Does that says your next end step, right?
Yeah, no, it would still work. You're right. You could do it on your own end step too.
Yeah, so that's just like the minor nuances. If your opponent is tapped out, that way you can play around counterspell a little bit better. Here we're going to see expressive iteration with the surveil trigger on the stack, and I like
it is a charm. Okay. Now, what are the modes? I'm gonna yeah, okay, definitely exile 3. Those are
wow, and
3
banger, you get
spells.
3 spells. Yeah, that's crazy. You know, be absolutely perfect here is if there's a land on top, because then I think you could actually just go like, if I mean, you see the double discard spell, right? So you're probably not going to keep anything in your hand this turn, but then the massive punish is literally actually just Kroxa, because you could go play the Kroxa, you know, you take 3 points of damage since you don't have any spells in your hand, and then buy it back if you draw into a land. So this is actually a really devious set of 3 cards. JK, wait a minute. Maybe we have lethal on board.
Yeah, Kyle drew a Ren and 6. I think it's going to be at the end of the game, because I don't think Kyle has a way to stop these channelers, and they are both delirious, and Kyle's at 5. So yeah, pretty good, a good sequence for Kyle. Potentially, Kyle's in a spot where obviously Kyle could have killed the Dragon's Rage channeler with the Riveteer's Charm. But the thing is, when you're both in a top deck war, in a spot like that, you really want to make sure you try and get the obviously, you want to get the 3 for 1 as opposed to just getting the 1 for 1. So I think Kyle's play was good. It just didn't work out for him. Didn't find a removal spell for the channeler, and Harry found a second channeler.
I think I agree with that analysis as well. I think it's in this sort of situation, you sort of just take a deep breath, gotta get a little bit lucky, and try to pull ahead in that situation. In this situation, it didn't pan out, and that's okay. That's is what it is. There's still game 2. There's still game 3. A lot of outs there too. Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push, K Command, not necessarily going to do it there. Can't buy back a creature that acts as a removal spell, so understandably I think that's fine. And that just goes to show, right, like the power of the blue-red deck is that despite something like Riveteer's Charm, or despite whatever the one for one's using expressive iteration to pull ahead there, is a very powerful tool. And again, one of the reasons why we don't see it in Pioneer anymore is because it just allows you to have a good early game, a good mid game, and a great late game. So let's take a look at the deck list. We'll see how sideboarding is going to go here, starting with Kyle Maloney on Jund. So there's 2 copies of Torok, 1 Endurance, 1 Hidetsugu Consumes All, 2 Brutalities, 1 Boil. Okay, so that's sweet. Force of Vigor, Explosives, Alpine Moon, Unlicensed Hearse, and Damping Sphere. What do you like?
So from Kyle's side, there's a lot to like here. So Unlicensed Hearse is very good at keeping the graveyard in check, specifically for Unholy Heat, Channeler, and Murktide. Definitely a big fan of that card. The other card that I'm looking at here, potentially Engineered Explosives. It's decent against Ragavan and Channeler. Potentially could kill a Shredder that is, outside of Lightning Bolt range. The Boil is interesting. It's expensive, and you saw Spell Pierce game 1, so it can be powerful, but at the same time, if you're behind enough on board, Boil can be kind of awkward, so maybe not looking towards that. Brutality is really nice because it can, kill an early Ragavan, and also you can escalate it to take a counterspell. Hidetsugu Consumes All, very good at cleaning up the 1-drops and exile in the graveyard for Murktide, and then I think the Endurance is a slam dunk here as well.
Okay, yeah, so the sideboard seems very strong here for the Jund side. Let's take a look at the blue-red side and figure out how we want to navigate the post-board games here. I see 2 Subtleties, 2 Flusterstorms, and a Braid, some Mystical Disputes, Engineered Explosives, Relic of Progenitus, Dress Down, and Unlicensed Hearse again. So Unlicensed Hearse, really, we've seen it a lot in these past few rounds in the sideboards. Kind of interesting to see that it is picking up as maybe one of the sleeper cards from New Capenna. What do you like bringing in this matchup?
Same thing. Big fan of Unlicensed Hearse. Both decks are, have a lot of graveyard synergies. Dress Down is interesting. It could potentially stop an opposing Endurance trigger, something along those lines, but maybe I'm not 100% sold on that. Relic of Progenitus, I think, is quite good. And then I think that is maybe the Flusterstorms, because they're good at fighting over removal spells and early discard spells as well.
Very interesting. Yeah, it seems like both decks have large graveyard elements, whether it is, for Tarmogoyf, for Kroxa, or for Murktide Regent. These are all sort of things that make Unlicensed Hearse kind of phenomenal, I think, in the post-board games. And it's also going to be funny. going to be kind of. I haven't actually seen a game where there are two hearses in play, and then you have like that old like flashback to
Oh,
like like Deathrite Shaman battles where you're like, well, I'm not going to tap my Deathrite Shaman because you're just going to tap yours. But then sometimes you could tap intentionally and do things like that. So I'm kind of curious to see how that's going to play out. That'd be kind of funny. I don't know. Okay, so now we've taken an analysis of what we want in the sideboards. Who's gaining more in the post board games, and who do you think is going to win the first post board game, game 2?
Personally, I think the Jund deck is gaining a little bit more than the Murktide deck is gaining. We talked about how the variety of different answers to the graveyard with Endurance and Hearse, and then also just getting to kind of shore up some additional weaknesses. So, and the Jund player is also on the play. So I think the combination of both of those things leads me to believe that I think Jund is potentially ahead in the post-board games.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I think especially when you see like a large quantity of the 1-drops being okay, actually no, maybe it's just like Ragavan is a big deal, being able to play that on turn 1, dictating the pace of the play, saying, hey, you need to here's what I love about like Jund and to a degree blue red as well, is that you ask a lot of questions. So when I say ask a lot of questions, I mean like you play a threat and you say, hey, do you have the lightning bolt for my Ragavan? And if you don't, you're in for a bad time, or do you have like a blocker and whatnot? Or say, hey, here's my Riveteer's Charm, are you going to hit the answer for Murktide or Double Darcy or things like that? And if you do, that kind of thing. I think asking questions is very important. Being on the play definitely helps ask more questions, if you will. So that's just where my theory is in terms of this matchup. And so maybe in game 3, if we get there, we'll see that, that's when Dragon's Rage Channel and Ragavan from the blue-red side of things will be a lot more impactful. But yeah, okay. I think I can get behind that. I think also something to understand is like the impact of sideboarding. I think in games 2 and 3 in general, I think I would agree with you that, the Jund deck does have a lot more tools, whether it is Endurance, whether it is Hidetsugu. I think Unlicensed Hearse in general is going to be zero-sum, good for both sides equally. I would even say, well, besides Tarmogoyf, and I guess it's just Kroxa and Tarmogoyf, right? Those are the two primary. I get Ren and 6. So maybe Unlicensed Hearse is actually better for the blue-red side than it is for the Jund side. But stopping Murktide is such a huge deal that I'm for it one way or another.
Right, like having an unlicensed Hearse early for either side, to be honest with you, is really important because if you're on the Jund side of things, you can keep the graveyard in check prior to the Murktide region to potentially stop them from casting it. And then if you're on the blue-red side, like you mentioned, Ren and 6, really important against that, Kroxa as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and also being able to keep the 1/1 as a 1/1 and not a 3/3. I'm talking about Dragon's Rage Channeler is kind of a big deal too, because that clock, I mean, turning off flying, that, a number of reasons here. And we're going to see both players keep 7. Getting into this right now, Kyle Maloney going to play land to pass the turn. Here it is, Relic of Progenitus on turn 1 by Harry.
So I don't know if you saw what I saw in Kyle's hand, but I do see that little 4-mana red instant. So we'll see if that comes to play here.
Now, I can't particularly tell the art from the card. Is that a Spire Bluff Canal?
Yes.
Okay, so conveniently, not knowing, but we're already playing around the boil, so heads up there to Harry. And what's really interesting, too, is that Harry, I believe, has a copy of Ragavan in the hand, but chose not to play it. What might be the reason for that?
Potentially trying to get into a spot where, I don't know. I guess playing around removal spells, you want to maybe try and dash it and not have it stay in play.
Okay, interesting. So to me, that would mean then perhaps Harry like prioritizes Ragavan as a very playable threat. I mean, if you think about it, yes, you have treasure tokens to cast most spells, but like there is like an intrinsic, I would say, you're sharing one color, so there's a large subset of cards that you could hit from one to the other. I kind of want to see Fable of the Mirror Breaker, not just off of Ragavan, but just in general. But looks like right now there's going to be a little bit of draw go here as Relic is going to cycle EOT.
Yeah, looks like it. Also, one thing I want to point out, the big answer that I failed to mention at first is Ren and 6, where if you continuously dash your Ragavan, you can always get it around Ren and 6, whereas if you have it in play, you're exposing it to Ren and 6.
Yeah, that could have been a massive tempo swing if you just played the Ragavan on turn 1 and then got, killed by the Ren and 6 down tick. So here we're going to see expressive iteration. No Pyroblast in this format, but Riveteer's Charm.
Yeah, very good sequencing from Kyle. Want to respond to the iteration to not get it spell pierced.
This is a really good Riveteer strap. And like, I know as the blue-red side of things, you're like, yeah, I got my draw 2, but Jund is just like, okay, take your draw 2. Here's 3 cards. I love this card already.
You can draw your 2. I'll take my 3 cards, and that's going to be a full 3 cards. We got a land, a rend, and a Ragavan. So really, really good sequence for here for Kyle.
Jeez, yeah, that is incredible. And I think that's going to just be the full turn for the next. I mean, you have the mana to cast everything as well. Is that Takanuma, the Abandoned Mire?
Yes, yeah, it is. A little unfortunate that we have to put that one into play, because that one you'd rather continuously loop with the Ren and 6, but small consolation prize.
Right. So Takanuma is the channel land in the black color, which says mill 3, then return a creature or planeswalker from your graveyard to your hand, and it has the cost reduction as well. So this is cool to buy back, whether you can buy back Liliana, you can buy back Ren and 6, you can buy back Ragavan, you can buy back Tarmogoyf, a lot of things here.
Oh, no. We see Harry going to the discard step. That is a missed land drop, and that is going to be rough.
So the iteration didn't even draw 2 cards. It was just cycling almost. And I think here, I mean, now that you notice this very apparent flag from Kyle's side, how are you going to play the game out? What's going to change? What's going to be what's different now?
You're in one of those spots where I kind of want to just put as much pressure on Harry as possible, and don't let them get under, don't let them get out of their mana screw, basically. You see this is going to be a brutal turn here. Dragon's Rage Channeler into Ren and 6. My goodness. Yeah, so just, basically press your advantage. Don't let your opponent draw out of their mana screw.
Oh, and you get the surveil trigger too off the. Yeah. Oh, this is so dirty. Jeez. I mean, I'm gonna freak out that we actually hit on Dragon's Rage Channeler, but like the whole turn sequence here, if Harry can come back in a meaningful fashion, I will be so impressed. But this is a pretty devastating board state, and like to the point where we don't even need all the value off the Riveteer's Charm. I think this is absolutely okay. Maybe if we had dashed Ragavan off of the
Takanuma,
we could have actualized the full 3-for-1, but we're so ahead on this board state that it doesn't even really matter.
Yeah, I don't think it matters. I can't even. You always ask me what sequence Harry would need to get out of this. I don't even know if there is one. Obviously everything starts with expressive iteration, but given the fact that you're behind on board, you're behind on mana, you're just behind in every facet of the game, as we see an expressive iteration here, which is good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't really know it's gonna dig him out of this hole.
Yeah, and keep in mind that we bobbled on the upkeep, or maybe on our end step or something like that. So we actually are drawing to a full grip of 9 cards this turn, which means unless we find land plus like threats to put into play, because like right now we have 9 cards. We'll play the land. We're probably gonna have to discard again actually on the end step here. I would be surprised.
And don't forget about that boil. I mean, there's only 1 island in play, but when your opponent's mana screwed, 4 mana Stone Rain is still pretty good.
Yeah, I think it's just funny that boils come into play, but it's like literally, there's probably only 2 Spire Bluff Canal. Okay, there's the full 4 Spire Bluff Canal in the deck list, fine, but we've hit 2 of them instead of like Steam Vents, and to me that is just like, okay, look, everybody loves a good boil except for the blue-white players because just personal trauma. So I'm kind of cackling here that it's just 4 mana to get rid of 1 land only.
Yeah. Yeah, still, there's a potential that Kyle maybe wants to hang on to the boil for maybe try to get at least 1 more land out of it. It also depends on, what else Kyle has to do. And it looks like Kyle's got a full grip of cards, so he can, probably, I think I saw a Fable in there. So likely what you're going to see is, dash Ragavan, attack with both, post-combat Fable.
Okay, well, Monkey down, going to get bolted here before connecting. Honestly, Fable seems like a really good card in this deck, and I would love to see it come into play right now because the goblin that you get in the first chapter of this saga is really just powerful, especially in Jund, where you're a pretty mana hungry deck. Your curve is not just like 1s and 2s only. You do have a number of 3s and 4s, and I think more 3s than 4s, but still, like it just seems like it would smooth out your draws a lot more. And we're gonna see it here, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. This is a new card from Kamigawa. We've seen a lot in standard and rotating formats, but glad to see it in modern. First chapter is to make the 2/2. Second is basically like a pseudo faithless looting, and then third is to flicker the Fable, bring it back as reflection of Kiki Jiki. And I mean, who doesn't like a good Kiki Jiki?
Yeah, especially, we have a channeler here, so you could potentially, there's some cool things you can do with it. You can copy channelers to get additional surveil triggers, copy tarmogoyfs to get in the red zone. So definitely some cool stuff we could potentially do with that. And we see the second island. So the one thing is, obviously, there's potential for Harry to hold up counterspell here, but it's one of these spots where, Harry is behind, so he doesn't really have the luxury of holding up counterspell. So outside of something like a spell pierce, Harry might get got pretty good by this boil.
Yeah, I think at this point you definitely do want to loot towards more mana sources and things like that. Just develop your draw, get the board on parity first, because if you don't, you will just get tempoed out of the game. And you can see this happening right now, right? Play the Ledger Shredder, that's my flyer, Dragon's Rage Chandler, Unholy Heat to get rid of the Red and 6, and now the board looks completely tamed up, honestly, but this boil might just completely undo all the hard work that's going on.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really good turn from Harry, about as good as it possibly could have been. Shredder into Channeler into Heat, kill the Ren and 6 to answer one of the more important threats. And, like you said before, Harry does have 2 Spire Bluff Canals, so while the boil is good, it's still leaving Harry with 2 mana in play, which is the crucial point to potentially be able to cast something like a Murktide Regent. So this is kind of going about as good as it possibly could for Harry.
Yeah, and Fable's going to trigger. It's going to discard the 1 of Kroxa and the 75 there, put that in the graveyard, and that is great. That is like the perfect card to bin off of Fable. So now we'll see if we have a way to push the Goblin token through to get that treasure token, and then maybe use that for more devious Jund plays.
Looks like a Fatal Push on the Ledger Shredder. Always good to start with the removal spell, just to make sure that the Shredder dies before you play your second spell. Make sure there's no conniving. And then we'll see. It looks like we're going to go Bolt the Channeler. Pretty good sequence. Surveil again. Looks like, okay, we're keeping the card on top. I was going to say you could attack with... Okay, we're not going to Kroxa here. I was going to say you could attack with the 2/2 if Kyle didn't have a black or red source to be able to flashback the Kroxa, because I believe one of Kyle's lands is a Beseiju, which unfortunately does not cast Kroxa.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. So maybe our mana situation is not that great here. We got a Bolt. That's actually crazy now that I think about it. These Ragavans have been doing a lot of work here from Kyle's side. First, taking the Dragon's Rage Channeler that you see in play, now a Lightning Bolt, and that's just free real estate. I mean, my Ragavans are never that good.
Yeah, it's interesting. We didn't want to go towards Boil here. Like I said, it's one of those situations where Kyle just wants to press his advantage as much as possible. So in a spot where your opponent's kind of falling a little bit far behind, Boil could kind of be like the way to just kind of shut the door on it. Another iteration here, that is definitely a good start. Harry's looking for Murktide Regent. Is I think Murktide Regent and Unholy Heat, I think, are the 2 most important cards that Harry's looking for here.
And to people in the chat, if you are just joining in, we have over 1,000 viewers, and we are absolutely ecstatic to have everyone here. My name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Devin O'Donnell, aka the one of Doomwake. Consider hitting the follow button here if you're watching this paper coverage of the Modern 10K trial in Lansing, Michigan for the NRG series. Got a lot of sweet content coming up in the future. And right now we've got more content, more paper content live here today. We've got 9 full rounds of Swiss, plus the first round of top 8 today, and a Pioneer 5K trial tomorrow, as well as the continuation of the Modern top 8 for today. So this is a 2-day event. Strap in. You want to be here tomorrow for sure. Going back to the consideration about Boil, I thought about it a little bit, and I think my conclusion is just the same here. I feel like you want to just continue playing to the board as much as possible, where you can, when you can. Right now, you do sort of have a little bit of a tempo advantage, and I would hate to just squander it on getting rid of only 2 lands when there could be, like a crazy follow-up like Murktide Regent. So I like what Kyle's doing here, but that makes me wonder, maybe we just don't want Boil at all in this matchup, because, I mean, how often is it actually going to be great? I'm looking at the deck right now. There are 3 Steam Vents and 3 Islands. Maybe it's just a little bit of RNG that there's double Spire Bluff Canal in play, but if that happens again, it's functionally not the best draw.
Yeah, and chat brings up a good point as well. If Kyle is winning this game, if Kyle assumes that he's in a position where the game is largely close to locked up, which I think not necessarily locked up, but pretty close. He doesn't maybe want to give the information away that he boarded in the Boil in a game that he's already winning, kind of to maybe take Harry by surprise a little bit more in game 3.
All right, Dash Ragavan going to come in and play after Kiki-Jiki has flipped into its reflection. Unholy Heat going to take care of Ragavan, but still a lot of damage coming into play here. I think we have a Delirious Dragon's Rage Channeler, but I see a Planeswalker in the graveyard, so it must be. And Harry's at 2. This is not looking good.
Yeah, and we have another Fable here, which is just even more value. I believe we got a Boil of Liliana, Terminate, and a Fable for Kyle here. So yeah, just again, keep pressing your advantage, play the Fable, just, shut the door, as it were.
And put another 2/2 into play. I don't think I know of any sweepers here in the sideboard. We didn't see any while we were going through it. There's an Engineered Explosives that could potentially have come in, but that still leaves you wanting for an answer to the Dragon's Rage Channeler and an answer to the lethal Kiki-Jiki Reflection. So this one seems like a wrap. We're going to get a good game 3, hopefully, but let's make sure we go through the motions first and that everything actually is finalized here.
Gonna sack a Fiery Owlet. See if we can miracle something. Maybe a Miracle Terminus.
One time dealer? Knock knock? I looked away just for a second. Then you said Terminus, and just like a little puppy, like my ears like went up, and I was like, "Huh? You called? Okay, I'm here." All right. And we're going to return that Dragon's Rage Channeler, as that was stolen by the nimblest of pilferers, I suppose. It's really interesting now that I think about it. Oko, Thief of Crowns, banned. Ragavan, Nimble Pilferer, also banned in some formats. This whole concept of like stealing cards, actually, seriously, like I wonder, how do you feel about something like that? Does it make for more impressive gameplay in your mind or less impressive gameplay in your mind?
It all kind of depends on how you do it, right? Like, I think there's pretty good examples, something like a Thief of Sanity, which was a card that was decent in Standard, but never really kind of, it didn't really break the format or anything like that. Think Nightveil Spectre back in that Standard format when it was mono blue and mono black. So I think that there is some interesting gameplay. There maybe there's a little bit of feel bads of losing to your own cards, but I think that there is, definitely some things to think about when, you have access to more things, and it also makes you build your deck in a different way. Like, for example, Nightveil Spectre, you'd maybe splash some off-color lands so you could cast your opponent's cards.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think I share the same sentiment. It needs to be done very carefully. Ragavan teeters on I think it's brilliant design because it's great early, but has the potential to fall off so drastically in the late game. So that's where, maybe not the exact same as the cards that you mentioned, but interesting deck design, card building design, and the impact it has on the format. Let's take a look at the sideboards one more time real quick before we get into game 3 here. This time, Blue-Red Murktide will be on the play, and, this is what we were talking about earlier, was like, asking lots of questions, and Blue-Red has the capacity to ask lots of questions. Ragavan, Ledger Shredder, Dragon's Rage Channel, all very good cards to start off with. Any changes that you would make going from game 2 to game 3?
No, I think pretty much, both decks are going to remain mostly the same. This is just a matchup where play draw matters so much because both players have access to Ragavan. I believe let me just double check. I'm like 90% sure the Jund player. Yes, both players have access to Ragavan, so play draw is incredibly important. And, it's like we said before, it's where the one person has a 1-drop. If the other person doesn't immediately have an answer, the other player gets to untap and press their advantage even more. So that is, play draw is probably the most important thing in a matchup like this.
Okay, yeah. And I think we got to see what happened in game 1 where Harry was on the play and just, was able to play Ragavan on turn 1, but that got bolted, but still was able to dictate the pace of play by playing another threat, then having expressive iteration, and so on and so forth. So we'll see. The players are shuffling up here for game number 3 for the first 5-0 slot that we have seen on camera. And I see some Jund cards in the Jund hand, unsurprisingly, and some. Okay, this is obviously like you see blue-red cards in blue-red, but I see Liliana specifically. Anything else that you see that's interesting as Kyle puts his hand down? So now I don't get to see any more cards, but
I see some green sleeves and some black sleeves.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Now Liliana is kind of an interesting card. I want to kind of talk about that in this matchup because it seems like while it is powerful, down tick, and you're able to get rid of something like a Murktide Regent. Is it really, how do you feel about it in this matchup? Because like the uptick doesn't seem too great when both players are able to leverage their graveyards to such amazing capacity.
Right. Yeah. It all kind of depends. You're definitely, it's one of those things where the uptick isn't the best, but at the same time, you have a limited number of answers to Murktide. A lot of your removal spells won't necessarily touch it. Like we talked about, Fatal Push and Lightning Bolt don't really ever come close to killing a Murktide. So it's really important to have where a spot where you can kind of clean up the smaller creatures like DRC, Ragavan, and Shredder with your bolts and pushes, and then you have Liliana to be able to answer the Murktide. So I think that's the most important thing it's doing in this matchup, and definitely a card that, Kyle, on the draw, it is a little bit worse against something like Spell Pierce if Harry does have that in. And I would imagine with Harry in the play, we might, maybe it's a situation where Harry boarded out Pierce in the draw but wants it on the play. So
for sure, yeah. So it looks like Flooded Strand turn 1 here by Harry. No 1-drop play. Same here for Kyle, actually. And I respect that from both players. If you do have removal on Kyle's side, you want to hold it up for turn 1 dash Ragamon. And from Harry's side, I wonder what that means. I mean, you don't have a 1-mana threat, or maybe you are holding up something like Spell Pierce, or maybe you just have a 2-mana threat in Ledger Shredder.
Yeah, I think if I caught a quick glimpse of Harry's hand, I think it was Shredder, Unholy Heat, Counter Spell, and then a couple of lands. So it looks like we have, removal plus Shredder. Curious if Harry's going to play the Shredder, if there is a Shredder. If Harry does have a Shredder, I kind of like holding it because you want to get into a spot where not only do you want to hold up Counter Spell, but you also potentially want to save the Shredder. So for a turn where you can go Shredder plus another spell to get the connive off of it.
Yeah, it's really tricky in these situations on the blue-red side of things. I mean, the discipline here that Harry's showing by holding up Counterspell, I really, I cannot tell you how much I like it. I mean, I understand that you're on the play and that I understand you have technically positive tempo by virtue of making more land drops early, but things can go wrong as soon as turn 2. Like, imagine if a Ren and 6 comes down this turn. You don't want that to be in play because, well, I mean, it's Ren and 6, right? It just does so much in these sort of matchups, generating advantage every turn and things like that, you'd rather just cleanly counterspell it. What I wonder, though, and now this is really interesting here. You held up your counterspell. Are you going to counter the Inquisition, or are you just going to let it slide?
If you had a counterspell, I think you would, because the Inquisition is likely to take the counterspell anyways. But we see here no counterspell. So it is Murktide, Heat, Shredder, Iteration. So pretty good hand, no counterspell. More like 2 threats, a cantrip, and the Unholy Heat. Interesting to see what Kyle's going to take here. It really depends on the texture of Kyle's hand. I said, in game 1 when they cast a discard spell, my guess was Iteration. My guess is still going to be Iteration because that card is really powerful, but we're going to go for the Shredder here. Interesting.
Wow. Okay. Maybe we have a follow-up Thoughtseize as well or something like that. No, but we're actually going to give the... Okay, I see. So for me, I think I agree with you. I would have probably taken the Expressive Iteration as well, because that is a hard 2-for-1 that just represents so much value. But if we're taking the Ledger Shredder here, maybe if I'm in Harry's seat, I'm thinking perhaps... Wait, did we just draw the Ragamon off the top there? That was kind of filthy, I'm not going to lie.
We call that in the business the Thoughtseize bug.
Wow, that's so crazy. I mean, this is part of the reason why I don't register discard spells, is because I know things are just going to get worse. That being said...
Yeah, that was
my takeaway,
really good draw step for Harry, sorry.
Yeah. My takeaway is that perhaps by taking the Ledger Shredder instead of the Expressive Iteration, that might signal that there's no removal in Kyle's hand, right? Because otherwise, why would you take the creature, right? You could just bolt it. You could just push it. You could just do so many things to it. But if you don't have it, then that makes sense. So that makes the line... I mean, that gives me the green light to just dash the Ragavan, get whatever value I can, just move on,
Yeah, you make a really good point there. Like, for example, if Kyle takes the Iteration, leaves the Shredder, Harry's in a spot where, okay, well, they left me with the Shredder. They probably have a removal spell. Do I even dash the Ragavan at that point? So, yeah, but them taking the Shredder means that it gives you the green light for that Ragavan. Very, very good point.
Yeah, and I think now, I mean, even though Harry's hand didn't look completely great when we saw it exposed to the Inquisition, I think it's still quite powerful, because this turn we get to, okay, well, yeah, we still have the Iteration. We still can fuel back up or even pull even further ahead. Tarmogoyf is somewhat interesting. I see creature, land, and sorcery. So it is currently a 3/4. Good enough. Good old Tarmogoyf.
Goyf is a good one because Harry's removal spells are Bolt and Heat. Bolt does not kill a 3/4, and Heat is not turned on right now. So Goyf is definitely one of the threats that Kyle is looking for here to kind of bridge his way into the mid game.
Yeah, and that's a really interesting question. I mean, in the age of modern today, the year 2022, I feel like Tarmogoyf is one of those cards that just really doesn't the theory behind it, you just don't talk about it a lot, because before it used to be just a great card, on turn 2, very, very aggressive, but also, works well on offense and defense. Nowadays, I wonder if that really matters, because it's just like vanilla ice cream. It's just very plain, right? So how do you feel about Tarmogoyf in this matchup? I mean, it's nice that it blocks a Ragavan, but is that enough?
So it's tough because the general consensus on Tarmogoyf, and the reason I think a lot of less people are playing it, is because the removal spells are so good. Think Prismatic Ending, think Unholy Heat. They all very easily answer the Tarmogoyf. Goyf used to be really good when there was a lot more lightning bolts floating around, because Goyf was harder to kill. But now that it's easier to kill, you're not like, what are you actually gaining by playing Tarmogoyf? It's a lot of what people are playing is creatures that generate value. You see Ragavan, you see Channeler, you see Shredder, and all of these cards, even if they are answered, they provide you some sort of value, right? So, and that's kind of the issue with Tarmogoyf. Now, specifically in this matchup, Goyf isn't too bad because it does dodge at least Lightning Bolt and potentially Unholy Heat early, but that's kind of the theory behind Tarmogoyf.
Makes sense, yeah. We're going to see Ledger Shredder come into play here, and discard Scalding Tarn Ragavan going to trigger the Connive. Actually, technically, is conniving only when you discard a non-land? Or it's just the loot? It's just the loot mechanic, right? Yeah, no, connive is the whole thing. Okay, cool. All right, I just for a second there, my brain was like, hey, I'm going to turn off for a second. And I was like, okay, cool. Makes sense. But this is a pretty solid turn for play, double creature.
I think chat's actually pointing out that maybe the Connive trigger is not supposed to happen because we went iteration into Shredder into Ragavan. So Ragavan was actually the third spell.
Oh, that is a very good point. Rulings wise, it only procs on the second spell, not any spells after that. So not sure if there's a rewind opportunity here. Not, we'll let the judges handle this. They'll be the ones to take care of it. But either way, Tarmogoyf is here in play as a 3/4, and it is doing a lot of blocking duty for the Ragavan. So board looks sufficiently gummed up here.
Yeah, Goyf holding down the Ragavan. Shredder can maybe start attacking, but we're going in with the Goyf.
Wolf, check this out. Into the red zone here with the Tarmogoyf.
There's a Hearse. Okay. That can, go a little big. And the cool thing about Hearse is we talked about Unholy Heat being one of the cleaner answers to Tarmogoyf. Hearse prevents that from happening for the most part. We can kind of make sure that there's... now, obviously, there's a bit of awkward tension, right? Because as you start Hearsing away the graveyard, your Goyf potentially can get smaller depending on, how many types are left over. So you got to be a little bit careful of that.
Yeah, true. I mean, and I think that's interesting. The wording on Hearse is actually kind of quite powerful, right? Because it says, you can exile up to 2 target cards, obviously from a single graveyard. So that's the first thing that's kind of important. You can't get one from your graveyard and one from your opponent's graveyard, but you don't necessarily have to get the full 2. Like, I mean, so long as you can keep Murktide Regent under check, you are more than welcome to get as much or as little as you need to keep the Goyfs relevant in the game, right? 3/4 is a very, very important benchmark, just by virtue of, playing around Lightning Bolt.
Right, exactly. And Hearse is another one of those cards that, if Harry's removal spells are all damage based, Hearse can, kind of grow out of those damage spells pretty quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. So Tarmogoyf, there are pair of 3/4s in play right now. And I think when you see the attack from the first Tarmogoyf, you can maybe suspect that there's something else coming down. I feel like in this situation, Tarmogoyf really is asking the question, right? It is large enough where I would begin to stress out about it if I'm on the Murktide side of things. I mean, especially the second Tarmogoyf.
Right, for sure. So we're okay. So we're doing this just so we can connive. So we played a Shredder, then we played a Ragavan, so now we can connive twice. Now I'm interested to see if... So that would be land creature. Okay, another creature. I was going to say if we could connive twice, discard 2 different types, and then turn on Heat for the untapped Tarmogoyf. That would have been kind of cool. But we discarded a creature, so I think we're not quite there on that.
Right. So connive only triggers individually for each of the Ledger Shredders. If you're wondering about what's going on the board here, so discarding the Murktide Regent will give the first Shredder that connives a counter, but it will not give the second one a counter. You actually have to discard a second non-land card to the second Shredder to get the second counter. That's a lot of seconds, but I hope that makes sense. And
right. Yeah. So. Murktide bit the dust with the first one, and then Ragavan, Spirebluff came out with the second one, and then we Legend ruled the Ragavan, so.
All right, and now we're in the red zone here. 2 points in the air. Do you hear that in the distance, Devin?
What's that?
Call. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, a bit too much energy. Okay.
I'll forgive you. I'll let it slide.
Okay, so
Yeah, Kyle's in a really good position here. You know, again, has the better threats in play as of right now as the board sits with the 2 Tarmogoyfs, the Hearse, keeping not only Murktide Region in check, but also keeping Dragon's Rage Channeler in check. And then I think Kyle has some good leftovers too. I think I saw a Terminate and a Liliana potentially, and a Charm. Yeah, Kyle's leftovers are really good.
yeah. Now, unfortunately, I feel like this Liliana is not even that great. I mean, the Ragamon that's in play wasn't really doing much anyways, right? Because it couldn't attack and it can't really block. So this is one of those edict effects that doesn't really showcase the strength of Liliana in this matchup. This is what I was kind of worried about too, is right? Because if you are trying to target specifically like a Murktide region or one of the flyers, this specific situation is where Liliana really does look unimpressive. Now, that being said, the Tarmogoyfs are pretty large at this point, and so punching in for 6 total damage, going to put Harry to 10, and that's where I'm starting to get a little bit nervous from
Yeah,
blue red
and
side of things.
Kyle's in a weird spot with this Terminate. So we had a couple of options. If we main phase the Terminate to kill one of the bigger Shredders, we let Harry connive twice. So we probably don't want to do that. Now, the other option is, do you upkeep it to play around a top deck counterspell? The other thing is, do you just hold it for the Murktide region? So a couple of options with this Terminate here.
Absolutely. And it looks like we have expressive iteration here from the blue-red side of things. That sees an island, and I believe 2 spells.
Yeah, and I kind of like holding the Terminate. I think if you were planning on terminating a Shredder, it would have been best to do it at that exact point with the iteration on the stack to prevent the connive from the second Shredder. But it looks like Kyle is content on just holding the Terminate for Murktide, most likely.
Yeah, and Kyle also demonstrated knowledge of that interaction much earlier too. I think we saw it maybe in game 2 or 1 where expressive iteration was on the stack, and then we used our removal spell, or I think we used Riveteer's Charm. So with that sort of awareness, I think it's very intentional that we're not interested in terminating right now, because like we are at 12, but we're definitely winning the race here. And we also have Liliana to sort of disrupt the hand in some capacity. I mean, what's kind of cool, and I didn't think about this earlier, is that Riveteer's Charm works pretty well with Liliana, right? Because the cards are all in exile, so they don't actually have to be discarded.
Yeah, and we see the patience being highly rewarded for Harry here. Harry's gonna be able to, or excuse me, for Kyle. Kyle's gonna be able to terminate that Murktide Regent, get the best threat right off the board. Now it is kind of awkward that the Murktide shrinks our Goyf. However, with connives, the connives could potentially pump the Goyf back up. So we'll see what Harry decides to discard here off of the connives.
Yeah, would actually be an insane blowout is with the Terminate in the hand too. If you try to bolt one of the Tarmogoyfs, that is not going to work out favorably at all for you, because in response, then you would terminate the Murktide region and then not only grow the Tarmogoyfs, but also get rid of the best creature on the board. Like that would have just be like an insane blowout, and I kind of want to see it happen. I don't know.
Yeah, so it looks like Harry discarded a creature, which pumped the Goyf back up to 3/4. So I'm guessing I think Kyle's graveyard is land sorcery, and then I think Harry's graveyard is land creature. So if Harry discards this Consider, Goyfs will go up to 4/5s, which is pretty important.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at 10 already. Yeah, so they are going to be 4/5s, but I see a copy of Lightning Bolt in the hand here for Harry. So maybe the plan is to just race. I mean, you swing in here for 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sorry. Okay, no, only for 3. Only for 3. Maybe not for 3.
Wonder what we're thinking here.
Yeah, board sit is certainly tricky.
So we're going after Liliana. Interesting. And okay, so it's weird, right? Now that the Shredder is a 3/5, would you rather kill a 3/5 or a 4/4? I think, given the fact that your Goyfs are currently 4/5s, maybe it. Well, now that I think about it, hang on a second. If you just let the Liliana die, that actually pumps the Goyfs to 5s, and your opponent's at 10. So
Okay.
I almost like a situation where you just let Liliana die, pump up the Goyfs. End of turn, you can terminate the Murktide region most likely, and then now you have 2 5-power Goyfs, and your opponent's now in the abyss.
Yeah, that's a tight situation. Oh, I didn't even see that play. Very nice. And looks like we may have gotten rid of a Consider. So I see 2 Ledger Shredders and a land left in the graveyard, which means Goyfs will... No, they'll still be 4/5s because we now have Riveteer's Charm in our own graveyard. No, sorry, Terminate in our own graveyard.
Terminate.
Apologies.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Terminate.
Riveteer's Charm is in the hand right now.
Okay, and that's why we terminated the Shredder, right? Because we can just Riveteer's Charm, exile the Murktide Regent. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because Riveteer's Charm is highest CMC. So, for example, if you terminate the Murktide and then Charm, Harry can just sacrifice the smaller Shredder. So this is the easiest, cleanest way to kind of get the 2 biggest creatures off the battlefield.
Well, actually, see, that's now that's super interesting because potentially with your line, sure, just let the Shredder attack, kill the Liliana, Goyfs become 5/6. You can terminate the untapped Shredder, edict away the Murktide Regent, and then...
that would have just been lethal, right?
Yeah. But instead, what happens is... Okay, well, this is kind of weird. I missed a very subtle interaction, but unlicensed or exile Consider from the graveyard, and that actually pumped the Murktide Regent to 5.
Yeah, that is true. I think Kyle was okay with that because he knew he had the Fatal Push. Okay, that should still be lethal then, right? Because I think we have 2 5-power Goyfs. Or no, because the Liliana didn't die, right? They're only 4 still. Okay. So this attack should put Harry to 2, I believe. Unless I can't quite tell how many cards are under the hearse. I believe it's 4, but if it's 6, we can crew the hearse and attack for 10. I think it's only 4 though.
Yeah, I think it might just be 4. Yeah, so
4.
Discarding,
okay.
Yeah, discarding lightning bolts here. Yeah.
Put Harry to 2, and then good luck, have fun. I don't know. I don't even know what Harry can really draw to get out of this. Well, I feel like I say that every single time, and then there's always an expressive iteration.
Top, right? Yeah, it's just always there.
That's definitely where it starts. Now I have to check and see what do we got for types for Harry. The hearse is still up too, so Unholy Heat's not really a good draw step. That's kind of out of the question. I mean, if we let me look at Harry's deck list here. So Harry does have 1 copy of Engineered Explosives. I'm just saying that would be a pretty good one right about now. Okay, that is not an Engineered Explosives.
Yeah, EE would definitely stabilize the board, not only getting rid of the 2 Tarmogoyfs, but also the unlicensed hearse.
All right, that'll do it. Yep, no explosives, and that will do it. Harry falls to Kyle.
All right. That was an exciting match. I feel like we don't get to watch enough Jund. I think Jund actually seems a lot more impressive, especially now rather than later, because I mean, just so many new tools that have been added to the deck, whether it is Riveteer's Charm or some of the other cards that we've seen today. And the play pattern was also quite interesting, right? Modern Horizons 2 did boost that for sure, but that's going to wrap that match up. Congratulations there. I want to say thank you, Devin. This was your last round, and I have to say this was a blast doing coverage with you one more time. I know you're going to be back again tomorrow, so everybody who's watching right now, say thank you to Devin. Say we'll see you tomorrow. Hit the follow button. Get all of that. And I guess we'll catch a break here. You know where to find Devin if you do need to. Twitch.tv, youtube.com, twitter.com/Doomwig, D00MWAKE. You can see it on the screen right there. Go show Devin some support as well. Give him a follow. Yes, everywhere, all 3 platforms. It means a lot. Guys, we'll see you after the break. We'll be back. It's been a long day, but we're only 5 rounds through. We got 5 more rounds of Magic left. My name is Anurag Das. I'm here today bringing you coverage alongside Nerd Rage Gaming. There's the Modern 10K trial in Lansing, Michigan, and it is great. We just had Doomwake sign off Devin O'Donnell. Be sure to check out his content. But now we've got one of my favorites, Drake Sasser. Welcome to the cast. You and I are going to wrap up the show today. We've got 5 rounds, 4 rounds left of Swiss, and then 1 round of the top 8 coverage. Drake, how's it going?
It's going awesome, man. We've seen a ton of really, really cool decks, a ton of great gameplay, and even quite a few new Capenna cards. So, a lot of new, interesting modern Magic to watch, as well as some old favorites like Jund and was it Living End and Shadow. We've seen all kinds of cool decks today. So, really enjoyed the gameplay that we've seen so far.
I was pretty happy with the Jund deck. I'm not gonna lie. The more I think about it, like Jund actually just looks really impressive. So one card from New Capenna that we saw was Riveteer's Charm. That card was just an absolute house in the Murktide matchup that we just watched. Basically, like drew 3 cards. It handled Murktide region pretty well. Also had the ability to turn Delirium off if it needed to. That card was super impressive. Very, very excited about it. I think I would not be surprised if in the future it becomes like a 4 of in the Jund deck, just because it's basically like Expressive Iteration, but even better, and it's also an instant too, so very flexible kind of card. I really like it a lot. Before we get into round number 5, for everyone who is tuning in or just hanging out here, we got a lot of details, information about the NRG series to cover, so why don't we get through the slides right now. First and foremost, let's talk about the Season 2 schedule here. So you'll see upcoming in the end of July in the Chicagoland area will be another NRG series trial for both Modern and Legacy, so that's a 10K and a 5K respectively. And we also have the Showdown at the end of August. This is going to be a teams event, and this is a much larger event, 20K prize pool with a 5K on Sunday as well, should you choose to play in that as well. And that's going to be pretty exciting. It's on my birthday weekend, so I'll be excited to relax and enjoy some great content there. But what does this all feed into? That is a great question. So you do have the NRG Series Championship event, the year-long event that we've been playing through Season 1s, 2, and upcoming, we have Season 3. So Season 3 will be, say, like fall, winter time, and this is a $70,000 prize pool season. 4 major events here with the Showdown in November, also again in the Chicagoland area. That's going to be awesome to look forward to. But, talking about the Championship Series, it will be the culmination of a year-long effort of players, grinding very, very many events. Let's take a look at the players actually that we've seen, over the course of the year. We have 4 players currently locked up with slots for this event. And, this season we're actually going to get, I believe, 5 more, according to production. So we've got Piper Powell, who won the first Showdown for Season 1, Joe Bernal and Andrew Ellenbogen, who actually won the at-large spots with the most amount of points. And then Ivan Espinoza, who was the 21-22 champion, coming back maybe for a repeat appearance in the finals, maybe take the crown again. But yeah, that's what the players are playing for in these trial events. They're trying to get more points, qualify for the 22 Championship Series events. It's going to be pretty close. We actually got to see earlier today, I believe it was Sean Gallagher in the 12th seed there, battle against Will Krueger, slot number 13. And Sean had a very close victory in the 4-color versus Living End matchup. And I think that's kind of cool when, the stakes slowly get a little bit more heated. Drake, it just makes for a lot more enjoyable content. I love watching high stakes Magic.
Yeah, I can't agree with you more. It's so awesome to have, so much more on the line than just, the money you're playing for. You also have these extremely crucial points. I mean, we saw in Minneapolis at the end of Season 1 just how many point shifts happen. And you're playing against, a very stacked field. We saw a lot of movement on the leaderboard, even in those last 2 events we had. And, it starts at the beginning of the season. When you play your first event, those points are going to matter crucially at the last event when we start talking about, these at-large points-based bids for the NRG Championship. So really cool to watch, high-stakes Magic to play, and I'm honestly kind of jealous. I kind of wish I could be getting in there battling myself a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like the NRG series circuit is something that, and I haven't really, this isn't like scripted or anything, but I really do appreciate a lot of the work that you have productions. When I say production, I'm talking about Norman Cohen, I'm talking about Max Kahn, I'm talking about Matt Bemonte. These 3 people are all-stars, bringing to us a lot of just paper coverage of our favorite formats, Modern, Legacy, Pioneer. There's even some sealed action in there as well. The upcoming teams event is going to be completely incredible as well. So again, like if you haven't already, hit the follow button. Please show your support for these amazing production artists. I'm not sure what the right word is. I'm being sappy here, but I really, really do like a lot of the work that they're putting in here. So, that is something that, to appreciate for sure. Let's talk about Modern right now. Drake, you've played a lot of Modern here. There's been a lot of Modern played and a lot of Modern to watch. If you were playing in this event today, what would you be playing?
It's hard for me to get away from either the Living End deck or the 4-color deck. See, the problem with some of these decks is, card acquisition can be somewhat of an issue. I don't really have access to either of the decks, but I think both of those decks are the top contenders in the format at this time. These are the two decks I'm looking at as the decks to beat. We saw the power of Living End earlier, how it can easily play through hate. Teferi obviously can be a problem. Chalice can be a problem, all that stuff. But, sometimes you just have the forces and the griefs and you're able to punch it through. And, you don't even need a big Living End sometimes. Sometimes a Striped Riverwinder can get the job done. And of course, you can't deny the power of the 4-color deck. We've seen, Ellen Bogan show up time and time again and put up impressive performances on this series with the 4-color deck. And, like I said, his performances don't lie. There's a reason this deck is a top contender. There's a reason there's discussions around, should Yorion have gone along with Luris on the ban list in this format. So both powerful decks, both great options. And those are the two decks I think I'd be looking to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I like that. I like both of those as top contenders. I did say that, like, if I wanted to play to win, I would definitely register 4-color like myself. Like, I know it's like something of a sleeper deck, but like it's good. It does what it does. It does what it needs to do. It's just like soup. It just plays all the best cards. And why wouldn't you play the best cards if you're looking for the best result? I think that is very reasonable. I told Devin, that my guilty pleasure probably would be some sort of like Tameshi combo variant. It just that deck looks so sweet. I don't know. Just like you draw cards, you put stuff into play, and everything is tutorable.
It's Black Lotus.
Yeah. Thank you. As a vintage like aficionado, I gotta say something about Black Lotus is just like it feels
does
good.
It for you. I feel you.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask for a status update on round 6 and things like that. One thing that we did today that was really exciting, and I'm really hoping for as well that we get more of, is player interviews. I think earlier today we had an interview with Sean Gallagher talking about, his adventure on the NRG series circuit and basically just, why his motivation, what his motivations are, how he's going about the whole process. Again, he's seed 12 and is very much so in contention for, securing either one of the at-large slots for the championship later this year, or, even just winning the showdown and making it that way. Something about learning about the players is very, very, like, I don't know, heartwarming to me. I think we've seen a lot of like circuits where you don't really get to know the people that are playing, but once you do, you suddenly become a lot more invested. And I know, Drake, you're pretty popular kind of guy, good looking.
Thanks,
know a lot of people on the circuit. Any fan favorites that you think might be, let's say, how do I put it? Anyone you think is, got a good shot at making the end of year championship for this season?
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So obviously, any of the players high up in the leaderboard are already at a great start. Zoe Riederman's a great example of someone on an awesome hot streak. We saw her win the Minneapolis team tournament. And then I believe she was in the previous Modern top 8, both times with the Living End deck. So she's extremely potent on that particular archetype. Like I said, Ellen Bogan already made the qualification with 4-color. Will Krueger has put up, a ton of results earlier in the year with Hammer. We see him representing Living End in this tournament as well. I expect that, he's going to be playing all the events and really shooting for a shot there. So there's a lot of, consistent players here on the NRG series that I think, they're going to show up to every single one of these events. They're going to be competing at every single one of these events. These are the players that you're going to see time and time again. They're good. They're testing with teams. We saw that with Sean, Piper Powell winning that event. He got to test with her, and she's already qualified. So we're going to see, this kind of team approach. It's very much a rising tide, raises all ships. You're going to have all these players that are working together and figuring out these formats faster than anybody can work on their own, and they're going to show great results for it. So I'm excited to see that play out as well. I'm glad we got to see that interview, and it sounds like we got players ready to play some Magic.
We do, and you're unnecessarily building up so much hype for the teams event coming up in August that I already wish that it's August. Let's get into the match, and we'll see who's playing. We'll take a look at deck lists at some point as well. And Drake, I'm going to be asking you a lot of questions. See, here's the thing, like, I can play a little bit of Modern, but sure. I'm somewhat of a novice when it comes to it. So you're the subject matter expert here, and it looks like we have Skylar Warfield, who we saw earlier today on the feature match, one of the backup matches, playing 4-color control against Daniel Wharton on Izzet Murktide.
Oh, for sure. Skylar, they truly do love their mid-rangey fair decks in Modern. We've seen them represent things like Jund. They played some Sultan Legacy. They love their value, bunch of colors, piles of decks. No surprise at all to see them on the 4-color control deck. And Daniel Wharton starting off a good start. We get to see, the turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler holding up Counterspell, at least representing it there. Instep Consider. That's going to give you 2 surveils provided it resolves. Interesting to see a expressive iteration thrown to the graveyard. Seems like one of the better ones in the matchup. You got thoughts on that?
It does. I think for me, you have to wonder why a card like Expressive Iteration would go to the graveyard. Maybe you're trying to turbo acquire Delirium to get the clock going. That's one reason why. But
Sure.
also maybe it just means that you have another one in your hand and you don't need multiples at this stage of the game. You want to just have a very strong start, push together as much of a lead as you can in the early game. And this is typically the period, the phase of the game where Izzet Murktide will be stronger than the 4-color control deck. I think if you talk about scalability, you can expect the 4-color control deck to absolutely outscale the Izzet deck just by virtue of having, more expensive spells that do more expensive things. And if you want to get ahead, you don't want to necessarily clog up on expressive iterations. But then again, the opposite, the argument against that is iteration is the card. Like I was telling Devin, it's good in the early game, it's good in the mid game, and it's good in the late game. So
it turns out the card's good. Go figure.
Yeah,
we see Expressive Iteration main phase. I think this one's looking for lands. Got a little look, and as there goes a 3rd Expressive Iteration to the graveyard. I think we saw, a bunch of value cards in, Archmage's Charm, Expressive Iteration among the bunch. No lands, I think. So this Expressive Iteration to me has got to be looking for lands. Getting a little bit early damage in with the Dragon's Rage Channeler, obviously helping out with Delirium, because I believe we now currently do have Delirium. Got 3 damage across with the Murktide, the Consider, the land, and the Expressive Iteration. But yeah, I think if Skylar here fetches Shocks and casts their own counterspell, they're in a really good spot to be able to untap, play something like a Teferi, bounce that Dragon's Rage Channeler to hand, and then suddenly there's no pressure, and they may be able to untap the Planeswalker. So Daniel kind of having to prematurely, I'll say, fire off this Expressive Iteration in order to try to hit land drops to run straight into Skylar's counterspell, I think actually puts him quite a bit behind. That's quite a burst of steam you're losing. As here comes a removal spell for Dragon's Rage Channeler.
I think I agree with that analysis as well. I mean, you're tapped out here, shields are down. Fortunately, there's no Teferi to punish any of this sort of stuff. The big thing that I'm going to also say is, okay, I was maybe okay with discarding the first Expressive Iteration. We play our second one. We were planning on recouping cards that way, but now we've gone through 3 of the 4, and that's a lot of the staying power of this deck. So I'm kind of curious to see how the late game will pan out here for the Murktide side of things. I think that means we're going to have very good cards now here at this stage of the game. Otherwise, we potentially just risk not making it to endgame.
Correct. And, Ragavan, we do have to pick that one up from Dash. Yeah, there we go. Ragavan is actually one of the better cards in this matchup early in the game. It loses a lot of steam in the late game when you have flash threats that can ambush it. You have Ren and 6s that can pick it off if you're not dashing it. But Ragavan is one of the best ways for Izzet Murktide to steal the games against 4-color control. You're absolutely correct that as the game goes on, the 4-color deck is going to claw its way back. They have more 2-for-1s. They have a companion that Murktide does not have access to. So you are very much trying to be the aggressor when you're the Izzet Murktide deck. But you can run away with a game with Ragavan, not really from the damage, but from the card advantage, the mana advantage. It provides advantage on every single axis and can very much get underneath the 4-color control deck. But, once again, we led on Dragon's Rage Channeler. We've been through a lot of our expressive iterations, and we're just using all of our mana to dash this Ragavan every turn. That's not as potent as it could possibly be. It's better than nothing, but we are certainly behind. If you're the Izzet Murktide player, you're a Daniel Wharton fan, he's going to need a little bit of help in order to really take the driver's seat of this game again.
I'm not gonna lie. One thing that's really got me emotional is every time Skylar picks up their deck and just goes through 80 cards, I'm just that's so much. I'm not used to Yori on deck.
Play Commander. What is this?
yeah. Functionally, as we see Eternal Witnesses to come down here, and I guess you have Prismatic Ending, Counterspell, and a land as a target. Gonna buy back the Prismatic Ending, which is, I think I like this. Yeah, you're getting removal. Oh, wow.
Oh, I like this a lot. You constrict Daniel on his mana. You have Eternal Witness as a blocker. As it is, Daniel's missing land drops. Not going to be able to play a removal spell and dash Ragavan. Went ahead and cracked the treasure response to check out that Eternal Witness. So all in all, that Eternal Witness, kind of a 2-for-1. I mean, it traded for a treasure and a Unholy Heat, but both players using all their mana, and that still favors Skylar. Skylar is the one making their land drops. So they are still getting ahead, even if it's not, the card advantage axis, even if it's not the best possible trade you could get. Getting ahead on mana is huge here. So I think that was actually a really tight play by Skylar. I like that a lot.
Is what's also interesting to me, and maybe this is something that you can shed some light on, is I'm pretty sure Skylar also picked up a copy of Teferi at some point, and I'm wondering whether or not. Oh wow, that's a pretty big card.
Here's where it starts.
Yeah.
Oh, we have, with the trigger on the stack, going to go ahead and unholy heat that one. We do have Delirium, going to take care of Omnath. But once again, here's a 2-for-1. That draws a card. Skylar's still making land drops, still doing 2-for-1s, whereas Daniel's kind of still constricted. We have another turn we can get in with Ragavan, but that's all we're doing. Skylar's life total maybe getting a little precarious. Ragavan hit puts you in double lightning bolt range after this connect here, and that's going to hit Prismatic Ending. Can go ahead and cast that one on Abundant Growth if he wants. Looks like we did finally draw a land, so maybe we have something else in store.
Yeah, now that we find, and it's kind of interesting, right? The old mana flood versus mana screw situation. And I wouldn't say that Skylar is technically mana flooded. I'm thinking they have enough number of cards or just spells in hand. But unlocking that third mana, now you have 2 mana up here. You have access to counterspell here from Daniel's side, and that's going to be a big deal because now you're at 6, and now if the tempo elements start to kick in, where you have mana to both dash Ragavan and hold up your counters, things are going to get kind of dicey here. I feel like this is one way to capitalize on the mana advantage that Skylar might have right now, is just by having, well, I mean, you've spent so many resources in developing your mana base that now, you can just counter the relevant spells. And
I agree.
Maybe get the last
I think
point
that Unholy Heat on the Omnath was a huge play there, because that's really how things start to snowball for the 4-color control deck. You get ahead on cards, you get way ahead on mana, and you still just have this threat in play. Omnath, a card that looks like it should be too slow for Modern, but with all the pitch cards in the 4-color control deck, does a great job of cleaning up everything once the dust settles. It gives you cards, it gives you a threat, it gives you mana. It does it all, literally. I mean, the card's an essay. So, having the Unholy Heat for that, even though it was a 2-for-1, was huge. Daniel's still not that far behind on cards because he has been missing land drops. And, with the counterspell that was timely to line up against that Teferi, all the instants are still active. And we're going to go ahead and deploy quite a few threats here. Here comes a Murktide and a Ragavan. Looks like not a dashed Ragavan. Could have dashed it maybe second main to the Murktide. Have to wonder if we're just trying to lock the game up, put 2 huge threats into play that, are really concerning. Skylar at 6, this Murktide almost assuredly going to be lethal. So potentially forcing Skylar to answer the Murktide. Maybe you get a hit in with Ragavan, and, that's gets you ahead on mana, and you get to play the game further. And, the Ragavan gets to go unchecked and maybe seal the game up.
Yeah, I think I do quite like this, and wow, you can see that just disciplined play there. So first of all, sorcery speed, just 1 mana Ragavan plays around Iceman Quaddle brilliantly, but then also that 2 copies of Prismatic Ending are gone, 1 copy of Solitude has been exiled, all to the Dash Monkey. So there's a real chance that just by playing this slowly, you guarantee that you'll actually be able to play both threats. If you had dashed the Ragavan, it dies to the Iceman Quaddle. You don't get to play the Murktide, and that's such a massive loss on tempo that you really can't afford it at this stage of the game. You're so close to crossing the finishing line that I love the play that Daniel made there.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Would have easily gotten blown out by the Icefang Quaddle. Instead, untapping with 2 incredibly threatening creatures. Do believe we have Death Touch on this Icefang Quaddle. So looks like we're going to go ahead and send in the Ragavan. Not particularly interested in trading the lethal threat with the Icefang Quaddle, but maybe a little more satisfied to trade the Ragavan. It's already gotten a bit of value and mana and what have you. So maybe willing to trade that one off the Icefang Quaddle. Skylar going to go ahead and fetch to 5. Now maybe the Ragavan hit plus a bolt could convert to a lethal kill here. We'll have to be a little careful with the life total. Looks like Sokinzan.
Wow.
That's a good one to have here. Let's go ahead and channel that one. Make some blockers. Can't counter that one. Nice Archmage's Charm, says Skylar. As here comes 2 1/1s that are prepared to block. I will move to blocks.
Yeah, what's crazy about Sokinzan is that it's just two answers to the Ragavan, right? So the Archmage's Charm probably would have at least gotten rid of the Icefang Quaddle. You take the token if it was only 1, and then you could force the Icefang to block. But 2 tokens. I think this is maybe one of my more favorite channel lands in the 4-color deck. I mean, Odawara is nice, Boseiju is nice, but Sokinzan is the one that really just makes me happy. I can't explain why, because I'm not a red mage in any capacity. It's just
Sure.
how it works.
It feels like a planeswalker. It turns Ren and 6 into what feels like a true planeswalker. You know, you get to plus it up, maybe convert a little bit of mana, but you make 2 1/1s. Suddenly, Ren actually just kills your opponent in like a reasonable time frame. You're not sitting there flashing back counterspell until they actually die. You know, being able to tick up over and over again and keep channeling Sekenzen actually ends the game. So I like it from that perspective for sure. Looks like we're going to go ahead and, is this casting of Yorion? Is that what's
Yeah, I mean, speaking of channeling, it does look like Skylar trying to channel the power of the big sky noodle, but that's going to get counterspelled. And
not quite.
yeah, it looks like the board might be stable
One
here
spell from
now.
each player, no Ledger Shredder trigger, but this Murktide's still a lethal threat. Looks like Archmage's Charm and a land for Daniel Wharton. That Archmage's Charm gonna be impressive. Looks like if Skylar's casting Yorion, you have to imagine they're pretty low on resources. Gonna go ahead and fire off this Archmage's Charm, potentially trying to line up a kill. Any removal spell should get the job done, provided it costs a single red mana. Looking for Lightning Bolts and Unholy Heats to get this Ice Fang Quaddle out of the way. Found a Dragon's Rage Channeler that will trigger Ledger Shredder. Do a little connive action.
Yeah, I think one thing that we've noticed
counter
today,
for you.
Yeah. One thing that we've noticed today is just how impressive Ledger Shredder has been in terms of like new Capenna cards. The bird is just absolutely overperformed by every single metric possible, I think.
Oh, for sure. And what's impressive to me about the card is it reads like something that would be only really good in EDH, right? Here's this thing that cares about doing a thing on each player's turn. So it's like, all right, yeah, that's good. There's 4 players. I want to be doing things on other players' turns. But Ledger Shredder here, trigger on your own turn and being so good on rate, a 2-mana flyer that grows and loots, it just does it all for you, is a card now we're seeing in a lot of constructive play, and it's extremely powerful because you can't afford not to play into it. If you treat it like a rule of law, then it's even better, and you can still trigger it yourself. Like, the card is so powerful, so cool, and very much my thing. I love Izzet cards that dirtle around and, obviously eventually win the game, and Ledger Shredder just does it all. Omnath, though, big draw for Skylar. Here comes a fetch land 2. Looks like counterspell, abundant growth, something else I can't quite see among the bunch. Not anything that really answers onboard flyers, though. So, that Yorion being countered is kind of problematic. That's one of your bigger flyers that you can take care of these creatures with. As it stands, you need like 2 answers, really, because there's so much toughness. 1 Fury is not going to get it done. So, you really need quite a bit of help here, I think, in order to really shut down these flyers. And Daniel has plenty of life to work with. I don't mind taking this racing situation. Let's go ahead and serve with 4 points. Check for Delirium here.
I think we do have Delirium, instant sorcery, creature, land. But yeah, one thing I want to harken to is, I mean, Omnath is a pretty decent stabilizing tool on this board state. I mean, we also did pick up a copy of Counterspell. I'm not going to say that the board state is completely solved yet. Like you mentioned, flyers just very powerful, but Omnath being able to gain life on either player's turn is going to be massive in terms of dictating.
Expressive iteration is just what the doctor ordered for Skylar. Plenty of mana to work with and plenty of cards that they would like to see. Particularly flyers, removal spells, even Ren and 6, I think would be a fine draw here. You can actually threaten to truly race, like you said, gaining all that life, plus channeling Sekenzen every turn, I think does more than enough to actually swing the race in their favor. Going to go ahead and fire off that expressive iteration. Have to be super excited about that one.
Well, you can't be too excited because don't forget, expressive iteration means you get to cast another spell this turn, but that's going to trigger Connive on the... okay,
how about Fury? How about you can trigger Connive all you want, but it's going to the graveyard? How about that?
Yeah, that is an incredible subset of draws here. I mean, first Omnath slammed that into an expressive iteration, now curving out finally with Fury, and Omnath gives us a lot of mana, so we still have counterspell.
And here that comes. Fetch a Triome up. Here comes 5 mana. Thank you very much.
Very crazy.
And just like that, we get to see truly the power of expressive iteration in these fair matchups as the game goes along. We talked about this early on. Murktide is under so much pressure to end the game, or you have turns like this that the 4-color deck can present as the game goes on and on, where suddenly you went from, oh, I have a chance, I think I'm doing okay, to, oh, no. My chances of winning, they're going down extremely rapidly. And it looks like Connive the Polluted Delta the graveyard. Fury's going to enter the battlefield. Maybe
you go after the Dragon's Rage Channeler, or do you go after the Ledger Shredder here?
I want to go after the Ledger Shredder, I think. The Dragon's Rage Channeler, you can gain 4 life a turn. It's a known quantity. You can outrace that as long as you're only drawing lands. And if you're not drawing lands, hopefully you're drawing removal spells. But either way, Ledger Shredder is what provides answers for Daniel to maybe find additional threats and, actually keep him in the game. Looks like Skylar decided otherwise. Preserving the life total, also a fine approach to take, but, especially if you have another answer, which looks like this Eladamri's call is an answer. And here it comes. Eladamri's call. Let's go find something that can take care of this Ledger Shredder. Why don't we?
Yeah, I think I also saw a Teferi in the grip somewhere there, which is going to be incredible at not only stabilizing the board.
We're good to go.
Yeah. It's crazy because I think like if you walked in on this game maybe 4 or 5 minutes ago, Daniel was just massively ahead. Had Murktide region, Skylar's at a low life total, and then this is incredible. This is some sick comeback potential from the Omnath deck.
Well, here is an Archmage's Charm. That one can take care of the Solitude. Looks like Skylar has it all, though. I believe we do remember a counterspell in their hand. Gonna go ahead and trigger Omnath. Sure, why not? Get a little extra 4 damage for your trouble. And we're gonna go ahead and put that Archmage's Charm directly in the graveyard. Thank you very much. And look at how much mana Skylar has spent this turn. This is exactly what we're talking about when it comes to Omnath, right? Omnath, literally he's gained 8 life in this game. If it weren't for Omnath, Skylar's dead, right? Literally, they're at 7. They've gained 8 life. They would be dead. Also, we just cast 13, 14 mana worth of cards. It drew a card, and now it's attacking for 4. This is exactly why Omnath is so potent in this 4-color deck, is it literally just does it all. It does the whole works. The kitchen sink too.
Wait, this is... okay, I'm not going to count my chickens before they hatch, but I think I see a Ledger Shredder and a Lightning Bolt in the hand here for Daniel, so there's a chance. There's a chance.
It's a good start. Skylar very low on resources. Lightning Bolt gonna take care of the Fury. I believe we need to do that so we don't die on board, right? Because double strike plus the 4 damage, we need to not have to chump block.
Right.
We can still block the token, so 4 damage is all that is represented right now.
Okay, all right. Believers in the chat, is it Murktide right now? Can't we find?
Oh my gosh, what a draw! Ren 6. That's gonna provide a land drop every turn to gain 4 life every single turn. Wow, these 4-color deck, I tell you, it's either lands or just great cards. Here is a good look at Ren and 6. The 1 damage, not too relevant. Going to pick up a land every single turn. Can choose to channel Sokenzen, but right now, with the life total being as precarious as it is, I'm sure much more interested in simply gaining 4 life, as you said, on both players' turns. So it is 3 life on Daniel's turn, but if you're doing the fetch land thing. Looks like Skylar going to keep the fetch land around, though. Can use that for mana potentially this turn. Go ahead, tick this Ren up one more time. What do we got?
Yeah. And this is just the late game scalability that this deck has.
Of course.
Now we're going to pick up
the Sokenzen.
Yeah.
And a Solitude picked up as well. Wow. It just doesn't miss. I have to ask, Anurag, is there some, consideration to the amount of times the Yorion deck fetches, right? Obviously there are Ren picking up a fetch land every single turn. Does the thinning actually matter? When you were talking about fetching 4 or 5 lands out of your deck before, turn 6, does that begin to add up? Because your land count diminishes a lot, and suddenly, you just draw nothing but good cards in the late game. And of course, you filled your deck with them, but you don't really just flood out and draw lands, right? You're fetching them all out of your deck. Does it add up? Does that begin to matter? Because normally fetching for thinning is kind of a joke, right?
Yeah. My honest answer is I have no clue. There are math players out there that know that way better than I do. I'm just gonna be if somebody says that it is, I will blindly follow them and just
sure.
Oh, sure. But over time it has to matter a little bit more, but generically speaking, it doesn't. So that's a very interesting question, and I'm sure there's a way to prove that. And I'm gonna let someone else do that hard work. I'm not
smart enough for that, Anurag. I was hoping you had it. I don't got it. You're the legacy math guy. Come on, it's not that different.
I can't even count to 10 for Legacy Storm.
Fair enough. Okay, that's fair enough.
But let's take a look at some sideboards really quickly. I think we did get to see Skylar's sideboard at one point. Let's start with Daniel Wharton's here, the Murktide side of things. In the sideboard, I see 1 Magus, 2 Subtleties, 2 Furies, some Flusterstorms, Disputes, Engineered Explosives, Dress Downs, Unlicensed Hearse, and Alpine Moon. What are your favorite cards in the sideboard here?
So I like the Disputes a lot. I think hitting Teferis is very important. I think trading up on mana, that's something you talk about when you're talking about tempo decks a lot. You want to be trading up on mana. I think Disputes do a good job of that. They're always going to be countering something that costs a little bit more. On the same note, I kind of wonder if you can touch some of the subtlety stuff. There's spots where you are able to kind of use a subtlety to delay something like a Solitude or whatever for a turn and get a huge hit in with Murktide Region, I think that can be really big game. Plus, it can also just be another flying threat. I think you do want to load up on threats. I want to touch some mixture of the unlicensed Hearse Magus stuff as well. The Magus, of course, can shut down some of the mana, but Abundant Growth stifles some of that. And the unlicensed Hearse, like I said, I just want threats. I want things that I can put into play that are tangible resources that can accumulate, damage over time. Because just using a bunch of burn spells and stuff is not really the way to do it. And we kind of saw that happen in game 1, right? Like Daniel was flush with the 1-for-1 removal spells, the red removal spells, and they just traded down on cards and not well basically the entire game. So I just want to pump the deck full of a couple more threats, I think.
Let me spin it back to you. Is there so you mentioned you identify a couple cards that you don't like in the matchup, then like Unholy Heat, maybe some number of lightning bolts. Is there anything else you'd try to cut?
I do wonder if you want to shave. We have a lot of Ledger Shredders here, and I think that card costs a lot of mana that you have to tap on your main phase, and also is very susceptible to a lot of the bounce effects. I think that's one of your worst threats for actually getting your opponent dead, which is something that this deck really needs to do. You can maybe consider cutting Ragavans or something on the draw, but you're on the play here. I think you want all your Ragavans. You might just want all your Ragavans all the time. Like I said, it's one of the better cards, but I do want to touch some of the bad threats, quote unquote. Ledger Shredder, obviously a very powerful card, but I think you can shave 1 or 2 pretty easily. And like I said, I don't like some of the red removal. You can maybe shave something like a land, just depending on what your experience and your approach to the matchup is. But I think there's plenty of numbers you can trim on.
Okay, yeah. Well, looks like players are ready for game number 2, so we'll get back into it. I think Skylar and Daniel are both keeping 7 cards here. Mishra's Bauble to start off the game here.
Mishra's Bauble might have a little bit of the scry trick. We do see a land and a Ragavan. This is very much the start, I think, that Izzet Murktide wants. A Ragavan on the play means that it can't just get caught by a Ren, and you're going to have counterspell up potentially for the Ren turn. But now Skylar was ready for it with a Lightning Bolt. That's a big Lightning Bolt for Skylar to have. That's an incredibly important Lightning Bolt to have. Otherwise, this game could just be over on the spot. And the 4-color control deck's not flush with 1 mana removal spells. Oftentimes, they have to pitch to stop that from happening.
Yeah.
Here comes another Ragavan. This one dashed.
All right. I like it. Dude, Devin mentioned this earlier, but the matchup definitely does have layers to it. And I was like, oh, onions. But here you could definitely see it, which is, Ragavan is your strongest card. Cool. Okay. And then Skylar knows conversely that, then Lightning Bolt becomes the best answer or whatever, or Prismatic Ending or whatever. So you want to have hands that are just insulated against removal. And that's why I think, like you said earlier, having all the Ragavans probably just better than not.
Right. Even though it's legendary, look, the second Ragavan looks incredible here. It's getting head on mana. Daniel is hitting all of his land drops on the play. Daniel's very much in the driver's seat so far in this game, despite the fact that, Skylar's had a great start. Once again, they are also hitting all their land drops. They had the 1 mana removal spell, and Ragavan didn't hit something, crazy for another threat or something off of the top of their deck. Although Renin 6 is a nice hit, I think.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
We'll see if Daniel wants to cast that. I do know there's a counter spell in Daniel's hand. He might value keeping that up more, and I think he does. Maybe he's thinking about casting it, I think.
Oh, my hands are on my forehead right. This is one of the nastiest steals that you could actually have with Ragavan. This end to Fairy. The thing is in this matchup too, I feel like the blue-red side is definitely presenting a lot of, early game pressure, right? And Planeswalkers are a certain aspect of Magic that blue-red doesn't typically have access to, just by virtue of not having any good blue-red Planeswalkers. There's Jace, okay, that's fine, but stealing a Renin 6 here, so you have a ticking time bomb on the other side of the other spectrum of threats that you could possibly have. Massive deal here, while also just generating advantage every single turn.
Exactly. I think that's really big. Is a lot of times we talked about the 4-color control deck as the game goes on has more of the card advantage 2-for-1, cards that are in the deck. So, Ragavan being able to hit those, obviously that's part of why Ragavan is so good in this matchup, is it has these great hits that can come off the top. But additionally, once you hit one of those cards, it's even more effective in the matchup because now you get to use those same tools to keep up later in the game. So now, Daniel doesn't have as much pressure to close the game fast because he is keeping up on card advantage. Even if Skylar is something like a Teferi here, it's under a lot of pressure with a Ren plus Ragavan, and, there's still advantage being accrued as this game goes on. like, potentially could just like hit it with something and then, tick up Ragavan. You're still getting card advantage every turn. Here comes Eternal Witness. Like that's literally played more or less, I want to say naked. Like it can pick up a lightning bolt, obviously, but that is what it's going to do here. But really it's just there for a blocker, right? And yeah, now we have to pitch Fury to pick this Ren off. Otherwise you get to kill the Eternal Witness. So look at how much work this Ren's done.
Kind of crazy because if you also think about like the resource commitment from Daniel's side, I mean, all Daniel did was attack with a creature.
Attack with a Ragavan, exactly.
Yeah, and then now Eternal Witness has been spent. Fury has been spent.
And a response!
Wow.
Subtlety pitching the counter spell, and that could put the Fury on top, but Skylar probably picked that lightning bolt up because they didn't have a red card. So yeah, we're going to put that one on bottom. We can't even use that next turn. Ren can tick down, get this Eternal Witness out of the way. Yeah, get that out of here, thank you. And we still just have Ragavan, and everything is coming up Daniel here. What a sequence.
I don't usually like making judgment calls, like saying, oh, this game is over, but this game feels very over.
It does. Certainly Daniel's in the driver's seat. I don't think there's a way to argue that. Now, once again, 4-color control deck has a lot of pitch cards, a lot of powerful card advantage, so it's hard to count them out entirely. That's why the deck is so dominant, so powerful. Something like on Omnath into a pitch card, suddenly, Skylar turns the tide quite a bit. But we haven't really seen what Daniel's got cooked up for this turn, and already, he's just so ahead on every axis, even life total.
Yeah, and so now that's a really good question that you bring up is like in order for Skylar to crawl back into the game, what subset of cards do we need to draw? I mean, even something like Omnath, while normally it seems like it would be very good in the matchup, like the only real answer is like Brazen Bar, which I don't think sees play in this list specifically. Unholy Heat, which you mentioned was not the greatest card. Like Bolt plus Ren 6 is actually kind of a classy answer in this exact board state.
Well, how about a Murktide Regent? We still have mana to dash Ragavan. That's something we're invested in. Now, this is going to be kind of a small Murktide, right? He only gets no counters. We're just looking at a 3/3, no dash of Ragavan. So we're telegraphing counterspell pretty hard. Here's my 3/3. Pay no attention to the mana I didn't spend on Ragavan. So Skylar, I imagine, has to have counterspell on the radar. Going to go ahead and cycle Triome as a turn 4 play. You have to be so excited to see that if you're Daniel.
Yeah, that definitely does telegraph weakness on Skylar's side. I mean, you get to punch in for 3 here, put Skylar down to 8. You also have the dash Ragavan. That's another 2 damage. Yep. Honestly, from this point,
clock with the Ren, right? You might just down
Ren 6 just starts ticking down.
Oh, but we have a Solitude. Now that does pitch what looks to be a prismatic ending. That's 2 removal spells that you have to use on 1 card, and we have the counter spell that Daniel's been telegraphing the entire time. Let's get that one out the way. And here comes 5 damage. Oh, the lightning bolt. Oh my gosh. Have to be pretty interested in casting that one. Yeah, that one will go face. Thank you.
This is maybe the most gruesome. I was talking like earlier. We saw some pretty crazy steals from like the Jun side against blue red, but this is just not even. This should not be allowed. Oh, but I need to. Oh God. Take a moment here.
Go ahead and pick this Ragavan up. Don't worry about it. What are you at? Dead? Okay, cool. Just let me know. Now, once again, Omnath into land for 4 life, into like some kind of pitch card, maybe. Icing Quaddle, also a good way to start it up. But we have Dispute too. Counterspell backup, sure. None of that matters though. Ren's going to take care of this. Unless there's a nice pitch card after all of this is settled in Skylar's hand. This Ren's going to clean up that Ice Fang nice and easily. And yeah, that's going to be it. Wow. Ragavan really, really putting on a show as to why it is the best card in the matchup. Yeah, let's give that Ren back. Ragavan stealing cards. You got to always make sure to give those back. But no, Ragavan, I mean, what a clinic, right? Like you literally got to see, case in point, Ragavan on the play, even the second Ragavan, because it was the second Ragavan that did it. First one died to a bolt. Skylar didn't have the answer to the second one, and things just snowballed from there. That is very much the way Izzet Murktide wants that matchup to play out.
Yeah, I think Ren 6 also just taking the Ren 6 specifically just gave a lot of value, whether it was taking up to buy extra mana sources or taking down to just clear the way for, blockers. I think Ren 6 specifically, and this might be like a larger project that somebody else could work on too, but it seems really good in this style of deck. Like if the meta became entirely 4-color, that would be a really interesting way to see, just decks adapt. Let's take a look at Skylar's sideboard right now. I want to, sort of ask you, pick your brain on what you might like in the matchup here. As we see 2 copies of Endurance, an Emrakul, the Promised End, 1 Flusterstorm, 3 Veils, a Force of Vigor, Verdicts, Chalice of the Void, and Beseiju. What are the elements you like in this matchup? What do you bring in?
Once again, this is another like kind of what approach you want to take on the play draw kind of thing. The cards that I know are a slam dunk are Endurance. That card is messed up in this matchup. It does a great job picking up the graveyard, blocking Dragon's Rage Channelers. It kind of does it all. It's a great threat. So I love the Endurances in this matchup. Now, I think you could be enticed into bringing in some combination of the Veil of Summer Flusterstorm stuff. You are aware, if you're Skylar, I'm sure, they've played this matchup a ton of times, that the Murktide deck tries to fight you on the stack. They're going to try to fight you with counterspells, Archmage's Charms, Mystical Disputes. We saw all that happen. We saw all that play out. And you're going to want some counterplay to that, especially at the 1 mana. That way you're not getting destroyed on mana time after time. So I want to touch some number of the Flusterstorm's Veils. I think bringing in all of it would be maybe over sideboarding. And I think Chalice is, once again, that's something you could consider if you are planning on, doing some kind of sequence where you have it on 1 the entire game, then play it to Fairy and pick it up so they can't cast 1s. You cast all your 1s and then replay it. We've seen that happen. We've seen Skylar specifically on this series do that before. So you could try some number of those as well, and they kind of fit into the game, even though you have 1-drops. But, I think overall, your deck's pretty well set up in the main deck. You're not really, it's all about what do you want to cut? Like a lot of your cards are really good. You just need to be able to cast them.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here as we see both players deploy lands in the early phase of the game. Abundant growth here, turn 1 for Skylar. And honestly, this is a pretty solid start here. I mean, no turn 1 threat from the blue-red side. I am wiping the sweat off my brow after that.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we saw the threat into threat. Like, that's exactly how Izzet Murktide wanted to be. Now, on the draw, it's a little more risky. If you lead on a turn 1 Ragavan, you're opening it up to a turn 1 Renin 6. That the same is true for Dragon's Rage Channeler. So a lot of times you might want to consider holding your threats for a little bit longer. Although we got a good look at Daniel's hand there. It looks like a lot of counter spells, a lot of magic cards, but like no creatures. So
right.
It's an interesting keep. I mean, the Consider does help do some work in order to find those. If you are wanting to take more of a control role and just answer all the 2-for-1s, and just like I said, win on mana on the draw, that's like a way to do it. But I think in general, you're better off at least having a single threat that you can play later on and protect. But maybe we just don't need it. It looks like a Ledger Shredder maybe pulled to the front.
I'm going to just really quickly point something. Did Skylar miss their 3rd land drop?
They sure did, and that is usually the death knell for the 4 colors, especially in this matchup that's all about mana. Now, you have to imagine these cards are not going to resolve. If Skylar's missing land drops, they've got spells. So a lot to slog through if you're Daniel, but you have to be super excited because you're already winning on mana if Skylar's missing land drops, and that's why Renin 6 is so important to this 4-color deck, is it hits every single land drop for you, and we saw how Skylar utilized that in game 1, where they were on turn like 8 or whatever, didn't miss a single land drop and used every ounce of mana available to them.
Yeah, we also saw in game 1 how when one player was short on mana, the other player was able to just do whatever they wanted. And I think in post-board games, when the level of interaction is dialed up to 11, it's going to be a lot worse as we see Ledger Shredder come down on Daniel's side.
Exactly. And this is exactly the nightmare situation for Skylar, because now Daniel's in a spot where he can deploy a threat and have counter magic up to win the counter fight. Skylar doesn't even have the additional mana to, even though they have a bunch of spells, they don't have the mana to actually fight any kind of counter war over the threat. So Daniel, not worried about anything like a Supreme Verdict or anything, can just deploy threats willy-nilly, have plenty of mana up to win a counter war. And, this Ledger Shredder doesn't even really need to grow. Like, we're just going to get it done eventually. Like, Skylar is so far behind on mana right now that trying to get greedy and put counters on stuff is just not really the way to do it. We're going to see if this Lightning Bolt's going to be allowed to happen. It sure is. We can go ahead and get rid of that Dragon's Rage Channeler. Going to keep the Ledger Shredder. Omnath, not a land. Going to pass back. End of turn. Looks like might be trying for an Archmage's Charm again to draw 2 cards.
Yeah, like and this is getting from bad to worse here as... Daniel's got a very clear advantage and is just snowballing it even more, right? So using all these cards, I mean, this must have been the original plan to begin with. When you keep a hand that has a lot of, stack-based interaction in the form of counterspells and Archmage's Charm, I don't think you're looking to play to the early game. It just so happens that the lack of lands gives you this opportunity, but I do like converting Archmage's Charms into extra cards, additional resources, snowball your mana advantage, start playing more threats. And yeah, this game, as unexciting as it might be for there to be like, this sort of stomp, I think it's still possible for Skylar to come back, but this is how you close out games when you have a very clear path to it, right? There's like sharp play here. I like being efficient. I like being cutthroat. Just get the game over with. Archmage Charm drawing 2 cards, good.
Right, I agree. And I really like the patience from Daniel. Like, I feel like there's a lot of enticement to try to get that connive trigger off the Ledger Shredder, start going to town, and really just close the game before Skylar can really even play anything. But, it's been 3 or 4 turns now. It's been on the table, and there's no, it hasn't even triggered once. And I think that shows a lot of patience from Daniel, not main phasing things, just, making sure that there's no situation where he can get blown out by some series of pitch cards and card advantage and let the game slip away. And now you get rewarded for that because you get to play something like a Murktide Regent, which, the Ledger Shredder did a couple points. This Murktide Regent is going to do a lot more. It's going to do a lot more points of damage a lot faster. So something big like Murktide Regent that can come down after the fact, well, why not? We have a Ragavan too. Go ahead and deploy that one. Not really too concerned about the Supreme Verdict prospects. Skylar Till on 2 lands. Going to finally trigger Connive for the first time. Have to imagine, that land's going to go ahead and go to the graveyard. Still no counter for the Ledger Shredder. 1 point coming across. And like I said, this Murktide Regent's just going to slam the door on this game extremely quickly. Basically exactly what Daniel needs.
Yeah, I think this is the critical turn where Daniel's able to actualize all the card advantage, actualize the mana advantage, and convert that to a board presence, which is overly lethal. I mean, this one interesting decision earlier was, when Skylar chose to Lightning Bolt the Dragon's Rage Channeler, I believe Daniel had a copy of Counterspell in the hand here. And you can sort of see here, Daniel just doesn't care about all these wibbly creatures. I imagine we're just going to be using Counterspell to protect the one true regent of them all, which is, the Murktide. And I like that a lot. You have a very clear path and you take it. You just, and that bolt and then the dragon. And then, it's a bit too much.
Yeah, it's just more than enough. There's not even enough turns for Skylar to claw their way back. So, that is kind of the way it needs to go for Murktide, right? And that's really the appeal of Izzet Murktide. You look at the 4-color deck, you look at the deck composition, the cards are individually more powerful, right? They're all 2-for-1s, they're pitch cards, they cheat on mana somehow. All the cards are more powerful. But the appeal of the Murktide deck is it functions from a lower mana base. So honestly, Skylar's was stuck on 2 lands, but they don't have access to the Considers and, a lot of these cheap creatures that can provide some amount of selection, things like Dragon's Rage Channeler, Ledger Shredder. These are the draw to the Murktide deck is it can really get underneath some of those decks while still being able to go long, play a longer game with Archmage's Charms and Expressive Iterations. You kind of get to pivot and do both. And we got to see Daniel do a really good job of that across all 3 games, frankly.
Yeah, I think that just harkens back to just generic principles on Magic where you can actually, the fundamental thing about Magic in my eyes, I played Legacy for a long time and I've gotten a good idea of what decks are the best. And I think this principle applies both to Modern and almost any format in general, is that everything is a function of mana, right? So ideally you want to play as low to the ground as possible because then you get to play more spells sooner. And that's exactly what the Murktide deck is very good at, right? Between Considers, Dragon's Rage Channelers, Ragavans, you have so many early game tools, not even tools, but just spells that you can cast. You really get the ball rolling. And I know this is a somewhat controversial word, but I'm thinking about the term velocity, right?
I like that one. I like velocity.
Yeah, right.
Talk to me.
You want to maximize velocity and just get out the door, get the ball rolling. And in these sort of situations, if your opponent ever stumbles, you get to capitalize hard because your deck just does so much more. Yes, you have, 4-color, which is very powerful deck, but sometimes it can just be kind of a clunker where it's, not able to operate at all. And that's what happens. And honestly, not drawing your 3rd land for 4 or 5 turns in a row is bad luck, but
it's going to beat a lot of decks. It's going to beat a lot of decks. Not a lot of decks can function without their 3rd land for as many turns as Skylar went without a 3rd land. So,
all right.
Tough beats either way.
Looks like we have a backup match here. I'm kind of excited for more Magic. I don't think we're still in the 5-0 bracket. Skylar's 5-1, and we have Daniel at 6-0. That's awesome for positioning for top 8. Let's get into this backup match. I want to watch more Magic and see what's up. What do we have here? It looks like we have Raja, who we saw earlier at 4-0-1, and it's against Zach Allen, which is a very notable name, I believe, on the leaderboard last I saw. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup. 2 control decks going at it head-to-head, but not exactly the same.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And these are both, I believe, Michigan players. They play with the same store. I'm sure they know each other's deck lists and everything going on this weekend. And both, huge control players. Our first NRG in Michigan. It's no surprise to see both of these players showing up with control decks, doing what they do best, drawing cards and playing lands and passing. So Zach Allen, one of our winners from our team event in Minneapolis at the end of season 1, here again, like you said, a leaderboard contender for sure, looking for a slot in that NRG championship at the end of the year. Ren and 6 got to be really good in this matchup, right? If you're playing Azorius control, Planeswalkers are always, across time, one of the best things you can do against Azorius control. So Ren and 6, just accumulating card advantage. We see Zach play a land, pass the turn. It's exactly what he's looking to do. Okay, here's a card from the graveyard. I'll take my land. Thank you. Pass the turn back. Make you act first, because otherwise, this Planeswalker's going to ultimate, and I'm going to easily win the game from there.
Yeah, this is a super interesting early game. I mean, Ren 6 is one of those cards that, like you mentioned, it will just absolutely dictate the pace of the game or the match, however it might be. And I think it came down under Counterspell on turn 2, which is a big deal. I'm not so sure if Raja has a copy of Prismatic Ending in the hand, but you are right. It's going to be very important to find one of those. It seems like there might be a copy of Prismatic Ending, but I also saw a flash of a Counterspell in the pan, and that, to me, is quite impressive. If Raja is choosing to hold up Counterspell rather than play the Prismatic Ending, that is kind of a big deal and indicates quite a lot about how Raja sees that the game should play out.
Right. I like Zach Allen's decision there. So if you got a good look at his hand, he has a pair of Counterspells, an Emrakul the Promised End, and what is it? It's like 2 Counterspells, Emrakul the Promised End, a Solitude, a land, and an Omnath. Obviously doesn't want to commit anything to the board, and because then you're obviously tapping out first. You have Ren and 6 that's accumulating advantage. You want to make sure Raja's the one that casts a spell in their main phase first, which obviously he is here, like you said, Prismatic Ending. But he chose to discard the Solitude. I like that a lot. Demonstrates that even if he loses the fight over this Ren, which we're seeing right now, that he values that land more than the Solitude. I think that shows a lot of expertise in this particular matchup.
Color being a little bit confused here. I could have sworn I saw a counterspell in Raja's hand. Now, this is interesting. So Prismatic Ending is going to be successfully countered here by the counterspell. I have literal negative idea what that land is. Oh my goodness.
That has to be the new Triome, right? That's like one of the new borders. So
okay.
We could probably take a look. It's going to be one of the new Capenna Triomes, but yeah, those are tough
Good
to decipher.
eye. Thank you for literally. Yeah, that's awesome. Okay. Whew. All right. Stress deleted. But now that being said, Ren and 6 is at 7 loyalty, and it's do or die. We need something now to handle it. Otherwise, we are in big trouble because there's already a counterspell in the graveyard, and being able to loop that, indefinitely will.
What? Just jam a 5 minutes of fairy? Absolutely not, says Zach Allen. And Rogers, how many cards in hand? All right, we're good. We're good. I've seen enough.
I like this too, by the way. I want to just stress on this. That you are going to lose the game with the Ren and 6 emblem, so just don't even bother playing it out because this matchup is going to go super long. It's just super grindy, right? So I do like that. Raja just instantly concedes. Get time for game 2 and 3. Let's get into the deck list though, because I want to take a look at Raja's sideboard. I do recall Raja's sideboard earlier was just 15 counterspells almost. Yeah, we have Kahira, Subtlety, March, and then after this it's just counterspell. It's like Aether Gust, Dovin's Veto, Tail's End, Test of Talents, Force of Negation, Mystical Dispute. Which counterspells would you like from the counterspell store, Drake?
I tell you what, this is some Michigan deck building if I've ever seen it. I want basically as many as I can fit. Gotta love the Dovin's Veto. Gotta love the Test of Talents, the Force of Negation, even though it's a kind of a 2-for-1. Being able to fight for free on your opponent's turn is huge. The Mystical Disputes are great as well, and you can touch some of the other stuff. If you want Solitude as an attacker, that's fine. Tails End kind of line up against Omnath and stuff, right? And there's plenty of white cards you don't super want in your list. We saw Solitude,
sure.
Kind of thrown to the graveyard by Zach Allen. Can't imagine that Raja's more interested in his own. Things like Supreme Verdict, not super appealing. Even Chalice of the Void is kind of whatever. So you got plenty of things you can trim on. I want basically as many counterspells as I can pack my deck with, so I'm not losing those counterspell fights like we saw in game 1. And okay. I think that's pretty easy. It's pretty scripted from there.
Sounds good. All right, let's get into game 2 here. We'll take a look at Zach's list in a little bit, but I think the play draw dynamic is going to make a big deal as we start the first post board game. We're going to have Raja on the play here with blue-white, and the difference here now, as we see Scalding Tarn into play here, probably going to fetch, just shortcutting, is that your counterspell is actually live on turn 2 before Ren and 6 comes down, and that's going to be that fundamental play draw difference is going to radically change how the rest of the game plays out. We're going to see a lot slower of a game, I believe. Speaking of counterspell, I think I see a copy in Zach's hand.
Yeah, I think being on the play actually might matter in this matchup a lot. We got to see Zach Allen stick a Renin 6 really before Raja could have counter magic online for it. So being on the play obviously mattered a lot, right? That more or less determined the game because that Renin 6 was what went on to win the game. So even though it's not like an aggressive matchup where you typically think of, okay, like I really want to be on the play so I can blow the doors off of my opponent before they blow the doors off of me. You still see play draw mattering a lot in this matchup. And, Raja the first to have counterspell up, and now Ren, is a lot more precarious. It changes, honestly, the entire texture of how Zach Allen has to sequence his cards.
Yeah, for sure here. And we're going to see just draw go from both sides. I love this. I mean, yeah, like you mentioned, the texture completely changed. I mean, in the last game, we sort of just saw Renin 6 was already in play. Lands were being had. A lot of stuff was going on. And now this is more my speed, where it's just like, chilling.
Oh, yeah, chilling. Well, Raja doesn't want to chill anymore. We're going to end step, draw 2 cards off this Archmage's Charm. Thank you. Get a little bit of card advantage going. Was on the play, so does have the card to spare. Looks like no untapped land. Do we have an untapped land? Yeah, no untapped land that I see. Eladamri's Call on end step. Going to go ahead.
What would you get here with the Eladamri's Call? Something like Emrakul, maybe?
Emrakul has to be among the best. Icefang Quaddle, yeah, I like Icefang Quaddle if you need to hit land drops. If your hand is flush with like things to do and you're going to be tapping out for every turn from here, maybe Emrakul's a more attractive option. But Icefang Quaddle, I think, makes quite a bit of sense.
Yeah, Quaddle is also one of those cards that's especially annoying against the blue-white deck specifically. I mean, you look at Icefang in like maybe the 4-color mirror, and you're like, oh, Red and 6 can take care of that very simply. But like, what's the good answer to Icefang Quaddle out of the blue-white deck, right? Like all your removal spells are like Prismatic Ending or like, Solitude or maybe March, but you're probably not even going to have half of those in the deck anyways. So interesting.
Instep, cycle address down. Or no, we were leaving it in play. This is really smart by Raja. Now, with that face-up Icefang Quaddle, if Zach tries to play it, he has to wait till absolute end step. What?
Oh, I love this play. All right.
Oh,
so
try to keep a 3/2 lifelinker. Solitude's interesting to see those still in Zach's deck if he dislikes them enough to pitch one to the other in order to just get a 3/2 lifelink into play. But I agree with you. I like this a lot. Before this leaves, that trigger on the stack, let me go ahead and get my 3/2 lifelinker for 0 mana. I like this a lot. We are going to go ahead and counterspell that. So Raja,
that is so crazy, right? Like this is I mean, in my mind, this Solitude doesn't seem like that scary, but the fact that it drew a counterspell out of Raja's hand really makes me wonder what Raja's thoughts are, or more importantly, what does Zach gain information-wise, seeing that Raja's willing to counterspell a 3/2 lifelinker?
I think that says loud and clear that Raja does not have very many removal spells, at least in hand, if not left in the deck. As here comes another Icefang Quaddle, that one looking to get Aether Gusted. We do see another copy of Solitude in Zach Allen's hand, kind of giving a little bit more context to that play. And we're going to instep Ephemerate after the counterspell. We have our own counterspell back. And, what sequencing from Zach? I mean, like we talked about the texture over and over, the texture of this game, what it was going to look like. This Solitude, pitching Solitude, kind of made that dress down look, kind of embarrassing from Raja, right? Like if you have to counterspell a Solitude, then like that's a tough spot to be just to cycle a dress down. That was a heavy price to pay just to draw a card for 2 mana, And we do see a Solitude from Raja in response. Cannot let that Ephemerate happen. It's a little too much card advantage for Zach. He's going to respond with a counterspell. Raja can respond with a counterspell here if he has one.
Doesn't seem like there is one, though, as Solitude's going to go to the graveyard. Icefang Quaddle going to flicker, draw another card here. And now the table is actually turned pretty violently against Raja. I mean, you've got an insane value engine in the Icefang Quaddles and the Ephemerates, and now Raja also missing land drops is a big deal, too.
Oh, yeah, missing land drops is huge. And looking at Zach's hand, I kind of wonder if he just leaves all the creatures in and just plans to be an aggro deck in the side. Like, this sounds ridiculous, but, like, I mean, think about it. Like, there's so many creatures that are, like, kind of medium or whatever in the matchup. But, like, if the control deck tries to just board in, like, 8 counterspells or whatever, like we just talked about, then why not just slam a bunch of creatures and make all those tails ends or whatever that are sitting and rotting in Raja's hand just look embarrassing?
Yeah, I totally vibe with that. Just like play the tempo role in the matchup. I mean, the fact that you could even transition the 4-color deck, which is typically like I would say like mid-range / control, into something that is very tempo oriented, really does demonstrate not only just like a really good understanding of the matchup, but also just a lot of skill with the deck and being able to flexibly leverage all the tools in every capacity, maximize all the value out of it. Masterclass here by Zach Allen. I think if you're trying to get better at Magic in general, rewatch this game at like 0.5 or whatever, and just breathe it in.
Yeah, and we see the Aether Gusts that came in for Raja. We talk about those as if they're counterspells because they do kind of function very similarly to counterspells a lot of the time. But here, when we're just taking draw steps and passing, like you're not really getting anywhere by Aether Gusting that expressive iteration that he's just going to have access to next turn, right? Like, yeah, it's still 1-for-1, but the 2-for-1 is still in the mix. And here comes a Teferi that would be huge if it resolved. Zach Allen did pick up another counterspell off of the draws some Ice Fang Coatls as they continue to lay the beats. And here comes that very same expressive iteration that got Aether Gusted the previous turn. So this is what we're talking about, right? Aether Gust gets a lot worse if there's nothing you can leverage on the following turn. Raja very smartly tried with Teferi, but in this matchup that's frequently draw go, you just, whatever. You delayed it a turn, but it's coming back next turn,
Yeah, I have to wonder if maybe Aether Gust just actually isn't good enough in this specific against this specific build, because Ice Fang Coatl is a terrifying flash threat. I mean, terrifying even though it's a 1/1, but it unlocks Ephemerate, and over the course of time, which these games will go long, it will add up to a sizable amount of damage. I mean, we've already seen like maybe 2, 4, 5 points of damage from these Ice Fangs, and then getting to not permanently answering a card like Expressive Iteration or something like that is just it does feel somewhat borderline unacceptable. But I guess Aether Gust is also like a decent answer for something like a resolved Ren and 6. So it's really tricky.
Yeah,
I understand the constraints. Yeah.
It's tough to get the full mix you want. And even answering something like an Omnath or whatever, right? Like late in the game, that'll be huge because that's a lot of mana Zach has to commit on his main phase. As here comes Eternal Witness threatening to get back that Ephemerate. That's a powerful combination we've seen from these 4-color Blink decks. Really gives the Blink decks the identity that they have over just the 4-color control decks by, the decks that we see played by people like Andrew Ellenbogen, which don't necessarily, I think, feature as many of those elements. This is the combination. This is the end game. Did pick up Expressive Iteration. I like the respect for removal spells a lot.
I like that. I kind of like that too. It's interesting because you could also like take the Ephemerate and just like never cast the Ephemerate, always hold it up as a counter spell to removal spells, and then just like try to end the game with 4 points of power. But this is
Wandering Emperor in response. Zach does have a counter spell, but I don't think he cares about that. You can make a 2/2, like that's fine. You can even make it a 3/3 if you want. That's not really how that's not what Zach cares about. I care about resolving this Expressive Iteration and getting card advantage. And we're going to play that Hallowed Fountain tapped. Once again, I mentioned earlier, these 4-color decks are mana hungry. They want to make every land drop till the end of time. And we see that here. Zach Allen just tapped like 5 mana, played another land tapped, and it has Counterspell up. So we're using all of our mana every turn. We see a backup copy, I think, of Eternal Witness in Zach's hand. So Zach really just kind of has all the good cards in this matchup. Tends to happen after you resolve a bunch of draws and expressive iterations and what have yous. But Zach still looking to be firmly in the driver's seat. But a Planeswalker could be problematic and could be the first piece of clawing Raja back into this game.
Yeah, the problem with Wandering Emperor right now, though, is that it just doesn't generate enough loyalty to stay around long enough. As much as I hate to say it, these Ice Fang Coatls are probably going to embarrass the Planeswalker. I mean, in general, I would say the Wandering Emperor is very good. However, given the context of, and this is also terrifying, right? Prismatic Ending going to take care of the token. If you really want the Wandering Emperor, now you have to fight over it. And there's also Counterspell in Zach's hand. To come back from this situation is going to require a lot of not only like perfect draws from Raja's side, but also perfect sequencing and just navigation through whatever Zach Allen might have out of the 4-color deck.
For sure. And that Prismatic Ending is the perfect card to punish Raja for trying to tick up on the token and keep the Wandering Emperor around despite the Ice Fang hits. You can't really block the Ice Fang Coatls. You want to be able to hit them and untap with the Planeswalker again. Normally, you'd want to make a second token, but, you want to try to keep your Planeswalker around, and Prismatic Ending is the perfect one card to go ahead and take care of that token that you put a counter on and still deal with the Wandering Emperor. Memory Deluge, a decent one here. Could find some help. Looks like Teferi and Solitude among the mix.
Yeah, Eternal Witness, I feel like the more I think about it, like, yeah, you can resolve this Memory Deluge, but like if you look at the mana disparity too, right? We're spending 4 mana here to draw 2 cards as opposed to, just the 1 mana Ephemerate or the 3 mana Eternal Witness. This just doesn't feel like the right tool. Even battling against like Expressive Iteration, the mana disparity is just far too much. Being an instant, okay, that's nice, but you got to be doing more than just one action a turn. As we see Teferi come down, this could be the start, maybe?
This is an Ephemerate? Oh, no. Ephemerate on Eternal Witness in response. That one's going to resolve. Go ahead. Yeah, no. Roger's like, oh, it literally doesn't matter. You could almost select a card at random. We're good to go here. No, thank you. And that's going to do it. Zach Allen, putting on a show, really. 2 completely different games, both kind of dominantly in Zach Allen's favor. I think shows a lot of expertise in the matchup. Like I said, both these players know each other well, probably know the matchup well, and I have to imagine, given that performance, that Zach Allen feels he's favored in that matchup.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think it was particularly close. I think the most exciting thing to contemplate is how game 2 sort of played out. I mean, game 1 was just wrapped up by Ren and 6 and the ultimate, the emblem, sure. Game 2 was just like something else. That aggression really put Raja on the back pedal, and Zach Allen was able to leverage that, just find the pain point, push hard, cross the finish line. Very well done. Guys, we're going to take a break. We'll be back after that. But don't go anywhere. Also, be sure to follow, stick around. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everybody, for round number 7 of the NRG series Modern 10K trial here in Lansing, Michigan. My name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Drake Sasser. We've got a spicy one here coming up for the next round. We've got Zoe Riederman, our current top-ranked NRG series competitor, who is technically not yet qualified for the season champion at the end of the year, but with 71 points is looking very, very sharp and in a position to qualify with one of the at-large slots by the end of the season here. Let's dive right into the match. It looks like the players are ready, and if I had to suspect, we'll be seeing a little bit more living end here. So Zoe Riederman, a burn enthusiast through and through, I believe, has recently switched over to Living End and had a very good finish at one of the last events, I believe, making top 8 of the showdown. Correct me if I'm wrong. But on the other side of the table,
so Zoe actually won Minneapolis in the modern seat for her team.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, with Living End, and I think came off of a top 8 at the previous modern event. So, like you said, previously an aggro and red enthusiast through and through, made the switch to the Living End deck in modern recently and has been paid off big time. And like you said, Zoe sitting at number 4, the highest ranked unqualified player for the NRG championship with 71 points, and obviously looking really good and clearly very hungry to get it locked up this season against Azorius Hammer. Adam Saba, a deck that obviously took a huge hit with the banning of Luris. We saw players like Max McVety still representing the deck, kind of the go-to for players that like to do aggressive creature things in the modern format. Reality Chip kind of keeping this deck together, don't you think?
Yeah, it's actually really interesting. I was surprised to see Reality Chip actually make a splash in these decks, but, it's not just Reality Chip. Blue also gives you access to cards like Teferi and Spell Pierce, which I think are very impressive. We're going to see a turn to... this is Pure Steel Paladin. Yeah, and we're going to equip our Ornithopter. I can't... Is that Ornithopter? No, that doesn't look like
an Ornithopter, yes.
Wow,
That's
this is such interesting artwork for the Ornithopter. I quite like it.
The first one.
Wow, yeah. Yeah, I should know my OG arts better. Or Ornithopter admittedly doesn't see a lot of play in Legacy, but it is what it is, as we see a Striped Riverwinder being cycled here for Zoe.
In response to this Colossus Hammer. Yeah, Colossus Hammer be a big problem here. Casting Colossus Hammer, on turn 2, that if it does enter the battlefield, it will draw a card, in addition to being able to be equipped immediately, because there is Metalcraft. Pure Steel Paladin going to go ahead and allow a bunch of equity. So Zoe, not particularly interested in, taking 10 damage anytime soon. Of course, could get another one from Urza's Saga in 2 to 3 turns, but by that time, Zoe, of course, will be trying to set up for a Living End turn that will go ahead and get rid of all the creatures, no matter the size. So, of course, I like this a lot from Zoe. Stifle a lot of the early pressure, stifle a lot of the early value. That one's exiled. Hopefully that is represented. And, this Shadow Spear is whatever. You can gain some life. You can, whatever. You can do a little bit of damage. Just please don't, beat me up with this huge hammer before I can Living End. This here's another fast land. Painless mana from Zoe. Just passing the turn. Interesting to see Colossal Sky Turtle, the card pitched. I feel like being able to return a card, a non-land permanent, to its owner's hand with the channel ability of that card is pretty attractive in this matchup.
Yeah, it could be good. I mean, maybe the plan is to just turn 3 combo off, and so we'll never actually have time to cycle this before it matters. The one thing that is actually quite terrifying for me is, and it's like you mentioned, right, is the Urza Saga ticking up to 2. So next turn it might be able to tutor up something like another Colossus Hammer, which then we can equip to one of our, creatures in play, and that is where I'm starting to get a little bit afraid here, because with the Shadow Spear also in play, we can actually just assemble our Voltron and start, penetrating through whatever defenses Zoe might have, thanks to the trample ability, and like the lifelink is also just going to be absolutely bonkers. If we get to that stage, the game might just be over without like actually being over, but writing on the wall kind of deal.
Of course, but some of the power of the Living End deck is, the huge combo, especially effective against creature strategies like Azorius Hammer's Force Negation is thrown to the graveyard with the Waker of Waves cycle. I'm going to go ahead and draw a card. Looks like Spirebluff Canal. We have the 3rd land. Now, the question here is, do you have the Living End? Because if you have a Living End here, you can, activate the Saga on instep. You still get a creature, but you can't go get a hammer without some other way to equip it. And we do. Here is Shardless Agent. This is why you force the early hammer. You're not as worried about the Urza Saga, because here could potentially be a Living End. Looks like kind of discussing a little bit beforehand. Go ahead and start the cascade process. As you mentioned before, Living End, the only card that costs less than 3 mana in the deck, or at least on the converted mana cost, and the Living End going to go on the stack. Response.
Float mana here with the Ornithopter and the Springleaf Drum, so maybe still being able to make a token after the Living End resolves, but our board state gets completely annihilated here by the Pseudo Sweeper. And yeah, this is a great turn here for Zoe Reederman. I mean, we put like at least like 10 points of power into play after putting the Waker and the Riverwinder into the graveyard, plus the 2/2 that is Charlotte Sage. And so honestly, Zoe sort of showcasing why this deck is just so extremely good. I mean, between having enough interaction to slow down your opponent's pace of play, leveraging Force of Negation and Grief, you also just have a resoundingly strong clock post Living End. So game one, notoriously I feel like the combo deck will have a great shot. We'll see what happens.
Which one's the combo deck, Anurag? They both have combos, right? Do you count Pure Steel plus Cigarda's 8 or whatever plus Hammer a combo?
I feel it just feels a little bit disrespectful to combo decks to call the Hammer deck a combo deck. I mean,
all right, like fine. I mean, I called it an aggro deck earlier. All right.
No. I mean, I get it, but that's also like saying, like, would you call Burn a combo deck? You know what I mean? Like, I mean.
Sure. Okay. Well, I mean, kind of. Yeah, it's a critical mass deck, right?
No. Combo means Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal, Tendrils of Agony, that kind of stuff. You know what I mean?
Like this tournament with these cards, Anurag. That doesn't sound very good at all.
But yeah, it looks like the Living End resolves. We've got a bevy of creatures in play on one side and not the other. And I could have sworn a turn ago it was the other way around. So Reederman in a very good position here. Let me throw you a question. Drake, how is Adam going to get back into this game?
Well, it certainly involves some combination of hammers and a way to put them on things. So like Cigarda's Aid, like we talked about, it's not a combination deck, but you need these cards. You need the namesake cards. You need the Colossus Hammer. You need the Cigarda's Aid. And unfortunately, you kind of just have to slog through these creatures, right? And that's part of the problem. If it's not something like a Pure Steel Paladin, you have this Colossus Hammer and you can attack in, but Zoe actually has enough power and toughness to like block with everything on the 10/10 plus creature and maybe keep some stuff around, which is like not normally the case in the modern format. Normally your 10/10 plus whatever is winning any combat, but here is the Pure Steel Paladin.
And that's the card you need here.
Exactly. So now we can equip the Shadow Spear, equip the Colossus Hammer, and we can run that into the creatures. But, you could still make, I think, a trade. Like Zoe can still trade with this, make it through, and then just Living End again, bring all the creatures back again, and you're in the same spot, but it's worse. Now you don't have all these resources. So Adam now needs to kind of trade with a bunch of these creatures, get them off the table, start threatening to win this race, and then needs Zoe to brick on a Living End for approximately forever. As here is another Colossus Hammer. Well, now that changes the dynamic. If you have a third hammer, now suddenly we're very ahead. It looks like Zoe's like, wait a minute, that one's not resolved yet. And the second Force of Negation from Zoe is huge here. That's so huge.
That is quite incredible. I would never expect to see like a matchup where like two hammers are getting exiled, but that is welcome to Living End, ladies and gentlemen. This is kind of crazy. So that might have been of just like the most critical draw you could have possibly had there. And I'm not even sure. Do you think it's right to attack here with the Ornithopter? Because another Living End could just put you in such critically bad shape. I mean, you are out of cards now, right? Like normally, like back maybe a couple months ago, there would be like a cat nightmare lingering around somewhere that you could put into play and then buy back all your, powerful cards. But now it's just like you're done. You know what I mean? So what goes on?
Interesting to see Zoe take the hit there. I think that's a 13/14 creature. We have a 7/7, a 5/5, and a 2/2. That's 14/14. So you'd keep something. You'd keep Shardless Agent. Does that speak to maybe Zoe just not having another Living End?
Yeah, I think that's the conclusion that I would draw there, because it's fairly obvious that you would want to immediately block so you could sweep the board and have a profitable interaction, and not doing it. I mean, process of elimination, right? So now Voltron is in play, and we are struggling temporarily. I mean, maybe the top of the day, we have one more turn. We can still block, this turn.
I mean, if Zoe has something like another copy of Colossus Sky Turtle as well, that would be a huge blowout in this combat. Get a good look at the grip. Tap land, passing of the turn. So,
this is actually a really good point. But the first Living End did get rid of a Pure Steel Paladin and an Ornithopter. So maybe Living End isn't even actually
good enough
out to this board.
You're right. So now maybe the pressure is to have something like a Colossal Sky Turtle, Colossus Hammer, Colossal Sky Turtle. So much Colossus things.
Say that 5 times fast, right?
Yeah, right. No kidding. Figure those cards out 5 times fast. Gonna go ahead and block with everything. Pass priority. How would you like to order blockers? I'd like to kill the Waker. That thing's a big problem.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. So
no attack with Pure Steel is also pretty interesting. I think that speaks to Adam playing around a Colossal Sky Turtle, right? Because like if Zoe is not dead or whatever, like getting the extra 2 points doesn't actually kill Zoe, it puts her to 1. But like if she does have the hammer, she could just eat your Pure Steel Paladin and then, whatever, bounce your token and suddenly you're just dead. So I like this patience by Adam, and we'll see if Zoe has any effects before damage.
Yeah, it's interesting too. I mean, Adam's
that Wraith. Is that what that is? Go to 1?
That's kind of saucy, I'm not going to lie. I like that a lot. Okay, in the face of adversity, just YOLO, let's do it. What I was going to say is I feel like even if Adam, let's say, accidentally makes like the wrong attack, it just does feel like you're at 37, so you can afford to do that. I don't remember the last time I've seen someone at such a high life total, just like period. I mean, I've sworged a couple of Merit Lodges in my time, but like even then, like I don't know, this is kind of cool,
I definitely agree. I think this thing must have been a 14-15 because it appears to have survived the combat, and that would make Zoe's play on the previous turn make a lot more sense. Imagine being able to do math as we go back to Zoe. It looks like is that an Otawara in hand? That'd be a really good one if it didn't cost like 4 mana, because then you could get it all in combat on like the previous turn. But I think we only had access to 3 mana on last turn. It might just be an island. So here's a Cycled Architects of Will. Can I read that one? Yeah, that one just has hybrid mana in it, but still cycles. Does some cool stuff when it enters the battlefield as well. A lot of setting up your opponent's draws so that they don't draw the Supreme Verdict or whatever. It looks like a handful of lands for Zoe Readerman. We do have access to the Otawara, so if Adam makes the mistake of not attacking with 2 creatures this combat, Zoe can bounce the 1 creature and survive. So that's why we are still playing this game here. He says combat.
Notably, though, one thing to keep track of, I think last turn actually, this construct should maybe not be in place since it has marked with damage and then the equipment moved off of it. But looks like there's no answer anyway. So Zoe's going to pick up her cards and we're going to go to game 2.
Oh, you're right. That does matter a lot because then Otawara would have saved. But whatever. Game's over.
So we're going to go into game 2 here. Let's take a look at some of the deck lists. I mean, this is really interesting because these are both somewhat linear decks. I mean, we got to see bits and pieces of interaction here as Force of Negation was able to take care of not 1, but 2 hammers. Moving into the sideboard, though, do you see any interesting cards? I mean, I see a number of Endurances, Foundation Breakers, Subtleties, Mystical Dispute, Force of Vigor, and Boseiju. I think there's some pretty obvious ones that are good in the matchup, but spell them out for me because, I'm very good at missing things right under my nose.
Well, yeah, the green cards are obviously the most attractive ones. Your Force of Vigors, your Boseijus are the premium ones. Foundation Breakers, if you feel like you need the additional help. A lot of the ways I have to imagine that the blue-white hammer deck is going to fight this is going to be permanents that, you can either equip, things like Lion Sash or whatever that you can search up, or counter spells. So I think you're going to want access to the Force of Vigors and the Boseijus and even the Foundation Breakers to stop the primary game plan from the hammer deck. You can pick off the Scarred as aids, you can pick off the hammers, and even some of like the things like the lands. Like sometimes you can punk them out by just blowing up their land because Urza Saga is an enchantment, right? So all that stuff's great. If you feel like the disputes are like there's enough counterspells from the hammer deck, you can bring in some of the dispute stuff as well. But I think you're probably covered with just the Force of Negations and like some number of griefs. I can't imagine you're really trimming all of those things. So kind of up to Zoe. I'm sure she knows. She's played this matchup a ton. I'm sure she knows, exactly what the most important cards are to cut. But for the most part, I think you definitely want the Artifact Enchantment hate in this matchup.
Makes a lot of sense here. Let's take a look at the other side of the matchup too. So blue-white Azorius Hammer. And in the sideboard here, we've got 3 Hushbringers, 2 Lavinias, 2 Teferi Time Raveler, March of Otherworldly Light, Spell Pierce, Metallic Rebuke, Rest in Peace, Sword of Fire and Ice. Okay, that's a cool one. What do you like in the matchup here?
Well, like I said, Rest in Peace is a huge one. That's what I was talking about earlier. A lot of times, one of the most attractive things for the hammer deck is you have access to these Rest in Pieces, these artifacts and enchantments that you can bring in. We also see cards like Lavinia. That's an incredibly potent option against the Living End deck because it will counter Living End when it goes on the stack. Teferi, another attractive answer. So you have to imagine that Adam respecting this matchup a lot with his sideboarding, right? Like you have Rest in Pieces, you have Spell Pierces, Metallic Rebuke, even if you want it. You have Lavinias, you have Teferis, you have a ton of permanents you want to bring in, a ton of counter spells you want, and you can probably trim on some of your primary game plan because you're going to be expecting the Foundation Breakers, you're going to be expecting the Force of Vigors, all that stuff coming from the Living End deck. So trim on some of your creatures that just die to stuff and bring in the hate. Take a little bit more of a control role. And, kind of just hate the deck out and win on card advantage. Things like Pure Steel Paladin with equipment and just kind of eventually assemble something, right?
Yeah, that's kind of an interesting thought process from my end, which is like, you are at the end of the day a very proactive deck. Like, Hammer, you want to kill by turn 2, 3, whatever, 4, maybe at the latest on a bad day. But here, like, the question that I want to ask you is how do you balance between having, enough interaction versus not diluting your primary game plan? Because if you bring in all your interaction, there are times where you just won't be able to kill, and that in and of itself could be, one of the reasons why you just end up losing. So like, from your experience, what do you think is the play here? Do you think it's just important to have all the hate because otherwise you will get, overwhelmed by Living End? Or do you think it's better to moderate and just have like half and half, like be proactive and, while also having just the right amount of permission, like 1 or 2 pieces to punch through? And maybe, does it matter? Play draw?
Play draw definitely matters, I think. But in this particular case, you have a lot of standalone, individually powerful elements. This is what made the Hammer deck so strong previously. So I think you have enough individually powerful threats, things like Stoneforge Mystic. You can grab Cauldron Complete. You can almost play like a blue-white Stoneblade deck in the sideboard games where you're just suiting up your Lavinia, you're suiting up your Stoneforge Mystic or whatever with random equipment that Pure Steel Paladin draws cards off of and not getting too blown out by the artifact enchantment. Trim on some of the Ornithopters, trim on some of, those like goofy artifacts like Springleaf Drums that just sit around and kind of become more of a control deck. I think you can almost take that transformational sideboard approach because of the nature of the threats in the Hammer deck and the way the deck's configured. It's not really diluting your plan. You're just changing plans entirely.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's actually really, I love that breakdown of how, from matchup to matchup and like, game plan to game plan, whatever it is, that's actually really wise. And I think a lot to learn from there as we see turn 1, Zoe going to play a land past the turn. And here it is, Sigarda's Aid.
We still got access to that one. Going to go ahead and cycle Striped River Winder, one of the more potent standalone threats from the Living End deck.
We have a Force of Negation?
I don't know, but if we do, I'd be surprised to see it go after the Aid instead of the Hammer, especially with nothing like a Saga in play or whatever. It looks like Force Negation was the draw for turn, so if there wasn't one before, there certainly is now. Here is a Misty Rainforest and just a passing of the turn. Now, one of the more powerful cards here for Adam is going to be Lavinia. Force Negation doesn't get it. Foundation Breaker doesn't get it. The only real answers to that card is a lot of the stopgap bounce spells that you see as primary features of the Living End main deck. Things like Brazen Borrower, things like the Colossal Sky Turtle and Odawaras, like just the, oh no, they have a really hateful permanent, and I need to have some answer in my deck for it. That's the only things that get the Lavinia in these sideboard games if you don't have something like a Grief to get ahead of it, which it looks like Zoe definitely does not. So we'll see if Adam does have a copy of the 2-mana creature.
Yeah, so that's a really interesting question. What is Zoe supposed to do if Lavinia ever does resolve? Yeah, you can say draw your outs, but is there another game plan? Like, can we hard cast any of our threats here? Is that something that could be done?
It's always something that could be done. Now, the relative effectiveness is here is turn 2, Lavinia, Azorius Renegade.
Brutal.
And Zoe, looking at that Force Negation, imagine she would love to Force Negation that one. Does not quite work. Do we have a copy of Subtlety? That could get it done.
Subtlety would definitely be a good one for sure. Yeah. Lavinia, and the thing about Lavinia is that like Lavinia only really feels good on exactly turn 2. Like here, there's a chance if we Subtlety this, put a bunch of creatures in the graveyard and then just cast Living End, then Lavinia becomes a much, much worse card because, it was supposed to do one thing, which is stop Living End, and it didn't do that. And now what are you going to do? It's not really tempo positive. It's only really good as the Hate Bear effect, as you see on the screen there, the text.
Yeah, you definitely need to play it, obviously, prior to the Living End. That way it actually will trigger if a Living End ever goes in the stack. But obviously, the earlier the better. It will also, ironically, trigger on things like Grief and Force Negation for the rest of the game. No mana is spent to cast those, so it is going to trigger to counter those as well. So the card actually shuts down a lot of what the modern iterations of the Living in deck look like. Even things like Force of Vigor are suddenly no longer on the table. So I really do believe that Lavinia is the strongest piece Adam can have of hate against Zoe Riederman's Living in deck.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong too, but Lavinia also seems pretty impressive against like the elementals as well. Lavinia does stop any spell that is cast without paying mana. So like
Correct.
for me, I'm thinking like Mox Diamond, Mox Jet, but for most people, I think it would be like Solitude and like, Fury and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, so it's any spell, not just non-creature. So while it does stop Living In, it also is good at stopping, for Grief, for example. That's a good one.
Any of the pitch cards. Yeah, Grief's a great example, Force Negation. And of course, sometimes the top text matters as well. Force of Vigor does cost like 4 mana or whatever. I don't know if there's a way to cast that without lands in the Living in deck, but just an example, like that text matters some amount of the time, but certainly the reason this card's here is that bottom line of text, countering spells that are cast for free. There's a lot of those present in the modern format. You referenced the elementals, things like Fury that destroy this deck. Same with Solitude. So, Lavinia, a really, really good option for Azorius Hammer. And you mentioned there's other targets, and this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Lavinia is just like good enough on its own. It's like a beater. It's something to put hammers on. You don't need a lot else. As here's a second copy of Hammer, and we can't force a negation these.
Wow.
We literally see 2 copies of Force Negation among other cards in Zoe's hand. She literally can't cast them because they just get countered by the Lavinia. Now you can try them. You can make him remember the trigger because it is a trigger. But we have the Colossal Sky Turtle. Channeling the Colossal Sky Turtle is exactly what the doctor ordered. Not only does that answer Lavinia, but it keeps you from dying here and lets you Living In on the following turn if you want.
Yeah, this was actually kind of crazy. I mean, this game on this exact board state, like the past 10 seconds have been a roller coaster of emotions, right? Like Adam has Lavinia, Zoe is like, all right, well, I guess you have Lavinia. And then he goes for lethal and she's like, stop, wait a minute. It is not hammer time.
No hammer time for me. Thank you. No hammer time for me. And now Adam, no mana to actually, redeploy. Maybe you're only supposed to deploy one of those hammers, and like do it over 2 turns, have blue-white up, because now you can't redeploy the Lavinia. You're in danger of getting Living Ended on your following turn. But I mean, what are you scared of if you're Adam, right? Like Zoe only has 2 mana. Like, Force of Vigor doesn't work. Subtlety doesn't work. That Force of Negation doesn't work. What are you scared of? And the answer is Colossal Sky Turtle. And that was just what the doctor ordered for Zoe. We'll see if she has a powerful follow-up here before the Lavinia enters the fray once more.
So are you suggesting that maybe Adam should not have played the second Colossus Hammer so that you could potentially redeploy the Lavinia?
I think so, because it's kind of one of those situations where you're so far ahead, you need to be thinking about how do you lose, right? Because, then you make Zoe wait till end step, and then you have blue and white up. Maybe you can do something in response, some kind of protection spell. I don't know what necessarily Adam has access to, but I think there's a chance that you may want to have done it to where, she doesn't want to take damage in combat, and we're going to see Foundation Breaker blowing up the land. This is what I was referencing during sideboarding.
I like that.
It's where you can redeploy it. Yeah, I like this a lot. With Zoe not having, looks like a Living End, looks like we're maybe missing a 3rd land. I like just kind of stumbling at him a little bit. Now he is going to get to replay Lavinia, but those hammers are not going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, I think this was a small window where we actually very much so needed to draw that 3rd land. So I mean, it's turn 4. We're only on 2 mana. It's not exactly where you want to be. But the big issue here is that now the Lavinia does get to redeploy, and we're back into the same situation as we were earlier, where we just don't have access to a large subset of spells in our deck. Maybe there's subtlety here to handle the Lavinia, but we didn't see it earlier. I don't know if we top decked it. Looks like Lavinia's back in play.
That's a Striped Riverwinder up front. Looks like no land drawn either. Looks like a Violent Outburst. Going to go ahead and cycle Riverwinder, looking for either a land or an answer to Lavinia. We find a land.
Okay. I mean, that's the start, right? Like if you're going to try to come back into the game.
Absolutely. You need to be able to cast your Lavinia. Next time you bounce the Lavinia, it needs to be the last time this game, because, I mean, frankly, the Lavinia deck does not have access to that many answers to a Lavinia, and all of them are temporary at the moment, I'd have to imagine.
Yeah, and while Lavinia was previously just completely shutting down Force of Negation from even being cast, just by virtue of its hate bear effect, now you can at least hard cast Force of Negation.
That's true. Yeah, hardcast Force Negations are now on the menu, and that stops you from dying to any future hammers or whatever, and really, kind of ending the game ahead of schedule in Adam's favor. But we still need a lot of help. Looks like Zoe's hand doesn't offer a lot in the way of assistance or removal spells. Looks like we might have a few things to cycle, as the Living End deck is chock full of those. But here is pure still Paladin, and that's what the doctor ordered for Adam. Let's move those hammers on back. We have Metalcraft now, thanks to the crucial Shadow Spear that we cast on end step using Sigarda's aid, and that's going to do it.
There's
so
the handshake.
Extend the hand. Wow, what a showing from the Azorius Hammer deck. You know, if you're talking about a creature deck versus Living End, you have to normally, I would just always favor the Living End, right? You're trying to put creatures into play. That is like one of the most consistent decks at putting all of your creatures in the trash can on turn 3. That's not the matchup I want to play if I'm the Azorius Hammer deck. And looking at Adam's sideboard, I have to imagine he feels the same way.
The combination of having the perfect hate bear plus the perfect amount of pressure is something that, you know, honestly is very unexciting for the Living End deck because, you know, you have a lot of tools, right? I mean, like we saw there in that game how exactly Lavinia got very well around Force of Negation, and while you were able to balance it with the turtle, it's just not enough, right? You have to have, I mean, there was a small window where, you know, you could have bounced Lavinia and then just top deck that land, slam it, play your you know, your violent outburst, and then you finally have a board presence and maybe you can play it out. But not a lot of stuff really came together there for Zoe Ederman. So she's going to advance to 5-2, still very much so in contention for points here, and also at the top of the leaderboard. We've got a backup match ready for everybody, so sit tight. We're not going anywhere. We got more Magic for this round. Let's get right into it. I wonder what the matchup's going to be. I'm hoping for, if I wanted to watch, I want to watch Tameshi combo. Oh, wow. Okay, wait a minute. This is exciting.
Mill versus Prowess? All right. 2 decks trying to deplete a resource, 2 very different resources as fast as possible.
This is an interesting one. So we saw Brian Curry earlier today playing Mono Red Prowess, took a victory against, I believe, Green Black Yawgmoth. This is an interesting matchup that I feel like it's really just going to be about who almost, because is this one of those other like 2 ships silently sailing in the night matchups? Is that how you describe this?
It depends on the configuration. So when you're talking about the mill deck in the modern format, a lot of times they have some number of control elements, right? Across time, you know, Mill's nightmare matchups have been things like Infect, which can just straight up kill you on turn 2. It's like, okay, you cast a Mill spell, great, kill you, you're dead, right? And this is somewhat reminiscent of that kind of effect, right? Like Prowess obviously trying to do the full 20 points of damage with your life total. Mill doesn't take that much damage from their lands a lot of the time, and they often sport like, you know, crabs, like little 0-3 crabs that can get in the way and do some milling in the process. So there's some plays to the matchup, but it really does depend on the configuration of the Dimir Mill deck. So I'd like to see, I have to imagine Prowess is still favored, especially if they win the die roll, is here comes Kiln Fiend. That one's going to get the job done really quickly. And like I said, a lot of times I have to imagine this is not a matchup that the Mill deck's excited to see, is here comes Hedron Crab, one of the O3s I was mentioning before.
I think we may have actually sandbagged the Hedron Crab here, which I actually have. I appreciate that a lot because, I mean, we understand that, like, in this matchup, you know, our creatures are going to meet bolts very often, right? Because I think the crabs, like turn 1 Hedron Crab or Rune Crab, is probably the best start that you could actually ask for, but not being able to actually discover any benefit from your creature, aka like not being able to put 2 lands into play on the same turn, big deal. So I do like sandbagging here. Now, this is really interesting. We see Surgical Extraction, likely targeting
Lava Dart. I love this a lot. Lava Dart is one of the big ways that the Mono Red Prowess deck builds up huge amounts of prowess, especially at instant speed. It's one of the namesake cards appearing in Modern Horizons 1 as a reprint, first time to Modern though, and really just gave this Mono Red Prowess deck life. As we get a look here as Teamer Battle Rage. Uh-oh, that's not a card you want to see. That's really good with a Kiln Fiend, I tell you what. And we have like Unholy Heat among the mix. Can't get a great look. Looks like Crash Through and a card I can't say I recognize.
I believe that's Reckless Impulse.
Reckless Impulse. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah. We were talking about this earlier, how it's just sort of like the expressive iteration at home, and that potentially we might see it in play tomorrow in the Pioneer event as a replacement for iteration in a lot of like the burn-based decks, which would be pretty exciting. It doesn't work well with counter spells, according to Doomwake, which makes a lot of sense, but here we are. At this list, it seems phenomenal.
I agree. And getting rid of those lava darts is also huge for milling later in the game. Once again, this is a mill deck, so putting more copies of lava dart in the Mono Red Prowess's graveyard is assuredly going to spell death for you. So Zach very, very intelligently getting rid of lava dart while it is still extremely inopportune for Brian to cast it, aka on his main phase. Because if you cast that surgical extraction on Brian's turn, he's gonna be like, okay, sack my land. Now all my things get Prowess. My Kiln Fiend is generous. Team or Battle Rage and kill you. Nice game. Both teams played hard.
Yeah, that is like a slight bit of sequencing that I do enjoy. Rather nice, very good call out on that. Yeah. Now here
we'll
though,
see if it'll be enough. Kiln Fiend is really big, and that Team or Battle Rage. I mean, we know about it now, and the Jameer Mill deck does. This one is kind of one of those that has a lot of removal spells. We have 4 copies of Drown in the Lock, 4 copies of Fatal Push. Among some other options, we have things like Chalice of the Void that can shut down a lot of these 1-mana spells from the Prowess deck. But all those cards cost kind of a lot of mana, and all of the Mono Red Prowess's cards are like 1 to 2 mana. So they're going to cast a lot more spells before you can, and potentially just blow your doors off here. And with Brian already up a game, can't imagine Zach's feeling too good about this Reckless Impulse.
yeah, it depends. One thing that was notably missing from Brian's hand was just land number 3, I believe, and so there's a chance that we might not be. Okay, nope, never mind.
How about with your Fire Outlet? Have that too.
Okay, I'm sorry for doubting you, Brian. My bad. This is going to be a painful turn.
For sure. Fortunately, life total doesn't matter too much for Brian, and these creatures' size, aka power and toughness, matter a lot for Zach, as this Kiln Fiend is now, I think, 7 power. Yeah, it looks like 2 triggers, so that'll be 10 damage coming across. All right, here's over half your life total. Go.
And I'm pretty sure that means we have a lethal setup as well for next turn, because Lightning Bolt will put Zach down to 4. After you factor in the Prowess triggers, that is definitely well beyond lethal. And we also have the Battle Rage too, just to flex if we really want to.
Just in case.
Yeah.
Need style on them. So I think this is going to be one of these spots where things like crabs to block and stuff. We saw Crab did eat an Unholy Heat. That's not really the way you want to do it. You'd love to eat something like a Lightning Bolt that could otherwise go face, or make them use like some crazy sequence of multiple lava darts or whatever. You'd like to see those kinds of setups. And I apologize. This is game 1. But either way, despite all of that, a crab here, not good enough. Gonna need some actual removal spells. Looks like we do have another copy of a crab. A Borrow among some other cards. Can't get a great look. A Borrow's going to come into play. Trigger. And a card I spy in Zach's hand that could actually swing the game if Zach can weather this Kiln Fiend is Tasha's Hideous Laughter. The average CMC of Brian's deck has to be very low. I imagine Tasha's is worth quite a few cards.
I was actually watching coverage of the Modern event recently at DreamHack Dallas, and I kid you not, while we were doing coverage, the judge looks at us and it's just like signals, like, just the number 3 and then the number 0, and it was like, oh, okay, wait, 30 cards off of 1 Tasha's. That was
that's a lot of cards.
That's a lot of cards. As we see Crash Through and Dragon's Rage Channeler here in play now.
That's
one Prowess
trigger. All right. And Lightning Bolt still among the mix. I like the patience here from Brian. No need to extend this Team or Battle Rage quite yet. Here's a Mishra's Bauble. A 0-mana card's a big pickup, but that does not, as you can see, the representation from the dice, that does not actually grow the Kiln Fiend. It has to be an instant or sorcery. Kiln Fiend does not actually have prowess. It gets +3/+0 for each instant or sorcery cast. As here comes an attack for what appears to be 7, which is lethal. Hedron Crab is going to have to block something.
Yeah, this is really unfortunate. I mean, you can only have 1 of the 2 removals. You can't cast 2 yet. And we're gonna see here, Zach.
I think it's quite a display of strength that Brian did not cast the Lightning Bolt on the Hedron Crab prior to combat. That really says, all right, look, you're dead. You can block if you want. I still have a Lightning Bolt. Like, we can do this. Like, how do you want to
have to go to
this way, that way, which way? I mean, like, I don't care.
You picking up what I'm putting down? I mean, it's literally on the table. No, I totally understand that.
No, I'm with you. So a convincing game 1 victory for the Mono Red Prowess decks in the hand of Brian Curry. Let's take a look at some deck lists.
All right, so I want you to walk me through sideboarding here. So from the mill side of things, we have a couple Extirpates, Doom Blades. Wow, okay, yeah. This is Moment of Craving, I believe.
Moment of Craving. -2/-2, gain 2 life for 2 mana at instant speed. A standard staple once upon a time on her.
Yeah, Crypt Incursion, Mystical Dispute, Baleful Mastery. I think there's the Damnation, Bribery, Chalice of the Void, and Ensnaring Bridge. What do you like in the post-board game?
I have played a lot of Modern in my time, but I admit that there's quite a gap when it comes to the mill deck. I have to imagine you're interested in the Crypt Incursion. Gaining 3 life per creature card exiled seems really appealing in the deck full of lightning bolts and trying to do a lot of damage. The removal spells, things like Moment of Craving and Baleful Mastery, also seem extremely appealing. And if you're worried about something like a Kiln Fiend, maybe there's a universe where you're reaching for Ensnaring Bridge. But the cards that I'm the most excited about for sure are the removal spells, Doomblade's in that mix obviously too, and Chalice of the Void. That's the big one I want to call out. Chalice of the Void on 1 against the Prowess deck is extremely potent. And as we mentioned before, your most powerful mill spell in this matchup is going to be Tasha's Hideous Laughter. The very low converted mana cost of the Prowess deck. That means that you don't have to do as much work with your things like Ruin Crabs and all that kind of stuff. You can afford to shut some of that down with a Chalice on 1 and let the Tasha's Hideous Laughters do the heavy lifting when it comes to the milling. So I think we'll see a lot of like stripping down of some of the crabs and maybe some like the surgicals and stuff and bringing in some of those like chalices and other removal spells.
Okay.
Take like a control deck approach.
Well, let's just dive into game 2 here. We'll catch up on what's going on here. But from the burn side, we see a couple cards: Bedlam Reveler, Smasher Smithereens, a couple Tormod Scripts, Alpine Moon. I think this is mostly generic deck. We've seen this list before. Any cards you'd like to shout out here before we go into game 2?
Like I said, if you're worried about the chalices, I think the Smasher Smithereens are really attractive. You can also bring in some stuff like the Roiling Vortexes if you're worried about archive traps, but I don't even think that card's necessarily as potent against you. So really, I don't want to do a lot of sideboarding. I think this matchup's good, and I think Brian Curry's sideboard also demonstrates that as well. So I'm mostly running back almost the exact same 60, maybe 1 or 2 changes, if anything.
Yep, sounds good. All right, let's get to game 2 because I want to see how this matchup plays out. Is it going to be as convincing as game 1 where, Mono Red just had like a really blisteringly fast opening, or maybe there's a chance here, right? Here's an interesting question. Would you say that the mill deck is the control in this matchup?
Oh, absolutely. There's no way you can race, right? Like the Mono Red Prowess deck is going to be so much faster. The Prowess deck is going to be the beatdown no matter which way you slice it. The mill deck already has a lot of removal spells to set up for a control roll, and the sideboard also demonstrates that is very much the plan in the sideboard games. You wouldn't have things like Damnation and a bunch of Doomblades and stuff in your sideboard if you weren't planning on converting to a control strategy in the sideboard against these kinds of matchups. So I think we're going to see a lot of removal spells. We see a crab, an early crab, pretty good play for Zach, a good card to have access to early in the game, as here comes a quick mill for 3. So Kinzen, Dragon's Rage Channeler, and another Soulscar Mage in the mix. And there's a Fatal Push. This is what I'm talking about. All the creatures, doesn't matter when, they got to go to the graveyard. You don't want to block with your crab if you don't have to. And you want to stifle as much early damage as possible so that you can win the game with your powerful Tasha's Hideous Laughters and stuff, and you're not forced to interact. As here's a Lightning Bolt on Hedron Crab. Here's 2 damage from Monastery Swift Spear.
Yeah, that's this is about as good as a start as I think it can get for honestly both players. I mean, you're mitigating the impact of the mill crabs, but you're also mitigating the impact of just like the early 1 mana prowess threats. So honestly, this is exactly how it would script the early game to play out. That being said, now there's a Monastery Swift Spirit. Passing with 3 mana up is quite nerve-wracking here. I mean, I feel like you want to be doing stuff from the mill side, but maybe we're holding up Drown on the Lock. Maybe we're holding up something like a Cycled Fractured Sanity. A lot of
isn't Crypt Incursion also an instant? When there's 3 creatures already in the graveyard, that represents a 9 life point swing in Zach's favor. Could be worth multiple turns of cards here. And there's a Doomblade. Yeah. I'll take that one out in combat. Thank you. Lava Dart among the mix. That's not going to save your Monastery Swift Spear. These aren't damage based. That honestly, going back to the sideboarding, Moment of Craving might not be good enough in this matchup because of these kinds of prowess tricks you can do at instant speed. But it looks like that hasn't mattered so far, as Fatal Push, Doomblade doing plenty of the heavy lifting as far as getting rid of the creatures. Doesn't look like we have Delirium. Maybe we do. Crash Through, I think, is a sorcery. So it actually looks like we do have land instant sorcery creature. And here's an instep Lava Dart. Going to be worth a Surveil. Looks like Brian is going to leave the card on top.
Yeah, one thing to note is that Zach actually did not pick up a 4th land. And I don't know if that makes too much of a deal here for the mill deck, but it is something to be conscious of. I mean, how mana hungry would you say mill is?
Fairly, especially if you're trying to do things like use a removal spell, then cast a mill spell. Now, you can still operate on a low land base, but you need time. You need time to do that. Whereas if you have all of your land drops, you're hitting all your mana, you can dispense, all of your mill spells in a flurry and finish the game off quickly. But once again, we've already established that's not really the plan here. So I think Zach can function pretty well in 3 lands, and he wants to draw more removal spells and mill spells before he really even draws a 4th land. Like, none of the cards are 4 mana, right? So, like, as long as you can cast Tasha, as long as you can cast Crypt Incursion, you're kind of good to go.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm so excited for this Crypt Incursion. I just wanted to come down like right now and just gain like 30 life, end the game on the spot kind of deal.
Well, the Prowess can make a lot of power. So we'll see. And there's a Drown in the Lock that does more work to grow the Crypt Incursion. And of course, this is the big payoff, right? Is you can kill a creature, get behind, because, there's obviously multiple creatures attacking you. They cast a big Crypt Incursion that buys you a bunch of turns, and that's when you find your mill spells and close the game. I think that's really the sequence and the mixture that the Dimir Mill deck is looking for in this matchup. And so far, it's very much going that way. Even though Zach's life total is being chipped down, there is still a creature in play. I think Zach's got to be pretty happy with his position, as it looks like another Doomblade is picked up.
Yeah, I think so too, and this is great. I mean, at this point, we're just playing blue-black control with like the weirdest win condition that I would probably peg a control deck to play. But yeah, actually, you know what? Throw back to Nephalia Drownyard. That was that was
you seem
the
like a Nephalia Drownyard
condition.
guy.
Yeah. That was
it's a moment of craving. Condition. Oh no! And there's a lightning bolt target you. I think there might be a second lava dart or something too to go ahead and stop that one. Now, Zach does still get 2 life for his trouble. That's one I actually wouldn't mind firing off in combat. I'm surprised to see that one main phased. Obviously, if you want to stop as many spells as possible, but when you're giving a -2/-2 effect, it's still worth an additional 2 life in combat, even if you get quote unquote blown out. As here is a Teamer Battle Rage. Looks like
these
2
are
Prowess triggers.
Aggressive moves coming in now. Tormod's Crypt in this matchup. Oh, that's actually a really good answer.
Hey, you target yourself. Yeah, it stops Crypt Incursion because you just target yourself. That's an interesting play. Maybe Brian knows what's going on in this matchup.
All right, I'm gonna call it right now. Brian Curry in the top 8 of this weekend's event.
Yeah, and look at that. We just main phased this Crypt Incursion and then blew up our own graveyard, and now suddenly Zach's at 6, and here's a Manamorphose. This went really badly for Zach all of a sudden, all due to 1 Tormod's Crypt. Here's a Reckless Impulse. That's 3 damage. That's half of his life total. 2 lands, not really what the doctor ordered, but can cycle this Fiery Islet. And here comes an attack for 3. Suddenly we're in bolt range. Crypt Incursion not good enough anymore. Archive Trap looked pretty bad with not very many fetch lands on the Prowess side. Maybe those cards aren't necessarily supposed to be in our deck. Here's a Ruin Crab and a passing of the turn. Have to hope Brian's out of gas. I think we're blocking.
The crab. The crab is here. I mean, okay, it can... This is the one that's an 0-3, right? So it can block a little bit. I mean, you're going to need a couple, more than 1 Prowess trigger in order to get through it. But that being said, if you are able to get Prowess triggers, you're probably drawing burn spells, which you just probably throw to the face. So maybe the crab is not actually as scary as it seems. We'll see.
Holy heat, that's something, right? Yeah, I like this block a lot. I think you have to block basically every turn for the rest of the game. And we do see a light up the stage that's shutting down. And is that a Void Mirror in Brian?
Oh, that's interesting.
That's very interesting. I mean, the Archive Trap already didn't look great. Ensnaring Bridge does look okay. There is a Teamer Battle Rage. We got to find a way to get this Archive Trap out of our hand before this Ensnaring Bridge can be truly potent.
Yeah, and I think if you're playing against Mill in any universe, you have Archive Trap on your radar. So sequence-wise, we can actually play around Archive Trap pretty well by deploying the Void Mirror first and then fetching, I believe. Let me double check. Does that make sense? I need to remember the full Oracle text. Yeah, so yeah, exactly. So Archive Trap doesn't actually use mana. Void Mirror says if you're not spending colored mana to cast, counter it. So yeah, Void Mirror would be.
And here comes Void Mirror. Zach gonna go ahead and read that one. Yeah, he's gonna fetch afterwards. Well, Zach's still interested in paying full retail on the Archive Trap anyway, so I think we're cool with this one. Notably here, Zach would like another turn where he doesn't die because you want to fire off this Archive Trap and then cast this another copy of Crypt Incursion that's in his hand. Otherwise, he has to cast it targeting himself, and there's like 1 creature in there, so that's not great. 3 mana Healing Salve is not what the doctor ordered on that card in this matchup.
It could give you the critical draw step that you need, though, you know?
Are we going to fire off this Archive Trap? We definitely should, I think, but we're going to go and take a draw instead. I think we really want to get this Ensnaring Bridge up and running. Is there's a Field of Ruin. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and mill you. That's for 3 cards. That lightning bolt would have been lethal. That smash would not have been. We do.
Yeah, we are playing with fire here, Drake. Every single draw, weaving and bobbing. I mean, the fact that we're at 3 and not dead here is just remarkable to me.
Oh yeah, you got to be happy that you're not dead if you're on Zach's side. I mean, that Tormod's Crypt was so potent against the Crypt Incursion plan. Suddenly that all fell apart. But Brian seems to be really low on cards that grow Monster Swiftspear enough to kill this Ruin Crab. Here's the second main Kiln Fiend. Yeah, Kiln Fiend. That one's a little bit of a problem. As here's an Archive Trap. Oh, it's 5-mana Archive Trap. That's why we didn't fire it off. Imagine knowing the converted mana cost of Archive Trap. I thought it was 4.
That's too much
5.
for me. Yeah,
it's 5.
But looks like we've milled at least 1 copy of Lava Dart.
2 Lava Darts. A third Lava Dart doesn't kill because there's only 2 mountains. But 2 Lava Darts does put Zach to 1. Now, we do see the Rolling Vortexes, too. It's a lot of respect for Brian for the free spells out of the Dimir Mill deck.
Yeah, but the Vortex is also good because it is not only able to stop something like Archive Trap, but it prevents life gain from like Crypt Incursion, so it's kind of like multimodal. I wouldn't say it's like the best card, not the first card on my tier list of anti-mill tech, but not bad.
So we have a push into Crypt Incursion if that's what we're interested in. Otherwise, we can just play like push and Snaring Bridge. And that way it's really hard to grow the Swiftspear pre-combat big enough to get through the Ruin Crab. And the Ruin Crab can still soak up a lot of damage. So I think, Ruin Crab has 3 toughness, right? Yeah.
It should, yeah.
It sure does,
and
yeah.
then Hedron Crab is 2.
Yeah. So an interesting play here. I think what Zach decides to do here is going to determine the outcome of the game. I think this is a big turn for Zach. Deciding which 3-mana card to play alongside, anything else. It looks like we're going to go ahead and destroy the Sokenzin. I don't love this if there's another dart in the future, because now we're dead to another dart. But maybe we need the second black. Yeah, we need the second black for something like Crypt Incursion plus push. But still, giving Brian another...
Dart is simply there just for prowess triggers, right? Because the Void Mirror, funny enough, works both ways, which is kind of interesting to see symmetrical deck design.
It does work both ways. You're right. I'm sitting here worried about these darts, and it doesn't even work.
Very not fire design, I think, or maybe it is. I don't know. Whatever it is.
You don't even know what fire design is. Come on, get it together, Honorog.
What is it? It's like fun, intricacy, respect.
No, yeah, whatever. I don't respect lava darts, so we're already off the table.
I just made up some words. I didn't try too hard. You could tell.
Close enough. I'm going to go ahead and push the Kiln Fiend. That one does get the biggest, fastest. I like that a lot. Looks like another copy of Light Up the Stage from Brian. That one's not super exciting.
This game for a player, at 3 life against the burn deck is going on for a really long time.
Absolutely. Here's Light Up the Stage, trigger prowess. This is one of these instances where you have to ask yourself, did we potentially overboard for the mill matchup on the Brian side, right? Look at all these hate cards that are kind of shutting down your main plan. Void Mirror, making your Lava Darts bad. We saw Roiling Vortex milled over. It looks like there was a lot of sideboarding done on Brian's side. And as a result, these cards aren't dealing 3 damage to Zach Schroeder. So, did we maybe do too much sideboarding? Uh-oh, I don't like this at all. Yeah, give it prowess, counter that. All right.
Okay.
So we have to sack a land just to grow our Swiftspear big enough to kill crab, huh? All right. I guess we had to. Now, the card was left on top by Brian. You have to be pretty scared of that if you're Zach. But there's Tasha's Hideous Laughter. It's going to go away.
Okay, one time?
Is that the rest of the library?
I kind of want to see it happen. Left? Please.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's it. Can you kill me on upkeep? Oh, he was about to pick his cards up.
I saw that. Yeah, I did see that. I was like, oh, maybe we're...
All right, wow, we're done. I have no way to kill you. This is speed. Zach's like, wait, you can kill me? Please don't kill me.
Stabilize at 3 life. And we're going to game 3. That's absurd.
What a clench from Zach. Every single turn dead to a lightning bolt. Does not find them at any point. And Zach does find Natasha's to lock the game up. And wow, that was a close one. It feels like basically everything went Zach's way in the early game. Then the key Tormod's Crypt for Brian basically flipped everything on its head to where Zach is suddenly sweating every single draw step from Brian.
That's the best kind of magic, though. You know what I mean? The ones where it's just you don't know how things are going to go, and it's like dire, and you're just breathing heavily, and you're just like, oh, can I do it? And in this situation, Zach did it. So we've got a game 3 here, blue-black mill against mono-red prowess. If you're just tuning in, my name is Anurag Das, and I am here with Drake Sasser, and we are having a grand old time doing coverage of the modern 10K trial in Lansing, Michigan. If you haven't already, let me tell you this. The secret to getting better at Magic right now, I'll tell you my little secret, is following the NRG series channel. Once you do that, you will just transcend. It's just how it works. Let's get to game 3 because I want to see how this plays out. Maybe there's something else we can look at for deck lists or sideboarding, but realistically speaking, I mean, we might even just skip that portion because we've seen a lot of the sideboards. We've seen the cards in action now. That's a really interesting point that you did bring up, is maybe there was some over sideboarding done here with the Void Mirror, with cards like the Roiling Vortex. You know, I do like the idea of being able to stop a card as critical as Crypt Incursion. What I don't like is having to spend some mana on it. And we're probably going to rush through the last game as we are closing in to the end of the round. Round 8 might be starting. Keep in mind, this is a time-shifted match, so we have mono-red against blue-black. Let the fireworks begin.
This matchup's not normally very long. I'd have to imagine it doesn't normally drag on nearly as long as it did there in game 2. That was kind of an oddball, as here's a turn 2 Kiln Fiend. That one will get the job done quick. Do you have an answer? Asks Brian Curry, as here is a fetch to 19 for Zach Schroeder.
Yeah, I always like I was mentioning this earlier, but I love the concept of just asking questions. I mean, is it possible? Is there a universe where Kiln Fiend could kill on turn 3?
Oh, for sure, right? When you're talking about 0 mana spells, you're talking about Manamorphose, you're talking about Team or Battle Rage. I don't even think it requires that much, right? Like, you cast 3 spells. I don't think it's only 2 spells, right? 2 spells in the Team or Battle Rage, that's 20. Game. So,
all right, can we see it one time?
I don't know about one time. How about 1 point? How about that?
Okay, well, that's a lot less exciting. Oh, man.
What is it? Well, we got plenty more creatures coming. Here's Dragon's Rage Channeler. Here is Light Up the Stage. That one's going to go ahead and trigger the Dragon's Rage Channeler. A little bit of extra synergy on your card selection. I like this. I like the patience here. With Zach representing 2 mana, we have seen things like Drown in the Lock be available. We've seen things like Fatal Push be available. Going all in so fast as 2 copies of Lightning Bolt are pretty scary. And here's a Tormod's Crypt going to trigger that Dragon's Rage Channeler again. Do a lot of work to help out with Devotion. But yeah, that patience, I like the patience a lot. Like, don't get blown out by removal spells. Like, don't commit spells until you have to. And you're the one asking questions. Make Zach's answers awkward. And that's exactly what Brian's doing here. I like the patience here in game 3.
That's something really interesting to think about too, right? I mean, so one thing that's kind of cool is that right now with the Tormod script in play, we actually have access to Delirium. I think they'll give us land, artifact, instant, and sorcery.
Yeah, we have Delirium provided we cast one of these Lightning Bolts, which, I have to imagine we're very interested in doing. And a creature goes to the graveyard, so we don't even need additional help. We now have Delirium right away. Maybe don't want to fetch, don't want to turn on 4 archive traps or anything crazy. So you can probably hold that for the time being. Here's another Reckless Impulse.
Right, beating a copy of Smash.
More Lightning Bolts, holy cow.
I don't know if there's going to be a turn 5 here.
I have to agree with you. This is one of those spots where the burn deck, when they get all their spells, their creatures, the right mix that they're looking for, only Tormod's Crypt is a piece of hate, not a lot of other hate going on. You're going to get your doors blown off if you're mill, right? Like, your spells are more expensive. You are kind of gated on black mana. We see that kind of the case here, where there's only 1 Water Grave. So you can't even do something like a Fatal Push into Drown in the Lock. You can't have a double black spell turn. So, like, the mana in Dimir Mill can be kind of awkward. And these creatures, no, that one shouldn't. Yeah, that one has to attack and should not be summoning sick. As here comes, looks like 10 damage on the face. But yeah, there is a Lightning Bolt that we have to cast this turn or we lose it entirely. That'll up the damage count by an additional 6. Do we have a removal spell?
This is quite incredible.
I mean, we do.
I think you have to use a removal spell this turn, otherwise you're in big trouble.
Well, it's not the one you want, but it's a removal spell. Baleful Mastery for 2 mana. That's the alternate casting cost. This is normally a 4 mana spell. Does exile a creature or planeswalker, but if cast for 2 mana, your opponent gets to draw a card. We do see that happen. And Zach is going to take 3 damage as the turn goes back to him. We need some help. Fatal Push is the beginning. We see a Fatal Push picked up.
Honestly, that really does beg an interesting question, which is, how much life is a card worth in the context of this matchup, right? Because that Kiln Fiend was coming in for a lot of damage.
Oh, yeah, like 10 damage or whatever. Yeah, something ridiculous.
How many cards would you give to not take that damage,
This is the sequence Zach actually wants here. Being able to cast Tasha's and then still have Fatal Push up, exactly what the doctor ordered. Is we're at 4, light up the stage, doing a lot to help with the exiled count, but that many lands is a problem.
This is a lot. Oh,
Another
this is a lot
Lava
of
Dart
cards.
exiled. How are we not there yet? Roiling Vortex is going to finish that up, and that looks like a lot of cards to me.
Agree.
Didn't
Yeah,
get
I mean,
a great look,
honestly,
didn't get the
now
count going.
I was gonna say earlier that Zach looks like not in the best position here, but the way the game is slowly playing out, at 9 life, a number of bolts have been used. That's like the primary, one of the scarier cards, and we have Fatal Push for the Dragon's Edge channel. I think this like the reverse suspense technique where like we think we're dead and now we're actually gonna win.
I think so. I mean, that Fatal Push was a huge pickup for Zach, right? Like, if you think about this turn, it's like, okay, well, Swiftspear plus Dart plus Bolt would just do it. But instead, now that removal spell is going to be worth quite a bit of life. And then maybe, even if Zach has something like a Crypt Incursion, maybe it looks okay. The Tormod's Crypt's still in play, but that would shut down Delirium at least. Don't know. But if there's another Tasha's involved in the mix, I have to like Zach's spot a lot. Here's a Lightning Bolts. Maybe you're just dead anyway. I think you can go to 1 because the bolts here, like you can push any of the 3 damage clowns. Actually, you have to push the Swiftspear. So you push the Swiftspear, then Dart plus Flashbacks 2 points. Dragon's Rage Chandler's 3 points. That goes to 5. Yeah, I like the push. You got to push this Swiftspear. Can't pass priority on that one. Does let Brian maybe pick his spot with this Dart a little bit better, but it does keep you from dying to face up information. As we're going to go ahead and take 3, go to 3. Dart representing 2. So Zach can't take another point of damage. Archive Trap, a big one. If you can cast it. Oh, there's another Tasha's.
All right, my fingers are crossed for the biggest Tasha's we have ever seen. I mean, I told you earlier the record was 30. Show me 31.
I don't know what we
cards
need, but I have to imagine this has to be good enough. Fetch. Oh, no, there's an Archive Trap, right? Oh, no, we're going to fetch. Oh, no.
That's not good. Oh, no. I understand why we're fetching. Just to make
you don't want to lose your last land, but now you've opened up Archive Trap, and is that just it? That has to be it, assuredly.
Yeah, look, I know I'm almost 30, but I can hear the TikTok music in my head right now. It's just like, oh no.
Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Look at Brian, looks just like, oh man. Brian knows too. We may not, we're supposed to fetch there. As there goes 13 cards. Wait, there's a Dart. Is that lethal? If it's the Archive Trap that gets the Dart instead of the Tasha's? I think you're supposed to do the Archive Trap after the Tasha's. Otherwise, you just die. Oh, no. Oh, no. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Oh, no.
What? That was the crazy. Okay. All right. I'm going to compose myself. Drake, explain to me what just happened. Because Burn won. The mono red deck won, right?
Correct. The mono red deck won there. So what happened is, the fetch land happened with the Tasha's Hideous Laughter on the stack. Now, Tasha's Hideous Laughter exiles the cards. Archive Trap only puts him in the graveyard. With Zach so low, he's at 3. There's a Lava Dart already in exile. He milled over a Lava Dart. He cast Archive Trap before the Tasha's. That milled over the last Lava Dart. That's the 3rd point. So there it is. Lava Dart plus a flashback Lava Dart.
I was joking earlier. But Brian Curry, going to be in the top 8 of this event. I'm calling it right now. Has played basically as phenomenally well as possible. And the other thing too here, luck is on Brian's side today. And that, as someone who like relies on luck a lot, I know how powerful that is. Guys, listen, we're going to take a quick break here. Round 8 is going to be coming up here as we are closing out round 7, 8, 9. Okay. Round 8 coming up. Yeah. And
round 8's coming up. There you go.
Yeah, I'm super excited because if the matches are starting to heat up, right? We're playing for top 8 now suddenly, and it's gonna be a good one. We'll be right back. Wow. Okay, we just got off a heater of a matchup, and I mean literally, where both players had a back and forth, just wins all around everywhere. Mono red prowess against blue black mill, and at the very end, I mean, sometimes the coin lands the way you want it to. Mono red going to advance to 6-1 here, but now we're going to move into round number 8. We have 9 rounds of Swiss, so this means the players are finalizing their last second wins to get into the top 8. And keep in mind, there are lots of prizes here. We should take a look at some of the slides for the prizes of this event, as there's a lot on the line. I mean, there's the prizes, just financially. First place gets $2,400. That's a lot. But more importantly, in my mind, potentially as a competitive player, I like to see those points out there. Points are important for climbing up the leaderboard and getting a chance to play in the end of year major championship series, which has
awesome.
I mean, it's just one of the reasons why you should be following the NRG series events, just keeping track of the players and the life totals and things like, not life totals, I'm sorry, players and their points and their progress through the events. There's a lot to go on. But I'm curious to know what our matchups are going to be for this one. Drake, how are you holding up? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we just watched some really exciting magic. So my blood's pumping. I'm pumped. I'm excited. You were talking about that matchup potentially being ships passing the night. Absolutely was not, and now I am stoked. And now we get to see 2, very competent pilots. Adam Washburn-Moses, somebody that we've seen quite a bit here on the NRG circuit. Also another NRG championship end of year hopeful. You were just referencing those point totals. Adam, definitely on the lookout for those. And Jeffrey Jones playing, honestly, one of my all-time favorite modern archetypes. Bring to Light Scapeshift. I love the card Scapeshift. I love the art. I love what it does. I love everything about it, Anurag. So I could not be more excited to see this happen. And a Boreal Grazer is going to get some Triomes into play. Both players, same Triome.
Yeah, same art, same everything. I like it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a fan. Adam Washburn-Moses is a regular on the series, and honestly, plays very, very, very well. As we've seen Ren and 6 come down this turn, buy back a land. I'm excited to see how this goes. Now, talk to me about the matchup a little bit, because I also feel like our Boreal Grazer probably one of the better turn 1 starts, regardless of the matchup, being able to ramp out, potentially play like a Dryad of the Elysian Grove this turn into Omnath, that sort of thing. How do you feel about the matchup? Who's ahead?
I still place 4 color ahead. Now, with the elementals, the 2-for-1 stuff doesn't matter as much. This is the power of the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck, is that you can choose to fight a little bit of a control game, but your finisher is a combo. So it doesn't matter how far behind you are in cards. If you resolve Scapeshift, go grab all the Valakutes and all the mountains, then the game's just over. It doesn't matter. You can die with 7 cards in hand. That's fine. But Adam Washburn-Moses' Elementals deck does have some extremely potent cards in the main deck. We see, a lot of the classics of the 4 colors, things like Teferis, things like counter spells. Those are, obviously extremely powerful against Bring to Light. Bring to Light does kind of work in the same way as Cascade, where it tries to cast a spell faster than sorcery speed or whatever. So, those cards are going to be impactful. Now, some of the elementals are much less exciting, and that's really where Bring to Light Shapeshift and Jeffrey is going to get his points. He needs to dodge the Teferis. He needs to dodge some of the counterspell stuff. But if he can get all that done, which I think elementals normally is really low on counterspells, if any at all. So really, the Teferi is the big one. Everything else is just kind of noise. You don't care about the creatures. You don't really care about any kind of endurance, fury stuff. Whatever. I'm just trying to cast and Bring to Light into a Scapeshift and end the game that way. As here's an expressive iteration.
Yeah, both players at 5-1-1 notably. So these are winning ins. So you got to win this round and win the next one for a 7-1-1 record for a shot at top 8 here. I'm looking at the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck right now, and I'm trying to find out the spiciest one-ofs that you could potentially be playing. I mean, you mentioned the Scapeshift. We saw the Supreme Verdict. The card that I'm most excited about actually is maybe one that not everyone agrees on, but it's Tybalt Cosmic Imposter. I mean, if you played during that Cascade era where the rulings were kind of wonky, it's since been updated, but I love Tybalt and just being able to, what Tybalt does is everything about it, the design, the abilities. It's super cool, just not when you can play it for 3 mana.
Yeah, so for 5 mana, you like it a little bit better. You can go grab that, and even though it's a 7 mana card, you get to cast the 2 mana front half, or you get to grab it because of the 2 mana front half and then cast the back half. Kind of cheating, whatever. I don't know, a little break in the rules. But you think 5 mana is a lot more fair of a price to pay in the modern format?
I would say so. I mean, it's certainly more fair. I mean, look, on one hand, you've got
or whatever, than 2 mana. Yeah, that probably is a little bit better.
Absolutely. So we're going to see Risen Reef come into play here. Ren and 6 also on deck. And on the other side, here comes Omnath. Ooh, butting heads here for sure.
Oh yeah, I like this. Omnath on the side of the Bring to Light Scapeshift side. Look at me, I'm the Elementals deck now, says Jeffrey. Risen Reef, not too exciting. I mean, the land ramp is actually pretty interesting. Once again, I think most of what Adam's looking for in the main deck games is the Teferi Time Ravelers. That's going to shut down a lot of the Bring to Light shenanigans. And then it's pretty trivial to win the game from there because you are going to get ahead on your Elemental synergies, which we see here, an Omnath of Adam's own entering the fray. Yeah, you can get ahead with all of your elemental synergies. You can win the game with a ham sandwich eventually. Some combination of elementals are going to attack Jeffrey to death. The thing you have to be most scared of at basically every point in the game is just getting scape shifted out of the game for lethal. Now, Adam's done a good job keeping his life total relatively high, and we also kind of see why maybe some trickery that you can do with the Solitude in his hand, where you can try to line up some kind of turn where they go for a scape shift that's for like exactly enough. And then you just exile your own creature or whatever. I think you can do that. I assume Solitude allows you, but you can sort of splash your own creature, gain the life, and maybe not die. But trying to rely on that as a primary game plan is really, really unappealing.
Yeah. Let me ask you one question: is how much life is enough life to survive, a lethal scape shift or potentially lethal scape shift? Like, let's say you're like 5,000 life. Obviously, you're not going to die there. Where do you draw the cutoff at being like, oh, okay, I can maybe relax a little bit? What's the number?
So the number for me, like if you're talking about the Bring Light Scape Shift deck, right?
Yeah.
Like they have a lot less mountains and a lot less Valakuts is the important one than like other Scape Shift builds, like just red, green, or whatever that you see that are like the Titan Shift configurations. Bring Light Scape Shift, once you're above like 36 or so, like it begins to get hard. Once you're above like 60, 70, that's really where you start getting priced out. So, Jeffrey doesn't have forever to let Adam clown around with like Omnaths and gaining life and stuff, but it should be plenty of time. I mean, that's a really large life total. That's very hard to do as a primary game plan in the modern format, especially in this era where even things like Soul Sisters aren't really prevalent anymore, where that is a little bit more relevant. So I would expect that not to matter too much. I think most scape shifts that are cast, Bring to Light or not, are going to be lethal. And we see Jeffrey reaching for 5 mana here. Do we have a scape shift? And if we do, is it even
chant
lethal?
With me? You ready? It's the Tybalt summoning chant. We want Tybalt.
You just want Tybalt. Like there is
That's
a Bring
all
to
I
Light.
care
We see
for.
Bring to Light. You need 7 lands to deal 18.
Realistically speaking, we probably, I mean, if Scape Shift's not lethal, which I don't think it is, we might just be getting like Supreme Verdict here to clear the board. Is there anything else that we could potentially
grab
get?
It's possible. Yeah, it looks like Supreme Verdict pulled to the front. It looks like that might be the one, and so it is. That one is uncounterable, so nothing we can really do about that one anyway, even if we had some kind of counter spells. Go ahead and put all those cards in the trash can. But the damage is kind of done. Adam's going to be untapping with a handful of cards, 2 fetch lands that were kind of put into play tapped off the other elementals, and Ren and 6 still going. Like, you're just kind of treading water. So, and with you using one of your very important Bring to Lights, now you have to assemble not just more lands, but another Bring to Light / Scape Shift effect.
Kind of a disgusting thought, but that Supreme Verdict actually went down on cards, right? Like every other one of the cards that went to the graveyard, they all replaced themselves. Solitude eating an Omnath, Risen Reef, putting lands into play, Omnath drawing a card. I feel grimy just thinking about it.
Oh yeah. That's the power of the elementals. Even if you kill them, they got their value. So, you're not going to win on card advantage. All you can do, like really, you weren't worried about getting ahead on cards. You were worried about stifling the aggression. You didn't want to die to the power and toughness. So, and we're going to go ahead and buy Yorion. Not a ton of great stuff to flicker. It looks like we got an abundant growth among others. And Adam just looking at this grip full of cards, an embarrassment of riches. But as I mentioned before, you're on the clock.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let me ask you a question. Ren and 6 ulting in this matchup. Earlier we saw Zach Allen with an ulted Ren and 6, and there was Counterspell, right? And that seemed like a powerful endgame.
Right.
You don't play Counterspell in this specific version, due to Risen Reef and things like that. So what's your end game here with the Ren and 6 ult?
Well, it's not as exciting. It's not as game ending, but you are clutching to those lightning bolts. You're just going to start. Look, that's 3 damage per land. All right, let's go to town. Let's get him dead. You need to get a little aggressive. I do think Adam in the main deck games is the aggressor to begin with. So you should be trying to pressure Jeffrey's life total. Of course, Jeffrey at 23 doesn't look like Adam's done that good of a job pressuring the life total. That Supreme Verdict stymieing a lot of the early aggression. So this is what I was talking about, right? This is the power of Bring Light Scape Shift. You are behind on cards. You're behind on a lot of metrics, but you're still alive, and you're just drawing live to a Bring to Light from this point on, because Adam is at 16. Now that we have our 7th land, here comes mana from Omnath. If we have a Bring to Light here, it's lethal with Escape Shift.
Let me ask you a question. You actually brought up an interesting point. So in this matchup, I mean, they have so many cards in similar, whether it is Omnath, whether it is Ren and 6. Prismatic Ending, that's another one too, right?
Yeah,
So
that's
that's going
another
to take
similar
care of the
one.
Red and 6 pretty
Right.
cleanly. Who's the beatdown?
Right, this is what I'm kind of talking about, right? I think in the main deck games, Adam is definitely the beatdown. He has a lot of incidental card advantage stuff going on, but we saw that Solitude just more or less ran out fairly naked, right? Just like as a 3/2 lifelink attacker. It does draw a card off Risen for whatever, but we're not really waiting for a lot of stuff. We need to get our creatures in play. We need to get their creatures off the board. We saw the Omnath answered as well. And we need to start attacking because, Jeffrey has a combo finish. Adam doesn't. And Adam's already seen Bring the Light. He knows what's up. He just needs to actually convert. He needs to get the game over with. So they do play very similarly. It's also interesting to me. I think Bring the Light Scapeshift is not a companion deck, and Adam is. So it's kind of funny to me that they kind of play very similar cards, but Jeffrey has 20 less of them. That actually is going to matter some amount of time when you're talking about consistency, especially when you have Bring the Light, which is functionally a tutor, right? Like you go search up a card, like that adds a lot of consistency to your deck, finding the cards you need. So I think Jeffrey's deck has a more consistent mixture than Adam's deck. Adam's deck has a lot more card advantage and individually like powerful cards like that, but the combo finish is really what Jeffrey's banking on in this matchup. I can't stress that enough.
Super interesting here. So we have Lightning Bolt and Boseiju in the hand here on Adam's side. Expressive Iteration on the stack right now, resolving. So we can't really bolt either of these threats out of the battlefield, but Dryad is an enchantment, so Boseiju technically could take care of that. As Misty Rainforest enters the battlefield, going to gain 4 life here, put Jeffrey up to 27. And like you mentioned, if Adam is trying to get the game over fast, this Omnath is stopping exactly that. Which Omnath?
Absolutely.
Well, the one on the left, of course.
A lot of Omnath on Omnath action. That's a MTG character that has gotten a lot of love in the recent sets. I have to say, the original mono green Omnath, I have a lot of love for. That really spoke to Timmy Drake. As here comes Teferi, Time Raveler. Potentially do something like pick up another Omnath. Maybe start getting a little frisky with your own Omnath. What do we like here, Jeffrey? Going to go ahead and fetch. That's going to make some mana. This could just be clearing the way for a Bring the Light, play around things like counterspells and stuff, but we may still be playing on. A lot of expressive iterations resolved for Jeffrey. I think we've resolved a pair as well as some additional card advantage through the Omnaths.
I was able to glance at a copy of Eladamri's Call in Adam's hand, and it's interesting that we chose not to cast that in response to Teferi, so now we have to wait until we untap. What do you think is a good Eladamri's Call target in this exact instance?
Did we only draw one card there? It looks like he picked up Omnath and replayed Omnath and only drew one. Am I missing something? Well, either way, here comes a Ren. Anyway, yeah, Eladamri's Call, like I said, a lot less exciting. There's not a lot of creatures that you're that invested in because there's nothing that stops Escape Shift, right? Like sometimes you see a copy of Obsidian Charmal in some of these 4-color setups, and that would be really appealing to even just cast for 5 mana. But at this point, it's kind of getting late enough in the game that even that's probably not good enough. So at this point, Eladamri's Call for something like, a Fury just to answer the Dryad of the Elysian Grove and get some pressure on the table is really appealing. And here's a Lightning Bolt going to go ahead and take care of the Teferi. Yeah, you just kind of want to get the permanents off the table and get back to attacking. Adam's deck's not great at being a beatdown deck, but Jeffrey's deck isn't really that great at stymieing all of the card advantage from Adam. So we're just going to trade a lot of resources throughout the early stages of this game. And the Dryad is representing enough of a threat if a naked Valakut is drawn that you do still want to get it off the table if you can.
That's one thing I was thinking about too, right? Is that as the game goes on towards the turn infinity, even if you don't get to Scape Shift, right? Just naturally having Dryad in play alongside like Valakut plus land drops is inherently just like intrinsically very powerful because the nature of just making land drops and your land drops are killing your opponent, like from a theoretical perspective, that means a lot because you're developing your economy and you're also taking down the opponent's life total, both very powerful when combined with each other. We do have the Boseiju to answer. Oh my goodness.
How about Eladamri's Call for Titania? That's some pressure. Hello.
Yeah. That is sweet.
Go ahead and take a look here at the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck list. Do we have a second copy of Supreme Verdict? We sure don't. So that's the only one. We've used our Supreme Verdict. The pressure now, I mean, of course, if a Bring to Light is drawn, then, you know, that is going to be grabbing a Scapeshift. But we don't have a lot of other outs if this Titania starts really going to work, making a ton of 5/3s. It looks like 2 already represented by the 2 uncracked fetch lands on Adam's side. And you have to imagine those have targets given Adam's 80-card deck. Teferi among the mixture for Jeffrey. Gonna need to find a Bring to Light. Just constantly digging. Another Omnath, another Teferi, a lot of redraws.
I know that Jeffrey's at
Titania.
21, but if you think about it, fetch, that puts 2 5/3s into play, and then you suddenly have 19 points.
19. You're too short.
Jeez, that's like, I don't know, what is it called? Plot armor or whatever, where you're like behind the whole game, and then suddenly out of nowhere, just Titania things, you know?
Oh, wow. We're going to respond to the Teferi by casting Ephemerate. That brings another land back. That one's going to stay exiled and upkeep, provided this Teferi stays in play. But if Teferi goes to bounce something like Titania, you could just attack it down if you want. Like, you just have so much power. Like, you really start laying the beat downs, and Jeffrey can survive a turn. But like I said, the pressure is certainly on Jeffrey to find a Scapeshift because you are running out of time. Adam still has plenty of cards, plenty of value, and you are running out of time to end this game.
Yeah, very tricky here. The 19 has now suddenly become 24, which is certainly lethal if there are removal spells. We can see Teferi tick down, bounce Omnath.
Cast Omnath again. That's another redraw. I think we have a fetch land too to trigger a lot of like mana and what have you. Looks like a Boreal Grazer land. Can't get a great look at the other one.
Bring to Light or Scapeshift, both are still outs from this board state as Misty Rainforest is going to come into play, gain some more life.
Looking at 3 cards, Beseiju among the mix. That one does not answer any of the creatures. The creatures are the problem here for Jeffrey. Go ahead and fetch. That's going to make some mana.
Beseiju also certainly not something you want to use on this board state on any of the lands because that would actually put a 5/3 into play. So
yeah, that's not good at all. You don't want to do that.
Yeah. It just seems like as soon as one player is able to punch through, it's just going to be it's going to be like one punch. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, this is going to end quickly. Despite all the moving cards around, we're going to play another Omnath, cycle this Omnath. Bring to Light, please, says Jeffrey. Yeah, like you said, it's just a bunch of moving stuff around, and then the game's going to end in like 1 or 2 turns. You're like, wait, what happened? It's like, well, Titania makes a lot of power, and Scapeshift makes a lot of Valakut triggers.
I was going to say, I was waiting for the 3rd season of One Punch Man to come out, but it looks like it's already here, brought to you by NRG, so that's good stuff. Exclusive content.
The preview. Thank you, One Punch Man, for sponsoring NRG.
And here it is. They're the 5/3s. These are all elementals too, right?
Yeah, they are elementals as well.
I love this tribal synergy so much. Elementals, they're really just not, they don't get enough respect. The other tribe that I think should get more respect is actually Homunculi, which is weird. I was looking through Homunculi.
Homunculi?
Yeah, all like Fibblethip and like...
I love Slivers. The 5-color elementals doesn't do it for me like Slivers does for some reason. I can't.
The problem with Slivers is that Crystalline Sliver has just given me so much like trauma over the years that I can't. That and Hibernation Sliver are my.
I was gonna say Hibernation Sliver is kind of the real problem because that thing is actually just unkillable.
Yeah, it's just like, stop, please. I'm only a blue-white mage. I can only do so much.
I'm trying to cast my Terminus. Why are they back in your hand? I hate this.
True. Unironically, here's Risen Reef though, off an Eladamri's call.
Well, you know, Risen Reef. I don't know if you've heard of this synergy here, Honorog, but Risen Reef with Titania does a lot. You put lands into play, you put lands in the graveyard, you make 5/3s, you draw cards. We're gonna go ahead and flashback Ephemerate.
Okay, so Ephemerate going to...
So we triggered Omnath on Instep. The trigger to deal 4 damage kills the Teferi. That means Ephemerate can happen again. Bring back another land, which represents more 5/3s, more cards. And so kind of heads up by Adam. You already have the Teferi covered if it's at less than 4.
Yeah, I was going to say, where did the Teferi go? But that's a very good point. Omnath's special mode, I call it, because it doesn't happen nearly as frequently. But, 3 lands into play will deal 4 to all planeswalkers. On the other side of the table, I don't think it's symmetrical.
It is not symmetrical. It deals the planeswalkers and opponents, I believe. As here is Another land played in Cavern of Souls. Half the match, that one's naming Elemental. 4 more life coming for Adam. Still more than enough lands to kill, especially with a Dryad in play for Jeffrey. Another 5-3 coming, and this is what we're talking about. This is like going to be the one big turn of setup for Adam, and then there's going to be the 5-3 beat downs coming down to the following turn. So Jeffrey, I think this is your last turn. You better find some way to flashback that Supreme Verdict, or you better find a Bring the Light or Escape Shift, because you're not beating these 5-3s. There's a lot of 5-3s, a lot of cards coming. Good luck.
This might be the most number of permanents we've actually seen in play on board today, which I gotta say, like, I'm slightly overwhelmed, honestly. Like,
this is extremely overwhelming. It kind of feels like EDH. You're just like, okay, this board state's not parsable. There's a bunch of different lands with different names. There's tokens everywhere. There's cards everywhere. Legendary creatures with a million colors. I don't know what's happening. I'm sure something's on the stack right now that's a trigger. I don't know. Yep.
I will give credit to Adam here. One thing that I want to say is that, you know, for the time shifted matches, okay, we have the ability with technology to like 1.5 speed them, you know, like you're watching on YouTube or something, but this is real time. And this is just Adam's natural pace of play. And it's very speedy. I think, like, especially when you have, at this point, I'm pretty sure you have over 20 permanents in play that you have to manage. Adam playing very quickly is very important because there's still post-board games that you have to handle. And in the 4-color soupy mirror match, you know, time is of the essence for sure.
Absolutely. I have to agree with you there. Adam very much knows what's going on here. Any kind of 4-color grindy expression variation Omnath fest like this has the potential to go to time very easily. Pace of play needs to be appropriate for the matchup. So a lot of appreciation for Adam, making this a much more enjoyable viewing experience as he slings cards around with Risen Reef triggers, Titania triggers, Eternal Witness triggers, Omnath triggers, Solitude triggers, and all kinds of fetching and life gain and all this stuff. It's a lot to manage. And as you said, Adam, you know, very talented player. We see a lot here on the NRG series. He's doing an excellent job of handling it. Now, I do have to ask, is there a world, now that Adam's assembled so many resources, where we can do some kind of trickery with these Besejus if Escape Shift happens? Now, it's hard because, like, the triggers still go on the stack, but they check for mountains on resolution. So you can try to shoot some mountains with the Besage. Oh, here comes Tybalt.
Nice.
The manual way.
But I'm happy.
All right. What can we hit off Tybalt? A land from Adam and Escape Shift off the top from you should do it. There's no way exiling a creature gets it done, right? Like, even Eternal Witness to try to buy back Supreme Verdict's too slow? Is that accurate? Plus, Bring the Light.
Okay, wait a minute. Now we're in
don't
the
have
kitchen cooking.
So we need 2 lands. We have a prismatic ending that can take care of a token. What did Adam exile? Is that a Teferi?
I think it was Teferi, Time Raveler.
Okay. We can tap the Misty Rainforest for mana with the Dryad. Bounce a token, block, take 1,000,000. I don't think that does it. We have a Beseju. That's land 1. That's 4 mana. We can
Drake, I think I would have to
Teferi.
agree with your high-level analysis that taking 1,000,000 doesn't get the job done.
It looks like Jeffrey agrees. I didn't finish the math, but I'm fairly confident that Jeffrey's dead. That Bring to Light 1 turn too slow. And this, like you said, you asked who the beatdown is. Titania showing up to convincingly tell you who the beatdown is there at game number 1. Adam making a bunch of tokens, slinging cards around, and is rewarded with a game 1 victory here in this 4-color mirror setup.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's just kind of goes to show that here in this matchup, we just sort of saw, like, you know, elementals just generated so much value that it basically narrowed down the Bring to Light deck to exactly 1 card at 1 instance to come out ahead, right? And you just asked the question, and Jeffrey didn't have the answer, and that was that. I think that's pretty cool. I will say I do agree, though, if, like, you know, we go into games 2 and 3, I don't know if it's going to be exactly the same. I do feel like, you know, the onus is on the elementals deck to sort of bring the heat, bring the pressure, and the game as fast as possible because of that, you know, just because of the potency of Escape Shift in this matchup, right? Because it is a one and done thing. And the Elementals deck does try to interact, but not necessarily so much on the stack here. Maybe we can take a look at deck lists here for Jeffrey Jones and Adam Washburn Moses. I want to see what tools both players are bringing here. And yeah, thank you. So Bring to Light Escape Shift has, let's see, Endurance, Tireless Tracker, some Flusterstorms, Mystical Dispute, Unmoored Ego, Force of Vigor, Chalice of the Void. Anything you like here? Beseju, maybe?
I'm I'm still very much into the mystical disputes. I do believe that Teferi is still one of the most potent cards in this matchup. Shutting down Bring to Light entirely does do a lot to stifle the power of the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck. You were kind of talking about game one there. I think there's a lot of onus on the Bring to Light Scapeshift deck to win game one. You kind of get like a quote unquote punk out where it's like, surprise, I'm on Bring to Light. Now I'm going to kill you with these Scapeshift stuff. And that's why I'm playing these really bad lands in my deck and stuff like that. And you do see 4 copies of Valakut. I was wrong about that. New configurations have 4 Valakut plus the Dryads. You can actually kill somebody from a really high life total, but bringing all of it back in the sideboard games, when the Elementals deck knows what's up, I think you have a lot more tools and you don't have as much, right? Like you're kind of banking on winning that game one. You have some mystical disputes, maybe some Fluster Storms if you're worried about counter spells, but I don't think you can bring a lot else in. There's no more Supreme Verdicts. Like Unmoored Ego's pretty weak, and maybe you can try Tireless Tracker, but once again, you're not just going to keep up on card advantage. You need to be the combo deck. So I think Jeffrey doesn't have a lot to bring in here, kind of displaying that he's expecting to win game one and, kind of convert one of the other sideboard games in this match. And, maybe a little bit behind losing that first game.
Well, let's take a look at the other side too, because I feel like Adam's got a decent chunk of tools that might be relevant in this matchup, starting with Endurance, Knight of Autumn, Magus of the Moon, Obsidian Charma. That's a card you gave a shout out to earlier. Force of Negation, Chalice of the Void, and Emrakul, the Promised End. Do you like any of these cards?
I like a lot of these cards, and this is exactly what I was talking about. You have 4 copies of Force of Negation to shut down the Scapeshifts. Those are huge. You have Magus of the Moon. That shuts down all of the shenanigans. That's huge. And you even have a copy of Emrakul that I think you should bring in, because I don't know if you've heard of this synergy between taking your opponent's turn and then casting Scapeshift, but you can do this cool thing where you sack all their lands and then fail to find any lands, and then they have no lands. So that's pretty dirty. Powerful. Oh. I think that's like, look at how game one would have played out with as many cards as Adam saw. Just finding the Emrakul seals the game up on the spot almost assuredly, especially if there's a Scape Shift in the mix. So a lot to like from Adam, a lot of changes there, not a lot of changes from Jeffrey. I expect Adam to pick up a lot more help in the sideboard games than Jeffrey did, as we see a New Capenna Triome and then an actual Triome as the first 2 lands for the Bring Light Scapeshift deck. Have to imagine a Triome coming here for Adam, really kind of showing how powerful these, tricolor fetchable lands are in the modern format, don't you think? All these 4-color decks, all these 4-color archetypes kind of just don't work without these.
I kind of agree with you. I mean, I think this is this Jetmir's Garden perhaps that's in play right now. I do like that the New Capenna Triomes are actually like labeled after the individual, I guess, what is it called? Not tribes,
Factions.
but yeah, factions for New Capenna, right? Like that's kind of cool. We're gonna see here Spara's headquarter on the other side of the table. So all things, yeah, you're right. I think the Triomes definitely do unlock a lot of abilities, potency, capacity for all these 4-color decks. I was actually kind of surprised to see no 5-color decks put together now that you have like Xander's Lounge and things like that. But
yeah, now you have all of them. That makes sense.
Yeah, you could do some crazy stuff here, but maybe the truth is it's just like nothing worth splashing in black in these good soupy decks because Thoughtseize and not my
It's
vibe.
like Prismatic Ending, right? Like things like Bring Light and Prismatic Ending. Although I guess Dryad of the Elysian Grove kind of cheats on that for you too. So Bring Light Scapeshift, not only getting help from the Triomes, but from Dryad itself. A lot of cards printed in the modern era that really kind of help make mana work, and we're really seeing that out of this Bring Light Scapeshift deck. I'll tell you what, I like it a lot, but it looks a lot different from when I used to play it.
Oh yeah,
I
remember like the full 4 ofs and just like. Oh, what is it? The 2-mana Prismatic Omen, I think.
Yeah, Prismatic Omen, the precursor to Dryad. Yeah,
all that sort of good stuff, and then they printed out a bunch of stuff. But here, Prismatic Ending going to take care of Dryad, and we did get to play an extra land here. Now our colors are a little less perfect on Jeffrey's side of things. Iceman Quaddle punching in for 1. Also, just a nice little message to send through. So.
Oh my gosh, and what a sequence here. We have an Omnath into a fetch land, and there's a mystical dispute backup for the following turn if you want to represent that. So here's a fetch land. We'll see if there's anything that Jeffrey wants to do with the mana. Looks like he does have something he wishes to cast. Go ahead and fetch right now. Could cast a Bring to Light here. Something like a Tybalt might actually just catapult you into winning the game. And there is a Bring to Light.
Tybalt, let's go!
Tybalt!
No! All right, fine. No Tybalt today. I guess Bring to Light going to get countered here by...
Yeah, that does use all the mana, so that mystical dispute, not going to quite do it. Force of Negation, pitching Omnath, going to take care of that Bring to Light. Don't know what we're going to grab. Don't want to find out. But Omnath, still on the table for Jeffrey for his troubles. So a really, really impressive turn from Jeffrey, even if, Adam having the the Force Negation does take a little bit of wind out of our sails. And oh no, is that a Magus of the Moon? I spy a Magus.
Magus is an interesting card here because I feel like with Omnath already in play, Magus is not maybe the best card you want to be playing on this turn here. Yeah, I like playing Risen Reef instead. Maybe just develop your econ, get some more lands into play, and then we can think about the yeah.
So you can cast your own spells at the very least. Plus, there's 2 basics on Jeffrey's side. Kind of impressive that you have this like 4-color deck that already has a forest fetch. So if a Dryad, is drawn post moon effect, it will actually solve your mana problems the way you want it to. It is a time stamping thing. Otherwise, there's still 2 basics of 2 different colors for Jeffrey. So a little bit of stifling already done, as here is a prismatic ending going after the Risen Reef. So it kind of looks like Jeffrey, now that the Bring the Light doesn't work, is kind of planning on just like playing this card advantage game with Adam, right? Like that's what prioritizing the Risen Reef over the Icing Quaddle is, right? Because you can hit the Quaddle and start laying the beatdowns and try to just attack for lethal. Instead, Jeffrey kind of respecting the card advantage that Risen Reef has to offer and going after that with Prismatic Ending instead.
All right, Omnath held back by a potential death touchy Iceman Quaddle. Here comes Teferi Time Raveler and Mystical Dispute going to quickly
that's a big one in this matchup. Absolutely not. That is what the Dispute wants to hit here. Even though, you couldn't cast it on the Force Negation earlier, kind of still works out for Jeffrey being able to get the Teferi off the table. Here is a fetch and a shock for Adam. I'm going to go ahead and buy Yorion after we fetch our land. Nice little shortcut there. Fetch the land, shock this land, do all my things. Here's my Yorion in hand, go. Jeffrey going to go ahead and untap.
Yeah, Teferi kind of an interesting one here. I was trying to count like the number of answers we actually have to bring to light, and bringing in the Force of Negations definitely does help, upping our total count of really, really good answers from 4 to 8. So Teferi does stop Bring to Light from, you can cast the Bring to Light, but I don't believe you're allowed to cast, actually, are you allowed to cast the other spell off of Bring to Light? It's not like Cascade, right?
It's cast in the middle of Resolution. It should shut down the Bring to Light entirely. In the very similar way Cascade is shut down.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was envisioning as well. So yeah. Being able to dispute the Teferi is big money there in that your primary game plan not taken down. What I do like to see here is the Tireless Tracker boarded in. I mean, it does give you a little bit more value, a little bit more to play towards in terms of extending your game from the early to the mid to the late. We saw in games 1, and even in this game to some degree, that the Elementals deck, very good at generating lots of advantage and then staying ahead that way. So Tireless Tracker to combat that, keep parity is exactly what I would like to see in post-board games.
For sure. Omnath providing a little bit of mana to go ahead and draw cards. Another fetch land, what you want to see should be a counter on that Tireless Tracker, but it might be a trigger, so you might be able to miss that. But either way, this Tireless Tracker being in the deck at all does kind of signal what I began to piece together when that Prismatic Ending came down, and that is that Jeffrey's kind of looking to try to fight on the card advantage axis here in the sideboard games, which I'm kind of surprised about. There's so much value that comes out of the Elementals deck. I'm surprised you can even try to do that, but it seems to be working out for Jeffrey as we have the Omnath, in play. We have a Tireless Tracker that's drawn 2 cards already, and, some damage coming across. Adam already down to 9 and potentially facing down lethal next turn.
Yeah, this is not exactly what I envisioned when I kept asking you who's the beatdown, right?
Yeah, me neither. This is impressive showing here.
The script has been flipped here, and I almost wonder if we're just going to see us go to another, go to game 3 here rather than Adam deploy the Magus to the moon here. Honestly, I'll be very, very honest. Magus doesn't seem so great on this exact board state in that it's not really shutting down the mana that well. I mean, there's 2 basics in play already. No blue, but
there's 3 basics. There's a basic mountain in play too.
Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, so maybe. Magus not the best in this matchup, but still you might want to, just in case, to have like an answer to like Valakut or things like that.
It's time. Double Tracker with a fetch land Honorog. This is just every Magic Grinder's dream. Adam's seen enough. I'm not going to watch you throw your cards around the table and beat me down with Tireless Trackers and Omnath. We can go ahead and move to game 3 here after an impressive kind of alternate win for Jeffrey there in game 2. Just a little bit of value, a little bit of beatdown. Who needs to Bring the Light? That can get countered. Force. Okay, don't care. Here's some Tireless Trackers. Answer these.
It's an alternate game plan, and I quite like it, right? Like, you want to make your deck as robust as possible when you switch from game plan to game plan, or just having access to these kind of tools. I mean, like you mentioned, we do have cards like Expressive Iteration. We do have cards like Teferi, but putting the Tireless Trackers in as well, not only does add to the amount of card advantage we get with the deck, but this card gets big. It gets chunky. It attacks.
It
And that's not
does.
something we really expect to see out of this deck. One thing that I am looking forward to is, and I'm going to just ping production to find out if we have an interview set up with Adam that we can maybe watch after this. I really would. Okay, and it looks like we do, which is going to be good. I want to get in the mindset of how Adam likes to play Magic and things like that. Earlier, we got to see Sean Gallagher, and that was quite exciting. But yeah, going from game 2 now to game 3, both players at 1-0 and playing for their, basically tournament top 8 life here. Any changes that we would want to make to sideboarding based on some of the deck lists that we had seen earlier? Are there any cards now we want after having seen, Force of Negation come in or small nuances like that? What do you think?
Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe you don't want the Magus as much after seeing how game 2 played out if you're in Adam's seat. Other than that, I think a lot of the changes are still fine. You still want your answers to bring to light. That's still the big potent card from Jeffrey Jones's deck. Jeffrey Jones still doesn't have a lot in the matchup, even if he's like taking the fair value approach like we saw. I mean, he probably brought in like 3 cards or whatever, like the 2 Tireless Trackers plus a few other things. So I expect not a ton of adjustments, maybe a little bit of shaving here and there, but realistically not a ton of adjustments here for game 3. I think what Adam learned the most from game 2 is Jeffrey's approach to the sideboard games in this matchup. I think that was an important thing for Adam to learn because I expect Adam to have kind of thought the same way I did, where it's like, okay, I'm going to win a long game against this deck. This deck is going to try to cheese me with the bring to light thing that's way more powerful. It goes over the top of what I have going on. But if I can shut that down, and we saw that with the Force Negation, I think he prioritized that Force Negation very highly for that reason. If I can shut that down, I'm in the driver's seat. And we saw Jeffrey just be like, okay, and kill a few of Adam's creatures and then go to town with Tireless Trackers. That's not at all I expect. Adam would have thought the game's going to play out. And now that he knows that's kind of the plan, he can adjust accordingly. And I think Renin 6 is a great start to fighting on the card advantage axis.
Yeah, turn 2, Renin 6, the bane of many. I'm curious to see when we saw Prismatic Ending in large quantities in game 2. I would not be surprised to see the Renin 6 get immediately exiled. But these are the kind of exchanges that, like, while it is only getting a land, yeah, okay, so we see Prismatic Ending. It's going to be causing the Renin 6 to go into exile, and shortcutting is important, I think, at this stage of the game. You want to make sure that you don't go to time here, because getting another draw would actually, it's effectively the same as a loss here.
Yeah, whereas a win sets you right up for a nice win and into top 8 potentially. And with Adam, of course, looking to earn some very important NRG points in addition to a trophy and some money here at this first trial in Michigan, I would expect he very much does not want to draw, and his pace of play would signal that. You can see the Emrakul there on bottom did bring that one in. I like that one a lot in this matchup. I'm going to go ahead and fetch. Like I said, this Prismatic Ending on this Ren really shows how much Jeffrey is committing to fighting on the card advantage axis, because that's a card that can potentially answer a Teferi, right? Imagine Adam untapped and played a Teferi, like played White Land Teferi. Now you don't have a Prismatic Ending for that, right? So the fact that you are disrespecting Teferi Time Raveler a little bit more and respecting things like Ren a little bit more signals to me that you just, oh, and there's the Dryad into Valakut again. You really are focusing on the card advantage axis in this matchup.
Yeah, and I think Dryad is the kind of card that, like, it's cool if it's in play. Likely it won't last that long, but the fact that you're able to, like, develop your mana with this card and then use that to play your heavy hitters like Omnath. I wouldn't be surprised to see Omnath plus land come down this turn. Looks like there's a copy of Renin 6 in the hand here for Jeffrey. That could come down as well. It's actually quite good. Oh, and there's a Teferi as well. Okay, so this is
a good
quite
turn.
Fascinating.
And the extra land drop played from Dryad, despite it getting answered, is really relevant here, and being able to play both Planeswalkers out, being able to deploy both. Now you could potentially do something like an instant speed, but there's another Valakut. We have 2 Valakuts and a Dryad here. We actually could just start going to town with the killing. I actually like this instead. I did not realize our hand had that composition of lands, because we can play second Valakut next turn, and then we have fetch, deal 6, then pick up the fetch with Ren and deal 12 more or whatever. That's a lot of damage, Anurag.
Yeah, that sounds like a lot of damage. And I just want to mention one thing is it looks like there's a Magus of the Moon here. It's going to come down. And last time we saw a couple basics in play. This time,
only
not
a forest.
So much.
Now, keep in mind, we can fetch another forest here, and those work with Dryad of the Elysian Grove. So that means that Jeffrey can still untap, play Teferi, bounce the Magus, and then this here is going to deal 3 damage, I believe. Yeah, we see Adam reaching for the life total. I imagine that one just dealt 3. But you can bounce the Magus because that forest will tap for white, and because of the Dryad, is provided the Dryad stays in play, and then we still have the same line where we play Valakut, deal 6, pick up the fetch land, and that's lethal. So Adam, this Magus may not be good enough, right?
I have a question. I think the way the layers work, and I'm so sorry for using the L word there, but I think Dryads, like all the lands should
The
tap for
basics
any
on
color.
Rug. No, not all the lands. It's time stamped.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah,
cool,
so if the
cool.
Dryad came down after, all the lands would do that. Instead, they do not.
Okay, all right. I'm so glad that you know the answer to this because I was going to sweat bullets, but the basics will get Teferi through, which is good enough, and that can, I mean, maybe we're not even bouncing the Magus. I don't know. I probably
You
are.
have to bounce the Magus because you have lethal here, right? Because you play the Valakut, that's a mountain because of Dryad. That triggers both Valakuts. That deals 6. Play fetch land, that deals 6. Fetch with fetch land, that's 6 more. That's 18. You're very dead. Now, Jeffrey, I think, has to see this, but I believe that based on face-up information, if this Teferi resolves, that Adam's just dead.
That's kind of crazy. I'm not gonna lie. This is what I was talking about, like way back when the game first started, which was like just naturally being able to like use your land drops to lightning bolt your opponent over and
Jeffrey
over
doesn't
again.
see it. That's 2 damage coming across for Adam. Adam has to breathe a sigh of relief as he quickly untaps, has access to an abundant growth of his own. Eladamri's call. Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if he doesn't. I mean, Adam doesn't know there's Teferi in hand, but Jeffrey doesn't see it. And Adam, with a lightning bolt and a host of other effects, can maybe begin to turn the corner. You still need to race Jeffrey to finding an answer to Magus. Here's a lightning bolt to finish off the Ren in 6. Because any answer to the Magus, anything that removes the Magus from the table, makes that fetch land lethal.
Yeah, it's tricky.
Another fetch land is picked up.
Adam does have Force of Negation in hand here, so we can actually stop the Teferi from resolving. The question is Jeffrey going to put their Teferi on the stack?
I don't think he sees it.
Yeah, this reminds me of the biggest scenario. I don't know, like a long time ago, I was watching coverage of Brian Bronduin playing Sneak and Show, no, Storm ad nauseum, and opponent had Sneak Attack and just kept like vialing Gristlebrand into play, but a Caracas kept bouncing it. And the classic scenario of opponent not seeing it. If we see it here, this would be one of the craziest potential comebacks for Adam Washburn.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not intuitive, right? Like knowing that your non-basics are shut down, but your basics still tap for any color is not the most intuitive unless you've played on Magic Online. That's really the key here. If you played on Magic Online, you go to right-click your basic or whatever, it shows you the whole list. So you know, there's no secret to it. Whereas here in paper, you're like, oh, dang, all my lands are mountains and my basics are the only things that work. You kind of forget that your Dryad is actually still making your basics tap for a mana of any color.
Good point, yeah. Now we'll see maybe Teferi come down.
Teferi with Force of Negation backup, right? Because these abundant growths, that's pretty good. Take a draw step. What do we have?
Interesting. Teferi actually went upstairs, not down.
Yeah, bouncing the Dryad I don't think does a lot here. Here's 5 mana. Don't cast a Bring to Light. Oh no, I do not think this works the way you want it to. And he points to Teferi, puts the Bring to Light in the graveyard. I believe that was a fail to find.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy timing on the Teferi then
to be able to shuffle. I don't think whatever this is should not work.
Okay,
we're going to go ahead and fail to find. So 5 mana shuffle the library has resolved.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. This is crunch time right now, right? We're at 5-1-1, and any mistakes that we make could potentially knock us out of top 8 for the event here, potentially even worse. So this is where, players got to play. It's been a long day, so I totally understand this. But that Bring to Light is not going to be able to find any spell here thanks to the Teferi passive. The static ability will stop Bring to Light resolving the spell mid-sequence or whatever. Maybe there's a better way to explain that. But now we see Omnath coming down, and Adam looks very well positioned here now.
I don't think Adam has to shock. Adam just shock. Adam does not have to shock. There's a Magus in play. Gonna go ahead and have your Stomping Ground enter untapped. We are still holding up Force of Negation, and now suddenly there's a real attacking force, right? Like Omnath representing 4 damage. You can't attack with your Magus. Third Valakut is not good enough at this point in time. And with Adam having access to Teferi to bounce the Dryad even, go ahead and start attacking for 6 a turn. Can get it done in 2 turns with this Ren. You can down tick, and that should be lethal if he chooses to get aggressive. We'll see what Adam's approach is.
Yeah, this is incredible. I feel like this might be one of the matches where Jeffrey had the tools to win, but despite that, Adam, has Magus of the Moon, very powerful in this matchup, and is able to close out potentially with a correct sequence of events here in the next few turns.
How about cycle Jetmir's Garden into plus up Ren cycle to be able to cycle Jetmir's Garden again? So maybe it just doesn't even matter. Teferi's still at 6. I think Adam very much showing respect for keeping Teferi in play as a way to shut down these Bring the Lights, even though one has already been spent. I think Adam really wants to make sure that, Teferi can't get picked off by something like a Bolt that you would want to force negation. So make sure your Teferi's nice and high on loyalty. Make sure you still have the force negation. Just kind of cross all the I's and the T's, right? Like, there's no reason to really get aggressive. I was talking about a line that maybe could finish the game a little bit faster. I think Adam has kind of correctly assessed that Jeffrey's kind of just dead in the water right now, just kind of floundering. So you're able to really just kind of sit back and win the game whenever you kind of want to. You can just make sure you have it covered from all angles before you even attempt to win the game. And that seems to be very much what's going on here. We see a Titania in Adam's hand, probably doesn't even want to deploy that yet or whatever, right? Like, what's the rush? You have these Planeswalkers ticking up nonstop. You can cast it if you want, but there's no rush as long as you have Teferi on 1,000,000. Oh, here's a Fury. Sure. Finally take care of that Dryad. And I believe that was Jeffrey's last hope for closing this game out.
Very impressive. Yeah. And you can see Adam still holding on to this Force of Negation every single turn. You may have noticed 3 mana has been open. Blue, X, probably blue, red, honestly. Good discipline. I mean, understanding that there are only so many cards that could actually win the game in this spot. Now that Dryad is gone, the Valakuts aren't even going to be doing much. And now you can't even cast a Teferi because your lands don't tap for, you just lost your Omni mana, like life hack. I don't know. Dryad.
Look at Adam sitting back. I think Adam kind of sees the writing on the wall here. Successfully managed his resources very well all game. As here's an Anger of the Gods. Can't imagine you're wanting that one to resolve. As here's Force of Negation. Yep, that one should be exiled, but I do not think it matters. And Jeffrey Jones going to extend the hand. Adam going to advance to 6-1-1. Huge win for him and his prospects for top 8 here at the NRG in Lansing, Michigan.
Yeah, that is absolutely impressive. I mean, in a matchup that you really that doesn't feel like a good matchup, right? Because you mentioned Scapeshift is absolutely, a banger of a threat in this matchup. Bring to Light gives you easy access to Scapeshift, and it's a one-shot kill with, when you have like Dryad in play, things like that. It really just does seem like this was not Adam's match to win, and he was able to take down a very, very tricky game 1 and a very, very tricky game 3. So props on Adam. In fact, it looks like we've actually got an interview scheduled with Adam that we can listen. Let's roll it up because I want to see Adam's thought process and get to learn a little bit more about the players, especially the players that we see very frequently on the NRG series circuit. Again, earlier we did get to listen to Sean Gallagher's story about, him and, Team Arclight and, co-captaining and working with Piper Powell, a lot of all these sort of things. I'm interested to see Matt Bamonte's questions this time around. It was a treat to listen to it last time, so let's dive right into that.
All right, I am Matt Bamonte. I am joined by Adam Wasmer-Moses. We are here in Lansing, Michigan. So I asked you a question, which I ask almost everybody. I say, hey, do you want to talk about magic or do you want to talk about life? And your response was?
Magic is life.
Magic is life.
Yeah, I just play magic and work, and that's 90% of what I do.
Okay.
Every once in a while I'll sleep. But,
sure. Sleep's good.
Yeah, sometimes.
It's overrated.
I agree, yeah.
So Adam's number 10 on the leaderboard right now. He's also told me he's number 9 just by virtue of signing up for the event because Antonio is judging. So number 9 on the leaderboard is a pretty good spot to be. As we just wrapped up the last season, starting a new one now, playing some Modern, and it seems like everybody is playing some version of Elementals or Money Pile or whatever you want to call it. There's the Blink version. There's everyone's playing the deck, right?
Yeah, I mean, it turns out just having access to Companion, which is inherently the most broken mechanic in Magic's history, is a really good thing to be doing. And you can just play only good cards in your deck, and I guess that's good.
Yeah, I remember when I first read Yorion, I was like, well, this is going to be tough because now we have to add 20 cards to our deck. Man, it's going to be really difficult. It's well, you just add 20 more good cards, right?
Yeah, you just add 20 cards that replace themselves, and you're fine.
Pretty smart. So a little backstory. Adam and I actually played on a team tournament together.
We did.
You and Peter Tragos played together, which was fun. It happened 2 years ago now, right? Maybe more.
Over 2 years. It was in it was late November, early December.
Crazy, 3 years ago. It's wild to think about. So, so Adam's making a name for himself here on the NRG series. You told me you hate your deck.
Oh,
you have to play it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's just like, if they like let me play like Amulet or whatever, like if Amulet was actually playable, I would love to play Amulet, but it's just so wildly unplayable. It's just outclassed by everything, and like everything's outclassed by Orion, which is kind of awful.
Yeah. So, if there was like, let's say you got to be in charge of Modern for a day, like what changes would you make?
Probably just destroy all companions.
Yeah.
Like I don't care how restrictive it is. I just get it out. Like,
all of them?
Yeah, all of them. And see what happens from there. Like maybe like the 4-color deck is still too good even with no companion, and that's certainly possible. But I think it's a lot more reasonable of a deck to have around.
Okay.
I think it's just like Jund.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Like Luris already got the axe. I think the other companions are fine. Like Kahira's like in some control decks, but because it can be, it's like free, right?
Yeah, it's same with Gigantha and some other things like that. I'd rather not just worry about dealing with it ever again and just get rid of it.
Makes sense. All right, so we're playing Pioneer for the first time in a long time.
Yeah.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Is the format good after the ban?
I have no idea. No one has any idea, really.
Right.
If I had to guess, the event will either be won by Phoenix or Blue-White Control, neither of which deck I'm playing.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
Well, you're playing a deck that like really stinks against Blue-White Control, right?
It's like not great. It's okay.
I really like the Blue-White Control deck because like I just like to feel smart when I play the game.
Yeah, it's more like tap-out style control deck than your traditional control deck, but it's also hard to build because you don't know exactly what's going to come in tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. So I was talking to, I believe I was talking to Zach Allen earlier, and I said it feels a lot like week one standard formats, right?
Yeah.
Where you like build a deck, you hope you have a good game plan, but it's hard to do that with control decks. Again, like you said, you don't know what you're playing against, so you play like these, like you used to play Spring Verdicts or March Mother really likes, like, well, I hope it's good enough, and there's not like some great deck that just kills you.
Yeah, I kind of just ended up with what is the most proactive deck I can play that I think is a reasonable choice.
It makes sense.
And I can easily get a hold of, and that is why I'm playing that.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's really cool. Like I used to love like week one standards, probably like my favorite. Good standards are my favorite kind of formats because they're relatively low power level. Everybody's kind of doing like not the same thing, but they're on the same level. There's no like two ships passing in the night. There's a lot of combat and math and things going on. So I think Pioneer right now, there's not a lot of big results. So our tournament tomorrow will be like one of the first things that really like solidifies the tournament, the meta.
It will. And I will be interested to see what happens with the top 8 there.
Cool. Any shout outs or anything else you want to talk about before we wrap it up?
No, not as far as I can think of.
Okay, cool. All right, well, I am McVety again, Adam Westmoses. Thanks for taking the time out. I will catch you guys on the next one, and we'll see you at one of our events in the future.
You heard it there. Destroy all companions. Just take them and put them in the garbage. I like that take. Adam kind of just woke up and chose violence. Although honestly, I don't even feel like that's an isolated take. I feel a lot of people, they feel that way. But Adam, 10th, maybe now 9th on the leaderboard, in a very good position with a 6-1-1 record to make top 8 of this event and potentially get that first place prize of $2,400 and 30 points for the leadership race. Let's take a look at season 2 and what we have coming up for the future of this series here. We've got an event at the end of July that's in the Chicagoland area. That's going to be Modern and Legacy, a 10K and a 5K respectively. At the end of August, we have the Grand Showdown. The winning team will qualify for the end of year championship series. And then at the end of September, we have one last Modern and Pioneer set of trials. And after all of this, the at-large spots will be given to the best finishing players. So we'll see who does it. Right now, I believe Zoe Riederman at 71 points in very good contention. Depending how she finishes this weekend, might make that. But, there's a lot of events and a lot of points to be given out. For example, if Adam continues and wins this event, that'll be crazy too. But that's going to conclude our round 8 for now. Drake and I are going to be back for the last round of Swiss in round 9, and then the first round of the Modern Top 8 here at the NRG Series in Lansing, Michigan. We'll see you in a little bit.
NerdRageGaming.com is the place to get your hands on all the hottest Magic singles. Browse our full selection of staples from every format and shop an exclusive inventory you won't find anywhere else. Shop regularly and get rewarded for each purchase with our customer rewards program. Automatically earn store credit each time you shop and work your way up to 10% back on all orders. Be sure to use the code STAYHOME for free shipping. All this and more at nerdragegaming.com.
Welcome back, everybody. My name is Anurag Das. I'm here with Drake Sasser, and we're going to watch the final round of Swiss for the Modern 10K trial here in Lansing, Michigan. And I got to say, tensions are high, Drake. We've got a lot of very, very well-performing players here. I think looking at the standings right now, there are 12 players in contention for this top 8, and I hear there are a lot of draws. We've got a bunch of X1s playing it. I think our feature match for this round will be Jesse Robkins, who we saw earlier today playing 4-color control. And against Jesse, we have Daryl Patino on Azorius Hammer Time. So we're going to have a pretty spicy match with a lot on the line here. The winner will make the top 8. The loser will be back to play, some Pioneer tomorrow. So it's a win-win either way, but you really want to get those points. You really want to get those prizes. You ready?
Oh, I'm ready, Anurag. This is what you live for. These, high stakes Magic. You mentioned there's a lot on the line, especially for a lot of the players we've been following today. Players like Adam, players like Jesse, who are in this NRG series race. They're looking to pick up those top 8s, not just for the money, not just for the glory and the coverage, but for those extremely critical NRG series points that are going to buy them those invites to the NRG championships at the end of the year. So there's so much on the line. There's a lot of players doing well. There's a lot of great Magic we've already seen, and I can't wait to watch more. So I could not be more excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's good to keep your eye on the prize, the larger picture, which is the championship series. And for this, if you are wondering how to get qualified for the event, you're either winning a showdown, having consistent results over each season, or having consistent results over the year. So there is the at-large spot for overall year-long performance, and that means that every event matters, every match matters, especially the ones that are make or break, that get you in the top 8 to get to the larger number of points to push you ahead, right? So Jesse Robkin, I believe, did win the team event alongside Zoe Riederman, and that means that she's definitely in contention for, with a strong finish here, very much so in contention for a seat at the table come January time or whenever. And looks like the matchup is going to be underway here. Jesse Robkin on 4-color Blink against Daryl Patino on Azorius Hammer. Talk to me a little bit about this matchup. Who do you think is ahead?
So this is interesting, right? When you're talking about the Hammer deck with the Luris ban, right? Luris was a big part of allowing the Hammer deck to grind. Now, the Hammer deck still has access to some stuff like the reality chip, as here's a great turn 2 answer to a Esper Sentinel. But to wrap up the thoughts, the pitch cards from the 4-color decks, things like Fury, things like Solitude, are huge blowouts against the Hammer deck. But the Hammer deck, does pick up, we saw the power of Lavinia earlier. Lavinia Azorius Renegade against Living End. I think that card could have some potential here as well. Just trying to shut down things like Hushbringers, things to shut down those elementals. If you can contain those huge blowouts, I think you're in a good spot to get underneath the Blink deck. And you're always talking about who the beatdown is. The Hammer deck, definitely the beatdown here as we move to Jesse's turn 3.
Yeah, turn 2, Stoneforge Mystic going to pick up a copy of Colossus Hammer. On the flip side, turn 3, Wooded Foothills going to grab green-white, and then we are going to play maybe Teferi Time Raveler to bounce the Stoneforge Mystic, and this is massive tempo all the way around. Teferi in play seems pretty good from the 4-color side, right?
Yeah, it's not as backbreaking as it is against some of the Cascade decks, right? But it does a lot to shut down things like combat tricks with things like Sigarda's Aid. It also does a lot to just keep random creatures off the table, right? Like we're seeing here. I was mentioning how Daryl's deck is very much trying to get underneath Jessie. We're trying to, really kind of get her dead before she can just start accumulating loads of cards, start snowballing things with Omnath. The typical play patterns we've seen from the 4-color deck across, not just today, but across some of the other Modern events as well. This Hammer deck is really looking to get Jesse dead before any of that can really get set up. And with no creatures in play on turn 3 for Daryl, that's not a great start for actually executing that plan. Now, the Hammer deck is known for its ability to grind things like Urza Saga, the cards drawn off things like Puresteel Paladin, Stoneforge Mystic, when replayed, is going to find another equipment. So, we're able to keep up a little bit on card advantage. But the fact of the matter is, your cards are worse than the cards out of the 4-color Blink when it comes to rate. Like you're talking about card advantage, you're talking about overall just generic power level. Your cards are a lower power level, so you need the synergies to convert to a victory before Jesse can overpower you.
Yeah, very interesting. And just as a heads up, for anybody who is not able to see the standings or hasn't yet, I just want to recap. There are 12 players currently in contention for top 8 at an X1-1 or better record. And that means that a lot of X1s will even be playing it out just to make sure that they can secure their spot. There's a lot of Omnath in the top tables, and I wonder what that means for, well, just not only the future of Modern, but like our top 8 and how it's going to shape out. What decks will come out ahead? Other decks that we see, is it Murktide, Grixis Death Shadow? A lot of players that we've also seen earlier today. So we've got Zach Allen, Adam, Wasper and Moses. Looks like the top 2 seeds, in fact, are, is it Murktide decks, both at 7-0-1, and then there's also one mono green Tron list actually at 7-0-1 too. So that's kind of exciting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I mean, this is really what we've seen a lot of today, is a lot of old decks brought back with new tools. And honestly, that's one of the coolest things about the Modern format to me. We've seen Death Shadow, we've seen Mill, we've seen Prowess, we've seen the typical suspects, but things like Tron, Bring Light, Scapeshift, all this stuff, this is really what makes Modern as great as it is. You have this deck diversity, decks that have existed in some form or another across all of Modern that, are reinvigorated with tools from new sets like New Capenna, and, Modern Horizons obviously created a huge shift, but it's nice to see some familiarity in a post-Modern Horizons era where we've seen the addition of a lot of new powerful cards. So, I love Modern a lot. I've played a lot of Modern, and this is really what keeps me coming back again and again as we go to turn 4 for Daryl.
It's kind of funny that we're just like, oh, yes, the voice of reason in this current metagame, and the voice of reason is actually just like mono green Tron. You know what I mean?
Tron!
This
Thank
is not
goodness,
this
some
is not the
familiarity.
timeline that I expected. Yeah. Oh,
absolutely.
Man.
Counterspell on that Sigarda's 8. Absolutely not. Kind of interested to see that. Maybe suggests that Jesse not too flush with removal spells, as here comes a Colossus Hammer. Remember, the Sigarda's 8 being instant speed doesn't really matter. So if we're worried about something like Colossus Hammer, countering the enabler instead of the Colossus Hammer itself maybe suggests that we're a little low on removal, as Daryl was kind of assembled. I don't want to say, whatever their own version of Tron, but instead actually just a 11/11 creature, which beats down. And no Solitude from Jessie means that she's at 3 and suddenly under the gun to answer all these creatures.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy here. I was expecting maybe one of the Planeswalkers to take the brunt of the attack there, but instead Daryl just says, no, I'm going face here. I'm going to try to end the game ASAP. And I really like that direction here. I mean, the fact that it went through is like you mentioned, it's a clear sign that, we're not sitting on too much removal. Something to think about maybe like post-game is whether or not countering the Sigarda's aid was actually worth it. I mean, with Teferi in play, you're right. There are certain cards that maybe we want to go after, but there's so many tricks that the Hammer deck has available to it that I could totally understand that line. Now, Omnath in play, hopefully able to stabilize the life total.
I think we see a Lightning Bolt. That can take care of the Pure Steel Paladin. We can downtick the Ren to take care of the Mem Knight. And then we have a blocker for Stoneforge, so we can live a turn. Then we get to untap with our Teferi on 3 and bounce the Stoneforge Mystic, and suddenly there's no more lethal threats in play. Now, we do have to hemorrhage a lot of resources, but, I mean, look at Jessie's hand, right? She has a pile of expressive iterations. She can afford to throw all these resources away to not die and then rebuild with things like expressive iterations. That's why this 4-color deck is so good. I'll say it again and again. Being able to just spew resources to keep, the board clear, to not die, just like 2-for-1ing yourself left and right with these elementals, and then rebuilding with these card advantage engines like expressive iteration and Omnath are why this deck is so dominant. And so we're going to see if she can kind of juke and jive and navigate the position to work in such a way that the game plays out that way. Now, of course, Daryl still with a very pressing board state. Couple cards in hand, looks like another Stoneforge and another Pure Steel Paladin among the mix. That could make things a little complicated for Jessie as she fetches and shocks a Sacred Foundry into play. That will trigger the second ability of Omnath. That's the second land. Makes some mana.
Yeah, those cards that you mentioned in the hand are future Jesse's problem, because right now the board looks pretty terrifying. We do have a couple tools in play. The Teferi on 3 next turn, going to be able to bounce maybe the Hammer or the Stoneforge Mystic. But right now we're trying to figure, and this is kind of interesting because we could have sandbagged the fetch land activation to gain more life. However, Jesse choosing instead to use the mana. Oh, there's a Prismatic Ending. That's a big draw.
That's a huge one to have here, is we're going to dress down that Stoneforge Mystic, and we still have the dress down in play. Looks like we did this on Instep. Remember, we ticked up the Teferi. So that means we get to instant speed that Prismatic Ending. So we dressed down on Instep. We went ahead and Prismatic Ending did instant speed on our own end step. And then we get to untap. And now Jesse has the bolt for the Pure Steel Paladin if at any point, Daryl tries to do any kind of funny business. Now, that's pretty telegraphed, right? Like, you wouldn't fetch and shock at such a precarious life total if you didn't have something. So now we'll see with this Giver of Runes, Stoneforge, looks like Shadow Spear is the other card. If any kind of fixture like that Daryl can maybe line up a kill despite the kind of clearly telegraphed lightning bolt. There's a lot of creatures in play that are problematic as we move the Paradise Mantle over. Wonder why we paid mana for that. I think it cost 0 to do, but we did pay mana for that. Lightning Bolt. Oh, no, that was to play the Shadow Spear, I think. Yeah, Lightning Bolt going to go ahead and take care of the Pure Steel Paladin.
I got to say, I'm pretty impressed with the end step dress down play. Not something that you see very often, but that does demonstrate a very solid understanding of how your cards work and the best way to use them. That dress down is a very good example of how you can actually shut down your opponent's abilities on their turn while also, combining Teferi Uptick to Prismatic Ending. Just all in all, good Magic, tight mechanical play. Maybe not the most exciting, but I think there's something to say about just knowing what your cards do and not messing up some of the basic or slightly more complicated interactions that your deck presents.
Just explain that dress down was available on Daryl's turn to remind me that Pure Steel Paladin does not work on Daryl's own turn. Is that you just do that for me?
Well, now that you say that, I completely missed that, but sure, yeah, I'll take
I appreciate that, Honorog.
Yeah,
I appreciate you
exactly
very subtly making me look a lot better by explaining what happened there. Thank you. I appreciate it. Here comes Expressive Iteration.
We're going to see a copy of Expressive Iteration find Counterspell, Prismatic Ending, and another dress down. I like taking the Counterspell. I like exiling the Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, the ending's one I think I definitely want for this Giver before that thing's online. Absolutely not. And now Jessie back in the driver's seat. And this is what we're talking about, right? See how she managed to use her resources to live through Daryl's following turn. And then now, despite, kind of expending things in such a way that actually did work out great for her after she made all the mana or whatever, but still, it looked really precarious. And then now we've cast a few Expressive Iterations, and now you're suddenly asking yourself, okay, how do I actually even lose? We're even getting frisky with Omnath, right? You're at 5 life, you're getting frisky with that Omnath. Is there a better show of strength? Steel Shaper's Gift, the draw.
It's always a damning sign when the control player is like, you know what? I'm confident enough to attack. That's when that, because control players they never do that, right? You only attack
conservative with their resources. I'm never attacking with this thing. It's a blocker.
Yeah, exactly.
Might as well
right?
defender.
Who knows? Maybe a hasty Ragavan will come down from round 6 or 7 to haunt me in this one or something. I don't know. You got to be prepared for everything, anything at all times. And so when a control player does attack, that means bad. That means real bad.
Yeah, it means you're not doing great. As here's a counter spell. Go ahead and take care of that Stoneforge Mystic. Maybe a Pure Steel Paladin follow-up. Equip the nonsense to the Pure Steel Paladin. That's a big Pure Steel Paladin.
All 3 cards at the same time. Just be yeah, it's happening.
Yeah, we're just moving all this stuff over. Whatever. I don't know. It's big now. All right, now it's back in my hand. As Jessie draws another card. Another copy of Expressive Iteration in Jessie's hand. And like I said, this is one of these times where it really went from back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Then 4-color easily turns the corner with these Expressive Iterations. And suddenly you're asking yourself, okay, how do you even lose from this position? We've down-ticked everything. We can cast a Yorion if we feel like it. I don't know. Here's an Expressive Iteration. Why not? Really kind of what matters here is what I'm asking, right? We know there's another Pure Steel Paladin, so I guess we have to find a creature removal spell. But even Yorion can reset the Teferi, so we even have that covered already. So we're just kind of trying to move cards around and secure a victory and make sure we don't get punked out if you're in Jessie's seat from here, I think.
Right. Looks like the second Expressive Iteration is going to put a copy of Icewind Quaddle into exile to put back into play. I also think I saw a Boseiju added to the hand here.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's definitely a good one, right? Especially when you combine it with Renin 6. That is very exciting. And then also there's a Yorion that could just come into play whenever to just reset the whole board and, add more loyalty to Teferi, draw a card off the Omnath and the potential Icewind Quaddle. This is the sort of end game that, you aspire for whenever you're playing any sort of control deck. This is complete dominance. Yeah.
Absolutely. I'd like to call it, I think a lot of Magic players really get irked with the combo players and the Storm players for taking game actions, but I would like to postulate that control players are just as guilty of being addicted to game actions as the Storm players. They just take them over multiple turns, so it doesn't get as much flack. What do you think?
As a control player, the only thing I can say is I do not deny this in any capacity whatsoever. You are correct. Guilty.
Guilty. That's what I'm talking about. We deployed another Teferi, tick that one up, attack with Omnath. Here's an Ice Fang. I don't know. Here's some more Planeswalkers. I have 100,000 cards in hand. The turn's yours.
I like this. This is my kind of timeline.
No, this is exactly up your alley, Honorog. I don't know. Yeah, okay, Daryl's seen enough. All right, I get it. I get the joke. I'm dead. We've seen enough. and Jesse going to be moving up a game here in this, we're joking around here. This is a high stakes match for these players. Jesse, of course, looking for some energy points, another top 8, a lot on the line for her. Of course, Daryl clearly looking for a lot of these things as well, but I would like to, I think the points are worth even a little bit more to Jesse than previously. And after her performance in Minneapolis, where she took home a trophy alongside Zoe Reederman and Zach Allen, this is kind of a tear for her. 7-1 here again, maybe looking at another top 8, up a game here in this, what is almost certainly a win and in situation. I gotta like her position. What do you think?
Yeah, I think it's really interesting too, because I know, Jesse, prolific content creator, writes a lot of articles, magic-related theory, and has been writing a lot about Underworld Breach. And the fact that she's here today playing this 4-color deck is just a very convincing statement for the power of the deck. I'm curious to take a look at deck list real quick. We'll talk about sideboarding and things like that, follow up on your insight into this. But looking at the side, here it is. Looking at the Blue-White Hammer sideboard, what are the cards that you like? We see 2 Hushbringers, some Lavinias, Blacksmith Skill, March of Otherworldly Light, Pithing Needle, sort of War and Peace, Relic of Progenitus. Anything catch your eye here?
Well, I'm going to have to read Blacksmith Skills first. Okay, I see that gives Hexproof and Indestructible. Okay, it's another copy of that. So, obviously, the Hushbringers, this is something I talked about at the very beginning. I think those are extremely important for shutting down the blowout cards, Solitude, Fury, these cards that could just be a true disaster for you. For the same reasons, I think you want things like Lavinia. They don't get picked off by Ren, right? Like, you can play these creatures that have 2 toughness or more. They don't die to Ren. You can put hammers on them if you want. They don't get destroyed by things like Force of Vigors and what have you. So these are attractive options for me that are actively good at stopping what's going on the other side of the table without running themselves directly into hate. You can reach for some other stuff like the Spell Pierce and maybe like I said, the Blacksmith Skill if you want. I don't know how much of that I'm really interested in, especially when Teferi is part of the mix for the opponent's side of the field. Trying to interact at instant speed seems like it might not be part of the equation for you, but like I said, I don't necessarily know. Daryl is going to be on the play, so maybe you can just take like a little bit more of a tempo approach with those kinds of cards and just really try to punk out the 4-color player.
Okay. From Jesse's side, let's take a look at her sideboard. We've got Endurance, Yorion, okay, Emrakul, Veil of Summer, Eladamri's Call, Force of Vigor, Supreme Verdict, Chalice of the Void. What are you putting into your deck from the sideboard, and what are you taking out?
Good question. I think the Chalices are really attractive. Chalice on 1 is extremely potent most of the time against the pile of cheap efficient cards in the Azorius Hammer deck. Wouldn't mind those. Force of Vigor is obviously extremely attractive as well. Even something like Supreme Verdict is something I could talk myself into. There's a lot of things like Giver of Runes and stuff like that that I think are worth respecting. And there's a lot of like the clunkier cards in your deck that you're maybe not as interested in. You can probably shave on some of like the less exciting Planeswalkers. Like, this matchup is just not about strict card advantage. Like, you need to maintain some of it, right? We talked earlier when we were talking about sideboarding, don't dilute your deck, right? You still need your core game plan to function. So you still need your pitch cards and you need your card advantage to recoup it. But you don't need to go so hard on card advantage, because I don't think that's what the post-board games of this matchup are going to be about. They're going to be about hateful permanence. So we're talking about, like I said, Chalices, Hushbringers, Lavinias. Like, they're going to be about these hateful permanents that, disrupt each other's game plan. And, Daryl's obviously going to be trying to attack for lethal underneath it. Jesse's going to be trying to stop that from happening around all of these effects. And so the strict card advantage cards aren't as appealing to me. So I can even see shaving on something like Express Federation, right? Just as an example.
Yeah, very interesting. Daryl Patino here. Tournament life on the line in this game. Down a game in the match overall. Turn 1, Esper Sentinel off a shocked Hallowed Fountain. Jesse Robkin on a mulligan to 6 this game. Maybe mulliganing aggressively for the cards that you're talking about. I see a copy of Solitude, potentially Besage You in the hand as well. Pretty good in terms of interaction. What's the follow-up here on turn 2 for Daryl Patino? Let's find out.
Yeah, I mean, Esper Sentinel, one of the more potent turn 1s. Even though we saw it get picked off by Ren, it did draw a card in game 1, right? Like, that's not a bad floor. Like, even though it got picked off by a Planeswalker, left the Planeswalker that's very powerful behind, it still at least drew a card, right? It was at least like a 1-mana draw card. That's not a bad floor for something that was, you could probably say, is as bad as possible. And I think a Stoneforge here, just to use all your mana, is fairly appealing. You could try deploying something like a Sigarda's Aid, and then you have, as you can see, Steel Shaper's Gift, plus Hammer on the following turn if you're going to try to just get her dead. But I think that shows a lot of disrespect for any kind of Fury Solitude setups that could potentially be going on. And you can see Daryl asking how many cards in hand. We do see a Solitude among the bunch. So I think if Daryl decides, oh no, there's actually a Hammer already. So we have that option available to us now. We can go for Sigarda's Aid Hammer right now if we want. And it looks like Daryl going to choose to be patient instead, deploy the Stoneforge Mystic, and I think that one's going to have to resolve. No 1-mana Essence Scatters from the 4-color Blink deck.
Design-wise, I think that card would just be fundamentally broken too if you printed a 1-mana counter target creature on the stack. Yeah, I think so.
1-mana counter target creature? You think that's too good?
I would play that in Legacy for sure. Counter Murktides all day. Yeah, so I don't know. That's just my thought. But yeah,
I'll take your word for it. I don't know. I mean, what Pyroblast does the same thing. Counters Murktide, blows it up too. I don't know. I actually play like 6 Pyroblasts or whatever, so maybe I'm just a clown.
That card is absolutely goated for sure here. I do like playing the Stoneforge Mystic out here. You did mention the potential line of, playing the Sigarda's 8 out and then, just flashing in Colossus Hammer. Suiting Esper Sentinel up is actually not too bad because then that, anytime your opponent does cast the first non-creature spell, you get to draw a card no matter what, because it's going to say, hey, would you like to play 11 mana, as my Sentinel tax? And
I will decline.
Yeah, I will definitely decline. Yeah.
I'm with you on that. And we did see the reality chip as what was grabbed by Daryl. I wonder if that signals anything to Jesse. Maybe that signals that we're looking to play a card advantage game. Maybe it signals there's already a hammer in Daryl's hand. Grabbing reality chip, I think, really interesting there.
Yeah, I think the pace of the game definitely changes from game 1 to game 2. Post-board games in general slow down just by nature of boarding in more interaction. But here also, I think strategically speaking, your opponent has so many blowout cards, for example, Solitude, for example, Force of Vigor, and it just doesn't make much sense to, play into those spells when you could slow roll and then have a more definite or polished or even just calculated kill, as opposed to the, hey, maybe close my eyes and hope I get there, and then, taking the coin toss.
Right. This is a turn that I think a lot of players could mess up, and I'm interested to see where Daryl goes. We have a potential, I think we could potentially kill here. Do we have 2 hammers? No, we have a hammer. We have a Sigarda's 8. There's a Sigarda's 8. Now we're mana. Okay, so we're mana short of the kill because we have to cast Steel Shaper's Gift, but now we can just hammer. Interesting. And Jesse can choose to Solitude in response to the trigger. Notably, we might have an Urza Saga we elected not to play. We did. Chose to fetch for a Plains instead. Potentially respecting some Force of Vigor action. And here is a Solitude in response. Pitching a Supreme Verdict and Blacksmith Skill in response. Well, that's pretty good, Anurag.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly the position you want to be in here. That explains exactly why we didn't play the Urza Saga. That's a lot of damage coming in here from the Stoneforge Mystic. And do we actually have an answer here?
Well, if we don't, here could be the answer on top. Here's Abundant Growth.
I did see
looks like Beseju the pickup. I think that counts. It's not the way you'd like to do it, but I think it counts.
Yeah, for sure. I think
I see a Beseju. Jesse's still at 6.
Triple check the Oracle text on Beseju. Is it legendary creatures only or legendary permanents?
What? It's non-basic enchantment or artifact. Oh,
sorry, the cost reduction.
It's legendary creatures, I think, only.
Yeah, it's creatures. Right?
Yeah.
Only creatures. So red and 6 will not decrease the cost on the channel ability there. Paying the full price, 1 and a green, but alive, and that's what's important.
True. Well, maybe grabbing this Shadow Spear may be a little premature, because if you have another hammer here, it does play around any kind of Force of Vigor effect, right? Because Jesse has to Force of Vigor if that's what she has. She has to Force of Vigor before you would play a second hammer. So after she does that, you can play the second hammer. So interested to see the Shadow Spear grabbed off the Steel Shaper's Gift. Now it does play around Beseju too, but the card on your radar I think should be Force of Vigor.
Yeah, second Blacksmith Skill. That's what it is. Blacksmith Skill would be absolutely incredible here. Unfortunately, we don't have it, but we do get to tutor up certain mana. So this card says target permanent gains hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. This applies not only to creatures, but also to any artifacts like Colossus Hammer or Sigarda's Aid, things like that, which I think is pretty potent. In this matchup, it's basically one of your best cards, right?
Oh, absolutely. It's certainly one of your best responses to things like Solitude, right? Like that's a 2-for-1 that you get for 1 mana, and you still get the damage across. So it's, as we saw, that's exactly the way Daryl wants it to line up, lined up perfectly. And here comes a Shadow Spear. It's going to deal 2 damage, gain a little bit of life for Daryl. And we still have access to the reality chip. Now, that's a card we can put into play at instant speed and attach to Stoneforge Mystic on end step. So, potentially you could just flash it in, right? It's an equipment. You can flash that in, equip it, untap, and start going ham. And we are going to see a little end step reality chip action. That plays around the Ren and 6, trying to ever nab it before you can play it and then equip it. Going to bolt the Stoneforge Mystic in response. Now, this is an 0-4. I'm sorry, it does not die to Ren. This thing is huge.
Yeah.
Top card. It's so big. All right, so we're going to make it a 1-5 with Shadow Spear. We're still pretty far from killing Jesse with that. Urza's Saga going to go to 2. I don't know why I thought that card was a 1-1. Pair of lands in hand for Daryl. Do we fire up like an Yawgmoth or something and equip? Can we even do that? Yeah, and equip, hoping to hit like zeros or something?
I kind of like that. I mean, it would be cool if we could just like spam cards off the top of our deck, feature site style, but like,
I think we need to get these constructs going, though, and I think Daryl agrees. So we're just going to pass the turn back, all our mana up, 3 mana on end step. Going to Beseju the Urza Saga. Yeah, I would like to get a little bit of value out of that, please, before we blow that up. So we're going to go ahead and make a construct, and then we can search for any typed land. So we're looking for Hallowed Fountains, Plains, or Islands in this Azorius setup.
Yeah, sequencing here is kind of tricky. I mean, it's about as good as it's going to get. The board looks somewhat intimidating with Jesse at 4, facing down a reality chip and an Urza Saga token that right now looks like it's just a 2/2, but
it might be a 3/3 with the Yawgmoth activation. That could matter a lot here, because otherwise Jesse could threaten to Teferi, bounce the Shadow Spear, and then you can't replay it because it's Teferi. And then, oh no, there's still a reality chip. Never mind. It's a 3/3. It could be a 4/4, right? Because reality chip's also an artifact. This card just has a ton of types on it.
I mean, and the Shadow Spear also gives +1/+1. So, like, you have lethal definitely set up here. It's just a matter of whether or not Jesse actually has an answer. So, this will certainly be fascinating. It's very close. It's very, very close.
We can tick up, grab Beseju, but then we're still worried about reality chip, right? Talking about Ren. Looks like the players are talking to each other about some discrepancy with Ren.
I mean, in theory, you could just tick up, get the Beseju, and then target the Shadow Spear. If Shadow Spear equips to the reality chip, if it equips to the construct, though, you just maybe go after the construct in combat.
I think you want to go after whatever is attacking you with the most power in combat, like because it hits both creatures, right? Oh yeah, bounce the token's great. Pick up the Beseju, then you can hit the reality chip, and then there's just nothing that attacks. Yeah, this is by far the best line, assuming that the Beseju was returned. I think it was. And is that a hammer? No, it's a Springleaf Drum. Hammer wouldn't work anyway in combat because we have Teferi. Nothing really to equip. I guess we can. It's time to fire up the Yawgmoth, right? Equip the reality chip. Try to find a creature that has power, not infect.
I mean, I just want to see I just want to see reality chip equipped to something. The concept of what's the creature? What's the type? It's configure, right? That's what that's the keyword.
Yeah, reconfigure. Yeah. I think specifically.
Oh, okay, yeah. That is so sweet, and I don't know. I want to see. I just want to draw some cards. I'm always down. Why not?
I mean, Honorog, I want to draw cards. Master of Accumulated Knowledge. Wow, more than 11, huh? We're gonna go and play land and fetch. Now, Daryl did know the top
F's in the chat for Accumulated Knowledge. Oh, those were good times.
Were they? Did you have fun? I'm glad you enjoyed that. I'm not an Accumulated Knowledge gamer. That card's just obnoxious.
It's close to legal in Pioneer. What, Frantic Inventory or something like that?
Yeah, something like that. Something inventory, I think. And we're gonna look at the top card and concede, and that's gonna do it. Jesse's gonna win 2-0 over Daryl Patino in this Azorius Hammer matchup. You asked me how I think it plays out. This is very much what I foresaw, right? Like, a lot of the Planeswalkers accumulating advantage. Now, we did see that Daryl showed up prepared. He had the blacksmith skill ready to go for the Solitude, which is, obviously would have been a huge blowout. But even trying to recover post-Solitude, right? Like, Jesse still found a way to navigate with Teferi and Ren and Beseju's, like the other stuff that wasn't the elementals, in order to pick off all the creatures and still end up winning the game. So I think that is a very indicative of the dominance of the 4-color deck in that matchup, where you're talking about how many things they have to kill artifacts, enchantments, and creatures, right? Like, that's what they're good at. They're great at killing artifacts, enchantments, and creatures.
Absolutely, yeah. I just want to say congratulations on the back-to-back 8-1, likely a very solid record to make top 8 here. If it's not guaranteed, I'd be so surprised. But yeah, that's very good. So first, the win in the team event. Now moving into the top 8 of this event. Very strong showing here for Jesse Robkin. I want to know if we have a backup match available to us for round 9, and I'm hearing that we do, so that'll be excellent to get into. I'm kind of excited. What other decks do you want to see in the top 8? I did see a Grixis deck that you had mentioned you were interested in.
Yeah, I think our backup match here includes an old favorite, one that might have you looking at the calendar to figure out what year we're in. A little bit of Grixis Death Shadow action. We haven't seen that in a while. It seems like the card Solitude has done a lot to make that strategy worse, especially post Lurrus being banned, right? But maybe a little bit of Ledger Shredder action could reinvigorate the arc.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I counter your Solitude. I touche it with one bird, and hopefully that gets there. But Ledger Shredder, quite fantastic, as we've already seen very many times. This thesis has been proven by many decks and many players in today's event alone. I mean, we saw so much. So I wouldn't be surprised if that is what has given the deck, just like a breath of fresh air. Because I know, for a period, Death Shadow was just absolutely insane. And then, it sort of fell off the map a little bit. And now, with the Lurrus ban specifically, it just fell off the map a little bit. Now, maybe returning back to its former glory with Ledger Shredder. I mean, that card seems pretty good, just giving selection, aggression, all the sort of pieces that you want for the pie, the puzzle. Yeah.
All right,
okay,
well,
looks like we're going to get into game 1 pretty soon. Kind of excited to see. Who do you think, what would the matchup even be? Looks like it's, 4-color. Okay, so Zach Allen on 4-color Blink, who we saw earlier play against Raja Sulaiman on blue-white. Zach Allen did win that one convincingly in 2 games. Playing against Luke Fuller, Grixis Death Shadow, 7-1. So both players need a win to get in here to the top 8. You have to pick an archetype to win this match. Who do you think, where's your money on?
Listen, Zach Allen, I've known the man a long time, and I have a hard time betting against him. This is, of course, it's really cool to see. This is Jesse Robkin's teammate in the legacy seat when they won in Minneapolis. So, what a run back. What a tear for this team of players. This is what we're talking about. You have these players that are kind of making a bid for the NRG championship at the end of the year, working together, constantly testing and iterating. And look at how potent the result of these players working together is. Just time after time, all these players are showing up in top 8s. These are clearly just, very much a cut ahead of a lot of the rest of the pack. And so I'm going to put some my votes for Zach Allen to win this game. Although a turn 1 Ragavan from Luke with no turn 1 answer for Zach Allen, maybe I'll be biting my words already.
Yeah, here it comes. Ragavan going to show, Endurance. Okay, that's actually castable this turn.
No green source in the Grixis deck, so we're not going to be able to play that one right away. Actually, I think you'd like to if you could, but you can't. So
that was good on you. Drake keeping me in check here. Just sometimes I intentionally say dumb things to make other people look smart. That's a tried and true strategy. Ragavan going to create a treasure token, and we're going to see Ledger Shredder come down.
Oh, what a turn 2 anyway. I mean, enabling Ledger Shredder on turn 2 and being able to trigger it right away off Inquisition. Notably kind of interesting that you have to select the card to discard before seeing the hand. And what a hand from Zach Allen. Pile of lands, pile of planeswalkers. What you want, Luke?
Oh, yeah. Very good. I like taking the Ren and 6 here. It's just the on-curve threat. Teferi doesn't even seem that intimidating. You could bounce Ledger Shredder, but that's not even that great because, then Teferi dies to the Ragavan. This situation looks somewhat grim for Zach Allen. We're going to have to draw some pretty good spells off the top of our library. I think the saving grace here is that Luke only has 2 cards in hand, and the pressure here isn't completely crazy, but if this Ragavan gets to connect like a couple more times, then we might just be in trouble.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And of course, that Inquisition, like that mana off Ragavan, I mean, how many times do we have to demonstrate why Ragavan is as good as it is? If there's a reason not to be doing this 4-color Blink thing, it has to be Ragavan backed up by things like discard spells and counter spells, like we see from the Murktide strategies, like we're seeing here from the Grixis Death Shadow strategy. And Grixis Death Shadow, unlike Murktide, actually gets access to a companion. We see Gigantha the Wellspring over there in the companion zone. So, both players showing up with a little bit of extra help in the companion zone. 2 different companions going head to head. So really cool matchup. I mean, this is kind of like the way I think companions were intended to be done, right? Where you have 2 different decks, 2 different drawbacks, actually some real consideration to the different cards. And so I like that. I think this is going to be a cool matchup, a lot of interaction. And even with Luke pulling ahead early, cards like Supreme Verdict, cards like Fury are just huge potential to swing the matchup back in Zach Allen's favor at basically any point in time, as here comes Teferi Time Raveler.
What do you bounce with the Teferi?
Probably like the Shredder. It's the most mana and has a counter. Yes, like it's gonna be a little bit smaller coming back down, most likely. It doesn't have haste like Ragavan can, and it's the most amount of mana tied up. So none of them are great targets. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I think that just using the most mana is the most attractive thing.
Yeah, fair enough. That makes sense here. Looks like in the hand here for Zach Allen, there's a copy of Solitude, freshly drawn, and a backup Teferi Time Raveler, which we could pitch to cast a Solitude if we really choose to. Really depends on where these creatures are going to be aimed at. I mean, this is a really interesting question, right? So if you are in Luke's seat, do you respect the Solitude? I mean, you did get to Inquisition. You did see an empty hand. Now, if you attack Ragavan to the player, Dragon's Rage Channeler to the Teferi, then Solitude could flash in, keep the Teferi alive for a turn. But Ragavan is the real threat here. Maybe it's convoluted. It's pretty twisted. What do you like doing here?
I think you're not going to get the option because you have to respond to this Thoughtseize. I think you do want to respond to this Thoughtseize. I want to hit the Ragavan, I think. It's the card that's snowballing you the most. Like, you can afford to hemorrhage a little bit of life total. The Ledger Shredder is one of the harder ones to block, but like, I think the Ragavan is the card that's actually pulling Luke ahead, especially as Luke begins to run out of cards. Any big hit off the top, like Expressive Iteration, could just put the nail in the coffin for this game. Whereas for the time being, any kind of like sequence like Expressive Iteration into like Fury, Pitch Cast, or something like that could still get you out. And we do see the Solitude in response. That's going to leave Zach with a hand full of lands. That one's going to hit the Ragavan, as we kind of figured. And it looks like this might just be a 1-mana lose 2 life for Luke Fuller. Here you go. Here's 2 lands.
All right,
I have 4
Zach Allen,
lands.
I'm going to need you to dab on the screen right now. You may be in a very bad position board-wise, but at least you got the value off the Thoughtseize. You feel me? That's something to be happy about.
Is that value? Is that what that is? I don't know if that's how that works.
It's the Thoughtseize bug. Now you're going to draw like a 3, 4, 5 minute spell, and you're going to win the game.
Yeah, you go. You just draw Fury and just never didn't have it. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Omnath into Fury. That's the way we drew it up.
Oh, blah.
All right.
Oh,
here's
Abundant
Abundant
Growth.
Growth. Not a bad one. Very quickly drawn. Didn't get a good look. Going to buy Yorion past the turn back. That Yorion actually looks really good, right? There's 3 Abundant Growths.
That Yorion looks beyond really good. This is what I'm talking about. Like, okay, the companion mechanic, maybe Adam was right. Just need to destroy the mechanic because this is...
Well, I'm going to buy the Giganta, so take that. You bought Yorion, I'll buy Giganta. Let's see who wins in that battle. I think it's Yorion on our...
Thank you for clarifying.
I just wanted to put my vote in ahead of time. It's probably Yorion.
One big reason why I think Zach Allen is still very much so in this game is actually the delirium aspect of Dragon's Rage Channel. It does not look like it's delirious just yet, so the clock is certainly not as significant. Imagine if we were like 4 or 5 life points lower, then I'd be much more frightened. But here it comes, yeah. Big Sky Noodle, the Bird Serpent, whatever you want to call it. Yorion going to draw 3 cards. It's basically Ancestral Recall.
Ancestral Recall. He's going to leave them in the same places. That's pretty gross. And now both the threats suddenly look really meager compared to the 4/5 flyer that is Yorion Sky Nomad. And, it's such a strange position that these like measly little abundant growths that seem to be kind of not really accomplishing much suddenly converted to 3 cards for Zach as he gets to play a blocker that blocks all these flyers really well as well. This is exactly kind of what I was talking about when it comes to hitting that Ragavan, right? Like, we lost some life in the process. We're down to 8. Okay, oh, woe is me. We can undo that later with an Omnath and a few lands. We need to stop ourselves from getting snowballed by mana and cards by the Ragavan. So now we can, you can deploy Giganta. Good for you. Wait, this one has to attack now?
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Great. Yeah, that's not the way we drew it up. Is that a bolt too?
Oh, it looks like it. I was like, is that a mountain? No, it's actually just lightning bolt. So Yorion going to the graveyard here, but it just seems like we have all the answers. I think we drew a lot of good cards off of the Yorion. I see like an Ice-Fang Quaddle. I see a couple copies of Ephemerate maybe, and I also
Ice-Fang Quaddle and Ephemerate is gonna be nice
Yeah.
This Gigantha is a lot of mana and real big dumb idiot that runs straight into an Ice Fang Quaddle. Tap land for Zach. Now, some of these lands look great too, because now Zach's not going to miss a single land drop, and he just drew a ton of spells off the Yorion. So now suddenly Zach's in the driver's seat.
Kind of crazy how this game just went from like 0 to 100 back to 0, but to 100 in the other direction now. And yeah, I mean, Yorion broken. I'll just say it's been so impressive. I think this is, like you mentioned at the very beginning of the session, top 2 decks in the format. This and Living End, and everybody here today has demonstrated why Yorion is the deck to consider to beat.
If there's a draw step to do it, Luke, that's one of them. Here is Expressive Iteration off the top. Let's see. Gonna decide how to tap. Maybe I don't think it's worth casting Gigantha over Expressive, but maybe Luke disagrees. All right. Thumbs up, says Zach Allen. You can have that one. And here's an Ice Fang Quaddle. I wonder if you go ahead and fire off the Ephemerate now, since the shields are down for Luke.
Yeah, I quite like that.
Well, I think Zach might have an Eternal Witness too, which would be also very potent to Ephemerate, and maybe worth being a little bit more patient.
Notably, Death Touch is online for the Ice Fang Quaddle. We have a snow-covered island, forest, and plains. So Gigantha probably will not be able to connect here. On top of that, freshly drawn counterspell in the hand here for Zach Allen.
There's the Eternal Witness. That's going to return Yorion. Oh, no. That's disgusting. Here's a tap land. Don't even need to cast it yet, but Yorion, Flicker, Eternal Witness, Ice Fang, and 3 Abundant Growths. That's pretty good, Anurag. That's just pretty good. And we drew the counter spell off of the Ice Fang to go ahead and hit the Expressive Iteration. And I can't get a great look at the last card, but oh, there's an Emrakul too. Zach, are you serious? Is this in the main deck?
Wouldn't be surprised. I mean, if you're targeting the mirror match, for example, then yeah, Emrakul seems very good here. That being said, this game went from being
yeah, it's in the main deck. I guess you can grab with Eladomri's call. Wow. Zach just with all of the power here. And here's an Omnath too to go with the bunch. Luke looking at one card in hand. Zach looking at a bunch of cards in hand. Luke has seen enough. I don't even want to see your Emrakul other. I don't care. We're picking them up. We're done.
It's actually kind of funny because with all these fetch lands in play that we Abundant Growth, we could actually trigger Omnath multiple times that turn, gain more life, get more mana, replay the Yorion, draw more cards. Gruesome, absolutely gross. And I think I have to wonder what would happen, because it just seemed like we had the perfect start here from the Grixis side of things. Luke had a very aggressive start. There was nothing in hand. So what went wrong? What's your analysis of the situation?
So when you're talking about who's the beatdown in the matchup, right, it's going to be the Shadow deck. You see this time and time again with these like mid-range style, tempo style setups. Things like Izzet Murktide, things like Grixis Shadow, you're going to approach the matchup very similarly. And so the Ragavan decks, we're going to call them, are going to try to get under the 4-color decks because the 4-color decks have a big top end. They have a lot of these Omnath stuff, this Yorion stuff. I mean, it looks very mana intensive, right? Eternal Witness, 3 mana. Yorion, 5 mana. Omnath, 4 mana. Like, these cards are extremely expensive. A lot of the card advantage baked into these other decks is baked into Expressive Iteration. So what happened here is, Grixis Shadow tried to appropriately take its role, tried to get on the board, bunch of creatures, try to get Zach dead, but the 4-color deck doesn't really care that much about its life total. You see it time and time again. It feels like these decks get really, really close, and then, we see Jesse stabilize from 4. We saw Zach stabilize from like 8. It just doesn't matter. They're willing to give on their life total, and then just to set up their board for one big push, like a Yorion that draws 3 cards. Now I have a blocker and 3 additional cards, and they just kind of like try to shoot like really clunky spells in the meantime. Basically, you just cast your spells that are like a little clunky, take some damage in the process, but then you have one big turn where you completely flip the script, and suddenly you're in the driver's seat, and the advantage is snowballing, usually involving Omnath.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, let's take a look at some sideboards here. We've seen Zach Allen's already, so I want to take a moment to take a look at Luke Fuller's Grixis Death Shadow sideboard here. And just a friendly reminder, if you are tuning in just now, please, please, please support the channel, hit the follow button, show the NRG team your support. All right, sideboard, I see a couple Torox, the Gigantha, Flusterstorm, Spell Pierce, Kolagon's Command, Mystical Dispute, Engineered Explosives, Alpine Moon Dress Down, and a couple unlicensed hearses. Put the thinking cap on, Drake. What are we bringing in?
Well, I've played a little bit of this matchup pre the Luris ban, and I tell you what, those Toroks cannot get in the deck faster. That is what it's there for. Protection from white, super attractive against the Solitude Prismatic Ending deck. Also being able to be worth, 2 cards. It does him to Torok. Ha ha ha. Get the joke. With the kicker on cast. And of course, you want to reach for some of the other card advantage stuff. Things like I'm sorry, not card advantage, some of your other cheap interaction. Things like Mystical Dispute. And, you might even reach for some of your dress downs. They're really good with your shadows, and they're really good at answering solitudes, being able to just stifle the triggered ability to keep you from getting blown out with your shadows and stuff like that. You maybe can touch some of the spell pierce stuff too. I wouldn't actually reach for the Kolaghan's commands too much. Those are there for the hammer deck. They look like they're good in a lot of fair matchups, but the nature of the 4-color deck, you exile a lot of your threats. So you can't use the Raise Dead mode on Kolaghan's command as much, and that severely hampers the ability of that card to be potent in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a really, really interesting analysis there. Yeah, I wonder if Ledger Shredder changes the equation a bit, but we'll find out in the post-board game. Let's take a look at Zach Allen's list perhaps and see, just as a reminder, what's in the sideboard here, because it looks like there's a fresh number of tools between Chalice of the Void, Supreme Verdict. I see Veil of Summer, Flusterstorm, Obsidian Charma, that's a cool one, Fury, Knight of Autumn, and Endurance. What are the best cards? It feels like there's so much to bring in this matchup.
Yeah, I don't like the Chalices as much in this matchup. It seems like it would be appealing against a Shadow deck, but really, they have a lot of 2-mana spells that can play around it. Things like Cruxa that are already really good in the matchup that Chalice just doesn't really affect. And also, it shuts down some of your potent tools as well. Really, the worst card in your deck, I think, for Zach is probably something like the Emrakul, maybe like some of these like bolts can go or whatever. So but you do want a lot of your like prismatic endings, right? You do want some of those other effects. And I think you want your Veil of Summers. So like you want all those cards to work, and I don't want the Chalices. So I think I just kind of want the Veils and the Supreme Verdicts. I think this matchup's supposed to be on paper good for Zach to begin with. So I don't want to overboard here. So I want to reach for things, like I said, like the Veil of Summers, like the Supreme Verdicts, especially you need Supreme Verdict to take care of Torok. That's not a surprise card. That shouldn't be surprising Zach Allen. He's probably should have played enough with and against Grixis Shadow during its time to know that card's on the radar. So I expect Verdicts to come in. I expect Veils to stay where they are. To come in as well. But most of the rest of the sideboard I expect to kind of stay where it's at.
All right. Well, let's jump into game 2 here for our time-shifted matches. Both players are vying for that top 8 slot. Zach Allen at 6-1-1 with 4-color blink up a game in the match against Grixis Death Shadow. Luke Fuller at 7-1. A lot on the line here. Let me see what.
Remember,
Luke
this
has
is the
for
last
turn
round
one.
of Swiss. So the winner of this match looking pretty good on top 8 prospects. We did just see Jessie Robkin pick up her winning in, and maybe a repeat performance as far as top 8s go here at NRG Lansing. And Zach Allen, teammate of Jessie Robkin, looking to do the same. Already up a game against Grixis Death Shadow. Here's a turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler.
All right, Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Trigger.
Not necessarily Ragavan levels of scary, but it does give you a lot of early filtration, which is valuable for sure.
For sure. And also sets up Delirium really fast too. So like it maybe turns Dragon's Rage Channeler into, potentially a 3/3 on turn 2, right? But we did leave the card on top, did not put it in the graveyard. So that means it has to be good enough to be not worth, some additional damage. Didn't get a great look. Tap Breeding Pool for Zach Allen. Like
okay, no turn 1 removal here is actually kind of interesting. I don't necessarily know if that means that we don't have removal. Maybe it just means that the Dragon's Rage Channeler isn't threatening enough to shock and use removal on.
Right, I think that's very much the case, right? Like if the Dragon's Rage Channeler is not even online as far as Delirium yet, and it's not attacking for 3, then shocking is actually probably worth more damage. Like you're taking more damage shocking to kill it than you are. Then you're saving by just killing it aggressively, and maybe letting Luke have the additional, filtration is not really worth spewing off a removal that could maybe tag something like a Ragavan. I like the patience from Zach. This is what I was talking about and how he navigated the game in game 1, where he took a lot of early damage, let kind of Luke just do his thing more or less, appearing to be from behind, and then flip the script with a huge Yorion. So I think this is very much kind of the same formula, where you're just going to kind of take a few points from Dragon's Rage Channeler. I don't know, here's a expressive iteration. This one, I think our land drops aren't even played. So if we don't find Mishra's Bauble, this might just be an anticipate in order to maybe enable Delirium. Land looks like expressive iteration to hand. Land's going to exile. Wait, is this turn 3? Yeah, this is turn 3. I'm sorry, land was not played. We just fetched is the joke. So we did play our land, Expressive Iteration in hand, Spell Pierce up. I kind of like Luke's spot, even though we're only attacking for 1 with Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yeah, that is a question I wanted to ask you, right? So you're sort of saying, Zach Allen kind of looking like a genius here for being patient. I think there's a very old adage. I think I heard LSV once say, like, if I could play with Ancestral Recall, in any format, I'd be willing to pay almost up to 19 life to draw those 3 extra cards. And obviously, 2022, different year, different time, different setting, but just goes to show you how life is very much so a resource that you can use. So taking the damage from the Dragon's Rage Channeler, not that big a deal here, but what about the Surveil? I feel like the selection does add up over time for Dragon's Rage Channeler. Is that something that you would be nervous about letting your opponent have unfiltered access to?
It's not nothing, but you have to understand kind of Zach's context when he's evaluating the surveils, right? Because like it depends on what your role is in the matchup. When you're talking about the potency of this 4-color deck is here, we're going for this Expressive Iteration. Luke very quickly going to try to fire off a Fetch Land and a Spell Pierce most likely. Yeah, it's worth a lot less when you're not really concerned about the power level of the cards drawn by Grixis Death Shadow. This speaks to the average power level. This is going to be kind of hard to really articulate in a meaningful way for everyone to understand. But the average card in Zach Allen's deck is worth more card advantage wise than Luke's deck. So the filtration doesn't matter as much because even the best card of 3 that Luke's going to have access to looks like a Torok that is kicked, and wow, it is. That's a good one. I'm saying all this about how Zach's cards are better, and then here comes Luke with a card that's worth at least 3 cards on rate and can't get Solitude.
Oh, no, this is triggering back bad memories. No, him to Torok.
Not a him to Torok fan, are you, Honorog?
Re-rolling on 6s when you only have 5 cards. Bad memories, bad suppress. Oh, goodness. Okay,
love it.
Yeah, look at that, discarding a land.
Luke's
Do you see how powerful that is? What the?
Yeah, Eternal Witness plus land discarded. And if there's not another land for Zach to cast like some of this Omnath or Teferi stuff, we're in a lot of trouble. Beseju counting some colors. Let's see. Can we make it all? We can. Here's Omnath. Going to quickly draw a card here. And now there's Delirium. This Unholy Heat can quickly take care of this Omnath and begin to lay the beat down. There's even a Death Shadow for Luke and a Ragavan among the bunch. It looked like just everything coming up, Luke, here. This Torok certainly did a huge number on Zach's hand. Zach already under the gun by what's in play, and more options available for Luke beyond that. Hard to hate Luke's spot from here.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, Torok also, if he synergizes pretty well with discard. I wonder if we're going to see any of that too. I'm not sure if there's a copy in the hand here, but any card that gets discarded will put, discarding a card puts a counter on the Torok, right? So
even cycling and channeling, so you can look out for that too. If Zach cycles a Triome or channels a land, that does trigger the Torok as well. And here comes the Expressive Iteration, trigger that Dragon's Rage Channeler. And this is really, did we just leave it on top? Did we know it?
It's so good. We know that it's a good card anyways. We want it anyways. It's all good.
I'll just keep it. I'll take another Expressive Iteration too. Look at Expressive Iteration, just doing what it does best, finding other copies of Expressive Iteration.
The most broken card I think that's been printed in recent Magic, Expressive Iteration. Good early, good mid, good late, good early, good mid, good late. Why?
And
why is it so good?
He's elected not to cast it.
Oh yeah.
Looks like we're choosing to hold up Drown in the Lock instead.
I like that. That's, play a bit more slowly. You have you're dictating the tempo of this game, right? So might as well keep that. There are very few cards that actually get you out of this situation. No reason to give Zach any breathing room because you can just untap and now cast the Thoughtseize and then, get your damage in and things like that.
Terminate the pickup for Luke. That card perhaps representing a lot of respect for Omnath in the matchup. Here comes Thoughtseize, going to surveil and Ledger Shred to the graveyard. Okay, Thoughtseize you. Do you have a response? There's a Solitude. Could Solitude here. Yep. This is the same play we saw earlier. Solitude in order to make Thoughtseize have no text. I'm going to go ahead and drown that one. No, thank you. I'd like to keep my threats. Should be a surveil trigger there too.
Exactly 5 cards in the graveyard to counter Solitude. Must feel nice.
Yeah, still lost 2 life. Going to go ahead and make some blockers with Sokens and still only 2 power and toughness. Not enough to trade profitably with Torok, but can stifle some of the bleeding, right? And keep you alive for a couple more turns as you desperately draw for your Supreme Verdict. Now, Luke been very patient with Supreme Verdict, right? Supreme Verdict happens, he gets to immediately follow up with Dash Ragavan, play Dash Shadow, and buy Yorion is not really what Zach's looking for, I think. We did see a big Yorion turn in game 1, but with only 1 abundant growth and a lot less life to work with, I have to imagine Zach's not super optimistic. As here's Ragavan, go to combat, that's lethal. Let's move to game 3, says Zach Allen.
Okay, I'm starting to sweat. Drake, because this is the last game of the last round, right before the top 8. And this is where this is what it boils down to. You know, it's been a long day. Who's going to come out ahead here? We saw Zach Allen convincingly take down game 1. We've seen Luke Fuller convincingly take down game 2. So game 3, who do you predict is going to win?
Well, you know, there's a commonality between those 2 results, Honorog, and it's the player on the play. Now, keep in mind, if you're going to take the role of the beatdown against the 4-color deck, you're going to be the aggressor. Being on the play matters a lot. Being able to deploy that Ragavan and hold up Counterspell or Drown in the Luck before Ren and 6 can come down and counter it. You do have Spell Pierce in these Shadow decks, and you do have this card as well, so maybe you can sequence things a little differently, but no matter which way you slice it, being on the play matters a lot. And so Zach Allen being on the play here for game 3 is huge.
Okay. I think I'm going to also agree with you. I think in the last game here that, you know, Zach Allen with the 4-color deck will be favored. We'll go into the game as soon as we possibly can here. I also just think, you know, just being able to deploy your mana faster, like you mentioned, this is not a matchup that is entirely about card advantage. Actually, I guess that was regarding the Azorius Hammer, the matchup. Never mind. But in this matchup too, you could sort of see there are some similar elements where it's mostly about having the right card at the right time and then snowballing and then using your card advantage to win. But first, we need to stabilize. We need to breathe and see both players deploying turn 1 land. See if there's a 1-mana threat here from Luke's side.
So you hear a lot of discussion in Magic about what constitutes a fair or unfair deck, right? You talk about, you know, who's the good guy doing it the right way and who's cheating on mana and all that kind of stuff, right? These are terms that are thrown around a lot. But no matter which definition you go with, because I do think there's a lot of argument to it, a big trait that is emblematic of fair decks is lining up your answers with their threats, your answers with their questions. And I think that is going to be a big part of the victory for either player in this matchup, as we see Zach fetching a Triumph on Instap. Here's that turn 1 Ragavan. Think about how much more potent that would be on the play. But despite that, also think about, you know, once again, it's about knowing the context, knowing that, you know, Ragavan, something can happen. I think we do see a Ren in hand for Zach Allen, and we do. And this is so big. This is exactly what being on the play buys Zach Allen. The ability to play Ren here, pick off Ragavan, instead of having to potentially have an answer an entire turn earlier.
Yeah, this is basically, I would be so surprised if that play alone did just not decide the game, right?
Exactly. Early turns decide a lot of games, even though it's not what kills you. The early sequencing matters so much when you're talking about how games played out, and especially matches that are high stakes between 2 very fair decks here, but both with elements that can snowball.
Yeah, quite phenomenal here. As we're going to see Soken's on the play here. Teferi going to be slammed down, and that just resolves. Okay. Zach Allen firmly in the driver's seat now. I think Teferi Time Raveler, one of your best. I mean, this curve has been quite phenomenal, actually, right? Turn 1.
Turn 1 Triumph taps, turn 2 Ren, turn 3 Teferi. I mean, that's the 4-color power, right? Here's turn 1 land, turn 2 Planeswalker, turn 3 Planeswalker. Sometimes there's an elemental involved, but this is what Zach's looking to do. This is the way you drew it up. Now, any threat that's not specifically Torok that Luke deploys can just be picked up. Now, you can dash a Ragavan or whatever. There's some exceptions. But for the most part, keeping Luke's threats off the table long enough for Zach to be able to set up with his mana and his more expensive cards, exactly what he's looking to do. Is here comes Ledger Shredder. Here's Bobble. That's going to trigger Connive. I like the basics from Luke a lot. Those basics, very underrated from those Commander sets. Little Rebecca Gway art, if I do remember correctly.
Oh, yeah. I love Rebecca's art. My favorite card, one of my favorite cards is just Predict, and the art on that card looks so great.
Very good.
That being said, I am kind of just a beta basics kind of player, you know. I love me my basics. You are
another Bobble. We're going to look at your top card, too. I already know mine. That's an Abundant Growth.
Oh, Abundant Growth is actually kind of a decent draw, right?
I think so, especially given that he already has one in hand and is looking to set up for a Yorion turn in the future, right? Like that's going to make the Teferi plus Abundant Growth plus Yorion do that exact same sequence we saw in game 1, where Yorion comes down and flips the script entirely when it comes to tempo, when it comes to cards, when it comes to just all the resources. Yorion's going to solve all your problems. And that's the big difference between the two companions we see here. Zach's is a primary part of his game plan, whereas Luke's is something you grab when you're out of resources a lot of the time.
All right, Teferi going to bounce the Ledger Shredder, clear the board, keep things on pace here. I was going to say the other option is we could technically play the Abundant Growth, bounce the Abundant Growth if we're looking to divine this turn, but I like this as well. This is a lot more consistent of a play here. Red and 6 going to come down, pick up the Misty Rainforest and put that into play, and suddenly, oh yeah, Zach must be very happy with this positioning. I mean, Luke has still a lot of resources left in the tank. I see notably one copy of Expressive Iteration, which will be a big draw, but good positioning here for Zach.
And this Ragavan. Thoughtsei's going to do a good job clearing the way for a dashed Ragavan. And then any card that comes off the top could potentially be played. I mean, we're at far enough down on the mana. The problem is Zach is, with 2 Planeswalkers now, just really well set up to begin to navigate this game to a spot where Yorion is going to do exactly what we saw in game 1. It's like a doom clock, right? Each turn ticks down. It's like Abundant Growth. Dong! Like, Teferi ticking up and down. Just like, every turn, it's like that Yorion looms closer and closer to coming down and threatening to draw a lot of cards and block whatever you have going on. And here comes Thoughtseize. 2 Abundant Growths, Teferi, and Counterspell. Imagine that Counterspell's got to be the scariest thing going on there, but Teferi selected instead.
Okay. So that must indicate that there's going to be a dash Ragavan taking down the Teferi. Now at least we get to our interaction, or our ability to interact back. I mean, Counterspell is somewhat scary. I almost wonder if... So there's another thing to think about too, which is if Yorion is that big of a deal, possibly we're just supposed to hold on to the Thoughtseize until, Zach pays 3 mana to put Yorion into the hand. But that's where we get into layers. I mean, there's enough pressure in play where you probably just have to spew it on the spot here to make sure you can get... So the game doesn't completely snowball out of control.
Right.
But those are other things to consider as well, as Zach Allen's going to play another copy of Abundant Growth.
Yeah, it looks like another Abundant Growth. A couple cards in hand. Ephemerate among them. Teferi down. Looks like I like Zach's patient with these Abundant Growths. They seem like they're free. You should just kind of throw them out. But Zach being very particular about how much mana he's willing to tap every single turn. Here's Expressive Iteration. Thinking about counterspelling that one. Looks like he does not care. That one's going to happen. Oh, we're retapping. Nothing's happened. Going to go ahead and retap. Going to go ahead and Expressive Iterate. Looks like Thoughtseize Dragon Trade Channel. There's 2 good cards. I think you want both of those for sure.
Absolutely. And I see a copy of Icefang Quaddle in the hand here for Zach Allen. That is also a good card. So game in. I mean, it's pretty close. Thoughtseize going to put Luke down to 7.
I have to imagine Zach's going to go for, the counter spell here. That way he can keep his Icefang and his Ephemerate, be patient with all that stuff. I like that play a lot. It seems like a lot of these cards should just be kind of meaningless, right? Because it's all kind of noise until the Yorion comes down for Zach, right? It's like, okay, I have all these cards, you're discarding me, okay, oh, woe is me. But then suddenly you play Yorion and you've drawn a whole new hand and you have a threat, right? So it seems like these early discards aren't just going to matter when you have your big spike of card advantage in the late game, but preserving that Icefang Ephemerate in case things get a little dicey for you, I think is an incredibly heads-up play by Zach.
Yeah, for sure. For anybody who is just tuning in, my name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Drake Sasser. We are covering the last round of the Swiss portion of the Modern 10K trial here in Lansing, Michigan. Thank you, massive thank you to NRG and the NRG series for hosting this event here, as Zach Allen on 4-color Blink is tied 1-1 versus Luke Fuller, Grixis Death Shadow. This is a nail-biter of a game. Winner will most likely make top 8 and have a chance at qualifying for the NRG Series Championship later in the year. Here comes an Icefang Quaddle against the Ledger Shredder. Birds versus snakes.
This is National Geographic. This isn't NRG. You tuned into the wrong channel.
It's actually funny, too, because Yorion is both a bird and a serpent, right? Isn't that true?
Oh, so, it's playing both teams. That way it never loses.
Yeah, which is quite peculiar, I suppose.
Expressive Iteration going to find Fury among the mix. I wonder if you're interested in that one. Zach says no. Scalding Tarn going to enter the battlefield. Looks like We have Misty that is known as well. Zach keeping those cards revealed for Luke. A nice courtesy. Also does help you, yourself track what your opponent knows. So maybe not entirely a gratuitous gesture, but nonetheless, you do get to see that there. That was why those were revealed. Prismatic Ending going to trigger Ledger Shredder's Connive. Land discarded is not going to grow, but it is going to get exiled by Prismatic Ending. Bolts, some Abundant Growth, and a pile of lands among the rest. Now, this Ren is just ticking up and up and up, potentially threatening the ultimate, and the ultimate would be really problematic between Expressive Iteration and Counterspell. I mean, I've been talking all game about how this Yorion is threatening to draw a ton of cards with all these Abundant Growths. Well, this Ren's also just applying pressure from an entirely different angle, ticking up on loyalty.
Yeah, this is somewhat terrifying from the Grixis side of things, I will say. Right, Ren at 6, Ren at 7. I mean, there's so many lands in the hand as well that you will constantly have gas in the tank. Wow, okay,
the Ragavan going after the Ren, I think, is very telltale to exactly, how much respect that Luke has for the ticking up Ren. It could be a huge problem.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Zach actually did not block or cast a lightning bolt. Said, "Hey, look, the
it's worth
loyalty on this Planeswalker is disposable." So
you're spewing. It's an extra card for Yorion, which I think might be Zach's plan this turn, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
But the Ren emblem, that's so many. You get to draw so many cards off of it. I guess Yorion's also drawing cards. Okay, it all makes sense. And
nothing matters, Anurag. All that matters is drawing the most cards. Here's a dress down in response to Omnath. That's going to stop Omnath from doing a whole lot this turn, maybe. There is a Boseiju in Zach's hand. I wonder if he's interested in spewing that off. Looks like the answer is no. I'm going to go ahead and pass the turn. We can wait on drawing all these cards. No stress.
Yeah, that's so interesting because if you Boseiju the dress down, technically you get to draw the card off Omnath and then potentially even put Yorion into play. But I don't know if we have enough mana to both add the Yorion and put it into play. It looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4 lands plus 4. Actually, no, but with the Boseiju activation, we need 1 more mana. So,
well, it looks like either way, with how low Luke's life total has gotten, this Omnath could just trigger once, right? And then Luke's just dead. Not trigger once. The third trigger could trigger once.
Oh yeah.
And then Luke's just dead, right?
And with Ren and 6
in
play,
the known fetch land, Luke has to remove this Omnath, or I think he's just dead on board. And Ren is going to get taken care of by the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Thoughtseize is not going to help that equation at all. Casting it certainly isn't. But maybe if you need to find an answer, I'd probably tap differently. Maybe. Oh, no, we deployed Ragavan. Does Luke? Maybe Luke's not worried about it? No, Zach's going to gain some life instead. I think he has a land anyway, but I don't know. It's just a very strange texture to this game where suddenly it's not about cards anymore. There's a real life total race happening here.
Very interesting. I mean, we have the 2 fetch lands, and the Windswept Teeth must still be in the hand. Okay, all right, that makes sense. I was going to say it looked like it was in play, but it's actually in the hand.
Oh, otherwise, in the hand. Well, we knew the Windswept was in the hand. You just need to untap and play that one and keep your fetch around, right?
Right. I mean, otherwise, what could have happened was, because then you could just land double fetch, and that would have been game. So maybe Zach is just trying to carefully navigate around.
Maybe the Lightning Bolt plus Ice Fang's lethal. I don't know. Zach's gonna find it. We have a lightning
there's
bolt
so many
in Zach's
ways
hand.
to just cut the cookie, slice the pie, eat the pizza.
Yeah, there's a copy of Teferi too that can pick up the Ledger Shredder, get some of the blockers out of the way. I don't know. You can do whatever you want. This is one of those situations where Zach's the 4-color deck. He's untapping with Omnath. The world is his oyster. He's at 1,000,000 life. He has 1,000,000 mana. It's just it's kind of one of those. It doesn't really matter in which order you cast your cards. You're probably still going to win this game, as Luke is very, very low on resources, and that Yorion that I've talked about being looming all game is still looming, as we're going to spend 3 of the mana from Omnath to deploy Teferi. This is going to clear the way for any kind of shenanigans with Force of Negation. 1 card drawn there, using some of the remaining mana to buy Yorion.
All right, don't attack. Blink and draw the cards. Take another turn. You got Zach as a blue-eyed mage.
Sorry, Zach's a changed man. He attacks these days. And the death rate, the Dragon's Rage Channeler going to jump in front of the Ice Fang Quaddle. Very smart. Luke would have been just dead to the Lightning Bolt. Instead, Luke gets another turn after Zach draws approximately 4.2 million cards.
4.2 million is a very, very accurate guess there, I would say. Flickering 3 Abundant Growths and the Omnath as well. Getting loyalty on Teferi too.
Yeah. This is kind of one of those, like I said, all roads lead to Rome. It doesn't really matter. Zach doesn't need to really even apply that much pressure. Zach, everything coming up Zach. We have Planeswalkers, we have Omnath, we have Yorion, we have a handful of cards, and Luke's, impressively efficient creatures like Dragon's Rage Channeler and Ragavan looking suddenly very, very small on this board state of many, many permanents. And Terminate, one of the big pickups. That's a nice one.
Yeah, I was going to say the Dragon's Rage Channeler has
you cast Thoughtseize? Bolt
Okay.
you in response? Okay,
That's
well, that's it.
That's-
Can't beat a Lightning Bolt ever, so we'll go ahead and pick him up. And Zach is going to advance to 7-1-1. And if, he gets a little bit lucky with these breakers, that'll be another repeat performance for top 8 for him as well. Zach and Jesse, teammates, winning the team event at the end of season 1, coming back at this event and finding themselves in top 8 once again. What an impressive showing from the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is going to be, it's going to be close. Again, the records for each of the players, like I mentioned, there were 12 players in contention for top 8 at X1-1 or better. So Zach Allen's going to have to hold tight and hope that breakers work out just well. That being said, now that Swiss is over, we will shortly have our top 8 contenders playing for that first place prize, which is going to be awesome. We're going to do the first round of the top 8 today. Top 4 will continue tomorrow at, I believe, 9 a.m. in the morning. And that would be
Make sure to follow us so
Eastern
you know when we
time,
go
yeah.
live tomorrow. That way, it doesn't matter what time zone. You'll get a notification.
Drake's
Click the
got
follow
the tech.
button.
That's so sweet. Drake's got the tech. But
Got
yeah,
it.
stick around. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break, and then we're going to get the top 8 ready to talk about, discuss, analyze, and just watch the first round. It's going to be sweet. See you guys in a little bit. The dust has finally settled. After 9 rounds of gruesome Swiss, we have our top 8. Congratulations to all the competitors. If you're just tuning in, my name is Anurag Das, and I'm here with Drake Sasser, getting into the top 8 of the modern 10K trial here in Lansing, Michigan. First things first, hit that follow button, show the channel your support. Thank you to the cast Norman Cohen. Thank you to Max Khan. Thank you to Matt Bamonte for bringing this live production of Paper Modern Magic. I'm so excited to see, the conclusion of this this day-long tournament. As a reminder, everybody, today we're only going to be covering the first round of the top 8. The quarters are today. Semis and finals will be tomorrow. Let's take a look at the bracket and see who's doing how well. And here it is. So we've seen a lot of these names already. Jesse Robkin, first seed here, 4-color Blink, playing against Max Hirsch on Azorius Hammer. Nathaniel Wilson, Mono Green Tron, a deck that we haven't seen yet today, against Zach Allen on 4-color Blink, who just won their last round in the win and in. Daniel Wharton on Izzet Murktide against Josh Warsaw on 4-color Blink. And the match that we will be watching first, Nicholas Bradley on Izzet Murktide against Sam Kuperwich on Living End. So let's take a look at the prizes too, just to see what the players are competing for. There's a lot on the line here. First place has the alluring $2,400 prize, but more importantly, there's 30 points to first. And these points, they matter. They matter in the year-long, season-long race for that top leaderboard slot. Qualify yourself for the NRG Series Championship event later in the year. It's going to be great. We need to, get into the match here. I'm excited to see how the players are going to be doing, what they're playing. And the matchup, I believe, is going to be, Izzet Murktide against Living End. Do you have any insights into this? The 3 seed versus the 6 seed looks like Izzet Murktide will be on the play.
Yeah, so this is actually a matchup where Murktide, believe it or not, is kind of behind in the main deck games. You wouldn't think so, but it's kind of asking a lot for the Murktide deck to get the right mix of counterspells plus mana plus threats on a timeline that is aggressive enough to outrace a Living End. And that's kind of weird to think about, but when the games play out, like, Living End can pick their spots really well against the Murktide deck because the threats traditionally cost quite a bit of mana, so they can wait until a threat is deployed and then go for a Living End, maybe on end step, untap, go for a Living End again if it gets countered. Force of Negation adds to the mix. Like, the Living End deck is just a little bit more efficient in the main deck games, so a lot of times the Murktide deck is packing a lot of hate in the sideboard games. Now, we'll see with Nicholas Bradley on the play. We'll see if that's enough to give him, enough of a time edge in order to get ahead in this matchup. But in general, on paper, I think Living End's a little bit ahead here.
Very interesting assessment there. We're going to see Living End take a mulligan. Sam going down to 6 cards at least here. This is interesting because, on the play, how do you factor cards like Ragavan? How do you factor cards like Dragon's Rage Channeler? I mean, Ragavan generating that massive mana advantage early. It's not like the Living End deck is known for having a plethora of removal spells like we've seen in the 4-color variants throughout the day. Sam going down to 5 here.
I think Living End takes the Tron approach when it comes to Ragavan, and that is to say, you can hit me with Ragavan, but you're not casting any of my cards. My cards are either a billion mana or just kind of bad. So, like, you're not casting anything. So the mana advantage is still big for Ragavan, but when there's not that potential to have this game-ending snowball right out the gate on turn 1, it does a lot to alleviate the problems. And even if you do start casting some things from Living End, they don't really care. What are you going to do? Cast one of their creatures? Okay, Living End, put that in the graveyard. I just don't care. So it really is, like, Ragavan is not as critical in this matchup as it is in something like the 4-color matchup, even though it does help with being a threat and with, obviously generating mana.
Okay, yeah, very good point here. So I think in order to convert with the Ragavan, what you're saying then is that there has to be the duo, like whether it is Counterspell, whether it is Archmage's Charm, whether it is, Murktide Regent, for example. Those are all the cards that you want to pair alongside something aggressive to make it actually count. That's a really interesting observation that, Ragavan actually not so great in this matchup. Let's see if there actually is one on turn 1 and if it actually ends up doing anything.
I agree. And both players do know the matchup. We do see the keep from Sam includes a Violent Outburst, a Force of Negation, some blue cards, and some lands. This is what I'm talking about. This is a really good hand for Sam in this matchup, despite Nicholas leading on a pretty good turn 1 threat. It's only a 1/1, not going to do a lot of damage very quickly. Sam is going to be able to instant speed the Violent Outburst on turn 3 and then answer all of the Murktide threats with Force Negation backup. And that's exactly the mix Sam is looking for. And it's a lot easier for Sam's deck to assemble that than it is for the Murktide deck to consistently assemble all the mixture they need. Now, we do see a counter spell and a second land in Nicholas's hand. That's a good start. But really, like I said, the cards that you really kind of want is you need like a counterspell and a spell pierce kind of, because you need to be ready for the force negations. The deck plays 4, and they're really important in the matchup, especially if the Living End deck knows that this is the Murktide matchup.
Yep. The silver lining here, though, is that, Sam is on a mulligan to 5, and it seems really hard to have, the interaction that you're talking about, but also the Cascade itself, but also the lands, but then also enough your creatures to cycle into the graveyard. So we'll see what Sam is going to have. Looks like here on the end step, we might be cycling maybe a Riverwinder, perhaps.
So an interesting pickup from Nicholas was a second copy of Counterspell. Now, if Sam is experiencing this matchup, what he should do is upkeep the Violent Outburst before the 4th land drop can come down and represent double Counterspell. That is when you want to pull the trigger on your Violent Outburst and have your Force Negation ready to go. There's some other extenuating circumstances that can happen, but for the most part, that's kind of the timing you want. And with Nicholas having a second copy of Counterspell in hand, we could run into an issue where Sam's like, okay, end step, I'm going to cast my whatever. That way I don't get Murktided. And then suddenly, there's double Counterspell and the entire thing falls apart. But, a second copy of a Living End effect can also change that math. There's a lot more going on, but I think it's just interesting to call out the way that we're going to see players handle their untapped mana this game.
All right, cycling the Sphinx here. Dragon Razor Channel are going to enter the red zone. Sam at 15, not too bad. 2 mana in play. We still need a third, and like you mentioned, the Violent Outburst there at the ready. Only 1 creature in the graveyard means that I'm not super stoked about casting or resolving the Living End just yet. We're gonna have to hit a little bit more Waker of Waves here, going to help with that.
It looks like a land and a creature may be among the mix. I think I'm pretty interested in getting rid of the creature. Definitely want to enable a Living End. Looks like a fetch land does mean that we're not messed up by colors when it comes to that forest. So it looks like Sam thinks otherwise. Spirebluff Canal the pickup.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I think Sam's hand is actually kind of light on blue cards. You want to be able to cast Violent Outburst with the Force of Negation backup. And in this situation, it doesn't seem particularly likely. I mean, if you are able to maybe...
Well, here's 4 mana. That's double Counterspell mana. Here's an attack. Yeah, exactly. If you're going to cast this Violent Outburst anyway, why not do it on upkeep, right? Like, why do you need to see what's going into combat? And now there's a Living End. That's going to get Counterspelled. Then he's going to Force, and then that's going to get Counterspelled again. So it's kind of one of those spots where that 4th mana is actually worth a lot from the Murktide deck. And we're going to go ahead and let that one happen. And we're going to go and take some damage. No fight with the Force Negation.
Actually.
I mean, maybe it's just bait. Maybe Sam's like, whatever. I don't even care that much about the 2 creatures. I just want to put more creatures in the graveyard and then try to protect it. Because we do see, I think, an Architects of Will, at least one among the mix. I don't know.
I think I like this as well. I wouldn't really try to fight over this, mostly because, well, I know it's very resource intensive. You're already on a mulligan of 5. Wait, am I mistaken? Is there
too? Yeah, I didn't even see a Force. I thought I saw a Force in the opening hand, but
I could have sworn I saw one as well. But maybe not.
Either way, it looks like there's a lot of cycler creatures either way. So no matter what, Sam's hand is going to change in context a lot over the next turn cycler too.
Oh, I love this play.
Oh yeah. Let's just cast this 4/4. That blocks. Hello.
Feels kind of bad to have to counterspell
Oh, what
this.
a counterspell. You have to counterspell the 4/4 because it just gets in the way. And now the next Living End is very likely to work.
That's great. That specific sequence worked out so well for Sam, but it's still kind of tricky because we need an enabler. Architect in the hand can cycle. Maybe if it's the top card of the deck, or
there's
or
an
the
Architects
second
off the
card,
top. That one could be played by Nicholas. This is actually cool. You should play the Architects here because you can actually cast it and then delay the Living End for a turn if there is one on top. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and read this card. I think you're pretty interested in casting this.
Yeah, the Architect actually does have a triggered ability when it ETBs that is very, very relevant. And you can see that, generally speaking, the way it works is you want to use that trigger to guarantee when you resolve your Living End that your opponent's not going to top deck anything crazy. Getting to look at the top 3 cards of the library and manipulate it however you want. We'll see here if Nicholas is going to cast the Architect. Looks like instead we're going to go for a Giant Dragon, maybe?
I like this. If there's a bounce spell off the top for Sam, you know, this might represent, not like a bounce spell, I'm sorry, like a channel or like a petty theft, any kind of like bounce effect that could potentially save Sam another turn. Maybe adding another threat to the mix gives you a kill. Looks like we could Architects of our own. Gonna go ahead and cycle that. Looks like, is that Subtlety? Otawara? Looks like one of those effects.
I believe it's a subtlety, which is not what we want. And we did actually end up drawing a copy of Living End, which is also somewhat unfortunate. So we're going to see here now if there are any outs here. I believe close to being dead on board here.
Well, I referenced Izzet Murktide being pretty behind in the matchup. I still think that's the case, but the mix that they need is threats, counterspells, and lands, and Nicholas had no shortage of all three of those things here in game one. So an impressive showing from Nicholas Bradley, an impressive understanding of the matchup. I mean, it seems like it would be obvious, right? Like, oh yeah, counterspells are good in the matchup, threats are good in the matchup, but I don't think it always necessarily registers to players that it means you can't keep on edge hands. You can't even keep hands that have like only two of the pieces. You really need a convincingly good hand in order to fire it all up. Nicholas, like I said, had that, was able to convert the victory, and overall some impressive stuff, I think, from Nicholas in game number one.
Yeah, the Living End deck is extremely interactive. So like you mentioned, just having one or two pieces of defense might not even be enough here. We've seen, lots of griefs. We've seen in the sideboard copies of cards like Mystical Dispute, Subtlety, etc., and so on and so forth. I'm kind of curious to see what is in the sideboards here. Keeping in mind that now that we're in the top 8, this is open deck list, so players will have, sideboards available. We'll have a better idea of how, the post-board games are being approached. Let's get into the Living End list and see what's in the sideboard here. What cards do you like here? I see a couple Foundation Breakers, Subtlety, Disputes, Ley Lines, and Force of Vigor.
Yeah, so I like the Disputes a lot, right? Like, so once you know what's in the sideboard, and like obviously this is actually something that's going to be true for me as well. It's important for me to know, kind of what's in the Murktide deck. Like if there's any copies of Chalice of the Void, if there's any copy of Void Mirror, you're going to want access to some of those Foundation Breakers, but for the most part, those Disputes are the most attractive thing, in my opinion, by a lot. You want to be able to fight the counter spells, the Archmage's Charms. There's going to be Flusterstorms coming in. There's going to be, Spell Pierces, all that stuff. You need to be able to fight those cards at an efficient rate on top of your forces. They need a little bit of help. Your griefs are good for the same reason. And actually, part of that grief equation, you might actually could bring in some Leyline with the Voids. They're not bad if you have them, and they're like on your opening hand, and they're not bad if you really draw them, because you can pitch them to griefs. Like griefs are oftentimes a part of the equation here, and having like that out to pitch it to something you're actively excited to use, I think actually makes it maybe a little bit. I don't know if I want all three, but especially if you want some number of Foundation Breakers, but a lot of good options based on how Sam wants to approach the matchup here on the play.
Speaking of the matchup, let's take a look at the other side of the matchup. Looking at blue-red Murktide, Izzet Murktide, and the sideboard tools here. 1 Blood Moon, 2 Hearse, Dress Downs, Engineered Explosives, Disputes and Flusterstorms, 1 Jace the Mind Sculptor, Subtlety, and Magus of the Moon. What do you like here?
Well, obviously, the Hearses are the new tech. There's no Void Mirrors, no Chalices. We're going to just try to use that card and hope it's good enough. Now, they're not really great when drawn late, but they're still pretty good, obviously. So maybe, like I said, maybe you want a couple Foundation Breakers from the Living End deck for those. But otherwise, like I said, the Flusterstorm's really good. The Disputes are actually pretty good too, because a lot of times you end up fighting over a Living End, so they are going to convert, even if they don't counter the namesake Living End card themselves. But for the most part, you want to reach for the counter spells, you want to reach for the Hearses, and other, it's pretty scripted sideboarding. A lot of the spot removal is really, really bad, so you have a lot of cards to get out.
Okay, yeah, so that's kind of interesting. Assuming both players keep 7 cards in our first post-board game of the top 8, who do you think turns out ahead? Now, keep in mind, this time around, we have Sam Living End on the play. Is that enough to pull ahead?
I think Living End will still be a little ahead. For the most part, I think it shores up a lot. Like I said, the Murktide deck you saw had like 2 or 3 Flusterstorms, some Disputes, and Hearses. That's like 6 or 7 cards. It's almost half your sideboard you can bring in. So they are very much prepared for this matchup. And I think that shores up a lot. Now, the Living End deck does have a lot of generic answers too. And depending on the texture of opening hands, I think what matters more, you said, if both players keep 7, I think the Living End deck's ahead. But I think the Living End deck is a lot more likely to mulligan for a more functional hand. Whereas the Murktide deck post-sideboard, it's a lot easier to assemble the mix of counterspells, lands, and threats you want, because there's a lot more of each thing.
All right. Well, both players are going to keep 7 cards here. Turn 1 land pass from the Living End side of things. Nicholas Bradley on blue-red Murktide going to play a Ragavan. Probably one of your better
Ragavan's still
starts.
good on turn one. Like I said, the hits from Ragavan don't necessarily turn into that huge snowball we see in other matchups, but we did see in game number 1, it's still very potent. The mana advantage still matters. It's just not as brutal as it is, and we've seen some other matchups where there's planeswalkers and things you can hit off of it.
Yeah, absolutely here. And I mean, the mana also does matter, you know, being able to ramp as aggressively as possible allows you to play, tap out for threats, hold up counterspell in the meantime. So it's not like it's nothing. It's just not as good as it is in other matchups for sure.
Precisely. And it looks like there might be a Dragon's Rage Channeler among the mix. Flusterstorm also among the mix. Honestly, given the texture of Nicholas Bradley's hand, I actually like his spot a lot right now. Of course, you know, Living End is very well known for just kind of dirtling around, cycling some cards, and then suddenly winning out of nowhere. But you know, seeing Flusterstorm is like one of the best possible cyber cards you can have. Force of Negation does not do a very good job fighting against that because it does take multiple counter spells and it does require a lot of extra mana. So Flusterstorm, one of the best possible cards you can have from the Murktide deck in this matchup. So Sam's going to need quite a sequence here. Some things, some griefs, some forces, and some living ends and some creatures. The right mix of stuff. So we'll see exactly how that plays out and how much the mana advantage from Ragavan is going to swing this game.
Yeah, I see a copy of Dragon's Rage Channeler in the Murktide hand, and I wonder if we have enough interaction to just not even need to play that card. Okay, no, looks like we're going to deploy here, which is I like this. I like getting a little bit aggressive here. I mean, we still have a couple answers, like you mentioned, Flusterstorm. Flusterstorm seems particularly good in this matchup, just because if you tap out on turn 3 for your Cascade spell, the Storm count works in such a way where you can't actually just spend one counter to get rid of the Flusterstorm. You actually have to get rid of each individual copy and the original copy itself. So that's very, very complex to deal with. And I don't think we would ever expect to see Flusterstorm of Sam's own because it just doesn't work with the Cascade mechanic.
Correct. That is an accurate assessment of what is going on. Looks like a lot of street race here, which, you know, normally pretty good, but life total actually kind of matters a lot in this matchup. It looks like there's a third one among the bunch as well. Wonder how interested Sam is in cycling that one now. Looks like a Waker of Waves among the mix. That one does provide a little bit of selection. A huge pickup for the Living End deck, being able to get a little bit more than just blind cycles. I think played a huge part in, you know, catapulting the deck into the dominance it has now. As here's an in-step Consider. Now, as soon as, you know, Living End's passing with 3 mana, you have to have the Living End at instant speed on your radar. So maybe a little bit of a show of strength. If you're Sam and, you know, your opponent taps off counterspell on instep where, you know, a Living End for a pretty sizable Living End could happen, you have to have something big on their radar. Some 1 mana piece of interaction, right?
It looks like a duplicate Ragavan is the draw for the turn. That is not exactly where you want to be, but see Lightning Bolt as well in the hand here. Crash in for, I believe, 3 points of damage. I don't see a sorcery in the graveyard. I see instant, land. I believe that is a Murktide region.
Yeah, we got creature too, and that's about it. Here's an in-step Cycle of the Wakers. Yeah, you're very much right. We do not have Delirium yet, but a big part of playing the Dragon's Rage Channeler is assembling a faster clock. And wow, quite telling that this Force of Negation is going to the graveyard.
Yeah, that's not a good sign. You know, if Force of Negation is going into the graveyard, I feel like
I'd be pretty scared if I was Nicholas. Like, oh, what is about to happen to me? It looks like a Grief is among the mix. There's a Grief and a Force of Negation already in hand. As here comes the namesake Grief. Flusterstorm among the mix. Now, there's a lot of work to do. If Sam's not deploying anything else, has 4 mana, you have to imagine there's a lot of problems. How about 2 copies of Flusterstorm?
Oh, now, my goodness.
That's all you have to beat, but that's a lot to beat.
And given the pressure that's already in play, that is actually kind of an insurmountable amount of interaction, right? Because for Flusterstorm, to counter Flusterstorm, what you need is, well, the Cascade spell, like, you know, Violent Outburst or Shardless Agent, that's 1 mana you'd need for that. And then the Cascade spell itself, you need 2nd mana. And then Flusterstorm. So there's 3 copies of Flusterstorm that'll be on the stack entirely. You need 3 mana. So that's a total of 6 that you'd need to get through one of the Flusterstorms. And that's not happening in this game. I mean, you know, with the Ragavan and with the Dragon's Rage Channeler in play, this game is going to be over far sooner.
I like this a lot. Jam it anyway. Make them use the Flusterstorm, and then you still have a body to block Ragavan. That does a lot to stifle the aggression. There's still no sorcery in the graveyard. So here comes the Living End. Going to take a look at the revealed cards. Not too worried about what's going on there, it looks like. Why are we writing the... Okay. I guess there's Foundation Breakers. You want to write down that those were sideboarded in, I think.
Agree. Good to know. Yeah, good to know about this. Also, I mean, like when you're playing the top 8 and you have time to think and commit all your mental energy. I like this. It's just a little bit of dedication.
Yeah, it was just interesting to me knowing that they have open deck lists. I was like, what kind of information are you learning?
Oh, okay,
The
yeah.
sideboarding is what matters.
Sideboarding notes. Yeah, I think that's the big ticket item there. And so we're gonna see Flusterstorm, all copies most likely on the living end here. Yeah,
can't let that happen. But this functioning is another copy of Grief, basically, right? Like it takes a living end out of your deck, but for the most part, you're just the Flusterstorm's there. Just run your Shardless Agent into it and hope to draw another effect, and that's the way you got to do it. And here's an in-step Lightning Bolt that's going to take care of the Shardless Agent and allow the Ragavan to keep attacking uncontested. Nicholas does not find a sorcery, quickly bins a Spirebluff Canal, the mana from Ragavan, allowing Nicholas to just bin lands aggressively. And Mystical Dispute, the pickup, that one's going to be worth a lot, just cast for 3 mana on the next copy of Living End. Now, there is a Force Negation, so if it's Violent Outburst, maybe we're still in a little bit of trouble. But Murktide Regent is not going to give Sam a lot of time to find that Violent Outburst.
Yeah, and here's where it gets really interesting, right? Because I'm pretty sure shields are somewhat down here for Nicholas Bradley outside of the Mystical Dispute that you're talking about. But being able to hard cast, or when I say hard cast, I mean like for spending the full cost on Mystical Dispute, the 2 and a blue, that is a realistic thing that you could do, and that is only realistically possible thanks to the mana generation from Ragavan.
No, you're very much right. Ragavan, we mentioned how it's not that potent. Shardless Agent off the top is exactly what Sam was looking for. Not quite very good maybe for the Cascade deck, but you could try it. I don't know. I think you're more interested in playing Murktide Regent and holding up the Mystical Dispute, but it is fun to toy around with the idea of casting a Shardless Agent here.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying because I think that's exactly the card that Sam was hoping to draw into.
Correct.
The fact that it's just going to be exiled for no value is I feel it. I feel it.
It adds to the tilt factor of Ragavan, I think.
Oh yeah.
It's like I wanted
this
to
card's
draw that.
Your best card's not even good enough for my deck.
Yeah, I don't need that trash. And land is the pickup. There's an Otawara in hand that can take care of the Murktide Regent. But Sam's still not on a lot of time despite that. And looks like a Spell Pierce the pickup. I'll channel this Otawara, please. There you go. You can have that Murktide back. Thank you very much. You can go ahead and take a look at that one. Channel 3 and a blue. Discard it. Return target artifact, creature, enchantment, or planeswalker to its owner's hand. This ability costs 1 less to activate for each legendary creature you control. Kind of going back to listing out the types like they used to do back in the day instead of saying non-land permanent. What's going on with that?
I don't know. I quite like it. I think it's good because in the same set too, you had like March of Otherworldly Light, for example, which doesn't get rid of planeswalkers. So like probably have to specify, nuances, differences here and there.
Yeah, it picks up enchantment lands or something, I guess. Like a Urza Saga or whatever.
Okay, mid-combat,
consider maybe trying to reassemble. Yeah, we're trying to reassemble Delirium. Gonna hit land. Well, you know what? As much as you hated to see the Shardless going away, you have to be somewhat happy to see the Botanical Sanctum leaving the top of the library, as Sam is out of cyclers. We'll see what Nicholas decides to do. We do not have a lethal attack on board quite yet.
But between Expressive Iteration, Murktide Regent, all these very, very powerful cards, it doesn't even seem like... It seems like Sam is like very behind. Like this, it has to be... I don't think we're quite in the Demonic Tutor Challenge area just yet.
You like the Demonic Tutor game?
Yeah, okay. So see, I had to explain this to Devin earlier today, but I'm glad that you know. So basically, for anyone who doesn't know, the Demonic Tutor Challenge is something you give to your opponent. When you're so far ahead in the game, the match, or whatever it is, and you tell your opponent, hey, you can draw any card from your deck, and you'll still lose. And you're going to see here, yeah, Sam
Mystical
takes a draw.
Dispute, yeah, it's not going to get it done. And with Sam being at 4, that's all she wrote, and that's going to do it. Sam, I mentioned that Murktide behind, in this matchup, and Sam didn't even win a game over Nicholas there, and Murktide
a little bit tricky for sure. Yeah. I mean, Nicholas was 702, now still undefeated in the entire tournament with 2 IDs to make the top 8. Very strong showing there, and I think there's a lot of discipline too in the way Nicholas played, which is really what I enjoyed seeing. For example, I was like, oh, you flipped over the Shardless Agent. We were just instantly cast this and take our value, but Nicholas was like, wait a minute, no, slow down. I might just pass the turn here and hold up my interaction. I have enough pressure. I have a Murktide regent that I can also deploy. A lot of like nuances and understanding what actually matters in the specific situations and scenarios that we're in. So all in all, I was pretty impressed with Nicholas's play, and I can definitely understand how we got to the 8-0-2 position in the tournament. 2 more wins. And yeah, that will crown a champion potentially. Those matches will be tomorrow. I'm going to ask production if we have a backup match real quick or not. We do. Okay. All right. Good news. Backup match is live and ready to go. They're shuffling up for game 2. We're going to get an update on the stats here and who actually is playing. Pretty exciting stuff here as we have one of our semifinalists already determined for the night. This is most likely our last match of the night, so buckle in. Hope you are, munching away at that popcorn. We've got Luke Fuller, who we saw.
Is this a rematch?
Might be.
This was the potential win.
Yeah, so the records here indicate we'll get that clarified in short order here.
Yeah, I think Luke Fuller was not 7-1, so I have to imagine the left is probably not accurate. But either way, Zach Allen appears to be our player on the right. I know that man everywhere. He has very distinct demeanor about him when he's playing his control strategies.
Maybe this is the mono green matchup. I believe that's who Zach was playing against in the top
That
8.
sounds right. Yeah, it's the Tron deck. All right, so we got the matchup is 4-color Blink versus Tron, and Zach up a game. What do you think of this matchup? I can't say I have a lot of insights here.
I'm not gonna lie. Tron is an archetype that I definitely try to stay away from. However,
Same.
yeah, it's a little bit tricky here. So let's see.
Imagine things like prismatic endings being able to tag expedition maps is an important interaction for Zach Allen. I also imagine that if the game goes really long, that favors the Tron strategy. So my guess is that Zach is the beatdown, and Boseiju is an important part of the equation.
I'm trying to see the matchups that Mono Green Tron had today. It looks like a victory against Azorius Hammer, a round 2 draw actually against Esper Reanimator.
I wonder if that was something that the Tron deck's excited about, being able to get paired against more and more of the 4-color control decks through the draw bracket or whatever. Maybe that's something that the Tron deck's actually just like excited about.
Do you want to know how many times Nathaniel played against 4-color today?
Number of times. All right. Is this like a over-under kind of thing?
Yeah. I'll give you the over-under. Let's make this hard. 3 point.
Okay, what you got? 3 point what?
3.5. Over-under on that.
Over.
Yeah, it was four times today. Almost half.
Holy cow.
That's crazy, right?
That's a lot. So Nathaniel has to be pretty intimately familiar with the matchup at this point, I have to imagine.
Yeah, you want to know the crazier part?
Well, what?
Dropped only one game.
One game?
The one game against the 4-color deck. So
this is the second game that Nathaniel has lost a 4-color with Tron. Maybe that means we're all sleeping on Tron. If there's Omnath and 4-color everywhere, Tron may be the key. Nathaniel might have figured it out. We have to get through Zach Allen and prove it first.
Yeah, this is quite spicy. I mean, yeah, Zach Allen also, I will say, there are players that are very good that I'm not necessarily like afraid to play against. Zach Allen is not one of those players. He's a player who's very good that I'm absolutely like shaking in my boots to play against. Now, Zach Allen, very much in contention. We saw on the leaderboard, Zach Allen is highly ranked up there. This match win could be what catapults Zach into, first place contention for the at-large slot, for the NRG series here. So
absolutely. The race is extremely tight, even right now among the top of the leaderboard. Zach Allen sitting at 7th place with 58 points. So, this top 8 means a lot. Each match win in the top 8 is worth a whole lot more. So we're seeing this is a big tournament for Zach Allen. He's had an incredible streak so far at the NRG series. And, there's a lot of other good players that are not far behind him despite these impressive results. So we'll see if Zach Allen can get it done here. Up a game against Tron, extremely impressive. You know, especially given the accolades that Nathaniel Wilson has against 4-color in this tournament alone. And Nathaniel Wilson showing his prowess as a Tron player by mulliganing aggressively. I don't know what we're on now, but I think this is at least the second mulligan that we have watched. And Tron, notably a deck that can mulligan extremely low and still win games. And Nathaniel looking to maybe reach once more for the deck.
You want me to add some spice to the soup that we've got going on right now? I'm going to do it.
I do love spice and soup. What you got?
One of the 4-color decks that Nathaniel beat on the way to the top 8 actually was Zach Allen. So this is a grudge match through and through.
So this is a rematch. It was just not the rematch we originally thought. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So imagine
now all the information's face up. Both players know every card in every list, and we're gonna see if that changes anything as far as the match result. Zach Allen was on the draw in game 1 as well, so kind of an interesting thing to consider. Like I said, I have to imagine one of the most important things that you wouldn't normally mulligan for or whatever has to be like Boseiju or Boseiju plus Ren and 6, right?
Yeah.
That has to be a huge combination against the Tron deck as you can begin to really blow up all their lands. Usually they're only on like 3 forests-ish these days. We can get an exact look at what the deck lists look like in top 8, see how many forests there actually are. But I imagine actually locking your Tron opponent out of lands, it's 3 forests, is very possible with Boseiju Who Endures, a big pickup from Neon Dynasty.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think now we're actually down to 4 cards here. And you said that Tron has the potential to mulligan very well. How about a mulligan to 4? How do you feel about that?
It's not impossible. You need help, but it's not impossible. When 3 lands equals 7 mana, it's not impossible. And that looked like a head in hands moment. So
this does not look like a good hand at all.
Out.
I see Ancient Stirring. I see Forest. I see Wormcoil, Thragtusk. I don't really see a second land here. I would, as much as it sucks to say, here's what I would do. You ready? Here's my winning strategy. I would mulligan down to 3 and hit natural Tron straight up.
That's something you could do. I mean, there's stories all over the place about that. It's like I just kept 3 Tron lands. I drew a ham sandwich that cost a lot of mana, and I won the game.
Yeah, that's a great plan. I like that.
And
or
maybe a lot of cards go to the bottom of the library.
Maybe this is the mulligan to 3. Oh no. Okay.
Oh no. Okay. Turn 1. Signed Snow-Covered Forest into signed Ancient Stirrings. Looks like a bunch of Tron lands. Hey, what? I'll take that hand. I'll keep those cards.
Yeah. Judge, can we redo? Is that an option here?
I'll take this mulligan, please. Looks like Urza's Power Plant to pick up. Zach Allen leading on an Abundant Growth. Looks like Zach may be on a low mulligan as well. Not a ton of cards in Zach Allen's hand, especially for being on the draw. Here's a second copy of Ancient Stirrings. This one's probably looking for a different Tron piece.
This is not the worst, I mean,
find
Stirrings
none of them. Well, we found a star. Impressive Tron deck here. Here comes a Urza's Power Plant and a Chromatic Star. The pickup appears to be a Spar's Headquarters, I think, for Zach Allen. A lot of tap lands and Eladamri's Call. If the Eladamri's Call can grab a Magus of the Moon, I have to imagine that's going to be a pretty big game winner for Zach Allen, especially with Nathan on solo resources. I'm going to go ahead and cycle the star. Looks like no land at all to play. Maybe another star to cycle. No, it's a scrying, I think. No, wow, it's a ballista. Okay. Yeah, we're going to be missing land drops. And now, do you even grab the Magus of the Moon? Like, we're so far from having Tron. Is it even worth doing?
I believe Zach also has access to what is it called? Obsidian Charma, and I need to double check
Obsidian Charma
on that. Yeah, that one seems like a pretty nasty one to pick up as well. It's 5 mana for the full retail cost, but it does have cost reduction imbued in it, and that is especially good against the Tron land. So for anyone who does not know, Obsidian Charma is 3 red for a dragon, a 4/4 dragon with flying. When it ETBs, destroy target non-basic land that opponent controls, and it costs 1 less to cast for each land your opponents control that could produce colorless. And guess what lands are very good?
Here it comes. Yeah. Obsidian Charma, a card we've talked about a little bit today. First time appearance on camera, tutored up with the Eladamri's Call. Still a little bit away. That card costs 4 right now. But with Zach Allen making his third land drop and Nathaniel missing his land drop, it seems like Charma not as far away as it looks. Now, that Stomping Ground that was fetched does make that draw and counterspell look a little weird, but once again, Zach not under much pressure to actually have to counterspells as Nathaniel's hand fills up with cards that cost more than 2 mana. And
yeah, and this is so painful because Eladamri's call here for Obsidian Charma kind of puts Nathaniel in this double bind where if you play more lands like we're seeing here, well, that's cost reduction on the Charma. So now the Charma will definitely come down this turn, right? And if you don't, well, you just kind of you're stuck on 2 lands. So
yeah, you're stuck on
situation.
That's not good. No, you're very much right. And the Charma itself representing a threat. Yep. Okay, here you go. I'll cast this one. Which one do you blow up? What's the metagame? You blow up the power plant? That powers the whole operation.
I'm definitely behind on the metagame for there as well. So I trust your decision.
I think there's
here.
some reason to blow up tower because actually no, I think you're supposed to blow up the non-tower one because you don't want tower to be their last Tron piece because that gives them the most mana. I don't know. There's some logic behind it, but I think you're actually supposed
smart.
To
Yeah, that sounded very smart.
Either way, I don't think it's going to matter too much as here comes the Wrenn and 6. Now, Nathaniel did draw a Sylvan Scrying. That was a big draw step to redeploy a Urza's Tower. Once again, only 1 piece away now as the Obsidian Charma is going to crunch in for 4 damage. Now, Zach finds something like an Ephemerate for this Charma. Things get really ugly really fast. And looks like maybe another Sylvan Scrying assembled.
Wow.
Zach does have Counterspell. Absolutely not, says Zach Allen. Go ahead and pass the turn back.
Mulligan to 3, still assembled Tron by turn 4. Like, what the? Maybe for turn 5, I think we missed a land drop somewhere, but still, that's kind of terrifying.
I mean, Nathan had plays off of it too. Like, if we went and grabbed a Tron land there, and that's 5 mana, he could have played Karn plus something else. Who knows what how the game actually shapes up if that resolves. So, I mean, an impressive showing from Tron. This is what we're talking about. Like, the deck can mulligan well and assemble a bunch of mana on very low resources, and then after that it's just kind of trivial. It's like what big payoff do you assemble? Omnath, huge draw for Zach Allen. Pick up a fetch land. Probably don't want to play that one quite yet.
Millions 1, 2, 3. Can we actually Yorion this turn as well? Might be 1 mana off.
Right, that costs 8 mana, so I think we only have 7.
Right, and that is quite intimidating actually because we're missing out on land drops again. So if we get to blink the Obsidian Charma, that might just be game. I mean, this is already 8 points of power. That's like a 2-turn clock. I mean, I guess the Omnath can't attack, but very, very... Actually, no. Next turn, we would go Yorion. So this is a 2-turn clock, potentially, yeah.
Yeah. The nightmare here, too, would be like anything like a Teferi also threatens to pick up the Charma. And that's why you see 1 Charma is more than enough. You just find the 1 and you play it a lot of times, and then the lands go away.
I retract my earlier statement. Yorion would be summoning sick. Combat math is not this blue mage's specialty. I'll tell you that much.
That's all right. I think the Yorion would be more than enough with the blinking the Charma alone. I think you're still accurate that it would be game over. It just doesn't actually matter, about the combat math that much. All right. Now
I think in the hand too, we actually saw a copy of Karn, the Great Creator, as our potential payoff. So maybe the game's not completely over. I mean, exactly this turn, if we draw into the last piece, we can play the Karn, tick down, and then maybe find something like Ensnaring Bridge to put into play here. But I have to imagine at this point that Zach Allen just does have any sort of answer here.
And what a draw! Expedition map! That's Tron Online! Now, the problem is Yorion's coming down and then you're going to lose the land again. But, this really shows how consistent Tron is as a deck and why it has persisted throughout time as a dominant strategy. And I believe this Icewind Quaddle represents the 9th point of damage, which with 3 Omnath triggers would be lethal. However, we don't have any fetch lands in place. So we're going to have to find another point somewhere. Oh, that's Ephemerate. Oh, man. Oh, boy.
Oh, God.
Oh, this is about to get ugly. Please cover the kids' eyes. Yeah, parents, they can't. We can't.
911. Like, I'd like to report a murder. No. Oh, Zach, come on. Nathaniel's got a family at home. This is not okay.
You can't do this to this man.
All right. Now we just,
I think it's time to check Twitch terms of service before we continue to stream this particular match, as it's about to get ugly.
Good stuff here, I suppose. I wonder if there's actually a way to end the game without. I mean, can we put 3 lands into play here somehow?
I don't think so. There's no grazers, there's no dryads. There's no risen reefs. The risen reef's usually the big way to do it. Now, I think we can just attack for lethal. We don't have to actually do the all the things. This lightning bolts plus 9.
Yeah, 9. Actually, bolt is just straight up
like
lethal, right? There's a bolt in the hand.
Yeah, even the rend down tick would make up the extra point, right?
Oh, so many ways to do it. Oh,
Yeah, you got a lot of ways to do it. So you don't have to sit here and play with your food. You don't have to blow up every single one of your.
You could though. That's kind of sweet. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, I was saying that you don't have to play with your food, but Zach Allen's still just casting expressive iterations and stuff.
Really,
so
just
why
boils
not?
down to how much or how little you like Tron. I mean, if you have been burned bad by Tron earlier, maybe, but this is certainly lethal for sure here. What's that song? Still had all these.
Oh, is
Yeah.
that?
That's a throwback, right?
That is, oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Zach wants to play with his food. Yeah. I don't even need to attack. I'm just gonna, you know what? Just blow up these lands. Combat damage. I don't care. You'll die eventually.
Just pure evil. Pure evil.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up, honestly.
In front of an audience of over 1,000 viewers.
Just not even attacking too. Like Zach Allen. Zach Allen, absolutely not. I don't know. All my permanents go away and come back. I'm gonna blow up another one of your lands. Is this cool or are we? All right, that one too. You know what? That one can go away. I'm gonna draw. What is this? 100 cards? Yeah, sure. Oh, counterspell. Sure, why not? Another counterspell. Oh my god! Solitude.
We just drew 4 cards off of that. I mean, okay, now I totally understand how to play it. Like blowing up land, cool, but drawing 4 cards is a must. This is an
way more cool. Yeah, okay, yeah, way worth it. Got to draw the cards. You have to draw the cards. Ephemerate on top of the library. In case you're thinking. Putting a land into play. I'm just going to let you know this ephemerate's right here. So if you want to go ahead and do that. All right,
we are obligated now to also just ephemerate the Yorion, blink the whole team.
Oh, no thanks. I'm just going to, we'll blink the Obsidian Charm. I'll thank you very much.
Okay,
Double counter spell, the hand sandwich.
All right, how kind of you, Zach Allen.
Attack with these. All right, good game. Almost so close to the perfect victory with the forest in the yard as well. But unfortunately, Obsidian Charmal cannot take that one off the table. But Zach Allen will take the victory here in the first round of top 8 here at NRG Lansing, and an important victory, as we mentioned time and time again. Zach Allen, number 7 on our leaderboard, picking up a lot of points in this top 8. So we're going to see some huge leaderboard shifts here in the first event of season 2.
Absolutely. And I'm going to double check. I don't think we have any more matches left. That may have been our last match for the night here, but congratulations to the players in the top 8, and especially to those that have advanced on to the top 4. We know 2 of the decks. We have Blue-Red Murktide, and we also have the 4-color control deck. Zach Allen winning the grudge match, having lost to Nathaniel earlier, Mono Green Tron in Swiss. So kind of cool little narrative there. I think as we wrap up tonight's show, I want to just take a look at a couple of the upcoming events that we have, a recap of some of the major details, plot points, and things like that. But before we do that, yeah, here we go. Okay, so this is the season 2 schedule. Our next major event is going to be on the end of July, 30th, 31st in the Chicagoland area. It will be another $15,000 weekend, 10K trial for Modern, 5K trial for Legacy last week of July. And then we have the August Showdown coming up in the end of August. That is $20,000. It's a team event. And then Sunday has a 5K trial. The winning team of this event will qualify directly for the championship event. And that is going to be super awesome. We're going to be hosted in St. Louis, Missouri. So if you're in the area, be sure to show up. We also have some information on season 3 and locations like that. Formats TBD, but good to be aware of. $70,000 in these 4 weekends. Another showdown event in the Chicagoland area. So that is going to wrap up our event for the day. We have top 4 resuming tomorrow, I believe at 9 a.m.
Right,
and
9 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah, that's going to be great. Drake, you're going to be here for the top 4?
Correct. Wouldn't miss it for the world, Anurag.
All right. Well, unfortunately, I will be missing it for the world, which is, I'll be watching. Okay. I'll be watching for sure here.
You're just going to sleep in? Let me get excited all by myself? All right. That's fine.
I mean, you have the capacity. You are a one-man army. I would not be surprised. I would enjoy watching just you alone talk about this stuff. So that's going to wrap up the show for today. Again, massive thank you to the NRG staff. We have, Norman Cohen. We have Matt Mamonte, and we have Max Khan, all working very hard to bring you live coverage of this paper event. So please, if you have just a little bit, consider hitting the follow button to show your support here and on their social media pages. That's going to be it for us. We'll catch you again tomorrow, live for Modern, and then a Pioneer trial afterwards. See ya.